Chapter 701. Oh! Congratulations, my friend. Oaks clapped his hands and said, "You're on time." "That's fantastic." Gordon, panting, looked at the food on the table and grinned. "So, can I eat now?" "Of course." Oaks waved his hand. "So, did you come alone?" "If you did, then this meal is all yours." Gordon froze. The moment his eyes met Oaks's, he noticed a fleeting, almost imperceptible cunning in the other's eyes. In that instant, Oaks's gaze was like a bottomless black hole, as if endless darkness lurked within, sending chills down one's spine. Gordon's gaze was firmly drawn to that cunning look, as if the whole world had frozen in that instant. Scenes related to Annie began to flash through his mind, his plans being thwarted by Annie time and time again, his schemes repeatedly thwarted. Even in the time-travel corridor, he nearly lost his life at Annie's hands. These memories flooded back like a tidal wave, every detail vivid in his mind, filling Gordon's heart with endless resentment and anger. His hatred for Anne was ignited at this moment, burning fiercely as if to consume him. At this moment, if he wanted, Oaks could help him eliminate and to quell his hatred. Oaks saw the raging fury in Gordon's eyes, slightly surprised, but quietly awaited his final answer. However, Gordon ultimately gave an unexpected answer. "I have a companion." Oaklesis raised an eyebrow. He was curious. He had clearly seen hatred and anger in the other person's eyes just now. If he wasn't mistaken, the other person must have deeply resented the boy named Toby. Yet, the other person gave a completely different answer. What could have caused him to change his mind? Oaklesis didn't understand, but Gordon knew perfectly well that he couldn't kill Annie here. Annie might be killed in this cycle, but she would be resurrected in the next. More importantly, without Annie, he might not be able to break this cycle alone. He needed Annie's help now. "All right." Oaklesis shrugged and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a group of soldiers arrived late, bringing Annie unharmed and seemingly quite content. After Annie and Gordon entered the study, the soldiers closed the door, leaving only the three of them in the room. "All right, there's no one else here. Sit down and eat," Oaklesis said. Annie and Gordon exchanged glances, then simultaneously began wolfing down their food. Oaklesis smiled slightly. "While you're eating, let me explain the mission arrangements. I have someone take you to the vicinity of the capital. In half a month, a boss's granddaughter will depart from the capital to study at the Magic Academy in the south. There will be assassins sent to kill her. You must strike at that time, decisively eliminating these assassins to gain a boss's trust." Annie's heart skipped a beat. "Granddaughter? That's Liana." However, she looked up, still chewing on a piece of meat, and asked, "For this plan, we even have to kill our own people?" Oaklesis chuckled and shook his head. "Those aren't my men." "Huh?" Annie was puzzled. Oaklesis explained, "They're assassins sent from the southern villages. A boss brutally suppressed their uprising years ago, and they always harbored resentment, hence their desire for revenge. And we happen to know their movements, so this plan is perfect." Gordon asked, "Since you know the assassins' movements, a boss likely knows too, allowing him to prepare in advance." Oaklesis said, "He won't know. Don't worry about that. You just need to defeat those assassins, I handle the rest." Annie. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "As the Imperial Marshal, a boss's men must be all highly skilled. If even his guards can't handle this, how can we defeat those assassins?" "Of course you can," Oaklesis said. "During the test just now, I saw immense power in you both. Of course, it's unrealistic to expect two elemental mages to fight a group of desperados, so I give this to you." With that, Oaklesis pulled an item from under his desk. After Annie and Gordon saw its full appearance, they both stood up immediately. This is a divine artifact, the Azure Phoenix Wings," Oaklesis said slowly. "With this, you can maintain aerial advantage, and repelling those assassins will be a piece of cake." But the two didn't hear a word of Oaklesis's words. Their eyes were fixed on the azure wings before them. Weren't these the same wings on the back of the mysterious woman who killed Gordon in the previous cycle? This thing. Annie felt a little thirsty. "Oh!" Oaklesis slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot to mention, this artifact is wind-based. Can you use it?" Gordon looked at Annie and asked, "I remember you." Annie sensed that wind elemental power was beginning to awaken within her, though she hadn't noticed it recently. "I can use wind elemental power, but to activate an artifact." Oaklesis handed the Azure Phoenix Wings to Annie. "It's alright, just try it a few times. It's easy to master, but you have to return it to that woman after you're done." Annie and Gordon instantly thought of the mysterious woman, and both felt a chill run down their spines. "Won't it be dangerous for us to hold this?" Annie asked cautiously. Octrius laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it seems you know that woman. But don't worry, she won't cause you any trouble, she even thank you. Of course, you can't say I gave her this, you have to say you got it from bandits. Bandits? Annie was a little puzzled, but since Octrius said that, there must be a reason. Alright. Octrius waved his hand and said, it's getting late. Go and rest. Prepare well recently. You be setting off in 3 days. The rest is up to you. If you succeed in the mission, you be heroes of the Empire. Annie and Gordon didn't care about being heroes. Their main concern was that this mission would allow them to get close to a boss and reunite with Liana. For the remaining 3 days, the two didn't have much to prepare. Annie, however, kept trying to use the Azure Phoenix wings, but it was, after all, a divine artifact, and mastering it was quite difficult. Fortunately, Annie was quick to learn and soon grasped the knack. On the 3rd day, she finally took flight successfully. Octrius looked at Annie swaying in the sky, a smile on his face. Dina, standing beside him, asked, are we just going to let them go like this? Ecclesis replied calmly, there's nothing wrong with that. Even if they fail, it won't be a loss for the Empire. They won't find anything. Everything is going according to plan. At that moment, Annie descended from the sky, and Octrius greeted her, saying, truly a young hero. To master the Azure Phoenix wings in such a short time, even that woman would be astonished. Annie finally voiced her question, who exactly is this woman you speak of? Who is she? Ecclesis's lips curled slightly. She's a mysterious person, detached from the world, roaming freely, righting wrongs, and no one even knows her. What's her name? Huh? Annie was even more confused. Her strength should be among the top in the Empire. How could she be an unknown person? Ecclesis said, of course she's not an unknown person, but no one knows where she comes from. They only know she's invincible because she uses wind elemental magic, hence the nickname Kiss of the Wind God. But in reality, she's just a Qi Yuan level expert. In this small secular country, a high-level Li Yuan level expert is already considered a master, while a Qi Yuan level expert is basically the ultimate in overwhelming power. For example, in the last cycle, Gordon forcibly increased his strength through God-level magic. Even an ordinary Li Yuan level expert would have to put in some effort to kill him. But that Kiss of the Wind God easily used Gordon as a punching bag, and Gordon had no power to resist. Denard added, you don't need to know much about that woman, because she has no political stance and never interferes in the Empire's political affairs, so you don't need to worry. Even so, the mysterious woman still put considerable psychological pressure on Anne and Gordon. Ecclessis took out a map and handed it to Anne. You're setting off today. My men won't be with you. This is to prevent your identities from being exposed. So, everything from now on is in your hands. This isn't just my personal expectation of you, but the expectation of the entire Empire. If you fail, the Empire will be in danger. If you succeed, you will receive the Empire's highest honor. And opened the map, and saw that it marked the route of Imperial Marshal Abbas 2 weeks later, as well as the assassin's specific locations and plans. Gordon glanced at it and scoffed. Can an assassination like this really succeed? Denard said, don't underestimate those assassins. Their homes have been destroyed, their families killed. They're carrying out this assassination mission with a death wish. They're a force to be reckoned with. Annie stroked her chin. If that's the case, Abbas's little granddaughter is really in danger. Gordon chuckled. Maybe she died like this in this reincarnation. Annie wholeheartedly agreed. After all, Liana's death in the previous reincarnation was quite outrageous. After exchanging some information with Octrius, Annie and Gordon set off. Their destination was on the main road leading from the capital to the Southern Territory. Based on the timeline, they would arrive 2 days early, giving them time to prepare. According to their initial plan, the two were to disguise themselves as mercenaries, so they changed out of their training uniforms and into mercenary attire. To speed up their journey, they rented a caravan's carriage and traveled with the caravan towards the capital. Do you think our plan will succeed this time? Gordon asked, murmured, sitting at the front of the carriage, gazing at the distant, layered mountains. Annie smiled. There's nothing to worry about. As long as Liana sees us, she recognizes us, and things will be much easier. We fight off those assassins together, and then work with Liana to break this cycle. Gordon turned around, revealing his pale and thin face. But you said she has memories of the previous cycle, so she should remember me, right? What if she doesn't trust us? Annie stroked her chin. That's a problem, but with me here, explaining things to her should be manageable. Gordon didn't speak, but shook his head and continued looking ahead. Annie sensed something was off about Gordon's behavior, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She simply shrugged, patted Born beside her, and said through soul communication, "Brother Born, let's hurry up and cultivate. It probably takes some effort to repel those assassins." Born nodded, and the two began cultivating. However, because Gordon was nearby, they didn't overuse the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique, slowing their cultivation considerably. Liana rode a horse, her face full of worry. In the previous cycle, she had died at the hands of the little boy she had once helped, which saddened her. What troubled her even more was that the two people from the Celestial Library she had encountered earlier had vanished. Compared to Annie and Born, Liana desperately wanted to find them. She had been trapped here for over 100 years, and it was only with great difficulty that she had encountered people who had entered this cycle from the outside. Even if they couldn't get out immediately, at least having two more people could help her find a way out. This reincarnation took her back to when she was 8 years old. Some time ago, her grandfather Abbas arranged for her to travel from the capital to a magic school in the south to study magic. At that time, she had only recently awakened her power of light, and her strength was only at the first level of the origin realm. To ensure her safety, Abbas dispatched a 10-man night squad, each member possessing high-level origin realm strength, with the captain being a third-level outer realm expert. A truly impressive escort. However, everyone knew Liana's identity, and no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble for Abbas's granddaughter. Even if someone did kidnap Liana, they would essentially be sentenced to death. Abbas would use all his power to eliminate them. It was late summer, and the weather was stiflingly hot, making breathing extremely difficult. Liana held a small fan and slowly fanned herself, finally feeling a slight coolness. Chapter 702. Sigh, I still need to cultivate and improve my strength to be able to protect myself. I hope I can survive this time and encounter those two again, Liana lamented. Just then, their carriage slowly approached a fork in the road. This fork divided the road into two paths, and their group chose to go left without hesitation. However, the road on the left was not flat, but a steep uphill slope, which instantly slowed the group's progress. "Attention everyone!" The captain shouted from the front of the carriage, "There's a big slope here. After we get over it, we can rest." His voice echoed in the air, ensuring everyone could hear him clearly. Hearing the captain shout, the people in the group perked up and adjusted their posture. The horses seemed to sense their master's expectations. They exerted all their strength, their hooves pawing the ground as they struggled forward. Despite the horses' best efforts, their speed remained very slow due to the steep slope. Every step required tremendous effort. The horses' hooves left deep footprints on the ground, accompanied by heavy breathing and loud snorting. After a period of climbing, the group finally approached the top of the slope. However, just then, the captain, who was at the front, suddenly saw a dark shape appear on the top. He squinted, trying to see what it was. But as the shape gradually revealed itself, the captain's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Scatter!" However, the people behind him were focused on climbing, and even though they heard the captain shout, they had no idea what was happening ahead. Liana also looked up, curiously gazing ahead, only to see a gigantic stone sphere rumbling down. The sphere was enormous, completely blocking the road, and with cliffs on both sides, there was no way to avoid it. In this critical moment, the captain gritted his teeth and shouted, "Protect the young lady!" The others reacted quickly. Since escape was impossible, they had no choice but to fight. They were all mages. If they simultaneously unleashed their magic, they should be able to shatter the boulder. So, the 10 of them dismounted and lined up in front of Liana. As the boulder rolled down, the 10 of them released their magic simultaneously, roaring as their powerful magic collided violently with the boulder. Boom! After a deafening crash, the boulder was actually stopped. Then, with a crack, countless cracks appeared on the stone, but it didn't completely shatter. Aya! 2 weaker knights clutched their hands and collapsed to their knees, crying out in pain. The powerful impact of the boulder had broken both their arms. The others were in no better shape. Although they weren't seriously injured, they were still on the slope. If they let go now, the boulder would continue to roll down, but Liana was behind them. If the boulder continued to roll, Liana would be the first to suffer. So they dared not let go. "Hold on, brothers," the captain forced out through gritted teeth. He too was giving it his all. Without him, a powerful cultivator at the outer Yuan level, these mages at the core Yuan level would have no chance against the boulder. "Captain, I can't hold on any longer," a knight cried out hoarsely. The captain glanced at him, then said, "Everyone, slowly retreat." His goal was simple, to retreat from here to the beginning of the slope, thus relieving their pressure. However, just as they began to move, several ropes suddenly cascaded down from the nearby cliff face, and several men in black descended using them. "Damn it!" the captain exclaimed in alarm. Undoubtedly, they had been ambushed. The men in black ignored the knights held back by the boulders and charged directly at Liana. The captain's eyes widened in fury. He wanted to rescue her, but if he let go, the boulder would crush his men and Liana into a bloody pulp. But if he didn't intervene, Liana would be kidnapped, and as the commander of the guards, he bore undeniable responsibility. Even back in the army, he would be severely punished by the marshal. Liana was equally startled. Watching the men in black rapidly approach, she could only manage a bitter smile. Looks like this cycle is about to begin again. However, at the critical moment, two figures suddenly appeared, knocking the approaching men in black away and sending them crashing to the ground. Liana was slightly taken aback, then recognized them as the two guards whose arms had been severed by the boulder. Courting death. The group of men in black were instantly enraged, surrounding the two guards and hacking them to death with their blades. Although the two guards were no ordinary men, possessing top-tier strength even in the army, their broken arms and the overwhelming force of their numbers meant they could only die in the line of duty, roaring in despair. Seizing her opportunity, Liana pulled on the reins. Her horse neighed, turned sharply, and galloped down the slope. "Quick, don't let her get away!" With a shout from the lead man in black, those who had been hiding on either side of the road appeared like ghosts. They were well-trained and swift, blocking Liana's path in the blink of an eye. These men in black gripped a rope tightly. In perfect unison, they pulled sharply at one end. With a whoosh, a thick, sturdy rope appeared like lightning in front of Liana's horse. It all happened so fast that Liana didn't even have time to react. Her horse, galloping towards her, was suddenly tripped by the unexpected rope. Its hooves struck the rope, and the horse, losing its balance, let out a terrified neigh before tumbling forward as if pushed by a tremendous force. Liana, seated on horseback, was completely unprepared for this turn of events. The powerful inertia threw her forward violently. As the horse crashed to the ground, she was tossed into the air like a kite with a broken string. The captain's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Liana was just a little girl. Falling from such a height, even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Liana herself felt the same way. She was already used to dying. Even dying like this wouldn't cause her much emotional distress. She could only relax her body and await death. Finally. Is it going to succeed? The leader of the men in black watched this scene with burning eyes, his heart filled with excitement. My great revenge has finally been achieved. Abbas, this is your retribution. My vengeance has only just begun. However, just when everyone thought Liana was doomed, a stream of water suddenly appeared from nowhere, tightly enveloping Liana as she fell from midair, and gently placing her on the ground. The leader of the men in black was taken aback, his brows furrowing instantly. He shouted, "Who goes there?" The other men in black also paled, not expecting there to be others present. They quickly moved forward, surrounding Liana to prevent her from escaping again. TCH, a bunch of clowns, daring to act so arrogantly in front of me. A slightly hunched figure appeared. It was Gordon. He held a curved knife and slowly walked up to Liana. The leader of the men in black frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Gordon didn't answer him, but turned to look at Liana. Upon seeing Gordon's face, Liana was immediately startled. You're Gobert? I didn't expect you to actually remember me." Gordon chuckled. "Looks like you really do have memories from the previous cycle. That brat Anna wasn't lying to me." Liana's eyes lit up. A beautiful yet cold face flashed through her mind. It was Born from the previous cycle. Because Annie and Born hadn't introduced themselves before the end of the previous cycle, Liana didn't know their names, not even their pseudonyms, so naturally, she misunderstood. "Liana!" A soft voice called out behind her. Liana immediately turned around and saw a young man with a youthful face. You're Anna?" Annie nodded. "Sorry, I didn't have time to introduce myself before. My name is Anna. In this cycle, I won't let you die in front of me again." Liana turned and looked around. "You're here. Where's that fat guy?" "Fat guy?" Annie was taken aback, then realized she was a fat guy in her last reincarnation. I was that fat guy." Liana's eyes widened. You were that fat guy?" Then, woof woof. Suddenly, a dog barked at her feet. A large yellow dog looked up at her, its tail wagging gently. "That grumpy-faced woman is right here," Annie said, pointing at the dog. Woof woof woof. The dog barked twice, seemingly expressing its displeasure. "Hey, Annie, who are you calling grumpy?" Liana was speechless. After all, she always returned to this body in each reincarnation, though at different ages, it was still the same person. But she hadn't expected that others could change their identities in different reincarnations, even their species. This was too outrageous. "Hey!" a cold voice said, "have you all finished talking?" The leader of the men in black had a grim expression, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Gordon stepped in front of Liana and said to Annie, "Proceed according to the original plan." Annie nodded and immediately activated her wind elemental power. With a whoosh, a pair of dazzling wings sprouted from her back, much to everyone's astonishment. Azure Phoenix wings? Liana's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? Where did you get them?" "There's no time to explain," Annie said, hugging Liana tightly. Since Liana was still young, and Annie's current body's owner, Toby, was about 3 years older than Liana, they were roughly the same age. Liana, embraced by Annie, immediately caught a whiff of a boy's distinctive scent, her face flushing red and her body stiffening. Annie, however, remained oblivious. She flapped her wings forcefully, slowly lifting Liana off the ground. The leader of the men in black, seeing this, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Don't let them get away." The surrounding men in black moved at his command, rushing towards Annie to pull them down. Gordon sneered, "Want to get past? No way." His curved blade flashed with a chilling light as he slashed fiercely at the leading man in black. The man in black, seeing Gordon's young age and slender build, paid him little attention, casually swinging his long sword to force Gordon back. However, Gordon's scimitar, like a venomous snake, bypassed the opponent's swinging long sword and slashed across the man's throat. Blood spurted out, and the man in black's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling lifeless. "Damn, this kid's ruthless," one of the men in black exclaimed in horror. The leader of the men in black was taken aback, realizing Gordon's extraordinary abilities. Without a word, he stepped forward, his longsword transforming into a fiery serpent as he attacked Gordon. Gordon frowned, sensing that the opponent's aura had also reached the Liyuan realm. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He glanced around and saw Annie already carrying Liana into the air. "Hee, I'm not playing with you anymore, bye-bye." Gordon chuckled, producing a black sphere in his hand. He slammed it to the ground, where it exploded in a cloud of smoke with a bang. With their vision blocked, the leader of the men in black also lost sight of his target. He could only unleash his fire serpents to rage through the smoke, but when the smoke cleared, Gordon was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it!" The leader of the men in black gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour Gordon alive. Seeing that Liana was safely out of danger, the captain of the guards roared without hesitation, "Retreat!" The shout exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The instant they heard the order, all the guards seemed to move, as if by telepathy, simultaneously releasing their strength. They nimbly scattered to both sides, using both hands and feet, climbing the stone wall as quickly as monkeys. The boulder, now without resistance, rolled down mercilessly with a deafening roar. One guard, moving a little too slowly, was unfortunately crushed by the boulder, letting out a scream before dying instantly. Fortunately, most of the guards, with their agility and quick reflexes, managed to avoid being crushed by the boulder and survive. Compared to the guards, the men in black were not so lucky. Their strength was relatively weaker, and the initial fog severely impaired their vision, causing their judgment to be a step behind the guards. By the time they finally realized the threat of the boulder, it was already charging towards them at an astonishing speed, like a raging beast. "Scatter!" the leader of the men in black shouted, leading the way as he climbed onto the rock face. Seeing this, the other men in black, as if waking from a dream, scattered in all directions, desperately trying to escape the impact range of the boulder. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, many men in black, unable to react in time, were mercilessly crushed by the boulder, instantly turning into a bloody pulp, a gruesome sight. Chapter 703. Anne and Liana stood atop the mountain, their brows furrowing slightly, as they looked at the bloody scene below. Liana let out a long sigh. "Phew, Anna, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be stuck in this cycle again." Annie smiled slightly. "You're welcome. After all, I wanted to find a way to break this cycle with you. We can't stay trapped here forever." Liana sighed. "Unfortunately, I have no clue how to break this cycle." Annie stroked her chin. "Each time you reincarnate, the starting point is different, and the way you die is different, but is there anything the same?" Liana thought carefully. "If there's anything the same, it's the basic direction in which this world operates. Similarly, no matter what time period I appear in, the people around me are basically the same, except for you, of course. Annie asked, so, in your eyes, Dinar has always been the same? Liana shook her head. Dina is an exception. I usually see Dinar when he's young. He's always been gentle and refined, and very helpful. He's a well-known gentleman in the capital's aristocratic circles. But in the last cycle, I saw Dinar like that for the first time, and it really surprised me. Why did Dinar become like that? Annie frowned slightly, as if she had found a clue. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a long knife thrust straight down from the cliff. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she immediately pulled Liana behind her. With a soft thud, Annie's arm was pierced by the long knife, and blood flowed freely. Back off. Gordon appeared beside Annie without her noticing. He shouted, his curved blade slashing at the owner of the long sword, the leader of the men in black. The leader of the men in black snorted coldly, his blade flashing as he clashed head-on with Gordon. Gordon grunted, staggering back several steps before finally regaining his footing. He said to Annie with a grave expression, this guy is a transcendent realm expert. He's not easy to deal with. Annie clutched her wound, trying to temporarily stop the bleeding with her magic, but due to the size of the wound, she couldn't stop it immediately. Let me do it. Liana extended her right hand and gently pressed it on Annie's wound. A gentle power was released, slowly healing Annie's injury. However, Liana had only recently awakened her magic, and her healing spells were still somewhat sluggish, causing the wound to heal very slowly. The sun slowly sank behind the mountains, as if dragged by an invisible hand, disappearing little by little below the horizon. The setting sun, like blood, dyed the cliffs a crimson, so intense it seemed like the blood flowing from the earth torn apart. A howling wind whipped up rocks, hurling them like raindrops against the cliff face, each impact producing a crisp sound before plunging into the valley. The leader of the men in black stood on the edge of the cliff like the Grim Reaper, shrouded in a pale red mist that obscured his face. The longsword in his hand gleamed with a dark red light, as if burning with the flames of hell. When he swung the sword, the blade sliced through the air with a series of crackling sounds, sending chills down one's spine. Annie appeared somewhat disheveled, her right sleeve was soaked in blood, the shocking red mingling with the afterglow of the setting sun. Behind her, the wings of the azure phoenix were already spread, ready to carry Liana away at any moment. Water prison. Annie gritted her teeth and swung her wand, a torrent of water gushing from its tip. The leader of the men in black sneered and sidestepped, his long sword cleaving through the water curtain. Before the steam had even dissipated, he was already in front of Gordon. The instant the scimitar clashed with the flaming blade, Gordon felt an immense force, his hand splitting open, the force forcing him to his knees, spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the rock beneath his knee. Annie's water prison missed its mark, mainly due to the injury to her arm. The man in black suddenly spun and swung his blade, flames transforming into venomous pythons that coiled towards Annie's azure phoenix wings. Watch out! Gordon threw his scimitar, deflecting the fire python, but was himself kicked in the chest by the man in black as he turned, the sound of breaking ribs clearly audible. However, the azure phoenix wings lived up to their reputation as a divine artifact. Although the leader of the men in black's magical attack struck his left wing, it didn't cause him any harm. So it really is the wings of the azure phoenix. The leader of the men in black murmured. He knew that if he couldn't restrict their flight, they would likely escape again, and then things would be much worse. He would face a boss's bloody revenge. Just as the leader of the men in black was about to attack Annie again, a figure blocked his way. Gordon's eyes were gloomy, his body shrouded in black mist, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, like a demon crawling out of hell. Your opponent is me. The leader of the men in black was taken aback, his tone tinged with surprise. A necromancer? A boss is involved with necromancers? Before the other could react, Gordon's scimitar drew a strange arc in the black mist, then thrust out. The power of death formed a thick magical field around him, the black mist coiling around his limbs like living things, making his movements increasingly unpredictable. The leader of the men in black parried with his sword, his magic surging as he unleashed a ball of flame. Gordon's eyes narrowed, and the black mist surrounding him instantly condensed into several sharp-boned spikes, shooting towards the leader. The leader sneered, sweeping his longsword horizontally, the flames exploding and incinerating the bone spikes. But in that instant, Annie's magic descended, a blue light shield enveloping Gordon, enhancing his defense. With this protection, Gordon's death energy surged dramatically, the black mist churning like a raging torrent, briefly suppressing the men in black's flames. Gordon seized the opportunity, his figure flashing like a ghost behind the men in black, his curved blade aimed straight for their backs. The men in black reacted swiftly, dodging the fatal blow and slashing back at Gordon's neck. Gordon barely managed to parry, but was thrown back several steps by the force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His death energy, though strange, was still wounded. Just as the men in black were about to press their advantage, a flash of silver light suddenly attacked from the side. Clang! The captain of the guard's longsword precisely parried the leader of the men in black's longsword, sparks flying. His eyes were cold, his sword blade wreathed in chilling icy power, fiercely clashing with the flames of the men in black. "I won't let you bully the juniors again," the captain of the guard said coldly. The leader of the men in black's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected the captain of the guard to climb the cliff at this moment. He immediately retreated several steps, but the captain's attack followed like a storm. The collision of ice and fire exploded in ripples of energy at the edge of the cliff, cracking rocks and surging air currents. Gordon seized the opportunity to adjust his breathing. The black mist condensed again, intertwining with Annie's water elemental magic to form a blockade, completely cutting off the men in black's retreat. The assassin in black finally showed a hint of panic. His previously overwhelming strength was now proving insufficient against the combined attack of the three. The captain of the guard's swordsmanship was superb, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Gordon's death energy was unpredictable and difficult to defend against, the black mist constantly eroding his movements. Annie's magic precisely filled every opening. Damn it! The assassin in black cursed through gritted teeth, the flame on his long sword flickering, clearly indicating his magic was becoming unstable. The captain of the guard seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards his wrist. The assassin barely dodged, but Gordon's curved blade grazed his ribs, blood instantly soaking his black clothes. He groaned, finally realizing that continuing the fight would inevitably lead to defeat. The leader of the assassins immediately turned to flee, but an ice wall blocked his path. Annie's hands trembled slightly as she managed to cast the spell. The leader of the men in black roared, his longsword slamming into the ice wall with searing force, shattering it to pieces. However, in that brief moment of delay, the captain of the guards had already arrived behind him. "Die!" Without hesitation, the captain plunged his sword into the leader's back. The leader groaned, his eyes filled with resentment and despair, before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Gordon, exhausted, knelt on one knee, the black mist slowly dissipating. The captain of the guard sheathed his sword, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield before finally settling on Liana. "Miss, are you all right?" Liana shook her head. "I'm fine. They protected me." The captain looked at Annie and Gordon, then gave a solemn military salute. "Thank you for your help. I will report this to the marshal, and he will surely reward you." Liana said, "Let's talk about the reward later. They're mercenaries from the neighborhood. If possible, I'd like them to come with me to the magic school. Afterwards, I personally take them to see Grandpa." The captain of the guard hesitated, his gaze involuntarily glancing at Gordon. Liana smiled slightly. "It's all right. Although he's a necromancer, he saved me after all. He's a good person. As long as he doesn't release his death power in the city, he'd be fine." The captain of the guard could only compromise. "All right then, but if I want to take them, I need to report to the marshal." Liana nodded. "Whether you report or not is up to you. I can't control you." At this moment, the other men in black, seeing their leader killed, realized their mission had failed and scattered like birds, fleeing for their lives. The remaining guards didn't pursue them, as they were outnumbered, and even if they chased, they might not achieve anything. The group finally reunited at the top of the hill. Liana's side had lost 4 guards, while the men in black had left behind more than 10 corpses, including their leader. The captain of the guard whispered a few words in a soldier's ear before letting him leave alone, presumably to report to the marshal's mansion in the capital. The captain then looked at Liana. "Miss, it's getting dark, but we're still some distance from the town. We must hurry, or we won't be able to enter before the city gates close." Liana looked at the tired faces of the group, some of them wounded, and sighed. "Let's not worry about it. Let's set up camp nearby and rest. Everyone's exhausted from this battle, and some of the wounded need treatment." The captain shook his head. "It's too dangerous to camp around here, Liana waved her hand. "It's all right. With you all here, no one can hurt me." Just then, a small team of about 10 men approached from behind. Annie looked closely, and saw that the leader was none other than Mocha. The guard captain was also somewhat surprised. "What's Mocha doing here? Shouldn't he be in the cavalry camp?" As Mocha drew closer, he looked at Liana with concern and said, "Miss, are you all right? I heard you were attacked." Liana shook her head. I'm fine, but you? How did you get here? Mocha explained. The marshal sent me. He was worried about your safety, so he sent me with men to follow you. Liana scratched her head. Did Grandpa know about this attack too? Mocha approached the captain of the guard and said sternly, What are you doing? Why did you put Miss in such a dangerous situation? The captain of the guard opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. After all, he had indeed been negligent, failing to send someone to check the area ahead beforehand. If he had discovered the boulder earlier, they wouldn't have been ambushed so badly. If anything happens to Miss, I'd like to see how you explain it to the marshal. Mocha continued to approach step by step. Liana quickly said, Don't blame him. I'm fine now, aren't I? Thanks to these two warriors. As she spoke, she looked at Annie and Gordon. Mocha's gaze also fell upon them. Annie's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Mocha knows them both. If he reveals their true identities, given Marshal Abbas's personality, he will never allow them to stay by Liana's side. Even with Liana's guarantee, it won't work. Unexpectedly, Mocha glanced at them, and then said, Oh, thank you so much. Judging from your attire, you must be mercenaries. Would you be interested in entering the marshal's mansion? Annie was stunned, her face full of confusion. Mocha clearly knew them, but her reaction was as if they were meeting for the first time. Gordon, however, immediately said, We also admire the marshal's reputation. It would be wonderful if we could enter the marshal's mansion. The captain of the guard frowned. Mocha, their identities are currently unknown, and you don't have the authority to let them into the marshal's mansion, do you? Mocha chuckled. I don't think so. After all, you're all dead. If they bring Mrs. Body back intact, they should be able to enter the marshal's mansion smoothly, right? What? The captain of the guard's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. However, the next moment, a cold light flashed, and the captain of the guard's head flew into the air, blood spurting out. Everyone froze. The firelight illuminated Mocha's blood-stained face, making him appear eerily unsettling. Do it! Mocha's lips curled into a cruel smile. Instantly, his knights attacked, killing all the already wounded guards. The air was filled with the stench of blood once more. Mocha, you? Liana couldn't believe her eyes. Mocha walked towards her step by step, his long sword still dripping blood. Miss, it's time for you to go. Chapter 704. What are you doing? Annie immediately stepped in front of Liana, shouting sharply at Mocha. Mocha grinned. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You got talent, Toby. Gordon said in a deep voice, Can't you tell? This guy's one of Okris's. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly remembered what had happened before. No wonder Mocha had released them so readily, when the special operations team tried to take them away. Mocha raised an eyebrow, looking at Gordon and saying, As expected of an excellent commander, you figured it out so quickly? That's right. The cavalry battalion never had a recruitment plan in the first place. His Excellency the Duke sent me to the recruit training camp to select candidates for the plan. You are lucky to have been chosen and to serve the country. Our plan has one final step. He then looked at Liana, his tone filled with murderous intent, Kill her. And stepped forward and said, But killing her isn't part of the plan. The Duke told us before that we should save her to gain the Marshal's trust. Now the plan has changed, Mocha smiled. His Excellency the Duke wants to get rid of this girl, so that Old Man Abbas will be enraged, leading to a life-or-death struggle with the resistance forces in the southern villages. When they are both weakened, Abbas's influence will be significantly diminished. Even if Abbas dies, the court won't be greatly shaken. But then, wouldn't we be unable to get close to Abbas? Annie asked. Mocha shrugged. With me here, how could we not get close? Annie was taken aback, then instantly understood Mocha's meaning. With Mocha as an undercover agent, how could they not successfully infiltrate Annie and the others? Mocha slightly rotated his blade, a cold glint in his eyes, and said, All right, shall we do it, or shall I? Annie swallowed hard. The strongest guard captain was already dead, and the other guards were all Mocha's victims. Annie and her companion alone probably couldn't stop him. Never mind, we stop him even if we can't. Annie took a deep breath, once again channeling her wind elemental magic, and unfurled her azure phoenix wings. Gordon instantly produced 4 smoke bombs, throwing them heavily to the ground. With a bang, smoke billowed out. Taking advantage of this moment, Annie scooped up Liana and flew into the air. Huh? Mocha was startled. What are you doing? Annie didn't answer, simply carrying Liana as they fled into the distance. Stop them! Mocha immediately ordered, simultaneously firing an ice spike from his right hand, aiming directly at Liana in midair. Annie strained to activate her wind elemental magic, quickly changing direction to barely dodge the attack, but the ice spike still grazed her calf. Annie let out a soft groan, her magic momentarily disrupted, and she lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. Mocha seized the opportunity to rush forward, his longsword thrusting fiercely at Liana. Just then, a cloud of black mist appeared, and 3 Gordons attacked Mocha from different directions. Mocha was clearly taken aback, not expecting Gordon to possess such a bizarre clone magic, but he held the advantage. Child's play, utterly worthless before me. Mocha swung his longsword, forcing back 2 of Gordon's clones, quickly locating Gordon's main body, and unleashed another ice spike. Although Gordon's cultivation level was inferior to Mocha's, he still possessed considerable combat experience. He feigned retreat, seemingly charging head-on at the ice spikes, but actually spun around, leaping into the air and somersaulting over them. His curved blade, trailing black mist, slashed towards Mocha. Mocha's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What courage!" But he showed no mercy, parrying Gordon's attack with his long sword and simultaneously delivering a flying kick to Gordon's abdomen. Gordon was sent flying like a sandbag. His ribs were already broken, and this latest blow caused him to cough up blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Damn it, this body. Gordon gritted his teeth. He was extremely dissatisfied with the body's strength. If it were his own body, even with a lower cultivation level, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Whoosh! Gordon's 2 clones immediately rushed forward, attacking Mocha's vitals from above and below. Mocha sneered, "Even my main body isn't a match for me, and these 2 clones dare to be so arrogant." He unleashed a water blade from his long sword, powerfully deflecting the clones' attacks. Simultaneously, he shifted his body sideways, instantly appearing before one of the clones. His longsword thrust out at an uncanny angle, piercing directly through the clone's heart. With a single strike, Mocha didn't hesitate. He turned and slashed again, unleashing another water blade that cleaved the other clone in 2. Bang! Bang! The 2 clones exploded, transforming into 2 clouds of black mist that merged back into Gordon's body. Mocha's lips curled into a sneer. "How about it? Let's see what else you have." However, before he could finish, the previously heavily injured Gordon slowly rose to his feet. The black mist surrounding him thickened, and his muscles seemed to come alive, writhing incessantly. Gordon raised his blood-red eyes, staring intently at Mocha. "Don't be too happy, Captain Mocha." The night was as dark as ink. Mocha's longsword gleamed with a chilling blue light under the moonlight, its blade wreathed in flowing water patterns, like a frozen river poised to burst forth. Gordon's scimitar, on the other hand, was enveloped in dark necromantic power, the blade faintly displaying twisted, wailing faces, as if countless souls were struggling within its blade. "Your power. What is it?" Mocha's voice was icy cold, his longsword pointing diagonally at the ground, the water droplets dripping from its tip instantly freezing. Gordon grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. "I wouldn't hesitate to make a deal with the devil if it could stop you." Before his words even finished, he sprang into action, his scimitar flashing a chilling black light, aimed straight for Mocha's throat. Mocha neither dodged nor evaded, meeting the attack with his long sword. The moment the 2 blades clashed, a piercing metallic screech erupted, sparks and water droplets flying everywhere. The 2 figures rapidly crisscrossed the narrow mountaintop, their swordplay and blade flashes almost tearing through the night. Gordon's attacks were ferocious and relentless, each swing of his scimitar carried the corrosive power of the undead, the ground withering instantly, as the blade's energy swept across it. Mocha, however, was like an unshakable iceberg. As his longsword danced, water elements condensed into countless tiny ice crystals, weaving an invisible defensive net in the air, dissolving Gordon's deathly power one by one. Bang! After a full-force clash, both men staggered back several steps. Gordon's chest heaved violently, necromantic energy writhing beneath his skin like a living thing. Mocha's breathing remained steady, but a hint of seriousness crept into his eyes. "You have indeed grown stronger," Mocha said calmly, "but you haven't yet mastered this power." He suddenly held his longsword upright before his chest, the water-like patterns on its blade flowing rapidly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Gordon's pupils contracted, he instinctively sensed danger, but it was too late. Mocha's longsword slashed down fiercely, a dazzling icy blue sword aura tearing through the ground, freezing rocks and solidifying the air in its wake. Gordon roared, unleashing his scimitar with all his might, necromantic energy forming a black barrier in an attempt to block. Crack! The sound of the barrier shattering was clearly audible. The icy blue sword aura pierced through Gordon's defenses without hindrance, slashing diagonally down his right shoulder. Blood gushed out, a pale arm flew high into the air, the scimitar clattering to the ground. Gordon staggered backward, no blood flowing from the severed wound on his right shoulder, only the dark, necromantic power dissipating like smoke. His face was ashen, the madness in his eyes gradually replaced by agony. "Aya!" Gordon screamed, clutching his severed arm and collapsing to his knees. Mocha sneered, "Strength forcibly enhanced through external means is ultimately not your own, Gobert, you can't stop me." Just as he was about to turn and finish off Liana, a strange sensation suddenly arose, as if a giant hand had gripped his soul, instantly making him feel as if he had lost control of his body. "Now!" Gordon endured the excruciating pain, rolled over, picked up the scimitar from the ground with his remaining left hand, and hurled it fiercely at Mocha's back. Just as the scimitar was about to pierce Mocha, several soldiers rushed forward and together blocked Gordon's blade. Mocha quickly recovered. He turned around in shock, seeing the scimitar lying on the ground, feeling a lingering fear. If his soldiers hadn't arrived in time, he probably would have been dead. On the other side, several soldiers pinned a dog to the ground. The large yellow dog barked incessantly, a hint of resentment in its eyes. If they had been able to kill Mocha with one blow, they would have had a much better chance of turning the tide, but now... Mocha walked coldly to Liana. Annie tried to block his path, but he kicked her away. Annie clenched her fists. Their cultivation speed had been greatly reduced this time, mainly for two reasons. Firstly, Born had been reincarnated as a large yellow dog, whose body had very limited magical capacity. Even with the help of the soul separation and fusion technique, the effectiveness of their cultivation was greatly diminished. On the other hand, the two had been unable to find a quiet place to train. At the training camp, they were afraid of making a noise and being discovered by Instructor Theodore. At the Duke's mansion, it was even more of a problem. Therefore, the two had only barely reached the high level of the original essence stage. However, Mocha was already at the third level of the outer essence stage. In addition, they had recently fought a fierce battle with assassins from the southern village, greatly depleting their magic power. In particular, Annie's use of Azure Phoenix wings had almost exhausted all her magic power, leaving her completely powerless. Annie, Born, and Gordon were all restrained and could only watch helplessly as Mocha walked step by step towards Liana, raising his long sword. Liana gave a bitter smile and said to the three, "Sorry, it's over again. See you in the next cycle." As soon as the words left her lips, Mocha's long sword fell, and with a soft thud, Liana's head hit the ground, spurting out crimson blood that stained the ground. "No!" Annie tried to scream, but no sound came out. The world before her eyes began to spin. It seemed the cycle of reincarnation had ended again. As the entire world vanished before Annie's eyes, chaos followed. She didn't know how much time had passed before a sliver of light reappeared before her. Clang, clang. A crisp sound reached Annie's ears, instantly waking her. She opened her eyes, and saw a broken bowl in front of her, containing a few scattered coins. This time in reincarnation, I become a beggar? Annie looked at her tattered clothes, her belief only growing stronger. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her, "Hey, Robin, you got a good haul today." Annie's eyes narrowed. Robin. Robin? She looked at the person and immediately recognized her as Seven. Seven. Seven you? Seven reached out and touched Annie's forehead. "Robin, are you running a fever? You seem a little slow." Annie immediately grabbed Seven's hand and asked, "How? How old are you?" Seven looked bewildered. I'm 10 years old. What's wrong? Are you really sick?" Annie swallowed hard. 10 years old. Based on her previous deductions, Robin and Seven were both around 10 years old. This meant they were back in the cycle from before. She quickly asked, "Where's Sister Liana?" "Where is she?" "Liana? Who is she?" Shuji asked, puzzled. "Huh?" Annie frowned. Could it be that Liana hasn't arrived yet? She immediately thought of Born and asked through telepathic communication, "Brother Born, can you hear me?" A short while later, she received a reply from Born, "Annie, where are you?" Annie looked around, and then gave a general location. Not long after, an old woman, leaning on a cane, walked over with faltering steps. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she tentatively asked, "Born, brother?" The old woman smiled bitterly, Yes, it's me." They were silent for a moment, then Born burst out cursing. "Is this memory covenant playing a trick on me? The first time it made me a female slave, the second time it wasn't even human anymore, and the third time it turned me into an old woman. Could it get any more outrageous?" Annie was also speechless, but she still said, "Anyway, you're a person now. Let's find Gordon quickly. No need to look." A cold voice suddenly appeared, startling them. Then a shadow beside them shifted, and a hunched, pale figure appeared in the corner. It was Gobert. Bourne immediately rolled his eyes. Why? You always get to be reborn into Gobert's body, while we're always switching. Chapter 705. Gordon shrugged. What can I do? I was just lucky. Enough of that. Do you guys have any ideas? We can't afford to fail again. Annie stroked her chin and said, since Mocha is an undercover agent, it means he deliberately took all the Manor's troops with him during the assassination attempt before last. Gordon, didn't you notice anything when you assassinated Liana? Gordon shook his head. Although I knew there was a mole around Liana, I didn't know it was Mocha. When I attacked Liana at night, I felt something was strange. Everything went too smoothly. I didn't expect Mocha to have prepared everything for me beforehand. Bourne said, Mocha is incredibly well hidden. But if he was the mole, why did Lexus die? Gordon and Annie both looked thoughtful. Then, and said, all right, let's split up. Gordon, you're an important person to Dinar now. You have access to many things we can't. Go and find out the specific cause of Lexus's death, and also find out when Liana will arrive, and what Dinar's intentions are. What about you guys? Gordon asked, and took a deep breath and said, to ensure we can successfully rescue Liana this time, our strength must be improved rapidly. We find a secluded place to cultivate quietly while waiting for Liana's arrival. Gordon thought for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, okay, no problem. But where should I find you then? Seeing this, Bourne smiled and pointed to a thatched hut not far away, explaining, it's right there, very easy to find. After the three briefly discussed the details, Gordon vanished in a flash, turning into a wisp of black mist, disappearing like a ghost. This scene left Little Seven speechless with astonishment. Her eyes widened, staring in disbelief at what had just happened. In Little Seven's eyes, the once familiar Robin and the old woman now seemed so strange, as if they were no longer the people she knew. She began to doubt her own judgment, a nameless fear and unease welling up within her, and turned to look at Xiaoqi, seeing the fear on her face, and gently patted her back, saying, Xiaoqi, don't be afraid. This has nothing to do with you. I'm going to hide with Grandma for a while. Can you keep this a secret? Looking into Anne's sincere eyes, Xiaoqi's fear lessened slightly, and she nodded, okay. And Bourne then entered the thatched hut, and immediately began cultivating. This time, they held nothing back, fully utilizing the soul-splitting and fusion technique, striving for a breakthrough in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, Gordon returned to the Duke's mansion. In the previous reincarnation, although he worked under Dinard, he was only focused on seeking revenge against Anne and the others, and hadn't learned much about the situation in this world. This time, he wanted to use his identity to learn more. Gobert, where have you been? A deep voice echoed in the hall. Gordon turned to see Dinar looking at him with displeasure. I went to check out the situation in the city. Dinar scoffed. Someone else will check the city. Don't wander around. Don't forget you're a necromancer. It wouldn't be good if that woman found out. Gordon nodded. I know what I'm doing. Dinar flicked his sleeve and turned to say, come with me. I have something to tell you. Gordon followed Dinar to the study. Once the door closed, Gordon asked, what's the mission? Dinar sat down behind his desk, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, a troublesome guy is coming from the capital. Keep your people hidden for a while, understand? Gordon's heart skipped a beat. A troublesome guy? Who is it? A boss's granddaughter, Liana. Oh, so it's her? Gordon's face remained impassive. When will she arrive? Dinar flicked the ash from his cigarette. 3 more days. They already left the capital. My men just received the news. Gordon tentatively asked, is she here with ill intentions? Dinar scoffed. Just a little girl. She's not a threat, but it's best not to let her discover anything. Otherwise, it'd be bad if that old man boss gets suspicious. My plan remains the same. Invite her to a banquet first. I estimate she won't come a second time, which will allow us to avoid contact with her as much as possible. Once she's settled in, we secretly continue our plan. The plan? Gordon's expression faltered slightly. Dina, keenly aware of the change in his expression, frowned. What's wrong? Has it been too long? Don't you even remember our plan? Gordon quickly shook his head. No, I just don't know which stage the plan should continue from now. Dina scoffed. That's not your concern. You just need to know to keep your men hidden for me during this time, and don't cause any trouble. Understand? Gordon could only nod. Understood. Then, can I go? Wait, Dina said. There's one more thing I need you to do. Gordon paused, turning around. What is it? Dina took a stack of documents from a drawer and handed them to Gordon. This is specific information about a target. Go kill him. This is your last mission before Liana arrives. Gordon took the documents, glanced at them briefly, and then said, "Okay, I'm leaving." This time, Dina didn't try to stop him. Gordon vanished in a wisp of black mist. Gordon returned to his secret hideout. He had 30 men under his command, all highly skilled in stealth and assassination, more than 10 of whom were necromancers. This was why Dinar had instructed him to remain hidden. However, before concealing his men, he needed to eliminate the last target Dinar had given him. It was a minor nobleman named Barty, who owned a small fiefdom in the west. He had never been particularly remarkable, and Gordon had no idea why Dinar wanted to kill him this time. However, since it was Dina's request, to avoid arousing Dina's suspicion, he still had to go and deal with this guy. Liana won't be back for about 3 days. I'm setting off for Barty's territory today, and I should be back in the city in about 3 days. That should be enough time. Gordon calculated to himself. From the city, it would only take less than half a day to reach Barty's territory. Dealing with a viscount shouldn't be too difficult. Barty, the imperial viscount, was a very composed middle-aged man. He had no magical talent, only a mage of around the 3rd rank of the origin realm. His ancestors had a glorious history, but due to generations of neglect of cultivation, by his generation, he could only be a viscount. However, Barty had no ambition. He only wanted to live a life like a local tyrant. Under his rule, his territory was quite prosperous, and he was considered one of the more capable rulers in the north. Barty was a rather peaceful person, and didn't get involved much in the power struggles within the central government. Especially in recent years, with the imperial army experiencing some unrest, most people's attention was focused on Marshal Abbas and Duke Lexus, almost forgetting that there was such a minor viscount near the northwestern frontier. That day, Barty, as usual, inspected the situation in several villages within his territory, then returned to his residence. He enjoyed a delicious dinner, and afterwards lay in his small room, enjoying a massage from 2 beautiful women. He lay on the bed, feeling 2 soft, delicate hands gently massaging his back, occasionally letting out soft moans of pleasure. Suddenly, he felt a warm, slippery liquid on his back, which felt incredibly comfortable. He exclaimed, "Oh, is this the new massage oil? It's really nice, give me more, give me more." "Heh, more, huh?" a sinister voice whispered in his ear. Barty felt a chill run down his spine and jumped up. He saw that what was on his back wasn't massage oil at all, but the blood of the 2 women, who were already decapitated and utterly dead. "You, who are you?" Barty stared at the lean man in black before him, his voice trembling. He tried to call for help, but the words caught in his throat. Gordon gripped Barty's neck tightly with one hand. With just a slight tightening, he could send the Viscount to hell. But he didn't. "I can let go, but you have to tell me everything you know." Barty's face turned deathly pale. His mouth gaped open, but he could only manage weak hissing sounds, unable to utter a complete sentence. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, and his body trembled slightly from lack of oxygen. Seeing this, Gordon loosened his grip slightly, allowing Barty to breathe some fresh air. He gasped for breath, like a stranded fish, his greedy expression suggesting he might suffocate at any moment. "Huff, you are Gobert?" Barty asked haltingly. Gordon raised an eyebrow. "You know me?" Barty plopped down on the ground. "Did Dinar send you to kill me?" Gordon scoffed. "Am I the one asking you, or are you asking me?" Barty waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to threaten me. Since Dinar sent you to kill me, he didn't tell you to ask me anything on your own, did he?" Gordon's expression turned cold, and he pressed his curved blade against Barty's throat. "If you say another word, I make sure you can't speak." A flicker of fear crossed Barty's eyes. After all, it's hard to remain indifferent when facing death. Seeing that Barty had calmed down, Gordon narrowed his eyes and asked, "Since you know who I am, then you should know why Dinar wanted to kill you, right?" Barty chuckled. Of course I know, but I didn't expect him to act so quickly." "Don't try to fool me." Gordon snapped. "Answer my questions." Barty swallowed hard, then slowly said, "In this world, only 2 people know how Duke Lexus died, Dinar and me. That's why he wanted to kill me." Gordon frowned. Wasn't the Duke killed in battle?" "Of course not." Barty chuckled. The Duke's strength had already reached the peak of the transcendent realm. If he hadn't encountered a super strong expert at the departed realm, he wouldn't have been without a chance to escape. Then who was he? Barty took a deep breath. Listened carefully. The Duke's real cause of death was Dinar. What? Gordon's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with shock. How is this possible? Why would he kill his own father? Barty chuckled. It's simple. He wants more power. The Duke, though incredibly powerful, has never harbored any intention of rebellion. But Dinar is different. Dinar is extremely ambitious. His goal is the pinnacle of power in the Empire. He wants to seize the throne? Gordon's brow furrowed even deeper. He hadn't expected Dinar to be playing such a grand game. Then he looked at Barty and asked, "And how did you know about this?" Barty gave a wry smile. "Unfortunately, I was involved too. Or rather, without me, he wouldn't have been able to kill the Duke." "You?" Gordon was full of suspicion. After all, with Barty's strength, the Duke could crush him with a single finger. "Don't disbelieve me," Gordon said. "My family has always been renowned for alchemy. Our ancestors left behind many valuable items, including a potion that can temporarily seal magic. I sold this potion to Dinar, and not long after, the Duke died on the battlefield. Isn't that a coincidence?" Gordon pondered for a moment and asked, "If that's the case, why didn't Dinar kill you from the start?" Barty shrugged. "Because I still have value to him. These potions and magical items I possess can provide him with many conveniences, but now my stock is running low, and I'm gradually no longer satisfying his appetite. So he wanted to kill me to silence me." Gordon suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. Liana is arriving soon, and if she contacts Barty, it's very likely that this will be exposed. That's why Dinar initiated the assassination plan against Barty ahead of schedule." Batty suddenly chuckled. Gordon frowned and punched him in the face. "What are you laughing at?" Batty, however, didn't seem to care. He said neurotically, "Gobert, now that you know the secret, do you think Dana will let you off the hook? You end up like me sooner or later." Chapter 706. Gordon sneered, "You're overthinking it. Dinar definitely won't know the questions I'm asking you." Barty shook his head. "Dina is a cunning and ruthless man. You work for him, you should know this best. He's extremely suspicious. Once you're no longer of use to him, he naturally get rid of you. I'm different from you. As long as my strength remains, my usefulness won't disappear." Barty laughed. "Do you think you can predict the actions of someone who can even kill his own father with normal thinking?" Gordon felt he couldn't get any more information from Barty, so without warning, he slashed his curved blade, and Barty's head flew into the air, blood spurting. Barty's expression remained frozen in the previous second, completely unaware that his life had been taken. After all, the other party had provided a lot of valuable information, so Gordon didn't torture him too much, letting him die a quick death. Then Gordon disappeared into the darkness. On the way back, Gordon's mind kept replaying what had just happened. If Dinar really intended to rebel, then the current situation was definitely not normal. Dinar must be secretly plotting something, but on the surface, he was acting like a spoiled rich kid, making everyone lower their guard. This Dinar is truly cunning. How come no one has discovered his conspiracy all these years? Gordon thought to himself, quickening his pace. But he alone can't possibly overthrow the royal family supported by a boss. Some kind of interest group must have formed behind the scenes. So what exactly is his plan? When does he intend to make his move? Time flew by, and today was Liana's arrival day in town. Riding in the middle of the procession, her first stop was naturally the military camp. After a brief meeting there, she headed straight for the town. By this time, a large crowd had already gathered outside the town. Standing at the head of the procession was the spirited Dinar. Seeing Liana's party approaching, he immediately greeted them with a loud laugh. "Ha, Miss Liana, it's been a long time." A flash of disdain crossed Liana's eyes, but she remained composed, saying, "Your Grace, why such a grand welcome? I'm just a nobody. I don't deserve such a warm welcome." Dinar waved his hand. "You're too kind. The Marshal's granddaughter, the commander of the Kark Cavalry, either title is worthy of such a grand reception. Come, come, I prepared a welcome banquet at my residence, just waiting for you." The mere mention of a banquet made Liana feel extremely uncomfortable. She hastily declined, saying, "Forget the banquet. I'm quite tired from my long journey, and would like to go back and rest first." Dinar paused slightly, then nodded. "All right, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my best to fulfill all your requests." "Thank you very much, Your Grace." Then, surrounded by Dinar and the others, Liana entered the city. The townspeople lined up on either side, holding flowers to welcome Liana's arrival. Of course, those who could stand on both sides of the street were all wealthy and noble. The poor were not entitled to attend. In a dark alley, not far from the street, countless soldiers, clad in armor and fully armed, did not allow any poor person to approach. And Bourne remained hidden. They had received news from Gordon that Liana was arriving in the city today, and they also knew Dinar's true purpose. Now they needed an opportunity to make contact with Liana. After 3 days of training, Anne and Bourne were surprised to discover that Robin and the old woman possessed extraordinary magical talent. Robin, in particular, awakened fire elemental power first, and then, with the blessing of the Spirit Division chapter, he awakened lightning power, maximizing his attack power. Bourne, this time, was no longer a necromancer, but a water elemental mage, allowing him to cast a vast ice spell, greatly enhancing his combat power. What do we do now? We can't even get close to the manor, Bourne asked. Annie stroked her chin. No rush, we sneak in from the back later. Bourne shook his head. My invisibility isn't that good yet, and Mocha's here too. With his strength, it'd be difficult for us to slip in quietly. Annie laughed. Don't forget about Gordon. That guy has plenty of ways. Bourne nodded slightly. Yeah, but it's best to be careful. Gordon's identity is our trump card now. We mustn't let Mocha find out. Don't worry. Suddenly, the surrounding shadows shifted, and Gordon slowly revealed himself. He's 100 years away from finding me. Annie asked, how do you plan to get us in? Gordon tossed down a large bundle and said, change into the noble attire here. We pretend to be nobles when we visit. Liana is new here. Many people will definitely come to visit. Getting in shouldn't be a problem. Bourne said, but Liana might not even see us. After all, she's seen this scene before. In her eyes, it's just another cycle. We can't just tell the guards. Just say your name is Anna. Gordon interrupted Bourne. Anne's eyes lit up. That's right. Denar and Mocha don't know who Anna is, but Liana definitely does. Bourne picked up the package on the ground and looked at it. Okay, let's try it. Soon, Annie and Bourne had changed their clothes, looking like an elderly noblewoman with her grandson, and slowly made their way towards Liana's manor. On the way, as Gordon had said, there were far too many people preparing to visit Liana. As the granddaughter of the Imperial Marshal, and also his carefully groomed successor, her status was naturally special. Establishing a relationship with her would be worth half a lifetime of hard work. Bourne finally managed to squeeze through the crowd with Annie and arrive at the manor's entrance. The guard had just dismissed a minor nobleman when he saw Bourne arrive. He immediately said, Miss Liana has traveled a long way and is very tired. She is not receiving guests today. Bourne immediately smiled and said, please inform her that I am Anna, an old friend of Miss Liana. The guard waved his hand impatiently, saying, everyone says so. I can't possibly announce everyone. You should go back. Bourne's expression froze. He hadn't expected to be turned away so quickly. I really am an old friend of Liana's. She will definitely see me as soon as she hears my name. The guard remained unmoved. It's no use wasting your breath on me. Miss has already declared she won't see anyone today. Even Lord Denard came by earlier and left. Do you think you're of higher status than Duke Denard? Bourne was speechless. How could this lowly guard be so persistent, seeing Bourne's frustration, and covered her mouth and chuckled. Stop laughing. Think of something, Bourne muttered, and scratched her head, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She broke free from Bourne's grasp and darted into the manor. The guards were startled and shouted, Stop! Stop him! The guards inside immediately panicked and rushed towards Anne, but Anne was incredibly agile, far beyond what a 10-year-old boy could do. She constantly changed direction, narrowly dodging 4 or 5 guards, drawing gasps from the crowd outside. Hey, aren't you going to do anything about him? A guard yelled at Bourne. Bourne then called out symbolically, Stop it! Come back! However, Annie seemed not to hear him, and ran wildly around the manor, drawing more than a dozen guards in pursuit. This commotion quickly caught Liana's attention. She opened the study window and looked out, immediately seeing Annie running and Bourne at the door. Robin? The old lady? Liana was somewhat surprised, but seeing Robin's agility, she suddenly understood. She immediately turned and went to the study door, saying to the guards outside, That old lady and little boy downstairs are my friends. Bring them to my study. The guard responded and went downstairs. Shortly afterward, Annie and Bourne were brought before Liana. After the door closed, Liana tentatively asked, Anna? Annie nodded and smiled. Here. Liana paused slightly, then gave a wry smile. I didn't expect you to become Robin this time. She then looked at the old woman. Then you? Bourne shrugged. I can't help it. I'm that big yellow dog. Liana breathed a sigh of relief. And Gobert? I'm here. The shadowy figure beside the study shifted, revealing Gobert's form. A strange light flickered in Annie's eyes. Your infiltration skills are impressive. When did you get in? Gordon said calmly. I sneaked in through the back door while you were causing the commotion. Mocha didn't find out, did she? Born asked. Don't worry, Mocha isn't at the manor right now. He's probably gone to find Dinar. Born nodded. Well, since he's Dinar's man, it's about time we met. Liana breathed a sigh of relief. Great. This should be the fastest we ever been together. Annie nodded. Yes, this time we must protect Liana, break the cycle, and return to the real world. Gordon frowned slightly. Protecting Liana shouldn't be too difficult, but breaking the cycle. Do you have any clues? Annie immediately said, based on these 3 cycles, I made some preliminary judgments. First, each time this world restarts. Everything revolves around Liana. No matter whose body we 3 inhabit, we will eventually reunite with her. Therefore, the key to breaking this cycle of reincarnation lies with Liana. Secondly, Liana and Gordon are always in the same body during each reincarnation, indicating that Gobert also plays a crucial role in breaking the cycle. Finally, and most importantly, the direction of this world's operation remains unchanged. But if Liana was already killed on that hillside in the previous cycle, why is she reincarnated here now? There's only one reason. These are multiple parallel world lines. Liana can die at any time without affecting the next reincarnation. Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Born asked, if that's the case, what are the conditions for breaking the cycle? Where should we start? Annie said, I speculate that the key to breaking the cycle lies with Dinar. Dinar? Everyone exchanged glances. Gordon frowned and asked, Dinar intends to rebel. Does that mean that if we stop his plan, we can break the cycle? Annie remained noncommittal. No one knows unless we try. We have no choice but to take the plunge. Liana sighed. That's all we can do now. Do you have any clues about Dinar's plan? Everyone looked at Gordon. After all, he was Dinar's henchman and should know the most. However, Gordon shook his head slightly and said, Dina is very tight-lipped. When he assigns me tasks, he doesn't explain things clearly, so I naturally don't dare to ask too many questions, for fear of arousing his suspicion. But last time, he had me assassinate a Viscount. I got some information from him. Duke Lexus actually died at Dina's hands. Although the old Duke was incredibly powerful back then, he never intended to overthrow the imperial family's rule. Dina, however, was different. He wanted even greater power, so he plotted to kill his own father and successfully inherited the dukedom. So all these years, he's moved out of the capital, living in seclusion, behaving like a spoiled brat, all to hide his true intentions? Liana asked, somewhat surprised. Gordon nodded. Based on my observation, that seems to be the case. Even his invitation to the banquet is for this reason. It seems he wants to keep his distance from you as much as possible to prevent you from discovering anything. Liana frowned slightly. If he doesn't want me to find out, then this matter must be very important. Annie looked at Gordon and said, then this task can only rely on you. However, Gordon shook his head. Although I'm closest to Dinar, I can't guarantee that Dinar isn't wary of me. Once I'm exposed, our situation will be even more difficult. Liana nodded. I agree with Gordon's statement, so this is something only we can do. Gordon looked at Born and asked, I remember you have an invisibility spell, right? If it's you, infiltrating the Duke's mansion shouldn't be too difficult, right? Born gave a wry smile. You're right, but it's very difficult for this body to cast a complete invisibility spell right now. If I move, I might give myself away. Gordon thought for a moment and said, that's not a problem. I can cooperate with you. The Duke's mansion regularly sends supply wagons. I arrange for you to hide in the wagons. When they check, you can cast the invisibility spell and come out after entering the Duke's mansion. Chapter 707. After discussing their next move, Gordon left the manor, while Liana arranged accommodations for Annie and Born, who stayed at the manor. At the Duke's manor, Denard was secretly meeting with Mocha. You come to my manor so openly, aren't you afraid of being seen? Denard's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Mocha chuckled, has I been exposed at all this time? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, how's your plan going? What stage are we at now? Denard tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a hurry at all. Mocha shrugged, there's nothing I can do. So many years have passed, and I'm still just a captain. When will I become a general? Denard rubbed his forehead, it'd be soon. Discontent with the Emperor is growing stronger within the Empire. What we need to do is wait for the right opportunity, for someone to take the lead. Mocha's eyes gleamed. You mean, a boss? Denard's lips curled slightly. A boss isn't as patient as I am. He won't sit idly by in this situation. Just you wait, in 5 years at most, he'd definitely make a move. Mocha clapped his hands and said, haha, that's great. Soon I be the Empire's Grand General. Don't go back on your word then. Dinar snorted. Look at you. All you think about is your Grand General title. Don't worry. No one's going to take it from you. Just as the two were talking, there was a knock at the door. Dinar gave Mocha a look, and Mocha immediately hid in the shadows. Come in. As Dina spoke, the door slowly opened, and a soldier entered, reporting, Sir, news has come from Liana's manor that she has refused all visitors and will not see anyone. Dina nodded slightly. After all, he himself hadn't been able to get in. However, Dina frowned. However what? The soldier hesitated for a moment before saying, It seems a minor nobleman did manage to get in. Dina sat up slightly. Who was it? Carl? Beckham? The soldier shook his head. Neither. It was someone named Anna. I don't know her very well. Anna? Dina's frown deepened. Are there any nobles with that name around the territory? The soldier stammered. Well, I don't think so. Dina waved his hand casually. All right, you can leave now. Yes, sir. After the soldier left, Mocha came out. Have you heard of that noblewoman named Anna? Dina asked. Mocha shook his head indifferently. Such a nobody is nothing. Liana's probably just acting on a whim. Dina said disapprovingly, We must be extremely careful in this kind of thing. We can't afford any mistakes. When you get back, you should also keep an eye out for Anna and find out who she really is. Mocha waved his hand. All right, whatever you say. Also, I want to tell you that my men are basically ready. Just give the order. Dina waved his hand to interrupt him. All right, I know you're reliable. When the uprising starts, I definitely put you at the forefront. Mocha clapped his hands in satisfaction. All right, I wait for your good news. After Mocha left, Dinar returned to his study. He glanced around and asked casually, Gobert, shouldn't you be monitoring Liana? Why are you back? A movement stirred in the shadows beside him, and Gordon emerged. My lord, Liana is acting strangely. Dinar raised an eyebrow. Oh, how is she acting strangely? Gordon said in a deep voice, as the granddaughter of the Imperial Marshal, she should have more contact with other nobles, especially since she's arrived in a new territory. She should be interacting more with the local nobles, but she's refused all visitors. This is very unusual. Dinar chuckled. It's nothing. A boss probably gave her some instructions. Don't worry about her. Then, his expression turned serious. But I heard a noblewoman named Anna entered the manor. Keep an eye on her and find out her background. Gordon's face remained unchanged. He had expected Dinar to bring this up. I know about it too. It was an old lady with her grandson. On the surface, there was no magical fluctuation, but I keep an eye on her. Dinar nodded in satisfaction. In his opinion, Gobert was much more reliable than Mocha. After all, Gobert was someone he had personally groomed, had no ambition, and was loyal to him. Mocha, on the other hand, was different. Mocha was a pawn planted by his father, Duke Lexus, by a boss's side. He only joined him after the Duke's death, and he was extremely ambitious and power-hungry. On the surface, he was respectful to a boss, but in reality, he was cunning and treacherous. Just then, the creaking sound of a carriage passing by echoed outside the window. Dinar paused slightly, glancing at the wall clock. Oh, is it time to deliver supplies? He looked out the window, and saw guards at the castle gate inspecting a supply wagon loaded with food and daily necessities for the castle's inhabitants. After searching the wagon and confirming nothing amiss, the guards let it pass. Gordon glanced towards the wagon, relieved to see that Bourne hadn't been detected. He had already arranged for Bourne to be on the supply wagon when he returned. Bourne had successfully passed the inspection using invisibility magic and infiltrated the castle. Now it was up to him. Bourne had done this kind of thing before, but previously, his skilled invisibility had allowed him to evade most checks. This time, however, things were different. While the workers were unloading the goods, Bourne jumped out of the carriage, carrying a basket of vegetables on his back. He pretended to head towards the kitchen, but halfway there, he dropped the vegetables on the ground and slipped into the castle. Although this was his first time visiting this castle in this cycle, he had been there many times in previous cycles, especially in the last one, when Duke Lexus had conducted a test on them, the castle itself. Therefore, Bourne was very familiar with every corner of the castle. He walked through a narrow passage to the castle's main hall. There were guards there. If he walked out openly, he would be discovered. Therefore, Bourne needed to think of a way to proceed. Soon, Bourne's eyes lit up. He saw a guard coming to relieve him. The previous guard had finished his day's work and could go home to rest. Bourne casually pulled out a stone and threw it at the guard. With a thud, the stone struck the guard's helmet. Hmm? The guard was slightly startled, then noticed the stone on the ground. What's that? He looked towards the kitchen, where goods were being unloaded busily. After a moment's hesitation, the guard went over. At this time, there was no one else in the passageway. The kitchen workers were all unloading goods, and no one in the hall would think of coming to check on the kitchen, since it wasn't mealtime yet. The moment the guard stepped into the passageway, a dark shadow loomed over him, and then the guard was struck hard on the back of the neck, instantly losing consciousness. Bourne removed the sack from the guard's head with practiced skill. His hand slipped perfectly through the gap between the guard's helmet and armor, striking his neck without making a sound. Bourne forcefully dragged the guard aside, then quickly stripped him of his armor and haphazardly put it on himself. This doesn't seem quite right. The Duke's guards were carefully selected, generally tall and burly, their imposing presence enough to intimidate even street thugs. So, the armor looked rather out of place on the old woman, Bourne. Wearing it, she couldn't even put on the helmet, only half her forehead showing. Left with no other option, Bourne removed the guard's sword as well. He used the long sword to prop up the helmet, which made him look somewhat normal. After all, with the helmet covering his face, most people wouldn't be able to tell. To fit his legs into his leg armor, Bourne had to break his cane in two to increase his height. After preparing all this, Bourne finally stepped out. The guard on duty, seeing Bourne, looked puzzled. Why haven't you left yet? Bourne shrugged, indicating he was leaving immediately, but his posture was very awkward, like that of a disabled person. The guard frowned. Have you been sitting in the toilet for too long? Bourne didn't answer, and simply left the hall. The guard didn't pay much attention, muttered a curse under his breath, and continued to stand guard. Bourne went outside the castle and, based on his memory, found a window. It was a guest room, not far from the ground, and usually unoccupied. More importantly, it was located right next to the stairs. If he could get into this room, Bourne would have a chance to sneak up to Denard's study on the second floor. Although Denard's secret might not necessarily be in the study, there would certainly be some clues. Bourne looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then tossed his armor aside. Once outside the hall, the armor would be useless, merely a burden. Bourne calculated that it wouldn't be long before the unconscious guard was discovered, and the castle's inhabitants would begin checking all armored guards. Bourne intended to act at this moment. He skillfully climbed onto the window, pried open the already loose lock, and slipped into the room. As he expected, the room was empty. It was clear no one had been there for a long time. Bourne couldn't go out yet, as there were patrolling guards and servants pacing back and forth in the corridors, and he could easily be discovered. So he decided to rest here for a while. Soon after, a commotion arose outside. Bourne deduced that someone had discovered the naked guard. Sure enough, a search for the intruder began throughout the castle, focusing on checking all the guards to see who was the imposter. Bourne pressed his ear against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Sensing that most of the people in the corridor had left, he gently opened the door a crack. They should all be gone. Bourne peered through the crack, confirming that no one was around, and then tiptoed out of the room, slowly making his way towards the second floor. He didn't see a single guard along the way. They must have all been called together for a group check. Finally, he reached the second floor. 2 guards remained, seemingly of higher rank, and their identities seemed unremarkable. Bourne took a deep breath. Sneaking into the study under the noses of these 2 wouldn't be easy. A diversionary tactic? But the environment wasn't suitable, and the other side might not fall for it. After all, the whole castle knew a guard had been stripped naked and left in the passageway next to the kitchen. Just as Bourne was wondering what to do, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! I've been discovered. He suppressed his panic and turned around, forcing a smile. A maid stood behind him, watching him warily. Bourne cleared his throat, then smiled and said, Hello little girl. The Duke sent me. I wonder if he's here. Seeing his calm demeanor, the maid remained wary. I don't recall any guests coming. Who are you? Did you send word? Bourne immediately replied, Oh, I'm Alice. The Duke knows me. I wanted to send someone to announce my arrival, but it seems the guards are all busy and don't have time for me. I was afraid of delaying the Duke's business, so I came in myself. The maid nodded slightly. Yes, it seems there's been an intruder at the castle, and the guards have all gone to investigate. And the Duke isn't here either. He went to the northwest to mourn Viscount Barty, and just left tonight. Bourne knew, of course, that Denard wasn't there. Gordon had told him about Denard's itinerary from the beginning. Barty had died tragically at home, and the family held a grand funeral for him, inviting Denard to attend. Barty had done a lot for Denard, and now that Denard was dead, it wouldn't be appropriate for him not to participate. So, after giving Gordon his instructions tonight, he set off. According to the route, he should arrive at Barty's territory by tomorrow morning. Bourne feigned annoyance, saying, "What bad luck. I wanted to come earlier, but something came up, and I missed him. Could you perhaps arrange a place for me to stay? I wait for him to return." The maid thought for a moment and said, "Please come with me." Bourne knew that a maid couldn't decide whether he could stay. If others discovered him, his identity would be exposed. Chapter 708. Bourne had no choice but to act. Taking advantage of the maid's turn, he struck her unconscious with another palm strike. However, the commotion had already been noticed by the two guards, who moved towards them. Bourne took a deep breath, a long sword appearing in his right hand. Against such a powerful opponent, he could no longer hold back. He had to kill with a single blow. Poof! The water elemental power within Bourne surged instantly, propelling him rapidly towards the two guards. The two guards reacted swiftly, immediately taking up defensive stances. However, Bourne's attack was not as simple as it appeared. He simultaneously unleashed the 1,000-mile Eye Seal. Although he was still somewhat hesitant in casting this advanced spell, at such close range, he didn't need to deploy the entire domain. The two guards instantly felt a layer of frost clinging to their bodies, slowing their movements considerably. But before they could react, Bourne's long sword was already before them. With two swift, sharp sounds, the long blade sliced across the necks of the two guards like lightning, blood spurting out. Disbelief filled the eyes of the two guards as they collapsed helplessly to the ground. Without hesitation, Bourne rushed to the study door and kicked it open. He needed to speed things up, searching for clues as quickly as possible, because he didn't know when the situation here would be discovered. He stormed into the study and began a frantic search, first of Denard's desk, then the drawers and bookshelves beside it. He thoroughly searched everything within sight. Time ticked by, but Bourne still found nothing. Almost all the documents in the study were trivial matters concerning the territory, containing not a single piece of useful information. Just as he was in a state of panic, a scream rang out from outside the door. "Aya!" Bourne looked up sharply, and saw a maidservant staring in terror at the two guards' corpses on the ground. "Oh no!" Without a word, Bourne grabbed a quill pen from the table, infused it with a wisp of magic, and flung it forcefully. With a soft thud, the quill pen, like an arrow, pierced the maid's throat. The maid clutched her bleeding neck and collapsed in despair. Although the maid was dead, her scream had attracted the attention of others. Guards and servants quickly rushed in, all utterly shocked by what they saw. "Enemy attack!" Someone shouted, and the entire castle's alarm sounded. "Damn it!" Bourne gritted his teeth, pulled over the bookshelf next to him, blocking the doorway, and continued searching the study. He couldn't go back like this. Not only would he find nothing, but he also alert the enemy, making it even harder to come back next time. More and more guards gathered outside the door. They worked together to move the bookshelf aside and rushed into the study. Seeing there was no way out, Bourne ran towards the window, trying to escape. However, a gust of wind struck from behind. Had Bourne not been agile, he would have been hit. A guard with a red armband on his shoulder charged at him with a long sword. He was clearly a captain. Without a word, Bourne swung his sword backhand. The captain raised his sword to parry, but a stream of water suddenly slammed into his abdomen from below. His eyes widened. He felt as if his internal organs were shifting, and the strength in his hand dissipated considerably. With a clang, Bourne deflected the squad leader's long sword, then sent him to his doom with a single blow. Holy crap, this old woman is a monster? All the guards were dumbfounded. This old woman, who walked with a trembling gait, showed no mercy when killing. Her movements were swift and deadly, each strike fatal. Even a 7th-level nascent soul captain died in a single exchange. Bourne's move immediately stunned all the guards. However, these guards were well trained, otherwise, they wouldn't have been stationed in the castle by Denard. Before Bourne could even catch his breath, 2 more figures suddenly appeared like lightning. They were agile and incredibly fast, reaching Bourne in the blink of an eye. Without a word, their long swords aimed straight for his vitals. Seeing this, Bourne cursed inwardly. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, the 2 men's attacks were like a relentless storm, leaving Bourne no time to retaliate. Suddenly, Bourne launched a powerful kick, slamming into the desk beside him. With a loud bang, the desk was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing directly into the 2 guards. Seeing this, the 2 guards immediately swung their swords, trying to cleave the desk in two. A series of cracking sounds followed, and the desk was instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. However, just as the desk fragments were falling, a metal box fell from beneath the desk. The box was an ancient, dark gold color, engraved with mysterious runes, emitting a faint glow. Bourne's eyes lit up instantly, a secret joy in his heart. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the box. But just as his hand was about to touch the box, the two guards simultaneously noticed its presence. They exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other, and charged at Bourne like ghosts, their long swords aimed straight for his vital points. Bourne's previously hunched body seemed to be infused with boundless power in an instant, unleashing an agility completely disproportionate to his aged appearance. His long sword flashed like lightning, leaving a brilliant blue arc in the air, accurately striking one of the guard's swords. The guard felt a tremendous force, his sword humming as if it were about to slip from his grasp. "Die, old woman!" The other guard shouted, lunging from the side with a sudden thrust, the tip of his sword aimed directly at Bourne's waist, his speed as fast as lightning. However, with a sudden, unexpected flexibility for her age, Bourne leaned back swiftly, her body almost parallel to the ground. Simultaneously, the hilt of her knife, as if guided by eyes, struck her opponent's wrist with deadly accuracy. A crisp clang rang out, and the guard's long sword fell to the ground. Bourne, using the recoil, landed firmly on her feet. The metal box lay silently on the ground not far away, as if beckoning to Bourne. He took a step forward, intending to pick it up, when suddenly he felt a gust of wind rush towards him. It turned out that the wounded guard, disregarding his own injuries, had slammed his body into Bourne. Caught off guard, Bourne was forced to quickly spin and dodge, his long sword flashing as he swung, the sharp blade easily slicing through the guard's leather armor. But this delay left him pinned down for a full half-second. That brief half-second was enough for the uninjured guard. He pounced on the metal box like a hungry tiger. "Don't even think about it," Bourne roared, gathering water elemental power in his left hand, transforming it into a water snake that coiled around the guard's ankle. Taking advantage of the guard's stagger, he swung his long sword horizontally, the back of the blade striking the guard's chest heavily. The box was almost within reach. Bourne's fingertips had just touched the cold metal surface, when a sudden gust of wind swept behind him. The first guard, who had somehow gotten up, swung a candlestick from the ground at him. He barely managed to turn his head, the candlestick still grazing his forehead, the warm blood instantly blurring his left eye's vision. Bourne disregarded everything else. He leaped into the air, his long sword cascading down like a waterfall, slashing at the guard. The guard barely managed to raise his sword to parry, but the immense force forced him to his knees slamming into the floor and creating a spiderweb-like crack. Bourne seized the opportunity to kick the box aside, the metal case sliding towards the window. The guard roared and grabbed her ankle. He retaliated by stabbing her in the shoulder, but his movements were slowed. Another guard staggered to his feet, his bloodied hand reaching for the box. Bang! Bourne unleashed an ice bullet formed from water elemental energy, striking the guard precisely in the finger. As the guard screamed and recoiled, he pounced like an arrow. The bloodied old woman's body crashed through the stained glass window, the metal box clutched tightly to her chest. In midair, he released magic to protect his vitals, then used the force of his fall to roll across the grass, landing smoothly. Upon landing, he didn't hesitate and sprinted towards the castle exit. The guards upstairs shouted towards the door, "Stop her! Don't let her get away!" The guards at the door were terrified to see a blood-soaked old woman, carrying an iron box in her left hand, and wielding a gleaming long sword in her right, charging towards them. But duty called, and some bravely stepped forward to stop her. Bourne showed no mercy, unleashing his magic to its fullest extent, casting his 10,000 miles of ice seal once more. The powerful domain spread out, freezing all the approaching guards. He himself dashed out of the gate at top speed, running into the depths of the street. Damn it! The guards were terrified. If Dinar returned and found out about the intrusion, wreaked havoc in the castle, and escaped unscathed, they would face his wrath. So the entire castle mobilized half its forces, and the city lord's mansion was notified, requesting the lord to send troops to search the entire city. However, once Bourne escaped into the streets, no matter how many soldiers were deployed, it was useless. With invisibility magic, Bourne could simply hide anywhere, using it to conceal himself when approached and remaining hidden when no one was around. No one would discover his whereabouts. Thus, the entire town endured a tense night. By noon the next day, neither the Duke's nor the city lord's mansion had received any news. They knew the situation was dire. If they didn't report to Dinar soon, the problem would become truly serious. Therefore, the Duke's mansion immediately dispatched a messenger to deliver an urgent report to Dinar. That evening, Dinar rushed back in a great hurry. To everyone's surprise, Dinar seemed rather calm. He had already learned the details of the incident from the urgent report. He went straight to his study, and seeing the mess, he fell into a long silence. Those around him waited quietly, not daring to utter a sound. Suddenly, Dinar turned to a guard with a broken right hand and asked, "You fought him?" The guard nodded. Yes, sir, he broke my arm with the hilt of his sword." "Describe this person, as detailed as possible." The guard slowly said, "She was an old woman, looked to be in her 70s or 80s, but she was incredibly agile. Her cultivation level was probably around the 6th level of the Origin Realm, a water elemental mage. She had extremely rich combat experience. Whether casting spells or engaging in close combat, she was very skilled and precise. We were all ashamed of our own abilities. And more importantly, we still don't know how she got in. The only thing we know is that she fought near the kitchen passageway. He knocked out a guard and stripped him of his clothes, but according to the guards in the hall, he must have left the castle and somehow managed to get to the vicinity of the study." Denard frowned slightly. "Since he stripped the guard of his armor, was it found?" The guard nodded. "Yes, it was found in the garden outside the castle." Denard took a deep breath. "It seems the other side came prepared." The guard asked timidly, "Sir, what about the box?" Denard glanced at him sideways. "The box naturally contains important things, but since he took it, my plan must be implemented ahead of schedule." With that, he dismissed all the guards, leaving himself alone in his study. He slowly lifted a relatively intact plank from the ground and used it as a table amidst the ruins. Then he moved a chair and sat down, a blood-stained quill pen in his hand. He hesitated to write, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "Father, I will carry on your legacy. It's all over." He pulled a stack of specially made letter paper from the wreckage of a bookshelf lying on the ground beside him, and with a resolute look, began to write rapidly. The entire study was silent except for the scratching of the quill pen across the paper. Bourne, having hidden and evaded his way through the night, finally managed to slip back into Liana's manor. Seeing Bourne return, Liana immediately rushed to greet him happily. "How did it go? Did you succeed?" Bourne chuckled, "Absolutely." He looked around and asked, "Where's Anna?" Liana pointed to a small room nearby. "She's cultivating inside. I call her out." Soon, the three of them went to Liana's study. Seeing Bourne's miserable state, Annie felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "Brother Bourne, are you all right?" Bourne waved his hand and smiled. "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." He then took the iron box from his pocket and placed it on the table. "What's this?" Bourne said, "I found this in Dinar's study. It's locked with runes. It must hide some important secret." Annie ran her hand over the surface of the box, and runes immediately flashed with a faint blue light. She stroked her chin. "But how do we open this?" Chapter 709. Liana frowned. "I recognize this rune. It's a kind of magical lock. If we force it open, the documents inside will be corrupted as well." Bourne, who had already drawn his long sword, slowly sheathed it again. Thank goodness I didn't open it halfway," Annie said. "I think someone might know how to open it." "You mean Gobert?" Liana immediately understood. "However," Bourne said, "he probably doesn't know either. After all, Dinar is still wary of him, and he certainly wouldn't tell him such important information." Liana said, "In that case, we can only rely on my decipherers, but such a complex magic lock will probably take some time to crack." Bourne said, "But if that's the case, Dinar must already know about the stolen box, and he'd definitely take action. If we don't know his plans in advance, we'd be at a disadvantage." Liana thought for a moment and said, "It's all right. I immediately mobilized the Cart Cavalry Battalion." Annie's eyes held a hint of doubt. "Can the cavalry battalion still be trusted?" "Mocha is Dinar's man now," Liana said. "He's just a squad leader. He has limited men under his command. Why don't we take this opportunity to capture him now?" A murderous glint flashed in Bourne's eyes. Liana pondered for a moment and said, "Okay." Late at night, Mocha, who was resting in his tent, suddenly received an order that Liana summoned him. Mocha was puzzled. Since last night, the atmosphere in the city had been strange. After investigating, he learned that someone had invaded the Duke's mansion, and the intruder seemed to be an old woman. Mocha hadn't paid much attention at first, but then, he suddenly remembered that when Liana arrived yesterday, an old lady had visited the manor. However, Mocha thought about it carefully but couldn't connect the two events. After all, while Liana was quite capable, she was still too young. It was impossible for her to have planted people in the city beforehand. Mocha tidied himself up and leisurely approached Liana's study. He guessed that Liana was looking for him because of the commotion at the Duke's manor. He figured he could just say he didn't know anything about what she asked. He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door. Liana's voice came from inside, "Come in." Mocha raised his hand, about to push open the door, when suddenly, a sense of oppression made him stop his hand on the doorknob. At that moment, it was as if the air had frozen. Mocha's fingers hovered on the doorknob, the strange sensation piercing his nerves like needles. No. The study was too quiet. Not even the scratching of a quill pen across paper could be heard. Liana was always a workaholic, and whenever she summoned him, the room would be filled with the sounds of documents being turned. But now, behind the door, it was as still as the calm before a storm. His pupils contracted slightly, and his muscles tensed instinctively. In that instant, the door suddenly shattered. A blazing fireball, carrying wood chips and metal fragments, roared towards his face like an enraged beast. Mocha's reaction was astonishingly fast. Almost at the same moment the fireball exploded, his body was already propelled backward, and simultaneously, his left hand swiftly drew across his chest, creating a semi-transparent blue water curtain that condensed out of thin air. The fireball slammed into it, unleashing a deafening roar. High-temperature steam instantly filled the corridor. Mocha's boots left 2 scorch marks on the stone slabs, but he stood firm, his right hand already on the hilt of his sword. "What a warm welcome, Miss Liana." His voice was icy, devoid of its former respect. As the steam dissipated, 3 figures approached from the study. Annie stood at the forefront, the tip of her wand still flickering with lingering flame. Her eyes were sharp as knives, clearly not expecting Mocha to dodge this fatal blow. Born, however, moved like a ghost along the wall, quickly reaching the stairwell. His longsword gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light, blocking Mocha's left escape route. Liana slowly emerged from behind the desk. "Mocha." Liana's voice was icy. "You worked hard for Dinar for so many years." Mocha slowly drew his knight's long sword, the blade rippling like flowing mercury. A mocking smile played on his lips. "So you already knew? Can you tell me when I was exposed?" Liana gave a cold laugh. "You don't need to know that. I give you a chance now. Surrender immediately, or else." Mocha narrowed his eyes, looking at Bourne. "You're that old lady, aren't you? You raided the Duke's mansion last night, and now you're here. Does that mean you already know the Duke's plan? You asked too many questions." Liana's expression turned cold. She swiftly drew her long sword, unleashing a slash of light. Mocha's eyes narrowed. He cleaved the slash in two, the strike transforming into sparks of starlight, like blooming fireworks. "Miss Liana, since you already know, there's no need for me to hide anymore. That's right, I'm one of the Duke's people, ever since the old Duke Lexus." Before he finished speaking, Mocha's figure suddenly blurred. "Watch out!" Bourne immediately warned. Mocha's sword flashed like a venomous snake, aimed at Annie's throat, so fast it was almost a blur. Annie hastily raised her wand, lightning clashed with the blade, the shockwave sending her flying, her back slamming heavily against a bookshelf. Bourne seized the opportunity to slash at Mocha's back, but Mocha didn't even turn his head. He flicked his left hand backward, instantly conjuring dozens of transparent water chains that coiled around Bourne's limbs like living creatures. Bourne roared, his long sword flashing, severing most of the water chains, but a chain still bound his ankle, momentarily halting his movements. Liana didn't stop either. She brought her long sword down on Mocha's head, clang! Mocha's knight's sword parried precisely. The moment the 2 swords clashed, blinding white light and azure magic clashed violently, the shockwave tearing the surrounding bookshelves to shreds. Liana's pupils contracted, her hand tingling from the shock. 8th level of the Transcendent Realm? She gritted her teeth. Dina certainly spared no expense. Mocha sneered, remaining silent. He had always presented himself as a 4th level Transcendent Realm cultivator, but in reality, through the resources secretly provided by Dina, he had broken through to the 8th level. Mocha's swordplay suddenly changed. His previously fluid and supple sword techniques transformed into a raging torrent, each strike as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Liana was forced back 3 steps, the golden light on her luminous longsword dimming slightly. Annie had regained her footing, her wand raised high, enhanced the wrath of the fire spirit. Whoosh! The raging fire elemental power converged wildly, gradually solidifying into a gigantic fire giant. The fire giant roared to the sky, unleashing a deafening howl, before slamming its fist down on Mocha. Mocha's eyes flickered slightly. Advanced magic? Though surprised, he still spun around with his sword, the blade drawing a perfect arc. The water element in the air instantly condensed into an inverted waterfall. His fiery fist crashed into the water curtain, only to be deflected towards the ceiling. With a deafening roar, the crystal chandelier crashed down, the flying shards forcing Born to sheath his sword and parry. Mocha was fighting 3 against 1, yet he was not at a disadvantage. His swordsmanship was unpredictable and ever-changing, sometimes flowing like a gentle stream, sometimes raging like a tsunami. The water element in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own. Even Annie's advanced magic couldn't suppress Mocha. After all, the difference in their levels was too great, and Annie hadn't been able to unleash the full power of Fire Spirit's wrath. "This won't do," Annie gasped. Liana's eyes flashed with golden light. "I take the lead, you two cover me." Annie and Born nodded together, retreating simultaneously. "Brother Born," Annie called out. Born immediately understood. There was no time to hold back. 10,000 miles. Freeze! He gritted his teeth and squeezed out all his magic power, instantly pushing this advanced spell to its limit. Crack! 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 The domain power immediately spread out. Even Mocha's powerful strength was somewhat restricted in his movements. Another advanced spell? Who exactly are you people? Now Mocha was truly panicked. Advanced spells were extremely rare, each one priceless, yet these two unassuming fellows could actually cast them. This made him somewhat wary. Did they have some powerful force backing them? Don't get distracted during the battle. With Liana's clear voice, the longsword in her hand suddenly erupted with dazzling light, as brilliant as the sun. The light moved as swiftly as lightning, slashing straight towards Mocha. Seeing this, Mocha was startled and hurriedly tried to swing his longsword to block the attack. However, just as he was about to swing, he suddenly felt as if his body had been frozen, and his movement slowed considerably. This feeling made Mocha extremely uncomfortable. Although he managed to block the attack with his sword, his reduced speed and strength caused him to involuntarily take a few steps back while blocking the attack. However, before Mocha could even catch his breath, the fire giant beside him unleashed another powerful punch. This punch, carrying raging flames, was as powerful as a volcanic eruption. Damn it! Mocha cursed inwardly. Without thinking, he quickly spun around and, with all his might, kicked Liana in the abdomen. At the same time, his longsword slashed towards the incoming fire fist. This sword strike contained Mocha's full power. The sword light flashed, its momentum overwhelming, aiming to shatter the troublesome fire giant in one fell swoop. Faced with Mocha's counterattack, Liana did not retreat. Instead, she nimbly leaped away from Mocha's attack, and simultaneously, her sword flashed, slashing diagonally towards Mocha's shoulder like lightning. A hint of surprise flashed in Mocha's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Liana's reaction to be so fast. He had no time to think, hastily twisting his body to avoid the attack. However, he forgot that he was still within the frozen domain. Although the domain's power didn't directly harm him, it significantly reduced his speed. Therefore, despite Mocha's best efforts to dodge, he couldn't completely avoid Liana's sword light. With a whoosh, the sword grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep wound from which blood gushed forth. Boom! The fiery fist followed closely, and just as it was about to strike Mocha, he abruptly dodged to the left. The fiery fist grazed his body, and slammed into the wall behind him, instantly creating a huge hole and filling the room with dust. However, the power of the fiery fist didn't dissipate. The impact with the wall triggered a series of explosions, causing the entire study to shake violently. Wooden planks on the floor were blasted everywhere, as if casually tossed about by an invisible hand. As the dust settled, Mocha was seen kneeling on one knee, the tip of his sword deeply embedded in the ground to support himself and prevent him from collapsing. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down his forehead, a stark contrast to his pale face, making him look quite disheveled. But just then, Mocha suddenly raised his head, revealing a ferocious smile. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if it came from hell. "Not bad, Liana, your strength has improved quite a bit. However, you seem to have forgotten something." Seeing Mocha's appearance, Liana was slightly startled and immediately shouted, "Attack together! Stop him!" Upon hearing this, Born and Annie attacked again without hesitation, a fireball and several ice spikes shooting towards Mocha. Before he finished speaking, his left hand suddenly slammed into the ground. In an instant, the entire study floor seemed to be torn apart by a tremendous force, emitting a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, a towering wave of water gushed out from the crack, like a ferocious beast, bearing its fangs and claws, rushing towards the group. Damn it! Liana immediately erected a protective shield, protecting Annie and Born. Mocha laughed loudly, Taking advantage of the moment the floor cracked, he landed directly downstairs. Goodbye, miss, until we meet again. However, just as he was about to leave, two cold lights suddenly appeared, attacking him from the left and right. Huh? Mocha was shocked. He never expected there to be an ambush here. In a panic, he swung his long sword to try and block the attack, but his opponent's movements were extremely unpredictable, instantly bypassing his sword and appearing right in front of him. Only then did Mocha truly see who it was, but the person horrified him. Go bear! Before he could react, Gordon swung his twin swords, striking Mocha's open chest. Splat! Blood splattered, and Mocha's longsword clattered to the ground. His eyes were filled with resentment and shock. Why? But he didn't hear the answer he wanted. Gordon kicked him in the chest without a word, the force sending him flying. Mocha could no longer hold on, and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 710. After the battle ended, Liana and the others rushed downstairs. Annie immediately saw Mocha, covered in blood and lying unconscious on the ground. You didn't kill him, did you? Gordon sheathed his twin swords. Of course not. I was waiting to get more information from him. Bourne gave Gordon a thumbs up. Professional. By the way, why did you get here? Gordon glanced at him. I didn't leave at all. Dinar didn't call me. He's probably preparing to implement the final plan. Liana pointed at Mocha lying on the ground. Then he wasn't part of Dinar's plan either? Gordon shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't had time to be notified yet. Just as they were talking, a faint light flashed from Mocha's waist. Bourne stepped forward and searched Mocha, finding a magic stone. Gordon paused slightly, then said, This is what Dinar uses to summon his men. He's contacting Mocha. Things are starting to get interesting, Bourne chuckled. He never guessed Mocha's already been captured. Gordon frowned slightly. We need to speed things up. Once Dinar knows Mocha's in trouble, he'd definitely be prepared. Liana said, Don't worry, I already mobilized the Kark Cavalry Battalion and taken control of all of Mocha's men. No matter how capable Dinar is, he can't do anything without military power. Annie added, We shouldn't delay, let's get some information out of Mocha quickly. Everyone nodded and hurriedly lifted Mocha from the ground, tying him to a chair. Splash! Bourne threw a water bomb directly at Mocha's head. The icy water jolted Mocha back to reality. His bloodshot eyes glared at the crowd around him, like a trapped wild beast. Go bear, you betrayed the Duke. You won't get away with this. Mocha growled, looking at Gordon. Gordon sneered. You should consider your own situation first. We give you a way out now. Tell us, what exactly is Dinar's plan? Mocha's lips curled into a mocking smile. What? You don't know? That's pathetic. After being the Duke's dog for so many years, you don't even know this. Slap. Bourne slapped him without hesitation. Answer what we ask you properly. Don't beat around the bush. Liana added coldly, Don't think we don't know what Dinar is planning just because you're gone. Look at this. She produced the iron box. Mocha's eyes widened the moment he saw the iron box. You actually. Gordon grabbed Mocha's hair. I told you, this is your way out. Whether you take it or not is up to you. A hint of panic flashed in Mocha's eyes. He looked at Liana. Miss, for all these years I risked my life for the Marshal. If I tell the truth, can you guarantee I won't die? Liana frowned slightly. She wanted to refuse, but they desperately needed the information Mocha provided, so she could only nod and say, I can guarantee it. Hearing this, Mocha breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, Dina has been biding his time. What he wants is no longer just power second only to the Emperor, but the entire Empire. He wants to be Emperor, to make everyone grovel at his feet. Although they had suspected it, everyone was still deeply shocked when they heard this. But he can only mobilize 2,000 or 3,000 troops within this territory. How can he fight the Imperial Army? Liana asked. Besides, there's the Kark Cavalry outside the territory. If he were to rebel, the cavalry alone could raise his army to the ground. Mocha shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Dinar was prepared, or rather, the Duke was prepared. They already planted their people in the Kark Banner Army. Many of these people have now become high-ranking officers. With just one order from Dinar, the Banner Army will be in chaos before the fighting even begins. But that's not enough, is it? And said, he's not just dealing with the old Marshal, but also the royal family. Even a centipede doesn't die easily. Although the royal family is weak now, his forces are formidable. Not a small amount. Even if one ascends the throne through rebellion, one won't gain official recognition. You're overthinking it, Mocha said. Don't think that Dinar hasn't done anything here. Aren't you curious why there are so many minor nobles in such a remote town? They're not ordinary people, they're the offspring or confidants of those at the heart of imperial power. They committed crimes or for various other reasons, and can no longer stay in the capital, so they come to Dinar's aid. Dinar not only preserved their noble titles, but also ensured they lived a life of comfort and ease here. It's all a transaction. Liana felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. She hadn't realized that Dinar had infiltrated the entire imperial power structure to this extent. She suddenly asked, "What about the Cart Cavalry Battalion?" Mocha nodded slightly. Not a single one of them is a marshal anymore. Everyone was startled, realizing the situation was dire. Annie reacted the fastest, immediately pulling Liana along saying, "Let's go." "What about him?" Liana looked at Mocha. "Never mind him, leave him to me," Gordon said. However, Mocha suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're not getting away. What makes the cavalry battalion the Empire's strongest force? They're all at the peak of the Yuan realm, and the battalion commander has even reached the advanced stage of the transcendent realm. Liana, don't even think about escaping. Surrender obediently." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, countless lights flashed outside the manor. Torches. Bourne peered out the window, and saw the cavalry battalion had arrived outside the manor, completely surrounding it. "Oh no, what do we do now?" Gordon frowned. "So, my identity is going to be exposed too." "It seems so," Annie said. "You better come with us, it'd be safer that way." "TCH. Mocha scoffed. "You actually think you can just leave? Do you think my cavalry battalion is pushovers?" Liana also frowned. "He's right. It'd be difficult for us to leave now." Just as they were worrying, a shout of battle suddenly rang out outside. What's going on?" Bourne was startled, then looked at Liana. "Did you call for reinforcements?" Liana shook her head, her eyes also filled with doubt. "No. Even if I wanted to call for help, none of the people I know can come so quickly." And peeked out the window, and saw that the cavalry was engaged in battle with a group of people. Because the location was in town, the cavalry's advantage of a charge was hampered, and their effectiveness was actually limited. Coupled with the surprise attack, they had suffered some casualties. However, the cavalry's fighting strength was indeed formidable. They quickly organized a counterattack and fought back and forth. Who are they?" And scratched her head. Gordon also went to investigate and instantly recognized the group. "Huh? It's the City Lords group? Why are they here? Who cares? Let's take this opportunity to escape," Bourne suggested. And nodded. "That's right. Although we don't know the exact situation, this is undoubtedly the best time for us to escape. All right. Liana, you take them first, I cover the rear." Gordon drew his twin swords, his eyes gleaming coldly. Just as everyone was about to rush out, Mocha called out from behind, "Hey, wait! What about me? Aren't you going to leave me behind?" Liana turned around and said, "Your men have come to rescue you. What more do you need us to do?" Mocha said in a panic, "That guy Dinar. He wants to kill me. You can't abandon me. I can still give you information." Annie frowned. "You said Dinar wants to kill you? Why do you say that?" Mocha quickly said, "Does that even need to be said? If the City Lord's mansion is fighting the cavalry outside, then it means Dinar gave the order to attack. And Dinar knew that the cavalry was already under my control, yet he still did this. Isn't it obvious he wants to kill me? But aren't you his right-hand man? Even if he's wary of your power and wants to get rid of you, he shouldn't be in such a hurry." Liana asked, puzzled. Bourne grabbed Liana. "There's no time to discuss this. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to leave later." Liana gritted her teeth, finally abandoning Mocha, and the four of them rushed out, running towards the manor's exit. By this time, the entire manor was in chaos. The City Lord soldiers were displaying a fighting prowess far beyond their usual performance, causing considerable trouble for the cavalry battalion. More importantly, the cavalry battalion was now effectively under Mocha's control, and Mocha was currently tied to a chair. Most of the cavalry soldiers didn't understand the situation or the purpose of the battle, so compared to the City Lord's army, the cavalry battalion was completely unable to function effectively. Under the cover of night, Liana and her companions swiftly moved through the darkness. Along the way, she witnessed the cavalry commander engaged in combat, seemingly powerless against a high-level cultivator, yet completely overwhelmed. Liana gasped. Without further delay, she quickly left the manor. Outside the manor, the four each seized a horse, and led by Liana, they arrived near the south gate. The south gate was surprisingly wide open, likely breached by the cavalry during their entry. It remained open, saving Liana and her companions the trouble of searching. Led by Liana, they headed towards the capital, where the main force of the Calcabanner army and the marshal's personal guard resided, making it safer than any other part of the empire. However, the situation along the way was somewhat unexpected. War had broken out everywhere. Everywhere they went. Every town was engulfed in battle, smoke billowing from the walls. Armies from who knows where were locked in fierce combat with the defending forces, rivers of blood flowing. Left with no other option, Liana and her group chose to rest briefly in remote mountain villages to avoid any further contact with any armies. On the way, they also heard something unbelievable. A mutiny had occurred within the Calcabanner unit. The banner commander had been killed, 2 deputy commanders were under house arrest, and all the fully fledged troops were now under Dina's command. Especially the garrison near the capital had begun to besiege and blockade the capital, ready to launch an attack at any moment. How could this be? Liana was filled with disbelief. She never imagined that in just 2 days, Dina's actions would be so swift, and that these hidden forces had gone unnoticed for decades. It was clear that Dina was a man of deep cunning. Gordon, the most well-informed among them, still maintained communication with his former underlings. "There's another matter," he said. "In the battle between the cavalry battalion and the city lord's mansion, the entire battalion was wiped out, and Mocha was killed." "What?" Liana jumped to her feet. "That's impossible. The Kark cavalry battalion is one of the strongest in the entire empire. How could they be completely wiped out?" Gordon explained, "That's exactly what happened. The cavalry battalion was also dismantled from within by Dinar. Although I don't know why, Dinar still managed to wipe out the dismantled battalion. Even those who had defected to him, like Mocha, were mercilessly killed. As for the battalion commander, he was also killed by an unknown expert. Dinar's methods seem to be far more sophisticated than what we've seen. It seems the royal family is truly in danger," and said, "We need to get to the capital as soon as possible, reorganize our existing forces, and stop Dinar." Regarding Liana's actions, Gordon said, "Our goal is to ensure Liana's survival, isn't it? Why go to the capital? It's bound to be the final battleground, fraught with danger. I don't think it's necessary. If I had to, I suggest finding somewhere to hide and waiting for things to stabilize." Bourne shook his head. "If only it were that simple. What we want is to break the cycle of reincarnation, and the clues to breaking it are very likely in this upheaval. We come this far, we can't give up halfway." Annie looked at Liana. "What do you think?" Liana was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "I don't know, but I can't stand idly by while the situation in the capital is escalating. Why don't we go check it out? Even if there's danger, with you all here, I'm not afraid." Gordon scoffed. "You already died twice." Despite his words, Gordon ultimately relented. The group continued their journey, heading towards the capital, the center of the chaos. Chapter 711. 3 days later, the 4 of them, having taken a long detour, avoiding all major towns and battlefields, arrived outside the capital. By this time, approximately 300,000 troops had gathered outside the capital. Some of these troops were defectors from the Calcabanner, numbering around 50,000. The rest had come from all directions, belonging to different factions, but they were now united with only one goal: to overthrow the imperial rule and install Dinar as the new monarch. Liana immediately recognized the affiliation of these troops. There are guerrillas from the south, the private armies of the 3 major lords in the east, the 5th banner of the empire. Almost all of the strongest armies in the entire empire are here. How did Dinar manage to do this? Annie narrowed her eyes. So many armies belong to different lords. Hasn't the imperial family considered taking back military power? If this continues, it's no wonder it threatens the imperial authority. Liana sighed. This has been the empire's long-standing political structure. Even if the emperor wanted to take back military power, in reality, it's impossible. After all, the soldiers in these armies are mostly from their own territories, and they are only loyal to their lords. In this situation, the only way to ensure the strongest fighting force is for the lords to manage their own troops. Bourne shook his head and said, "That's true, but an army built like that is just raising a tiger to cause trouble later. Your emperor's abilities are really not good. He's not even as good as our liner." Annie reached out and pinched Bourne's waist. "Don't talk nonsense." Gordon looked around and said, "The capital is completely surrounded now. How are we going to get in?" Liana said, "Although we're besieged, it seems there hasn't been a battle yet. Besides, if my grandfather intervenes, the final outcome is still uncertain." Sure enough, not long after, a large army arrived from the north, carrying the banners of the Calcabanner army. The arrival of this force made the rebellious Allied forces nervous. It was likely a force unaffected by Dinar's infiltration. Liana explained, "Those are the troops under my uncles. Absolutely loyal to my grandfather, they wouldn't betray us." Just then, atop the towering city gates of the capital, an elderly man with white hair and a snow-white beard stood steadily. His body was as majestic as a mountain, radiating an unparalleled aura of power, as if capable of withstanding the onslaught of 1,000 armies. The old man's presence was like an unshakable fortress, inspiring awe and fear. He made no move, yet naturally exuded an aura of oppression, as if the slightest movement from him could unleash a cataclysmic upheaval. Meanwhile, in the Allied army below the city, the once orderly ranks of horses suddenly neighed as if startled. These horses seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from the old man. They neighed in terror, pawing the ground with their front hooves, as if trying to flee this terrifying place. The Allied army ranks were thrown into chaos by the horses' agitation. Soldiers frantically tried to control their mounts. Officers in each unit shouted orders frantically, striving to restore order. After a difficult struggle, the officers finally managed to quell the unrest, but the soldiers remained filled with fear and unease. "Grandpa," Liana explained in surprise. Bourne's eyes flickered slightly. "Is this Grand Marshal a boss? He certainly has an imposing presence." From within the Allied forces, a black tiger slowly emerged, carrying a man clad in black armor on its back. This man's aura was restrained, yet his eyes were incredibly sharp, showing no fear of a boss's imposing presence. And immediately recognized the tiger as the purple lightning tiger from the first cycle. So, the man in black armor was Dina. Gordon was the first to answer. "He's already arrived in the capital." "So fast?" Liana said. "He'd definitely be faster than us. After all, we took a detour, and we had to be careful along the way to avoid direct contact with other armies." Just then, Dina suddenly broke the silence. His voice echoed in the air, carrying a hint of provocation. "Grand Marshal Abbas." Dina looked directly into Abbas's eyes. "You should know very well why I'm here." Abbas's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice icy and mocking. "Of course I know. You traitorous fool, you dare to covet the throne of the Empire? Do you really think you're qualified?" Dinar, however, remained unperturbed, laughing loudly, his laughter jarring in the empty arena. "Ha ha ha." Dinar looked at Abbas mockingly. "Look at the people around me before you speak like this. Where is the dignity of an emperor now? If he is unjust, how can he blame us for being unjust?" Abbas's face grew increasingly grim. He gripped his warhammer tightly, as if ready to smash it down on Dinar at any moment. "Boy, don't be so arrogant." Abbas roared. "If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Don't spout nonsense just because you outnumber me." Dinar shrugged. "I won't fight you one-on-one. Everyone knows you already stepped 1 foot into the Liyuan realm. There's probably not a single person in the entire empire who can rival you." Abbas's hair stood on end. "Since you know that, then quickly retreat, tie yourself up, and apologize to His Majesty." Dinar narrowed his eyes slightly. "Apologize to His Majesty? Apologize for what? What crime have we committed? Compared to us, your sins seem far greater." Abbas immediately retorted angrily. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Humph, you know perfectly well." Dinar waved his hand. "No matter how much you say today, it's useless. Prepare to accept the wrath of the entire empire." With that, he immediately stepped down and organized the attack. Abbas, equally unyielding, commanded the Kalkabanner troops to charge from the north, attempting to open a window to the capital. The two sides collided like a torrent of steel, the point of contact resembling a giant meat grinder, instantly sending blood and flesh flying, screams and shouts echoing everywhere. Liana had never seen anything like it before, and was immediately speechless with shock. How could this be? Only half a month had passed, and Dinar had already amassed a massive army to attack the capital. It was clear he had made ample preparations beforehand, simply waiting for the right opportunity. But this preparation couldn't have been accomplished by him alone in just over a decade. The political legacy of Duke Lexus must have been involved. In this battle involving hundreds of thousands of people, Annie and her companions dared not approach. With their current strength, if they got close to the battlefield, they would almost instantly be swallowed up by the hordes. The fierce battle raged all day. On the first day, Dinar achieved an overwhelming victory, leveraging his numerical superiority and the army's peak morale. In contrast, the Kalkabanner troops, already weakened by internal strife and further exhausted from their forced march, suffered from low morale and were thus at a disadvantage. Later in the battle, the Kalkabanner troops retreated, some retreating back to the capital to rejoin Abbas, while others dispersed to the north, holding larger towns to ensure supplies to the capital's rear. Dina did not pursue further. He knew things had to be done step by step, and immediately announced a halt to the attack, ordering a rest. Something's not right, Gordon murmured, sitting on a tree branch, watching the distant battle. Liana was somewhat confused. Something's not right? Gordon said, normally, a boss's forces are definitely more than this. He's been marshal for so long, holding military and political power for decades. Even if he's been heavily infiltrated by Dinar, he shouldn't be in such a sorry state. The only explanation is that he still has forces on their way. If I were Dinar now, I would definitely press my advantage and give a boss no chance to breathe. Even if his reserves arrive, they won't be able to turn the tide. And nodded slightly. The key to this battle is surprise. Dinar's sudden attack at this time was unexpected by both the boss and the royal family. Moreover, in just half a month, Dinar has already controlled most of the empire's territory and is at the gates of the city, directly threatening the safety of the royal family. If the royal family and a boss had anticipated this, they would never have let Dinar get away so easily. Liana asked, could it be that he made a mistake in his decision? Or is he overconfident in his own strength? Gordon shook his head. Impossible. He's been biding his time for so many years, feigning madness, and making everyone think he's fallen. How could someone with such cunning not see such a simple truth? Bourne said, this is indeed a very important question. I think we should try to enter the capital tonight, find a boss, and open that iron box. Annie agreed, yes, there might be some clues in that iron box. At this time, due to the daytime battle, both sides were somewhat exhausted. They tacitly agreed to leave only a few night watchmen, while the rest of the main force went to rest. Under the cover of night, Annie and her group sneaked to the city gate of the capital. Their actions were naturally seen by the guards on the city walls, but fortunately, the guards recognized Liana and did not attack. When they approached, a boss actually came personally to welcome them into the city. Upon seeing Liana, a boss immediately rushed forward and embraced her tightly, his cloudy eyes even welling up with tears. Thank goodness, Liana, I'm so glad you're all right. Liana patted a boss's back. Grandpa, I'm fine. Thanks to them, I was able to escape Dinar's assassination attempt. A boss glanced at Annie and the others, a strange light in his eyes, and then said, you all worked hard. Go and rest first. If you need anything, just let me know. Bourne quickly said, don't worry about resting yet. We came under the cover of night for another matter. His eyes darted around. A boss immediately understood and said, all right, come with me. A boss led everyone to the temporary command post. No one else was there. A boss said, all right, you can talk here. Bourne nodded and took out the iron box from his pocket. I found this in Dinar's study. It was because this box was stolen that Dinar initiated the plan and launched the offensive ahead of schedule. I think there must be a very crucial secret inside. A boss's eyes flickered. You guys have some nerve, daring to steal from Dinar's castle. Liana immediately explained, Grandpa, you can't blame them. Actually, Dinar had already made his move when I arrived in town. Even if we hadn't taken this box, he would have definitely done something to harm you. A boss affectionately patted Liana's head. Hee, of course I won't blame them. You did a good job. Can you break the rune lock on this box? Bourne asked. A boss's lips curled into a confident smile as he softly said, this kind of lock is child's play for me. Back in the day, I was obsessed with these things, spending countless hours studying them. In the entire empire, probably no one knows them better than me. Before he finished speaking, a boss slowly extended his right index finger, as if handling a rare treasure, and gently touched the surface of the box. In that instant, the previously dulled runes on the box seemed to be enchanted, suddenly bursting forth with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire room. A boss's expression grew increasingly solemn as the runes lit up. His eyes were fixed on the box, as if trying to see through its hard shell to uncover its secrets. His fingers moved rapidly across the box, each touch causing the runes to flash and change. At this moment, the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, afraid that the slightest sound would interrupt a boss's concentration and affect his progress in breaking the rune lock. With a soft click, the rune lock on the box opened, and a boss slowly took out a small booklet, solemnly opening it. Everyone crowded around, wanting to see what was written in the booklet. However, what they saw drastically changed everyone's expressions. This is? Liana covered her mouth. A boss frowned. This is their allied forces list. It includes not only the major lords attacking outside the city, but also the old fox lurking deep within the palace. and said gravely, "If we hadn't seen this booklet, I'm afraid the capital will crumble from within." Gordon interjected. This must be Dinar's trump card, and the reason he hasn't continued the attack. He's trying to lower the guard of the capital, making them think they have the situation under control. But in reality, the real show is yet to come. Humph. Abbas slammed his hand on the table. A bunch of bastards. High-ranking officials colluding with rebels, working from within and without, shameless. They deserve to die. Chapter 712. Seeing Abbas's anger, Liana quickly comforted him. "Grandpa, don't be angry. Now that we know their stance in advance, we can catch them off guard." And nodded, "That's right. I doubt Dinar expected us to arrive in the capital so quickly, or that we would enter the city to meet you. So now is the perfect opportunity to remove his henchmen in the palace." Abbas nodded and immediately said, "Good. I arranged for people to go right now. Some of these people are in charge of city defense, and others hold positions in the army. It's unbelievable what kind of parasites the Empire has been harboring." That night, Abbas dispatched his most trusted men to conduct a massive search of the city, arresting over 20 people. However, he missed some others, and these people were in the palace. Abbas, however, was no longer concerned. His actions within the city had already eliminated most of Dinar's henchmen, and those remaining in the palace should have grasped the situation. Even if they wanted to rebel, they lacked the courage and ability, and would be of little use in the upcoming battle. Therefore, Abbas planned to overcome the immediate crisis before dealing with these two-faced individuals. As for the other reason, it was naturally that, as the imperial marshal, Abbas couldn't lead troops directly into the palace to arrest him. That was a major taboo. Although the emperor was currently weak, if Abbas did so, how would he be any different from Dinar? Now everyone knew Dinar intended to rebel, and Abbas would never allow anyone to associate him with that. The next day, Dinar continued to press his army to the city gates, preparing for another attack. Abbas, meanwhile, lined up all the men he had captured overnight and brought them to the city wall, shouting, "Dina, I know your trump card. These are your spies who orchestrated your reckless attack on the capital. They all been captured. Let's see what you can do now." Dinar's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but think of Liana and the others. "They're that fast?" Seeing that Dinar didn't answer, Abbas continued, "My granddaughter Liana has brought back the news. All your plans, all your tactics, are transparent to me. I advise you to surrender." At this moment, a general beside Dinar swallowed hard and asked softly, "Your Grace, is he telling the truth?" Dinar glared at him. "Can't you see through such an obvious psychological tactic?" The general shrank back, not daring to utter another word. Dina looked up at the 20-odd men on the city wall. They were indeed the people he had secretly contacted. This meant there were no spies within the city. However, his sharp eyes immediately noticed that his men in the palace hadn't been captured yet. He immediately made a plan. "Abbas, don't think you can stop us like this. You see our true power soon." With that, he ordered an attack. Abbas, without hesitation, beheaded the 20-odd men as a sacrifice to his flag, greatly boosting the morale of his soldiers. The Kalkabanner troops, as if injected with adrenaline, organized a fearless resistance. This battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Dina didn't allow for rest, but instead divided his troops into 2 groups, rotating them in attacks. Meanwhile, reinforcements from Abbas's side continued to arrive. As soldiers fell in front, those behind immediately took their place. The battle situation remained largely unchanged from the first day. Tens of thousands died daily, and the fighting strength on both sides was steadily dwindling. The fighting among high-ranking generals was particularly brutal, with hundreds of Yuan-level experts perishing on the battlefield. Once the machine of war starts running, it's difficult to stop. Even Abbas, watching his powerful subordinates die one after another, felt his heart breaking but was powerless to stop it. "That Dinar is insane." Abbas gritted his teeth and cursed. "This is a lose-lose situation. It doesn't benefit him at all." Liana asked doubtfully, "Why is he so reckless? He clearly has better ways to avoid so many casualties." Abbas shook his head. "Who knows? Hopefully, the northern forces can come to our aid soon, otherwise the capital might truly fall." Bourne frowned slightly. Based on his century of experience traversing the netherworld, the current battle seemed extremely bizarre. Dina's attacks were almost reckless. He seemed completely indifferent to the lives of his men, only repeatedly ordering them to regroup. Abbas's situation was equally strange. From the start of the battle until now, no one had seen the emperor, nor had they received any orders from the royal family. Abbas's rebellion was entirely his own decision, without any instructions from the royal court. Even so, Abbas desperately tried to stop Dinar's attack, preventing a single enemy soldier from setting foot in the capital. Recalling that some people on Dinar's list were hiding in the palace, Born's eyes narrowed. The battle grew increasingly fierce each day. Dinar hadn't allowed his men a moment's rest, launching a continuous assault for over half a month. Fortunately, the capital's food supplies were still relatively plentiful, and the Calcabanner troops maintained a vital supply line, ensuring Abbas's army could continue its resistance. Unexpectedly, the armies of the major northern lords were slow to arrive to reinforce Abbas. The main fighting force remained the Calcabanner troops and his personal guard, but after such a prolonged and bloody battle, they had suffered losses exceeding half their strength. Dina's situation was equally dire. Due to the prolonged siege, some of Dina's nobles began to consider retreating. The losses were simply too great. Even being stripped of power by the royal family shouldn't have led to this. Especially concerning was the dwindling number of high-ranking officers. The Calcabanner troops' fighting prowess was terrifying to all. However, Dina showed no sign of retreating, and no one knew what his true intentions were. Finally, after much anticipation, Abbas arrived a month later with the armies of the various northern lords, numbering over 100,000. Though not a large force, their arrival at this critical juncture was like a godsend. The capital's garrison immediately cheered, their morale soaring. In contrast, on Dinar's side, all the generals were deathly pale. "Your Grace, this isn't what you promised." A nobleman roared hysterically at Dinar. "You promised to lead us to conquer the capital, to become emperor, and to give us more land. What are we going to do now?" Dinar remained unmoved, turning to look at the others. He saw that everyone's expressions were different. Some were angry, some fearful, and some seemingly already considering their escape routes. What's there to be afraid of? Those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. The situation isn't too bad yet. We still have enough manpower to fight them. The outcome is uncertain. A nobleman exclaimed, "Fight? What's the point of fighting? The northern lords have arrived, their forces are almost equal to ours, and we're already stretched thin. How can we possibly win?" The other nobles echoed his sentiment. "Yes, we should take advantage of our remaining strength and retreat to our territories to hold them." I agree. Once we're back in our territories, I refuse to believe Abbas can actually launch an attack. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm taking my men and retreating. Dinar's face grew increasingly grim, then he roared, "Shut up." Everyone was startled, and the scene fell silent. Dinar glanced around, then sneered, "You bunch of good-for-nothings, you think you can conquer the world? What a joke. A little setback and you're all giving up? You might as well go home and farm." The crowd's faces darkened with anger. "Dina, what are you talking about? Who do you think you are? You only have your position because of the Duke. If the royal family hadn't been so arrogant, we wouldn't be following you." Dinar pointed to the imperial army ahead. "Look closely, that's Abbas's army. Do you really think you can rest easy after retreating to your territory? How naive. You only be defeated one by one, and ultimately, you all be wiped out." Everyone swallowed hard. Then what do you suggest?" Dinar said calmly. "Better to die a glorious death than live a shameful life. We only have one chance, and that's now. Charge forward and fight them to the death. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit." Everyone present fell silent. The silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. After a long while, someone finally spoke. You can fight for yourselves. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm going home." With that, he prepared to leave with his men. However, the next moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the man's head flew straight up, his eyes wide open in death. Everyone was startled and stared in shock at Dina. Dina, long sword in hand, stood imposingly. "You can leave, and I can kill you. Anyone who dares to step out of my way will be executed according to military law." Now no one dared to leave. In terms of pure strength, none of those present were a match for Dina. Although they could fight him together, they weren't truly of one mind. How could they possibly unite? Thus, under Dina's iron fist, the army was once again regrouped and launched a new offensive against the capital. Instantly, the battlefield erupted in deafening battle cries. The meat grinder of war restarted, rivers of blood flowed, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. On the city wall, Abbas roared in fury. He slashed down an enemy soldier before him, shouting, "Why aren't those northern bastards moving? Are they just going to sit idly by?" Liana had also noticed the anomaly. Although the northern lords had arrived, they hadn't immediately joined the battle, instead gathering in the rear, their purpose unclear. It was very strange that they remained completely still while the city gates were already awash in blood. But just as Abbas was about to send men to investigate, the northern army finally moved. Like a raging torrent, they launched an attack on Dinar's allied forces from both flanks. The arrival of this full-strength force drastically altered the course of the battle. The already demoralized and exhausted allied soldiers offered little resistance, falling like straw, mercilessly hacked down in droves. Abbas breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. Victory was finally assured. As expected, defeat was swift and decisive. Even if the allied forces still wanted to fight, their strength was no longer sufficient. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, the allied forces suffered a crushing defeat. Dinar could only flee southwest with his remaining 5,000 elite troops, and the lords, who had lost their armies. Abbas did not hesitate and immediately ordered a pursuit, determined to capture Dinar. The pursuit did not last long. Dinar had no chance to escape back to his territory. He was ambushed and killed by the defeated lords, who surrendered to Abbas with his head. This internal strife, which had lasted for nearly 2 months, finally came to an end. Abbas returned victorious, earning the respect and admiration of the entire capital. Soon, news arrived from the royal court summoning Abbas to the palace. And the others naturally followed. Gordon chuckled, "That's good. With Dinar dead, this cycle should finally end." Lyanna was also overjoyed. "Yes, His Majesty will surely reward Grandpa handsomely this time. Could this be my final memory?" However, Anne felt no excitement, for she knew things wouldn't be so simple. Lyanna had been found amidst chaos, having already lost her memory. If what she was experiencing now was indeed her memory, then what followed was the key to everything. The group slowly entered the hall and met the mysterious emperor. And looked up and saw an elderly man sitting on the throne. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked very old. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my mission and killed the traitor Dinar, quelling this rebellion," Abbas announced loudly. The emperor raised his heavy eyes, looked at Abbas, and nodded slightly. "Well done, Abbas, you have done well." Abbas was very pleased and immediately said, "It's all part of my job." The old emperor slightly raised his right hand to pick up a teacup placed to the side, but his hand trembled, and he lost his grip. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered with a crash. Everyone was somewhat bewildered by this scene. Abbas also shook his head and chuckled. It seemed His Majesty the Emperor was indeed old. He could no longer even lift a teacup. The next moment, however, a flash of cold, azure light streaked across the sky. Abbas's smile froze on his face, and a thin line of blood appeared on his neck, from which bright red blood gurgled. Lyanna's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief, completely bewildered by what had happened. And the others had already shielded Lyanna behind them, watching warily ahead. At that moment, a graceful figure in azure light stood silently before them, wings sprouting from its back, wielding a long sword. Chapter 713. Wind, the kiss of the wind god? Annie exclaimed. At that moment, Abbas collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck. Blood gushed from between his fingers, his eyes wide, fixed on the woman before him, filled with resentment and bitterness. "Grandpa." Lyanna rushed to Abbas, trying to heal him and stop the bleeding. But the attack of the kiss of the wind god was not something Lyanna could heal so easily. Even with all her strength, she was powerless. In the end, Abbas, the imperial marshal, died, his eyes still fixed on the kiss of the wind god. "Why?" Lyanna roared hysterically at the kiss of the wind god. However, the kiss of the wind god remained unmoved, not even glancing at her, and turned to walk to the old emperor's side. "You are Lyanna, aren't you?" The old emperor spoke slowly. Even a fool could see now that the kiss of the wind god was clearly the emperor's man. Annie pulled back Lyanna, who was about to step forward, and shook her head. "Don't be impulsive, something's not right." Hearing Annie's words, Lyanna suppressed her grief and looked up at the old emperor, asking, "Your Majesty, my grandfather was your most loyal subject. Why did you do this?" The old emperor's cloudy eyes opened slightly, and he sat up a little straighter. "You say he was loyal? It seems he didn't tell you everything." What do you mean?" Lyanna frowned, a hint of confusion in her eyes. The old emperor continued, "In this world, the only one truly loyal to me is Lexus." "Lexels?" Everyone was stunned. No one was unfamiliar with the old duke, but no one would admit to being the most loyal. Gordon said, "When I assassinated Barty, he also said that although Leclercis wielded great power, he never harbored any ambition to become emperor. That's why he was killed by his own son, Dinar." And shook her head. "But that doesn't mean he's the most loyal. He just didn't want to be emperor, but his lust for power was immense. Manipulating politics, forming factions, can that be considered loyalty?" He. The old emperor laughed. Everyone says he wields immense power and wreaks havoc on the court, but no one knows that he did all this for the continuation of the royal family. For the royal family? And asked, puzzled, what does that have to do with the royal family? The old emperor. The emperor explained, it has been over 100 years since I ascended the throne, and my life is drawing to a close. My sons are all utterly useless. They lack both the talent for cultivation and the ability to govern a country. To prevent the nation from falling into chaos, I can only drag my aging body along, performing this tasteless job of emperor. As time passes, the various lords and high-ranking officials have begun to harbor wicked intentions. They collude with foreign traitors, betraying national interests and gradually corrupting the very foundation of the empire. But I can no longer control them, because my royal power is about to be usurped by a boss. Liana's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Grandpa wouldn't do that. The old emperor shook his head. Don't rush to deny it. A boss controls nearly 80% of the empire's army and has incorporated the Kalka banner into his private force. In the past decade, the Kalka banner has disobeyed imperial orders dozens of times. If it were an ordinary army, the commander would have been beheaded long ago. But the Kalka banner is different. They only recognize a boss's orders, not the imperial ones. Furthermore, a boss has become too powerful, effectively usurping imperial authority. He manages the defense of the capital and its economic affairs. The city lord is merely a figurehead. A boss has the final say in everything. Wouldn't you call this treason? Liana was momentarily speechless. And retorted, but with someone as powerful as the kiss of the wind god by your side, what is there to fear? If she makes a move, a boss will have no choice but to retreat, right? The old emperor chuckled. The kiss of the wind god? She's not one of my people, or rather, she's not even human. What? Everyone was stunned, not understanding what the old emperor meant. Look at her eyes. Don't they have no spirit at all? The old emperor said. Rather than calling her human, it's more accurate to say she's a monster that looks like a human, devoid of human emotions, only capable of pure killing. I only managed to control her by chance, and once she loses control, the entire empire will cease to exist. Therefore, I cannot control her to kill a boss. Her killing of a boss just now was purely due to her internal mechanisms at work. Her internal mechanisms? What are those? Bourne asked, frowning. The old emperor glanced at him, but didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, the death of Lexus was purely a boss's doing, and had nothing to do with Dina. Dina inherited Lexus's will and wanted to completely eradicate a boss, this cancer in the empire, which is why he orchestrated this turmoil. Liana's eyes narrowed. You mean, Dina's real purpose wasn't the royal family, but... That's right. The old emperor's eyes were deep, tinged with a faint sadness. To ensure the elimination of a boss's power, he personally entered the fray. Leveraging the connections he had built up through Lexus, he extensively courted disloyal lords and officials, forming a so-called coalition army. He secretly recruited soldiers, waiting for his opportunity. His goal was to incite these men to fight a boss to the death, until both sides were severely weakened. Then, the lords in the north loyal to the royal family could step in, clear away all obstacles, and restore the royal family's power. Liana felt as if her soul had been ripped from her body. Her grandfather, a boss, whom she considered incredibly great, had now become a traitor, a powerful and tyrannical minister. No! Impossible. This isn't true. It's not. Liana's fingers dug deeply into her palms, blood seeping from between them, yet she remained oblivious. Her pupils contracted violently. The old emperor's words churned in her mind like poisoned daggers. A boss. A tyrannical minister? Each syllable made her retinas flush red. The grandfather in her memory. The old man who would kneel down to tie her shoelaces. The marshal who always talked about protecting the royal family. Suddenly split in two in her consciousness. One half was still a kind smiling face, while the other half was twisted into a power-hungry demon. You clearly said when you taught me swordsmanship. She heard her own voice, like shattered porcelain, that loyalty is the soul of a knight. A sharp pain exploded in her temples. Details once ignored now throbbed like venomous snakes. The late-night secret conversation in her grandfather's study, the northern garrison order she inadvertently stumbled upon and hastily hidden, the old steward's strange pause when mentioning the marshal's inspection of his private army again. So I was that fool. Blood suddenly gushed from her nose. She staggered, grabbing the edge of the table, her fingernails scratching 5 white marks on the mahogany surface. A phantom mocking voice echoed in her ears. It was Dinar's distorted face floating in the blood mist, as if saying, "Who is the traitor, me or you?" She frantically swung her sword at the phantom, but the blade only shattered a crystal vase. In the flying shards, she saw her own distorted reflection, a face covered in blood and tears, yet a nervous smile played on her lips. Ha, ha ha ha. Laughter, mixed with blood and foam, was forced from her throat. The light she had upheld her entire life had been steeped in lies woven by her grandfather from the very beginning. All that glory, those beliefs, that proud sense of justice, had become the most vicious irony. With a clang, her sword shattered on the ground. She knelt among the shards, letting the sharp porcelain pieces cut her knees. At this moment, she finally understood that she had never been a knight of light. She was merely a carefully cultivated, blood-stained butterfly knife by a schemer. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the whole world began to shake, the scene before them seemed to freeze, and all that remained in everyone's ears was Liana's hysterical screams. Annie froze. Is this the end of my memories? Is the cycle of reincarnation about to be broken? The next moment, the world before them seemed to be fast-forwarded. The once serene kiss of the wind god suddenly transformed into a ferocious monster, swallowing the old emperor whole. Before Annie and the others could even react, the four of them detached from their original bodies and floated into the air, observing the changing situation across the entire empire from above. It turned out that the so-called kiss of the wind god was merely a magical creature sent by an extraterrestrial enemy. Her existence was merely a cover. In reality, similar beings existed in over a dozen surrounding countries, all sent by the extraterrestrial enemy. When the time was right, they all transformed and began a frenzied slaughter. The entire empire subsequently became a living hell. The extraterrestrial enemy launched a massive invasion, burning, killing, and looting their way through, committing countless atrocities. The empire was thus destroyed. Suddenly, a young man appeared, leading powerful warriors from various sacred mountains in a counterattack against the extraterrestrial invaders. Annie was astonished to discover that this man was none other than Toby from the second cycle of reincarnation. Toby was no longer the weakling he once was. He had become a warrior of the battle sanctuary, fighting bravely to avenge his homeland, ultimately dying on the battlefield. Liana fled, discovering a secret chamber amidst the ruins of the empire, a royal legacy containing half a scroll of the Memory Covenant. By sealing her own memories, she gained the protection of the Memory Covenant, thus escaping the invasion of the extraterrestrial enemies. So that's how it is. Annie looked at the scene before her, a sense of melancholy washing over her. So this is how Liana's memories disappeared, and these memories are so cruel. Gordon said, I know that so-called kiss of the wind god. It's a disguised creature created by extraterrestrial enemies based on our appearance and aura. They have no emotions, they only obey orders. Generally, these extraterrestrial enemies will send these monsters into the divine plane first to scout the situation. After confirming there are no defenses nearby, they try to launch an attack. This has happened in many places across the divine plane. Born sighed, that's how it is. Life is unpredictable. Actually, if that's the case, she might as well not have this memory and start a new life with Eric. Annie shrugged. Now it's difficult. She remembered these cruel memories, but forgot the most beautiful and precious ones. Boom! 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 A series of loud noises erupted, and the entire world began to collapse. In an instant, the scene before them transformed into a vast study. Many books floated in the air, and above Liana's head was a black book, its pages turning rapidly, emitting a strange light. Annie beckoned and grabbed the black book. Is this the Covenant of Memories? Bourne glanced at the contents and said, This book doesn't look like anything good, but I must say, its power is truly formidable. It actually managed to create such a cycle of reincarnation using Liana's memories, one that even we couldn't escape from. Gordon said, Well, at least we're out now. I thought we were going to be trapped in there forever. Annie and Bourne turned to look at him, and the scene instantly fell silent. Gordon immediately took 2 steps back, warning, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Annie said, Gordon, just like you said, I don't think there's any real grudge between us. It's just a small matter of self-interest. Besides, we have no connection to Mount Light. Their wanted posters are just bounties to us. We're not short of money right now. Gordon narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you sure? You didn't say that before. Annie shrugged. Before was before. Now we fought side by side for 2 cycles, so we know each other pretty well. There seems to be no need to keep fighting. Gordon thought for a moment and said, No problem. As long as you don't attack me, I won't attack you. Then it's a deal? Annie smiled slightly, stepped forward, and extended her right hand. Gordon hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and shook her hand. However, just as their palms were about to touch, two powerful magical energies collided, creating a tremendous roar. At the same time, Annie and Gordon also retreated instantly, creating a distance of about 10 meters between them. I knew you would cheat. Gordon cursed. Annie flicked her slightly charred sleeves. You're no different. No sincerity at all. We were comrades for a while, after all. Chapter 714. What a load of rubbish, comrade. Gordon spat. If we were comrades, why did you ambush me just now? Annie laughed. Cough, I was just joking with you. Why are you taking it so seriously? Gordon raised an eyebrow. A joke? If I hadn't held back, you would have made me cough up blood. Annie shrugged. I don't think so. With your strength, taking my attack shouldn't be a problem, right? Why don't we try again? Saying this, Annie prepared to attack again. However, at this moment, Bourne blocked Annie's path. Annie asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Bourne said, now is not the time for fighting. Liana isn't feeling well. Annie turned her head and saw that Liana's eyes were bleeding, and she had collapsed unconscious, extremely weak. Taking advantage of Annie's attention being on Liana, Gordon turned around, opened the study door, and fled. Hey! Annie tried to call out to Gordon, but he was incredibly fast, disappearing almost instantly. TCH, that coward. He was saying he wanted revenge. Bourne said, never mind him. We need to stabilize Liana's injuries now, otherwise, in her current state, she probably won't make it. Annie frowned, extending her hands. A faint golden light shone from her palms, slowly enveloping Liana. However, despite the healing spell, Liana's injuries didn't improve, instead, they worsened, and her breath grew even weaker. How could this be? A hint of panic flashed in Annie's eyes. If Liana died, she didn't know how she would explain it to Eric. She's been wounded by the mark of fate. Healing spells are useless. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared. And heard this voice, and felt a strange sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite place where she heard it before. She turned around to look at the source of the voice. However, when she saw who it was, her eyes widened sharply, and a name slipped out. Alice? The person was none other than Annie's long-lost sister, Alice. Alice was equally startled, then surprise appeared in her eyes. You're Annie? It's me. Annie stood up. Sister Alice, I finally found you. Alice now looked much the same as before. She had blonde hair, her emerald eyes shone with an unusual light, and her exquisite face bore a resemblance to Annie's. However, when Annie stepped forward, she discovered that Alice in front of her was semi-transparent. Sister, what's wrong? Alice gave a bitter smile. I'm fine, but this is just an avatar of mine. This avatar has been trapped here for a long time, and its energy is quite depleted, but it can last for another year or two. Seeing Liana lying on the ground growing weaker and weaker, Annie quickly asked, Sister, do you know how to save her? Alice looked at Liana's injuries, and said, she suffered a wound from the scar of fate. Ordinary healing magic is no longer effective against her, unless... Unless what? Alice. She pointed to the Covenant of Memories in Annie's hand and said, if I'm not mistaken, this book is the Covenant of Memories. During my time trapped here, I had nothing else to do, so I read almost all the books here, including this Covenant of Memories. The Covenant can provide protection at the cost of memories. To retrieve those memories, one must go through reincarnation and find the key memory node. Clearly, she found her memory node, but because of the powerful force of fate within it, it backfired on her, leading to her current situation. The only way to save her is to activate the Covenant of Memories again, and bring her back to a world without sorrow. You mean? Annie swallowed hard, to strip her of her memories again? That's right. Alice said, her past memories were far too cruel for her, not only physically but also mentally, so this is the only way. Annie sighed, wouldn't all her efforts over the years be wasted? That's better than death. Bourne said, I agree with Alice. She can completely let go of these memories, and start a new life. Seeing Liana's breath growing weaker and weaker, and knowing that she might really die if no action was taken, Annie nodded, all right, that's all we can do for now. We explain the details to Eric when we get back to the first floor. Then, Annie activated the Memory Covenant. A mysterious light enveloped Liana, tightly binding her and forming a giant cocoon of fate, within which time seemed to flow, as if countless years had passed. Not long after, the cocoon shattered, releasing Liana once more. Cast a healing spell, Alice reminded her, and nodded and immediately activated her light power, casting a healing spell. Soft light bathed Liana, gradually healing her injuries. After about half a day, Liana's condition finally stabilized, and was exhausted and covered in sweat. She withdrew the healing spell, but Liana still hadn't woken up. "Don't worry," Alice said. "She's out of danger, but she won't wake up for a while. Full recovery takes time." Seeing that Liana was out of danger, Annie turned to Alice and asked, "Sister, why are you here? And why are you in your current state? Where is your original body?" Alice sighed. "To be honest, I know nothing about it either. This clone was forcibly separated from my original body. My memories only go back to the spatial turbulence. I know nothing about what happened after that." "So what happened back then?" Bourne asked. Alice's eyes held a hint of reminiscence. "When the Norma Empire was in turmoil, Grievous and I fled the Empire and ended up in the Divine Beast Mountain by chance. Everything was going smoothly there until one day, we were suddenly sent to the first peak. Through a magic circle, we entered a mysterious space, supposedly the entrance to a magical realm. At the time, I knew nothing and could only follow orders. But the Divine Beast Mountain only let me in, not out. I was caught in the spatial turbulence. I thought I was going to die, but fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on me. The power of the spatial turbulence tore me apart, splitting me into several. I don't know exactly how many copies, but this one clone successfully arrived in the God realm. When I awoke, I was in a vast wilderness, having traveled a long way to reach Starfall City. Because of my low strength and my claim of coming from a spatial turbulence, I was treated as an anomaly there, and people jokingly called me the woman of another world. Later, the then Lord of Starfall City took a liking to me and wanted to possess me. I resisted desperately but to no avail. But fate had other plans. I met someone who saw the incompleteness of my soul, so he took me from Starfall City and brought me all the way to the Celestial Library. And this person is the curator here." Alice's account largely matched what Annie had gathered, but hearing it from Alice's own mouth still surprised Annie, especially the part about the spatial turbulence tearing Alice apart. It sounded incredibly dangerous. Suddenly, she remembered what the Lord of Qinglan City had told her, and asked, "Sister, have you ever been to the Sea of Death?" Alice shook her head in confusion. "What Sea of Death? I never heard of it." And nodded slightly. "It seems the one who went to the Sea of Death was another one of your avatars." Bourne asked, "You seem to be in very poor condition right now. Is there any way to restore you to your full state?" Alice said, "Unless all my avatars are found, and then fused together using a special secret technique, it's impossible to restore me." "Secret technique? What secret technique?" Alice looked up at the dome of the study. "Only the curator knows this." At that moment, the crystal chandelier on the dome suddenly shone brightly, and then a huge phantom appeared before everyone. "Little girl, not bad at all. You actually made it here on your own." Annie looked up and saw that this person was the same gatekeeper who had appeared during the trial on the steps leading to the Sky Library. You're the librarian?" The giant figure chuckled. "That's right, I am the librarian of the Sky Library." "Little girl, you want to save Alice?" Annie nodded. "Yes, librarian. If you have a way, please tell me. I pay whatever reward you require." The giant figure waved his hand and said, "I don't need any reward, but saving Alice isn't that simple. According to my judgment, Alice's original body was torn into 3 parts. One is with me, and according to the clues, another is in the Sea of Death. As for the last one, even I don't know. Moreover, even if you find the 3 clones, you need a secret technique to fuse them. Although I know this technique, even I'm not entirely confident I can complete the fusion." Alice explained, "The curator is not only the strongest in the Celestial Library, but also possesses profound knowledge of alchemy. No one in the entire library can compare to him." A hint of disappointment flashed in Annie's eyes. "Is there really no way?" However, Bourne patted her shoulder and said, "Hey, don't be discouraged. Have you forgotten about Robert?" Annie's eyes lit up. "That's right." She then looked at the curator and said, "Curator, could you teach me the secret technique? I want to try, no matter what." The giant shadow paused slightly, narrowing his eyes. "You want that undead to try, right? If it's him." As the curator, he naturally knew what had happened in the Celestial Library, such as Robert and Bourne, but he simply didn't say it outright. After a moment's hesitation, he beckoned and grabbed a pale purple book. "This is the book. If he really succeeds, then his alchemy skills will reach the Grandmaster level. Also, to successfully fuse, a suitable furnace is needed, and the best furnace in the entire Divine Plane is right here." He pointed to the top of his head. Annie was slightly taken aback. You mean the Fountain of Creation?" The curator's voice held a hint of reverence. "The most precious treasure of the Divine Plane, something countless people dream of, the ultimate target of countless attacks from extraterrestrial enemies. This is the fountain of creation. And if you want to use it, you must pay a corresponding price. Annie frowned. What is that price? The curator said in a deep voice, you don't need to know now. I tell you when you really need it. Also, he looked at Bourne again, you little undead, do you have some connection with Callan? Callan? Bourne wasn't surprised the other person recognized him as an undead, but the name Callan was indeed unfamiliar. But just then, a wisp of white mist drifted from Bourne's head, gradually coalescing into a human form. Hey, old man, your sense of smell is still as sharp as ever. Bourne was startled. He hadn't expected Dao Quang to reveal his true soul form directly to outsiders. This was an extremely dangerous thing. However, the instant Dao Quang took that step, a terrifyingly powerful force swept in like a raging torrent, as if the entire space was tightly imprisoned by this force. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's movements ceased abruptly, and the expressions on their faces were frozen in place, as if under a spell. Only the curator remained unaffected by this power, but the moment he saw Dao Quang, he was struck dumb, his massive figure visibly trembling. You actually... Dao Quang chuckled, you're still alive, huh? Heh, it's quite a coincidence, but none of that matters anymore. I never thought that after all these years, you'd still be a worthless curator here. The curator gave a bitter laugh. If I don't want to be, who will? This is the pillar of the entire divine plane. Without the celestial library, where will the talents of the divine plane come from? How can our magical research progress? Humph. Dao Quang sneered, that's pure nonsense. Can't those guys from Mount Shan come? Why should they? So you're left to endure endless loneliness? The curator chuckled. Actually, it's not that lonely. I spent 10,000 years finally reading all the books. There's probably no one in this world who understands the celestial library better than me. Dao Quang waved his hand. All right, I can't solidify for long. You should be able to keep my identity a secret, right? The curator's expression turned serious. Of course. But why did you? Dao Quang waved his hand to interrupt him. Let's not talk about that now. You find out when the time comes. Help these juniors get out of here. Dao Quang then returned to Bond's mind. The powerful energy field disappeared, and everyone recovered. Chapter 715. Huh? Teacher? As soon as Bourne recovered, he realized that the mad blade had returned to his mind, and he was somewhat puzzled. Was it just his imagination? Before Bourne could think further, the curator said, Little undead, your soul-severing blade space can help Liana and Alice recover. Take them in, and I take you away from here. Bourne could only vaguely toss Liana and Alice into the soul-severing blade, without even asking the curator how he knew about it. Then, with the curator's help, the two successfully left the maze of destiny and returned to the first floor. Eric was dozing in a chair when he sensed a magical fluctuation. He slightly opened his eyes, and immediately saw Annie and Bourne. Eric rubbed his eyes. Anna, you're back? And this is? He had never seen Bourne before, and naturally didn't recognize him. Oh, he's my friend, and said. I met him on the way. On the way? Eric scratched his head. Didn't everyone entering the Celestial Library have to pass by him? Oh, right. And quickly changed the subject, I found Liana. Upon hearing this, Eric jumped up from his chair. Where is she? Is she all right? Bourne then channeled his magic, releasing Liana from the soul-severing blade. Liana was much better now. She slightly woke up as soon as she landed, and the first thing she saw was a man with tears streaming down his face, his expression full of concern. Liana, you're finally back. Eric was overjoyed. His century-long wait had finally come to an end. He had reunited with his beloved, reclaimed his life. However, Liana's eyes were filled with confusion. Who are you? The sunlight from the dome filtered through the floating books, casting a long shadow of Liana on the main hall floor. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes clear yet unfamiliar, surveying the world like a newborn fawn. Eric trembled slightly. The thing he least wanted to see had finally happened, and stood not far away, watching this scene, a pang of sorrow rising in her heart. She sighed softly and said to Eric, to regain her past memories, she restarted the covenant of memories, but the price was that all her memories with you were swallowed up. Eric froze, his chest feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand, his breath catching in his throat. But soon, a relieved smile appeared on his lips as he murmured, at least. She found herself again, and that's more important than anything else. Annie shook her head, lowering her voice, but those memories hurt her too much. We had to use the memory covenant again to make her completely forget everything. Now, she doesn't remember you, nor does she remember her former self. Like a blank sheet of paper. Eric was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on Liana, watching her curiously reach out to touch the falling specks of light. With a gentle touch of her fingertips, the specks spun and flew away. She blinked, seemingly finding it amusing, and reached for the next one. Just like when I first met her, Eric murmured, his voice so soft it was as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the moment. Annie looked at him, and finally told him everything she had witnessed in the cycle of fate. Liana's past pain, her struggles, the choices she made to find her lost memories, and the traces of him that she had never truly forgotten deep within her heart. Eric's eyes reddened slightly after hearing this. He took a deep breath, slowly walked towards Liana, knelt on one knee before her, and gazed at her tenderly. Liana looked up, tilting her head, seemingly trying to figure out who this strange man was. "Hello," she smiled, her voice light and cheerful, like the first rays of morning sunlight. Eric smiled back, his smile carrying a century of experience and unwavering affection. "Let's get to know each other again," he said softly, his voice deep and gentle. "My name is Eric, and I am a man determined to protect you for life." Liana blinked, seemingly amused by his tone, but she still nodded politely. "Yes, hello." Eric reached out and carefully helped her to her feet, his movements as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. "You know what?" He looked at her, his gaze deep and resolute. "I once promised someone that, whether she remembered me or not, I would make her fall in love with me again." Liana tilted her head, seemingly not quite understanding his words, but still asked curiously, "So, did you succeed?" Eric smiled, gently brushing a speck of light from her hair. "I don't know," he said softly, his gaze as tender as if it could melt ice and snow, "but I will wait, until she smiles at me again, until she's willing to hold my hand again, even if it takes another 100 years. Liana looked at him, and for some reason, a strange feeling stirred within her. She reached out and gently touched his fingertips, as if testing the waters, or perhaps an unconscious act of closeness. "Your hands are so warm," she whispered. Eric's eyes welled up, and he gently took her hand. "It's because I'm holding your hand that my heart beats so warmly." The sunlight from the dome bathed them, casting long shadows that seemed to overlap across centuries. And Bourne stood there, watching this scene, gently wiping their eyes. Perhaps some love truly can transcend memory, transcend time, even transcend fate. Eric then remembered Anne. He stepped forward and said, "Anna, thank you so much. I know how much risk it took to bring Liana out of the labyrinth of fate, but you still did it. As promised, I'm giving this to you." With that, he pulled a scroll from his robes, a scroll of light magic. Annie paused slightly, then took the scroll without hesitation, asking, "What's this?" Eric explained, "I noticed your unusual behavior before. You possess divine power, but it's suppressed, preventing you from unleashing your full potential. That's why I thought of this. I found this by chance in some ruins years ago, but the magic within is useless to me, and probably to most people as well. However, I think it might be useful to you." Annie was somewhat confused. She slowly opened the scroll, and discovered it was a high-level spell. However, after understanding the details, her eyes lit up with undisguised joy. This is... Bourne also curiously leaned closer. "What's wrong?" Annie handed over the scroll, saying, "This spell is practically tailor-made for us. It's called magic conversion. It allows you to freely convert one type of magic into another within your body, but there will be a certain percentage lost during the conversion. The higher your proficiency, the lower the loss, but there's still a minimum of 20% loss." Bourne's eyes lit up. "But you don't have to convert your magic. Instead, you can convert a divine spark," Annie blurted out. "That way, even without obtaining a divine spark of other attributes, my strength will at least no longer be suppressed by the light divine spark." Annie was incredibly excited. She and Bourne were both currently constrained by this. Due to the suppression of the light divine spark, the flow of other magic within Annie's body was extremely disrupted, causing her original chaotic origin realm to only be able to exert the strength of the supreme origin realm. Bourne, affected by her, had also seen his recent cultivation essentially stagnate, unable to make any progress at the third level of chaotic origin. But now, with this magic, all the problems were solved. "Thank you, Eric," Annie said. Eric waved his hand. "Why thank me? Let's not talk about that. Are you leaving the Celestial Library?" Annie nodded. "Yes, I'm going to the Sea of Death." Eric frowned. "The Sea of Death? What are you going there for?" I'm going to find Alice. Eric immediately remembered Annie's purpose for coming and nodded. Well, good luck then. The Sea of Death is unlike other places. It's full of dangers. Be careful. Yes, I will. Annie and Bourne then left the Celestial Library. Their next destination was the Sea of Death, but before that, they had to go to the Holy City of Light, because only there was a teleportation array that could take them directly to the Sea of Death. On the way, Annie used the magic conversion magic scroll. Through this magic, she successfully countered the suppression from the God of Light, restoring her strength to the 3rd level of chaotic origin. This would greatly increase her and Bourne's cultivation speed, and reaching their peak would only be a matter of time. Furthermore, she passed on the soul fusion method given to her by the curator to Robert. Since immersing himself in that sea of books, Robert's entire demeanor had changed. Although his strength hadn't broken through, his mastery of alchemy had deepened. He also told Annie that the new wand would be ready in about a week. This news was indeed timely, as Annie had been using a spare wand. While it was adequate for someone at the Supreme Origin Realm, she was now a Chaotic Origin Realm expert, and such a crude wand was insufficient. Moreover, she was about to enter the perilous Sea of Death, and with a new wand, their journey would be much safer. The two quickly arrived at the Holy City of Light, and at that moment, they simultaneously broke through their cultivation levels. Previously suppressed, they had relentlessly cultivated the soul separation and fusion technique along the way, allowing their levels to rapidly advance, breaking through 2 ranks to reach the 5th rank of Chaotic Origin Realm, a level considered high even among divine servants. In the Holy City, the Divine Punishment Sanctuary is still hunting Gordon, but they don't know he's hiding in the Celestial Library. Of course, Annie doesn't know whether Gordon has emerged or not. The current city lord is Carlos, who inherited the ruthless methods from the Battle Sanctuary. He has implemented a series of reforms in the Holy City, completely eliminating Gordon's remaining forces, especially Mordred's network of corrupt officials and merchants, which was utterly wiped out, and Mordred himself was imprisoned. Upon hearing that Annie had returned, Carlos actually came to the city gate to greet her. In his eyes, Annie was his savior. Without her, he would likely have been betrayed by Gordon. "Ha ha, Miss Anna. I never expected you to come back." Carlos greeted her warmly, and was slightly surprised. She hadn't told anyone she was coming to the Holy City beforehand, so how did Carlos know? However, she still smiled and said, "Lord City Lord, you're too kind. Were you waiting here specifically for me?" Carlos said, "Of course I was waiting for you. A while ago, the Celestial Library sent word that you were coming to use the teleportation array, and we were required to cooperate." Annie immediately realized this must be the librarian's doing. "How could I possibly trouble you, Lord City Lord, to come in person?" Carlos quickly waved his hand and said, "Please don't be so polite. Just tell me what you need, and I do my best to fulfill it." Annie thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of which, there is indeed something I need your help with." Carlos asked, "Oh? What? What's wrong?" Annie pointed to Bourne beside her and said, "He's a friend of mine. We always work together, but he lacks a legal identity." Carlos looked at Bourne curiously, immediately understanding the situation, and said, "No problem, leave it to me. From now on this Lucius." "Oh, brother Lucius, he's from our Holy City of Light. I already arranged accommodations. You two rest a bit, and I have someone deliver your identification documents tonight." In the Divine Plane, most people have identification documents to ensure smooth travel between different cities. Although the identification documents differ from faction to faction, as long as they are recognized by other factions, they are acceptable. For example, Annie had previously received certification from Mount Wind God. Sure enough, that evening, Carlos sent someone to deliver the identification documents. The Holy City of Light's identification document was a Holy City emblem, with information written on the back using special magical ink, visible only through specific means. Afterwards, Annie and Bourne rested in the Holy City for 2 days, partly to consolidate their cultivation levels, and partly to consult with Carlos about the Sea of Death. Carlos, originally from the Battle Sanctuary, had been to the Sea of Death before, and thus provided Annie with a great deal of useful information, which would help her avoid many troubles. 2 days later, the new wand Robert had promised was completed. Made from materials from the Star Ruin's secret treasures, and crafted with the top-notch skills of the Celestial Library, this wand would be considered top-grade even in the Divine Mountain Treasury. With the new wand, supplies purchased, and ample rest, Annie and Bourne were fully prepared to embark on their adventure in the Sea of Death. Chapter 716. The gray sky hung low, as if suffocated by some invisible weight. Here, there was no distinction between day and night, only an eternal halo of yellow and red, like the color of congealed blood mixed with rusted metal. The wind was dead, the occasional gust of sand carried a putrid stench, as if even the air itself was slowly decaying. At the edge of the Sea of Death lay a forgotten wasteland. The scorched earth cracked into countless abyssal fissures, from which occasionally a ghastly green mist seeped, carrying a pungent stench, like the breath of some colossal beast. In the distance, twisted, withered trees, like struggling ghosts, their gnarled branches pointing towards the sky, seemed to be silently cursing something. Deeper still, piles of grayish-white bones were faintly visible, their origins unknown, human, beast, or something even more ancient and indescribable. The battle sanctuary of the 5 divine mountains erected towering walls here, obsidian-like ramparts gleaming with a cold, chilling light, engraved with runes to suppress evil. The sanctuary's guards, clad in silver armor, stood solemnly, their eyes frequently sweeping towards the desolate wasteland, as if wary of a nightmare that might strike at any moment. The halberds in their hands gleamed with divine light, a stark contrast to the filth of the Sea of Death. Occasionally, whispers would drift on the wind, like the murmurs of the undead, or the snickers of extraterrestrial monsters in the shadows. No one knew where the sounds came from, and no one dared to investigate. For here, the unknown was the greatest terror. The Sea of Death was not an ocean, yet it was more suffocating than any deep sea. It devoured all life, flesh and blood, soul and hope. The Sea of Death is unlike any other region in the divine realm. There are no bustling cities, no vibrant markets, and even the most basic traces of life are scarce. It is a desolate wasteland forgotten by the gods, yet strangely, it harbors countless hidden treasures. The divine servants of the 5 great mountains occasionally venture into this forbidden zone, not to conquer, but to hone their skills. Here, every inch of land conceals danger, and every gust of wind may carry a deadly curse. However, the danger of the Sea of Death is not as overwhelming as rumors suggest. Undead and extraterrestrial monsters do roam within, but they rarely attack the fortresses of the 5 great mountains. This wasteland is too vast. Even the most ferocious predators often exhaust their strength during long journeys. They prefer to wander through scorched valleys, rummaging through decaying ruins, attempting to unearth long-buried treasures. For the Sea of Death is never stingy with its gifts. Divine crystal veins gleam in the abyss, shattered artifacts lie half-buried in the sand, and occasionally, complete fragments of divine essence surface on the altars of ancient ruins, radiating an alluring glow. Those divine servants who dare to venture deep into the sea often travel in groups, slaying wandering undead, yet constantly wary of sudden ambushes. After all, the calm of the Sea of Death is merely a facade. The true threat often lurks in the most inconspicuous shadows. A seemingly harmless skeleton can instantly transform into a soul-devouring demon. A seemingly ordinary patch of sand might collapse in the next second, revealing writhing extraterrestrial monsters beneath. Here, there are no rules, no order, only the most primal laws of survival. The strong plunder, the weak perish. And the Sea of Death forever observes with cold indifference. "Hey Doug, are you really going in?" A warrior in purple armor looked at a young man, with a serious expression. But the young man's eyes were resolute, revealing absolute confidence. It was Doug, who had entered the Celestial Library with Annie earlier. "Of course. I need to speed up my strength improvement and advance to a mid-level divine servant as soon as possible." The warrior shook his head. "You only just become a low-level divine servant, and you're already thinking about advancement? One must take things one step at a time." However, Doug didn't want to listen to the lecture. "It's all right, I know what I'm doing. I advance little by little, gaining experience slowly." Seeing that he couldn't persuade Doug, the warrior could only nod. "All right, but if you encounter any danger, run if you can, don't be reckless, understand? Also, don't trust anyone in the Sea of Death. You are the hope of our Thunder God Mountain. The Hall Master has high hopes for you. If anything happens to you..." Doug waved his hand and said, "All right, I know. If I always stay in a safe place, how can I gain experience? How can I become stronger? If the Hall Master asks you, just tell him what I said verbatim. All right, that's all, I should go." With that, before the warrior could make a move, Doug had already rushed into the vast wilderness. The warrior shook his head helplessly, watching Doug gradually disappear into the distance, and muttered, "This kid really is a lot like the Hall Master. I hope he be all right." As soon as he entered the Sea of Death, Doug felt an aura of death. He tried his best to adjust his state, ensuring that he remained vigilant at all times to avoid being ambushed by anything here. Soon, he encountered a zombie. This zombie was clearly a wandering undead, with empty, lifeless eyes, just wandering aimlessly. Without a second thought, Doug raised his spear from his back and unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking directly at the zombie. However, the zombie stretched out its right hand and shattered the lightning bolt with a snap. Doug was surprised. He had initially thought the zombies in the Sea of Death were just ordinary monsters, but this one he encountered was incredibly powerful. Doug was now a chaotic Yuan realm expert. Yet, the zombie had so easily countered his attack, it was truly unexpected. Although it was just a casual strike, it was enough to demonstrate the zombie's formidable strength. Doug took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and then, gathering all his strength, let out a low roar, lightning spear. With a shout, the spear in his hand, like a thunder dragon awakened, soared into the air. The spear tip flashed with dazzling lightning, as if it would tear apart the entire space. In an instant, the lightning spear, carrying the power of violent lightning, hurtled towards the zombie at an astonishing speed. This strike was like a thunderbolt, unstoppable. Wherever the spear passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a series of ear-piercing explosions. The spear, without fail, pierced the zombie's decaying body with a deafening roar. The violent lightning instantly exploded, blinding bolts of electricity surging like thousands of silver snakes. The zombie's withered body didn't even have time to struggle before it disintegrated under the ravages of the lightning. Its charred bones shattered inch by inch, and fragments of rotting flesh scattered in all directions, burned to ashes by the residual force before even hitting the ground. Its empty eye sockets remained frozen numb until death, unable to utter even a wail, utterly annihilated by Doug's devastating blow. The air was filled with a pungent, acrid stench, and the residual force of the lightning spear plowed scorched cracks into the ground, testifying to this crushing destruction. TCH, I thought it was something special, but it's utterly pathetic. Doug swung his spear, feeling somewhat bored. This was understandable. Some wandering undead could grow faster than ordinary undead by devouring other undead or resources, but they lacked autonomy and didn't know how to use magic, relying solely on brute force, making them relatively easy to kill. Of course, this didn't apply to special races of wandering undead. Those undead possess combat instincts, and their innate magic could be freely unleashed, making them relatively more difficult to deal with. The soulfire of the undead was also a valuable cultivation resource for mages, so Doug used his spear to pry open the zombie's skull, somewhat disdainfully retrieving a ball of flickering blue flame. EW. He glanced at it, suppressing his nausea. After all, this thing was highly beneficial to his cultivation. Giving up because of disgust would be foolish. Just as he was pondering how to deal with the soulfire, a voice entered his ears. Help! Huh? Doug involuntarily looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a woman being attacked by a group of orcs, in dire straits. Without a word, Doug charged forward, spear in hand. Crackling electricity crackled across the spear, the violent lightning filling the air with a burnt smell. The orcs were clearly much more intelligent than the wandering undead. Seeing Doug's menacing approach, they scattered and fled, not daring to confront him directly. Humph. If you're scared, then get out of my way. Doug stood directly in front of the woman, spear pointed, displaying the air of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. The orcs, knowing Doug was not to be trifled with, glared menacingly at the woman before sulking away. Once the orcs were out of sight, Doug turned to the woman and asked, "How are you?" The woman wore a long purple robe, like a fairy descended from heaven. However, perhaps due to the fierce battle, the robe was tattered, even torn in several places, revealing large expanses of her snow-white skin. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, like a spring flower in full bloom, exuding a captivating fragrance. Her eyes were like autumn lake water, clear and deep, seemingly able to see into one's very soul. Doug gazed at her, a feeling of awe welling up within him. He thought to himself, even the goddess of Mount Shin would likely be unable to compare to her. This woman possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also an ethereal, otherworldly aura, captivating all who beheld her. The woman straightened her clothes and gratefully said to Doug, "Thank you for saving me." Doug asked curiously, "Why are you here alone?" "This is the Sea of Death. It's very dangerous." The woman's face showed sorrow. "My name is Luna. I'm from the nearby Crescent Moon City. My brother came to the Sea of Death 2 months ago to train, but he never returned. My brother and I have depended on each other since childhood. He's like a father and brother to me. Naturally, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so I joined a mercenary group to search for him. But that mercenary group was untrustworthy. After encountering those orcs, they ran away without much resistance, leaving me all alone." By the end, her voice was choked with emotion. Doug was furious. What kind of lousy mercenary group is that? If I encountered them, I'd break their legs. But you're really something, daring to come to the Sea of Death alone with a completely unfamiliar mercenary group. Commendable courage. Luna stammered, but now my brother's fate is unknown, and I don't have the strength to continue. Doug thought for a moment. He was going to train in the Sea of Death anyway, so having another person with him wouldn't matter. Taking Luna on a journey through the Sea of Death, even if they didn't find her brother, would at least fulfill her wish. In Doug's opinion, Luna's brother was probably dead. After all, how strong could the people of Crescent Moon City be? The Sea of Death was fraught with danger. Those with weak strength could easily encounter peril and lose their lives. All right, come with me, Doug said. I take you to find your brother, but I can't guarantee we find him. Luna immediately beamed. Really? That's great. Don't worry, I reward you accordingly. Doug waved his hand and said, I'm not helping you for money, I mainly admire your courage. Besides, the Sea of Death is full of dangers, so you have to stick with me. Luna nodded and then asked, what should I call my benefactor? Doug's eye twitched. Don't call me benefactor, just call me Doug. And so, Doug's training journey gained a beautiful companion, but this didn't burden him at all. The density of undead on the outskirts of the Sea of Death was relatively low, and their strength wasn't particularly high. Doug killed quite a few along the way, almost all with crushing, one-hit kills, leaving Luna gasping in amazement. Lord Doug, you're so strong. Doug seemed a little embarrassed by such praise. It's nothing special. They're just too weak. Luna, however, exclaimed with admiration, your strength must have reached the chaotic origin level, right? I never seen such a powerful person before. Doug flicked the tip of his spear, then stylishly sheathed it behind his back. Don't worry, I protect you. You won't be in any danger. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Luna's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. As time passed, the day quickly went by. The sun set, leaving behind a faint crimson double moon on the horizon. Although Doug still had energy, considering Luna's presence, he decided to rest for a while. He took out some food from his pack, shared some with Luna, and the two sat down against a large rock. Luna took a bite of the faintly fragrant flatbread in her hand, then looked down at the ground. Lord Doug, am I? Perhaps a bit. A burden? Doug was taken aback, then smiled and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Taking you along was my own decision. Besides, I didn't expect you to help me with anything. Hearing this, Luna finally smiled. Lord Doug, you're such a kind person. In the firelight, Luna's face appeared even more exquisite, and her smile seemed to possess a special magic, causing Doug's heart to flutter slightly. However, Doug still shook his head and said, don't think about it too much. Quickly eat something and rest. We still have a long way to go. Chapter 717. The two ate and chatted for a while, but Luna soon became too tired and leaned against the boulder, falling asleep. Seeing this, Doug quickly went over and carefully helped Luna up, then gently laid her flat on the ground. However, just as Luna lay down, her already torn clothes, after the earlier commotion, finally gave way, and the fragile fabric ripped open again. This tear was right at Luna's chest, and in an instant, a large expanse of snow-white skin, like white jade, was revealed, a glimpse of her cleavage. At the same time, the red light of the twin moon seemed to sense this scene, as if alive. It showered down on Luna's body, making her snow-white skin glow slightly red, radiating an eerie and alluring sheen. Seeing this up close, Doug's throat bobbed involuntarily, his face felt hot, and his eyes burned with desire. He suppressed his desire, forcefully closing his eyes. Then, with a swift movement, he removed his cloak and draped it over Luna, completely concealing her exposed skin. Having done this, Doug breathed a sigh of relief, found a seat, and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. However, the instant Doug slowly closed his eyes, Luna, who had seemed to be peacefully asleep, quietly opened her eyes. But her eyes had completely changed. No longer clear and innocent, they were now filled with a slender, eerie red. That red, like burning flames or flowing blood, exuded a strange and ferocious aura. These eyes, like those of a demon from the depths of hell, radiated a chilling light. They stared intently at Doug, seemingly peering through his body to see into his very soul. Why didn't he fall for it? Is my power not enough? Luna wondered. This kid's practically drooling over me. Why isn't he attacking? A pair of horns slowly sprouted from her head, and her fingernails grew longer, turning black. If Doug saw her like this, he would definitely recognize her as a succubus. However, this succubus possessed a special magic that allowed her to alter her form and demeanor, disguising herself as an ordinary human woman. With this ability, she had already killed many powerful individuals, who came to the Sea of Death for training. It was precisely because of this that she had gradually increased her strength, reaching the low level of the chaotic origin realm. However, there are always drawbacks to improving through one's own efforts, such as the lack of suitable cultivation methods and the inability to learn powerful magic. Therefore, compared to Luna, although Doug was also a low-level chaotic origin cultivator, his strength far surpassed Luna's due to the abundant resources of Thunder God Mountain. So Luna didn't dare to attack him directly, opting instead for a more cautious approach, using her own advantages and talents to first attract Doug's attention, lower his guard, and ideally, make him willingly let down his guard, succumbing to a frenzy of desire. This would make it easier for her to strike. However, as things stood, her plan wasn't progressing smoothly. Based on her past experience, as long as she showed even a hint of allure and offered some benefits, those men simply couldn't resist the temptation, pouncing on her body like hungry wolves, simultaneously falling into her carefully crafted trap. But Doug seemed different from these men. He also reacted to her body, but he didn't follow his desires, even removing his cloak to cover his exposed skin. Luna had never seen a man like this before. Such men were impossible to find in the sea of death. Nothing happened that night. Doug remained in a meditative state, and Luna slept peacefully without making a move. The next morning, Luna had returned to her harmless appearance, and Doug didn't find anything amiss. The two continued their journey deeper into the sea of death. Since Luna's clothes were torn and suitable clothes couldn't be found quickly, Doug gave her his cloak. Soon, Doug encountered his first extraterrestrial creature since arriving in the sea of death. It was a humanoid monster with 8 tentacles on its face. Its body was bluish-purple, its right hand was shaped like a blade, and its left hand was a round suction cup. Upon seeing this creature, Doug charged at it almost without hesitation. Having already achieved a crushing victory, Doug's confidence was greatly boosted. He believed that even this extraterrestrial creature couldn't possibly be his match. However, something seemed amiss. Suddenly, a murderous intent filled the creature's eyes, and a strange and terrifying aura erupted from its body. The blade in its right hand emitted a faint red light, and it unleashed a slash in an instant. Doug was startled and quickly deflected the slash with his spear. Doug's pupils contracted sharply. Although the crimson slash was blocked, the residual force left his hands numb. Before he could catch his breath, the extraterrestrial monster was already closing in like a ghost. His movements were completely unexpected, his joints twisting at angles defying logic. The crimson blade slashed upwards, tearing 3 afterimages through the air. Swoosh! Doug retreated hastily, but his chest armor was still ripped open. Lightning hastily coalesced at the tip of his spear into a shield, but then the monster suddenly extended a suction cup from its left hand, from which a half-foot-long, gleaming white bone spur emerged. Simultaneously, it spat out some green liquid, aiming straight for Doug's heart. Doug rolled away in a sorry state, the spot where he had stood now corroded, leaving a sizzling, charred pit. Thunder Prison! Doug roared, plunging his spear into the ground. A raging serpent of lightning exploded around him. But the monster charged forward into the lightning, its scorched skin gushing asphalt like black blood, which healed instantly. When the blade struck again, it had transformed into a blood-soaked net, each arc precisely sealing off Doug's escape route. The clash of gun blade and blood-soaked blade produced a piercing shriek, and Doug found his lightning power utterly useless. The red light was actually devouring energy. A mocking ghostly fire shone from the monster's sunken eye sockets, and it suddenly opened its mouth, spewing out a thick, black mist arrow. Doug dodged to the side, but his left shoulder was still grazed, feeling as if it were being bitten by thousands of poisonous ants. What chilled him most was that the rhythm of the battle was being controlled by his opponent. After 30 moves, Doug's breathing was erratic, while his opponent's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, as if enjoying this combat game. Doug knew this couldn't continue, so he took a deep breath and unleashed a quasi-divine spell he had obtained from the elemental sanctuary. Thunderous Strike. This spell was essentially a high-level spell, but when the user went all in, channeling all their magic power to unleash it, its intensity increased exponentially, almost reaching the power of a divine spell. The extraterrestrial creature's eyes widened, its face filled with disbelief. It had never expected Doug to possess such a powerful hidden attack. The bolt of lightning, like a bolt of lightning, ripped through the night sky, hurtling towards the extraterrestrial creature with lightning speed. Wherever the lightning passed, the void was torn apart, crackling and popping. A look of panic flashed in the extraterrestrial creature's eyes. It realized it was in dire straits. It desperately tried to break free from the lightning's grasp and turned to flee, but its body was frozen in place, unable to move. Roar! The extraterrestrial creature let out a shrill roar, a deafening sound that seemed to tear the world apart. It used all its strength to try and withstand the terrifying lightning. However, Doug's attack was simply too powerful, like an unshakable mountain, easily breaching the extraterrestrial creature's defenses with overwhelming force. In an instant, the lightning struck the extraterrestrial creature with a deafening roar. The creature's body was instantly engulfed by the lightning, its flesh, bones, and even its soul utterly destroyed in that moment. As the lightning dissipated, the extraterrestrial creature vanished without a trace, leaving only emptiness and silence. Doug, supporting himself with his spear, looked utterly exhausted. The battle had truly drained him. Meanwhile, Luna, who had been hiding behind Doug, gleamed with a blood-red light in her eyes. This was a golden opportunity. Doug, after his fierce battle with the extraterrestrial creature, was practically devoid of fighting power. If Luna were to intervene now, she would be almost certain to defeat Doug without suffering any loss herself. She licked her lips, her jet-black nails growing back, slowly reaching for Doug's nape. Meanwhile, Doug's attention was focused on a crystal in front of him, an energy crystal left behind by an extraterrestrial creature, containing immense energy, an excellent cultivation material for mages. However, the next moment, the crystal was picked up from the ground. Luna noticed someone approaching and quickly returned to her original position. The newcomers were 5 burly men dressed in mercenary attire. The leader had multiple scars on his face, and was missing his left arm, replaced by an iron hook. He toyed with the crystal in his right hand, looking at Doug mockingly. "Hey, brother. Not bad, this crystal is ours." Doug frowned. "I killed the monster. Why should the crystal be yours?" The man with the iron hook raised an eyebrow. "You say why?" "Brothers, he's asking us why." The 4 men behind him immediately drew their weapons, the gleaming blades dazzling in the sunlight. The hooked man chuckled. "Is this enough?" Doug took a deep breath. His magic power was nearly depleted, and he couldn't gauge the other's strength, making conflict unwise. Reluctantly he said, "It's just a crystal. You can have it." The hooked man chuckled. "TCH, that's more like it." Luna was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Doug to so readily give up the crystal, which was quite valuable. However, just as Doug turned to leave with Luna, the hooked man's gaze suddenly fell on Luna. "Wait a minute." Doug's heart sank. He turned and asked, "Is there anything else?" The man with the iron hook tucked the crystal into his pocket, stroked his chin, and leered at Luna. "You got quite the charm, bringing a beauty with you to the sea of death. I advise you not to get your hands on her," Doug said in a low voice. The man with the iron hook narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" With that, his left hand suddenly flashed with an iron hook, and a slash shot towards Luna. Doug reacted quickly, pulling Luna back. However, the slash still severed the ropes of Luna's cloak, and the cloak slowly slipped off her body, revealing her graceful figure and snow-white skin. "Hiss!" The 5 mercenaries gasped, their eyes gleaming with desire. After all, no man could resist such temptation. "Big brother, we're going to have some fun today," a mercenary said, drooling. The man with the hook glanced at him. "Do you even need to tell me? We take turns, and show this little slut what we're made of." Luna remained unmoved by their vulgarities, only sighing inwardly. "Sigh, whatever. I guess Doug's going to give up on me. After all, if he can give up such precious crystals, what am I?" Besides, Luna thought these mercenaries were far more valuable than Doug. Her goal was simply to plunder some resources. Doug's possessions weren't worth much, while these mercenaries must have plenty of valuable items on them. Just as Luna was about to walk towards the group of mercenaries, a large hand grabbed her. "Where are you going?" "Get behind me," Doug said, pulling her behind him. "Huh?" Luna was completely bewildered. What was going on? Why hadn't Doug abandoned her? Doug's face was frosty, his heart filled with rage. He glared angrily at the hook man and the others, growling, "You bunch of filthy bastards. If you want to touch her, you have to step over my dead body." Doug's words were resounding, each syllable striking Luna's heart. Hearing this, the hook man seemed to be provoked, his face contorted. "Fine, since you want to die for this woman, I grant your wish. Brothers, attack!" With that, the 5 men charged towards Doug simultaneously. Doug gritted his teeth, forcing out the last wisp of lightning power from his body, channeling it into his spear, then roared and engaged the 5 mercenaries in battle. But these 5 mercenaries were no ordinary fighters either, especially the man with the iron hook, whose strength had also reached the low level of the chaotic Yuan realm. Soon, Doug was at a disadvantage, suffering multiple wounds that soaked his clothes with blood, yet he continued to fight. "Why?" Luna looked at the figure struggling tenaciously on the battlefield, her eyes filled with confusion. Why did he go to this point? I'm just a stranger, yet he did this for me. No one has ever done this for me before, no one. Chapter 718. Bang! Caught off guard, Doug was punched in the chest by the hook man, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Doug clutched his chest, feeling a surge of heat. Normally, he wouldn't have given a second thought to someone like the hook man. But now, he was weakened. If it were just the hook man, it wouldn't be so bad, but the problem was he had 4 henchmen. Although these 4 weren't particularly strong, they were excellent at flanking and harassing. You're alright? Luna asked with concern. Doug shook his head. I'm fine. You find a chance to run, don't worry about me. Seeing Doug covered in blood, this was far from a minor problem. It was a serious one. If Doug continued fighting, he might really be killed by these people. You could have just abandoned me and run away. Why did you save me? Luna's eyes softened. Doug smiled slightly, but the smile was clearly tinged with bitterness. If I really abandon you, how can I become a strong person? Aren't strong people meant to protect people like you? Doug's use of people like you actually referred to the weak and those in need, but Luna interpreted it completely differently. Luna's heart trembled, and tears welled in her eyes. You're going to protect me? Yes. I'm going to protect you. Doug's tone was firm, and he tried to get up from the ground. I can hold on for a while longer, you should take this opportunity to leave. However, Luna didn't move. Her index finger materialized into a long, black nail, and taking advantage of Doug's inattention, she plunged it viciously into his neck. Doug shuddered, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The hook man, seeing this, assumed Doug had been severely injured by his attack and had fallen unconscious. He arrogantly declared, "TCH, so what if he's a servant of the Divine Mountain? He's nothing but a defeated foe to me. Big Brother is mighty. Big Brother is invincible." His underling's flattery made the hook man feel even more elated. He smugly approached Luna, lightly lifting her chin, his eyes filled with lewd desire. "Little girl, now let's see who can protect you. This brat doesn't know his place, daring to try and steal my woman." As he spoke, the hook man lightly kicked Doug twice. Luna slowly raised her swan-like neck, tilting her head slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the hook man, a hint of provocation in her gaze. Her delicate, petal-like lips curved slightly upward, forming a bewitching and alluring smile. While the hook man was still reeling from Luna's sudden action, Luna, without a hint of shyness, proactively extended her tongue and gently took his finger into her mouth. Her lips were tightly closed, and she softly licked his finger with the tip of her tongue, as if savoring some precious delicacy. The hook man was completely unprepared for Luna's boldness, his body trembled slightly, and a strange sensation welled up within him. Luna, however, seemed completely unconcerned about the hook man's reaction. She continued to focus intently on circling her tongue around his finger, meticulously licking every nook and cranny, as if this were an incredibly pleasurable experience. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The other 4 mercenaries were captivated by what they saw. Their blood seemed to boil instantly, their veins bulging beneath their skin. Their eyes were wide open, like copper bells, their pupils almost popping out of their sockets. The burning desire within them seemed capable of igniting the entire world. Luna's eyes shimmered with an unusual red hue. Her hands roamed over her body, tracing peaks and valleys, until her tattered, thin purple robe was peeled away like a fruit peel, revealing the snow-white flesh beneath. The hook man's breathing became heavy, his gaze gradually unfocused. Luna's tongue seemed to possess a bewitching rhythm, making him unbearably hot. His companions, unable to contain themselves any longer, their Adam's apples bobbing, swarmed around him like a pack of hungry wolves. Luna's eyes narrowed slightly, a strange purple glint flashing in them. Her fingertips lightly traced the hook-wielding man's chest, her voice as sweet as honey. "You want to be a little more fun?" The 5 mercenaries were completely captivated. They dropped their weapons, tearing at their armor, and pounced on Luna like beasts in heat. The hook-wielding man grabbed her waist, his rough hands roaming over her skin, completely oblivious to her skin growing cold, like a lifeless statue. "Yes, just like that." Luna chuckled, letting them push her down onto the rough sand. Her long hair snaked across the ground, shimmering with an eerie silver blue in the moonlight. As the hook-wielding man pressed down on her impatiently, her pupils suddenly contracted into 2 narrow vertical lines. Swoosh! 5 nearly transparent threads shot from her fingertips, piercing precisely into the back of the mercenaries' necks. They were still writhing wildly, but suddenly froze. The pleasure receded like a tide, replaced by the excruciating pain of having their bone marrow drained. The hook-wielding man's eyes widened in terror, wanting to scream, but he found his throat as dry as a desert. Luna's red lips grew even more vibrant, as if smeared with fresh blood. The mercenaries' muscles atrophied visibly, their skin rapidly wrinkling and drying, like emptied water bags. Their eyes bulged from their sockets, unable to utter a single sob, only able to transform into 5 desiccated corpses tightly embracing each other in a tangle of ecstasy and despair. When the last wisp of life force was drained, Luna lazily pushed away the withered limbs pressing down on her. She licked her lips, a lingering pink glow still dancing among the strands of hair entwined around her fingertips. Men. She sighed softly, fastening her belt, always unable to distinguish between a haven of tenderness and a grave. She glanced back at Doug, still unconscious. This man seemed somewhat different. Luna hadn't killed Doug, and she herself didn't know why she had done it. It was an inexplicable feeling. Oh well, killing him would be a piece of cake anyway, so I play along a little longer. Her words seemed to be spoken to herself, since no one else could hear her. After an unknown amount of time, Doug finally awoke, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart, utterly exhausted. He struggled to get up, but felt as if something was pressing down on him, making it difficult to move. He looked down, and saw Luna lying naked against his chest, his own clothes nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Doug snapped awake. He grabbed the cloak beside him, and covered Luna, frantically putting on his own clothes. Luna rubbed her eyes, looking at Doug with a puzzled expression, then exclaimed with delight, "You're awake. Brother Doug." Doug looked around and found themselves in a dark cave. Pale blue stones on the ceiling gave the cave a faint blue glow. Where is this? What happened? Doug was completely bewildered. He clearly remembered being robbed by mercenaries, a near-death experience, but just as he was about to fight, he suddenly lost consciousness, and he had no recollection of what happened afterward. It's a death storm, Luna explained. Just as the mercenaries were about to attack, a death storm suddenly appeared. Fearing its power, they all fled. To prevent us from being swept away, I used all my strength to bring you into this cave. I see. Doug nodded slightly, then asked, then, what happened just now? Why aren't we wearing? He couldn't finish his sentence, his face almost bleeding with embarrassment. Luna, also blushing, said this. This is something my grandfather once told me. He said that if someone is seriously injured, they need the life force of a living person to speed up recovery. I didn't know how to use life force, so I just assumed that being naked and pressed together would allow the life force to transfer. All right, stop talking. Doug quickly waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness, but it seems like this won't transfer life force. Both of them blushed and lowered their heads. After a long silence, Doug broke it first. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I probably would have died at the hands of those beasts, or in the death storm. Luna shook her head. What are you saying? You're the one who saved me. In that critical moment you stayed by my side. I'm truly touched. Doug lowered his head. But my strength wasn't enough to protect you. I almost let you. That's not it, Luna quickly said. It was I who dragged you into this. If it weren't for me, those mercenaries would have taken the crystals and left, and wouldn't have bothered you. Mentioning those mercenaries made Doug furious. He slammed his fist against the stone wall beside him. Damn it! Those weren't mercenaries. They were bandits. If I ever see them again, I skin them alive. Luna thought to herself that those mercenaries had probably already been blown to dust by the sandstorms of the Sea of Death. What was the point of skinning them? But naturally, she wouldn't say that to Doug. These kinds of people often appear in the Sea of Death. They were originally mercenaries, but the harsh environment of the Sea of Death gradually changed their nature, and they became bandits. Doug nodded. It seems we still need to be more careful in the future. The dangers of the Sea of Death come not only from the undead and extraterrestrial creatures, but even people from the same divine plane cannot be trusted. He looked at Luna and asked, Let's continue looking for your brother. Do you remember where he was last seen? Luna inwardly scoffed, What brother? It's all a lie. But she still casually said, It seems to be near some kind of ruin, but I can't really say for sure. Doug thought for a moment and said, Whatever, I want to find a ruin to train in anyway, let's try our luck. After resting in the cave for 2 days, Doug was basically back to full strength, so the two left the cave and set off again. Soon, they arrived at a human settlement. There are many such settlements in the Sea of Death. Some human merchants risk their lives to transport goods to the Sea of Death for high profits. These settlements offer food, weapons, armor, and resource supplies, though the prices are high. But such supply points are extremely important for those training in the Sea of Death. Sometimes, A single supply point can even save their lives. The supply point Doug encountered wasn't large, just a small grove of trees, simply surrounded by some magic arrays, providing a certain degree of defense. Doug had never seen a supply point like this before, and was very curious, so he looked around. Luna followed quietly behind him. To her, this kind of supply point was too ordinary and uninteresting. Suddenly, a strange chill rose silently from behind her like a ghost, as if an unseen eye was staring intently at her. Her body trembled involuntarily, and a chilling feeling instantly spread throughout her body. She turned her head sharply, her eyes flashing, trying to pinpoint the source of the chill. However, there was no one behind her, only darkness and emptiness. What's going on? Was it just my imagination? She murmured to herself, a hint of fear and confusion in her voice. Doug, who was beside her, seemed to notice her unusual behavior and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you see something?" Luna quickly shook her head, forcing a calm reply, "No, nothing, I'm probably just too tired and hallucinating." Seeing this, Doug didn't press further, simply nodding and continuing to walk forward. Luna quickly followed, but the chill still lingered in her heart. However, as they walked further away, in a dark corner behind them, a pair of blood-red eyes silently watched their every move. Sure enough, there wasn't much to see at this small supply point, and Doug quickly grew tired of it. However, they did gain some information. A nearby ruin was supposedly about to open. After Doug bought a map, the two found a quiet place to rest. As darkness was falling, and the Sea of Death would welcome the undead when the crimson moon rose, it wasn't suitable for them to continue their journey. As before, Luna went to sleep early, while Doug wasted no time cultivating. However, Luna suddenly opened her blood-red eyes in her sleep, gazing into the depths of the night. She quietly got up, glanced at Doug, and seeing that he didn't move, she vanished like a ghost. In the dimly lit grove, Luna slowly stopped, and said in a deep voice, "Who goes there? Come out!" Hiss. "Luna, you're having a good time. You have no intention of completing any of the tasks Mother entrusted to you, is that it?" Chapter 719. Just then, in the tranquil woods, a graceful figure slowly emerged from the shadows, like a ghost. The appearance of this figure seemed to bring an air of mystery to the entire forest. Her hair was as white as snow, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Her long silver hair cascaded down her shoulders, like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin, appearing exceptionally smooth. Her figure was curvaceous and exquisitely sculpted, every line perfectly proportioned, as if sculpted by the heavens. Her waist was slender yet powerful, her hips round and firm, her legs long and straight, exuding a unique charm. Only when she fully emerged from the shadows could Luna see her face clearly. Her delicate face was as smooth and refined as porcelain, her features distinct and perfectly proportioned, without a single flaw. Her eyes were like blood-red abysses, mysterious and deep, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like butterfly wings, adding a touch of liveliness to her beauty. Her appearance was in no way inferior to Luna's, and in some aspects even surpassed hers. Her beauty possessed Luna's allure, yet also had a chilling aura. The horns on her head, and the black wings on her back proved she was also a succubus. Luna's eyes narrowed, clearly recognizing her. "Joanna, what are you doing here?" Joanna leaned lazily against a tree. "You've been out for over a month now, haven't you? Mother wants to know how your mission is going." "Well, you see," Luna said bluntly, "the mission is still ongoing. I hope you won't interfere, or I tell Mother." Joanna feigned panic, patting her chest. "Oh dear, I'm so scared. But I don't see you on a mission at all. You seem to be getting along quite well with that pretty boy." Luna gritted her teeth. "I don't need you to teach me how to do things," Joanna sneered. "It's not that I want to teach you, it's just that you're so useless. I'm afraid you ruined Mother's plans." "Who are you calling useless?" Luna's expression immediately turned cold. "Who's useless knows best." A cold glint flashed in Luna's eyes, and she instantly transformed into a succubus. Her figure abruptly became a shadow, and several dark purple magical spikes condensed between her fingers, shooting towards Joanna's throat, heart, and other vital points. However, Joanna merely curled her lips in contempt, slightly shifting her body to the side. The spikes grazed the hem of her clothes, not even breaking her skin. "The same old trick?" Joanna scoffed, her black wings unfurling suddenly, as she closed in on Luna, her long slender fingers, like blades aimed straight for her neck. Luna was prepared. Her body twisted like a snake, narrowly dodging the attack. Simultaneously, her right leg swept out like a whip, a ball of corrosive shadow energy gathering at her toes. Joanna seemed to have anticipated this, leaping lightly, flipping in midair, and stomping on Luna's shoulder. Bang! Luna was forced back several steps by the kick, but she didn't panic. Instead, she laughed eerily. Her figure suddenly blurred, and in the next instant, she emerged from Joanna's shadow, her sharp nails piercing Joanna's back. Joanna frowned, clearly not expecting Luna to be able to teleport using shadows, but she reacted quickly, unleashing a magical shockwave to force Luna back. The two separated again, staring at each other, their eyes filled with coldness. Your new trick is quite interesting, Joanna said coldly. Unfortunately, I still can't kill you. Luna shook her slightly numb wrist, her tone tinged with resentment. Joanna chuckled lightly. You're still far from killing me. Although her words were full of contempt, her trembling right hand betrayed her true condition. What's wrong? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the woods. Luna recognized Doug's voice. Undoubtedly, the commotion from the fight had woken Doug. Joanna frowned and said to Luna, I hope you remember your mission. I'd be watching you. With that, she vanished in a flash. When Doug arrived, he only saw Luna standing alone in the woods. How are you? What happened? Luna composed herself, returning to her original state. The horns on her head and the wings on her back disappeared, and her pupils became clear and pure. She threw herself into Doug's arms, whimpering, Brother Doug, I was so scared. I came to relieve myself and suddenly encountered an undead. Luckily you came in time and scared him away. Doug was speechless. You came to relieve yourself. Did you really have to run this far? I wasn't going to peek. Luna blushed, lightly punched Doug, and then ran away. Doug quickly followed, afraid she might encounter some danger again. The next day, the two left the vicinity of the supply point and, following the map, headed towards the ruins. The ruins they were looking for were small, not very large, and there weren't many restrictions on entering. The resources obtainable were limited. The two quickly arrived at the entrance to the ruins, where people were selling relics. Without them, entry was difficult. Doug generously bought 2 relics, intending to take Luna into the ruins with him. By the way, I still don't know what your elemental attribute is. Doug suddenly asked curiously. Luna paused slightly. Naturally, she couldn't reveal her true strength, so she secretly took out a magic stone from her sleeve, crushed it, and instantly, a surge of lightning power enveloped her fingertips. Doug sensed the lightning power, his eyes lighting up. Oh! You're also lightning attribute? That's great. I take you to Thunder God Mountain sometime. Luna forced a smile. She didn't want to go to Thunder God Mountain. If she were discovered, she'd probably be blasted to smithereens. Doug patted his chest and said, You come with me from now on, and I teach you cultivation methods. I guarantee you progress by leaps and bounds, and you never have to fear those mercenaries again. Luna changed the subject, saying, Aren't there any dangers inside this ruin? Should we prepare anything beforehand? Doug laughed. What do we need to prepare for in a small ruin like this? I just went to the Sky Library a while ago, and the trials there were truly formidable. Even with thorough preparation, I almost failed. Luna's eyes lit up. You been to the Sky Library? Did you gain a lot there? Doug nodded, of course, but it wasn't all due to my own strength. I owe a lot to a friend of mine, Anna. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Sky Library and complete the trials so easily. Luna's eyes flickered. Anna? She's a girl? Yes. She's a very capable girl. If there's a chance, I really want to introduce you to. Luna pouted. Then, is she pretty? Doug thought for a moment and said, Now that you mention it, she is indeed quite pretty. It's mainly her aura. It feels like nothing matters to her. Even the collapse of the heavens and earth couldn't stop her progress. Looking at Doug's almost worshipful expression, Luna felt a lump in her throat, a deep discomfort. She frowned and asked somewhat stiffly, Is she prettier, or am I? Doug clearly hadn't expected Luna to ask that. He paused for a moment, then hesitantly replied, I don't think there's much to compare, is there? Hearing Doug's answer, Luna's face darkened even more. She stomped her foot angrily, saying, What do you mean there's nothing to compare? I think she's prettier. Seeing this, Doug quickly waved his hand, explaining, No, you misunderstood. You and she are both beautiful, it's just that your beauty is different. However, before he could finish speaking, Luna snorted, then turned and stormed off, leaving Doug standing there, bewildered. Huh? Doug scratched his head, watching Luna's receding figure, filled with doubt. What happened? Is she angry? You jerk. You jerk. Luna gritted her teeth, wishing she could find Anna immediately and tear her apart. Humph. All men are the same, heartless. Disgusting. Hey! Little Luna, you haven't actually fallen for that pretty boy, have you? At that moment, Joanna appeared in front of her again. Luna frowned, already in a bad mood, and seeing her old rival only fueled her anger. What? Itching for a beating in broad daylight? Joanna giggled. Hey, don't start this fight right away. We're best friends, no need for this. Luna snorted, annoyed. If you don't have anything to say, get the hell out of here. Joanna wasn't bothered, swaying her hips as she walked up to Luna. I can't leave now. Mother sent me to check on your progress. I can't go back empty-handed. How about this? Let's work together on the next mission, okay? Luna's eyes narrowed slightly. Work together? What do you want to do? Just then, Doug caught up from behind. Hey, Luna, slow down, wait for me. However, seeing Doug already close, Joanna didn't flinch, standing there with a charming smile. What are you doing? He find you. Luna growled anxiously. Joanna ignored her. So what if they found out? What's there to be afraid of? With that, Joanna wrapped a silk scarf around her head to cover her horns, and folded her wings behind her back, hiding them inside her clothes. Huh? Doug immediately spotted Joanna beside Luna and asked, Who's this? Before Luna could speak, Joanna interjected, Oh, I'm Luna's cousin. She said you've been protecting her all this way. She's so grateful. Cousin? Luna's eyes widened, and she whispered, Are you taking advantage of me? I'm clearly older than you. Joanna, however, smiled and said, If you don't admit it, I'll reveal your true identity and see if this pretty boy will still keep you around. Luna trembled with anger, but she resisted the urge to stab this bitch to death with her fingernail, forcing out an ugly smile. Yes, she's my cousin. Doug immediately smiled and said, Hello, I'm Doug. You're too kind. It's what I should do. Joanna's previously sunny face was suddenly shrouded in a melancholy shadow. She sighed deeply, her voice revealing a hint of helplessness and sorrow. Alas, it's a pity that Luna's brother is still missing. I came here specifically for this matter. However, fortunately, you are willing to lend a hand. I believe that as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to find him. From now on, let me fight alongside you. Doug looked at Joanna's firm and resolute expression, and couldn't help but hesitate. He frowned, saying worriedly, But the Sea of Death is no ordinary place. It's full of endless dangers and unknowns. I'm worried. Before Doug could finish, Joanna interrupted him without hesitation, saying with unusual firmness, I'm not afraid. A strong determination burned in her eyes. To find my cousin, I'm willing to pay any price. Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I will never back down. Doug was deeply moved by Joanna's courage and determination. He gazed at her, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. He said with emotion, You two are truly sisters. For the sake of family, you're willing to disregard your own safety. I truly admire you. Don't worry, with me here, I will absolutely not let you encounter any danger. Joanna calmly walked to Doug's side, gently taking his arm and saying, That's wonderful. With a warrior like you, we're sure to succeed. As she spoke, she subtly nudged Doug's arm with her ample breasts. That bitch! Luna screamed inwardly, her eyes flashing red, almost bursting with rage. Fortunately, Doug wasn't fooled. He gently pulled his arm away from Joanna's grasp, then smiled and said, It's all right, don't worry, leave this to me. Hearing Doug's words, a huge weight lifted from Luna's heart, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Doug had really been seduced by Joanna, she would have suffered a huge loss. As for Joanna, seeing that Doug could break free of her grasp without flinching, a strange glint flashed in her eyes. Immediately afterward, she gave Luna a defiant look, her eyes seeming to say, Humph, I definitely get him before you do. Faced with Joanna's provocation, Luna naturally wouldn't back down. She glared back fiercely, seemingly responding, Don't daydream. Doug isn't someone a woman like you can seduce. However, Doug was completely unaware of all this power struggle. Chapter 720. Joanna already possessed a relic from the ruins, so she didn't need to find a new one. The three of them successfully passed the ruins verification and entered. Unlike Luna, Joanna could already cast water elemental magic. As a succubus, being able to wield more than 2 types of magic was basic for her. However, Luna was somewhat special. Aside from the power of death, she didn't master any other elemental magic. Therefore, this trip to the ruins was primarily handled by Doug and Joanna, making Luna seem somewhat redundant. Boom! A ghostly blue water bullet suddenly exploded, completely pulverizing the body of the ruins creature. Joanna gracefully withdrew her slender hand, turned to Doug with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of coquettishness. Brother Doug, I think my water magic is good enough for you, isn't it? Doug laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Water magic compressed to this extent is indeed astonishing in its destructive power. Joanna's red lips curled slightly, and she deliberately glanced at Luna beside her, her tone sweet and tinged with a hint of boastfulness. Oh dear, our little Luna has never been good at this kind of brutal magic. Even a slime is trembling behind me in fear. It's really worrying. Luna clenched her fists instantly, her knuckles turning white, but unable to reveal her identity. She could only grit her teeth and sneer. Heh, what can some people do besides brag about old stories? Joanna chuckled softly. Far from being annoyed, she deliberately moved closer to Doug, her slender hand seemingly resting on his armor, her voice soft and sweet. Brother Doug, if we encounter an even more powerful monster later, you better protect me. Doug stiffened, clearing his throat without looking up. Ahem. Miss Joanna, with your strength, you shouldn't need my protection, right? Luna's temple throbbed with anger. She wanted nothing more than to tear Joanna's fake smile off her face. But for now, she could only suppress her rage and feign calmness, saying sarcastically, yeah, cousin, you're so weak. You might as well just quit the trial, and go back to being a sheltered flower. Joanna blinked, feigning grievance as she leaned closer to Doug. Big brother Doug, look at her, always so fierce. Doug scratched his head awkwardly, completely oblivious to the tension between the two sisters, and simply chuckled, haha, you sisters have such a good relationship. Who has a good relationship with her? Luna almost cried out, but then realized her mistake and quickly lowered her voice. Focus on dealing with the monsters, don't hold us back. Joanna covered her mouth and chuckled, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. She deliberately tossed her long hair within Doug's line of sight, the collar of her magic robe peeking out, causing Doug to quickly turn his face away, his ears turning slightly red. Luna saw this and was furious, but due to her mission, she could only suppress her anger. She snorted coldly, and seeing a ruined guard rushing towards her, she kicked him away without a word. Although she dared not use too much magic, the succubus's physical strength was more than enough to knock down a guard from a small ruin. Joanna, seeing this, feigned surprise and covered her mouth. Oh dear, why is little Luna so irritable today? Could it be she's jealous? You? Luna turned around abruptly, her eyes almost spitting fire. Doug finally sensed something was off, scratched his head, and looked bewildered. What is wrong with you guys? Joanna smiled without answering, while Luna took a deep breath and forced a smile. Nothing. Doug nodded, completely unfazed, turned around, and smashed another attacking relic creature with a single shot, cheerfully declaring, all right. Let's continue. Joanna chuckled and followed, not forgetting to turn back and give Luna a victorious look. Luna clenched her fists, cursing inwardly, damn Joanna, I make you pay after this mission. 2 days later, the three of them easily passed all the trials of the relic and arrived near the exit. Once they got out of here, they could leave the relic. Doug, still somewhat unsatisfied, said, it was really easy. It's just a small ruin, not even a big reward. Joanna added, yeah, we haven't encountered anyone along the way. It seems we're the only ones here for training. Let's go out and look for other ruins, see if we can find any clues. With that, Doug led the way out of the ruins. However, after the three left the ruins, they arrived at a strange space. This wasn't the Sea of Death, but another space resembling a ruin. Doug frowned slightly. We haven't left the ruins yet? Joanna's expression also turned serious. This feeling is a bit strange. Just as the three were puzzled, a shrill voice rang out, Governor, someone else has taken the bait. Ha ha ha, good. The recent harvests have been plentiful, everyone gets a reward. As the sound echoed, a group of about 20 people appeared before the three, causing their expressions to change drastically. These people were all extraterrestrial beings. Not good. Doug brandished a spear, his face filled with vigilance. We might have fallen into a trap. This isn't a ruin at all, but a trap they set to kill trainees. Joanna and Luna exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with panic. The appearance of these extraterrestrial beings had completely disrupted their plans. If Doug died here, they wouldn't be able to return to report either. What do we do? Joanna asked softly. Luna shook her head. We can't intervene. If we expose our identities, things will only get worse. But he can't possibly handle so many extraterrestrial creatures by himself, Joanna said. Even if we all attack together, we might not escape unless we reveal Mother's name. Luna objected. If they kill us all, how will Mother know who did it? Besides, they're extraterrestrial creatures, and we're already at odds with them. Trying to intimidate them with Mother's name is impossible. The moment the extraterrestrial creatures saw them, they charged forward like wild beasts smelling blood, howling. Boom! Doug's spear slammed down, and a violent burst of lightning exploded like an angry dragon, instantly turning the three charging extraterrestrial creatures into charred remains. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh, and electric snakes crackled across the ground, reflecting his cold, handsome face. You Murants dare to set up an ambush? He sneered, flicking the tip of his spear, and lightning transformed into a dazzling arc of light that swept out, forcing back several monsters. The extraterrestrial creatures roared shrilly, their forms twisted shadows, their limbs sometimes solidifying, sometimes disintegrating, their claws wreathed in a corrosive black mist. But Doug was faster. He moved like lightning, each thrust accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. Wherever his spear passed, monsters exploded into a foul-smelling mist of blood. Joanna and Luna stood back to back, barely managing to fend off the attacks from the outside. Joanna's water magic formed a vortex barrier, but it was still being corroded by the black mist, hissing and crackling. This guy. Is he really human? Joanna gasped, watching helplessly as Doug pierced through two monsters with a single spear thrust, the lightning blasting their remains into countless fragments. Luna said, now you know why I didn't just attack directly. Even the two of us combined might not be a match for him. In the center of the battlefield, Doug had gone berserk. His body was crackling with lightning, his spear strikes like a torrential downpour, each blow carrying the power to shatter mountains. A colossal extraterrestrial creature lunged, only to be pierced through the skull by a backhand thrust of his spear. Lightning surged through the shaft, and the monster exploded before it could even utter a cry. Not enough, he roared, leaping into the air, his spear high above his head. Instantly, rolling thunderclouds gathered in the dome, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck, resonating with the spear tip to create a destructive pillar of light. The blinding white light engulfed the entire space, and when it dissipated, the dozen or so monsters had vanished into nothingness. On the scorched ground, only Doug stood, spear in hand, his robes fluttering, like a war god descending upon the world. The leader of the extraterrestrial creatures, seeing his underlings slaughtered and bullied by the 8th Route Army, was enraged. He let out a deafening roar, his twisted body suddenly expanding, dark purple patterns spreading across its surface, writhing like a living creature. With his roar, eerie crimson runes suddenly lit up the ground. The remaining extraterrestrial creatures howled in pain, their bodies contorting and swelling, muscles bulging, claws growing larger, and their eyes burning with an even more ferocious killing intent. Damn it! Doug's pupils contracted. He gripped his spear horizontally, lightning exploding around him, but this time, his lightning power was no longer as devastating as before. The enhanced monsters were faster and stronger, even able to withstand the lightning strikes. They were only forced back a few steps before pouncing again. Swoosh! A giant wolf-like extraterrestrial creature's claws slashed across. Doug dodged to the side, but was still torn open with a bloody gash. He gritted his teeth and retaliated, his spear piercing the creature's throat, lightning erupting and shattering its skull. Before he could even catch his breath, 3 more monsters attacked from different angles. Boom! 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 Doug's spear moved like a dragon, forcefully repelling them, but his breathing became noticeably rapid. His magic power was dwindling. His previously unrestrained explosive attacks were finally showing their drawbacks. The power of the lightning weakened, and his spear speed slowed. On the other side, Joanna and Luna were also locked in a fierce battle. Joanna's water magic barrier was pierced by the stinger of a monster resembling a giant scorpion. She barely managed to dodge, but the residual force still sent her staggering backward. Just as she adjusted her stance, a dark shadow suddenly pounced from the side. Bang! Caught off guard, Joanna was violently slammed into the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her vision blurred, and she was filled with regret. Damn it! I should have known better than to hide my strength. The monster gave her no chance to breathe, its claws raised high, aimed straight for her throat. Joanna! Luna cried out, but it was too far away to help. Just at this critical moment, get out of the way! Doug's roar exploded like thunder. Ignoring the attacks of several monsters behind him, he forcefully shoved aside the enemy blocking his path with his shoulder. His spear flew from his hand, transforming into a bolt of lightning that instantly pierced through the monster that had ambushed Joanna. The monster's body exploded under the lightning spear's penetration, but Doug paid the price. The claws and fangs of 3 extraterrestrial creatures tore viciously into his back and side, blood instantly soaking his robes. Dog, dog? Joanna's face turned deathly pale as she watched him stagger a few steps, yet still stubbornly stand in front of her. I'm alright, cough. Doug spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly straightening his body. Lightning once again gathered in his palm, but it was noticeably weaker than before. He grinned, his fighting spirit undiminished. Not dead yet. The leader of the extraterrestrial creatures let out a chilling laugh, slowly stepping forward. Its twisted face was full of mockery. Foolish human, willing to put yourself in such a desperate situation to save a burden. How laughable. Doug didn't answer, only gripped his spear tighter, lightning flashing once more. Even with his magic power dwindling, he showed no intention of retreating. Joanna's fingertips trembled slightly, blood trickling from her lips, but it was far less painful than the turmoil churning in her chest. Doug's blood-stained figure flickered in her vision, each stumble like a sharp knife scraping against her frozen heart. Why? She screamed inwardly. Her mother's admonition echoed in her ears. Emotion is the succubus's greatest poison, yet now the venom was seeping into her very bones through the cracks in the armor. He could have escaped. He could have fought his way out over their corpses. Fragments of memory surged. The suffocating feeling of being pushed into the abyss by her sister at age 6, the sticky touch of her defeated companion during her assessment at age 10, her mother's eternally cold, gilded chair. The darkness that had built her entire world was now peeling away in the lightning reflected from Doug's shattered armor. Protect? This taboo word burned her soul. She suddenly realized that all the hearts she had schemed against paled in comparison to the warmth emanating from before her. That fool was even using his body to shield her from flying debris. A cracking sound, like a glacier shattering, came from the depths of the demonic core. Joanna pressed her aching chest. Something there was irreversibly awakening with every swing of Doug's spear. Bang! Finally, Doug succumbed to the force, and was sent flying by a punch from the leader of the extraterrestrial creatures, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Doug coughed up blood. He tried to get up again, but his arms were too weak, and he couldn't manage it after several attempts. No! I have to stand up. I promised them I would protect them. I can't break my promise. Suddenly, a soft hand rested on his shoulder. Luna said softly, Brother Doug, leave the rest to us. As she spoke, her index finger turned black again, and slowly pierced Doug's neck. Doug felt a slight stinging pain in his neck, and then lost consciousness. Luna gently placed Doug on the ground, then coldly said to Joanna, Hey, can you still move? Joanna's eyes instantly turned a long, narrow crimson. Of course. Chapter 721. Luna and Joanna exchanged a glance. While the hostility in their eyes hadn't completely dissipated, a subtle understanding had formed in this life-or-death moment. At this instant, they both abandoned their disguises, transforming into succubi in their entirety. Their strength was fully revealed. Both had reached the low level of the chaotic origin realm. If they joined forces, even Doug would likely have to retreat. Take care of these small fry first, Luna said coldly, a dark purple shadow energy gathering at her fingertips. Joanna wiped the blood from her lips and chuckled softly. That's exactly what I was thinking. The two attacked simultaneously. The succubus's mental attack spread silently. The weaker extraterrestrial creatures suddenly froze, their eyes filled with confusion and desire. Luna seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of shadow arrows that pierced their defenses precisely, sending green sap flying everywhere. Under the cover of the mist, Joanna moved like a ghost along the edge of the battlefield, silently approaching the crimson magic circle on the ground. Roar! An extraterrestrial creature sensed her intention and pounced. A cold glint flashed in Joanna's eyes. A water blade materialized in her palm, and with a backhand swing, she blocked the attack, simultaneously shattering the core runes of the magic circle with a stomp. Crack! The eerie red light abruptly extinguished, and the enhancement patterns on all the extraterrestrial creatures rapidly faded, their power plummeting. Luna seized the opportunity, her hands flashing, unleashing a vortex of shadow in the center of the enemy ranks, instantly shredding two monsters to pieces. With their power reduced, the extraterrestrial creatures' defenses also weakened. Luna and Joanna seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, instantly killing several monsters. The battlefield was quickly cleared, leaving only the towering extraterrestrial governor. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the two, his furious roar sending rocks crashing down the cliff face. You killed my men. You will pay with your lives. Enough with the nonsense, Luna sneered, but her heart tightened. She could sense that his mental resistance was extremely strong. The succubus's illusions were almost ineffective. The governor suddenly charged, his claws tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Joanna swung her water blade to block, but was thrown back by the force, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood. Luna hurriedly released her shadow chains, attempting to restrain his movements, but the governor ripped them apart. His body is too strong. A direct confrontation won't work. Joanna gritted her teeth, getting to her feet and wiping the blood from her mouth. Luna's eyes flashed. She suddenly noticed the faint spatial turbulence deep within the ruins. She lowered her voice. Let him over there. Joanna understood, and the two began to fight and retreat. Luna relentlessly unleashed shadow arrows to disrupt the governor's vision, while Joanna manipulated water mist to create illusions, luring it step by step towards the edge of the spatial turbulence. Insects. You think you can defeat me like this? The governor roared, giving chase, unaware that the ground beneath his feet was beginning to distort. The instant it stepped into the turbulence's range, Luna and Joanna simultaneously unleashed their final magical power. The combined attack of shadow chains and water blade storm, though failing to severely injure the governor, successfully forced him into the center of the spatial turbulence. The raging spatial forces instantly tore at its body. The governor let out a piercing scream, struggling to escape, but it was too late. Its limbs were ripped apart inch by inch, finally turning into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the distorted void. Everything returned to calm. Joanna collapsed to her knees, utterly exhausted, her face deathly pale, her right arm barely able to lift. Luna was equally disheveled, blood seeping from her wounds, but she still managed to walk to Joanna's side and pull her up. Don't die, I don't want to carry you out, Luna said coldly, but her grip on her arm remained firm. Joanna chuckled softly, letting Luna help her up. Don't worry, even if I die behind you. The two dragged their wounded bodies slowly towards the unconscious Doug. Seeing Doug, covered in wounds and unconscious, Luna had a bad feeling. She tentatively looked at Joanna and said, We're both seriously injured right now, maybe we should wait until we recover. Okay. Before Luna could finish, Joanna interrupted, That's what I thought too. Going back now isn't the best option. A strange light flashed in Luna's eyes. In her memory, Joanna was someone who would do anything to complete her mission, even with her serious injuries. Luna had thought she'd have to argue, maybe even fight, to stop Joanna, but she hadn't expected Joanna to agree so easily. Do you have any medicine? Joanna suddenly asked. Luna was taken aback. Huh? Joanna pointed to Doug on the ground and said, He's too badly injured. If he doesn't get treatment soon. Luna understood. Succubi have strong self-healing abilities, so they usually don't need to carry medicine, but humans are different. Fortunately, Doug had bought some emergency medicine with Luna at the supply point, which, while not enough to fully recover, could alleviate the injuries. Luna bent down and searched Doug's body, finding the vial of medicine. However, the medicine was liquid and needed to be drunk by the injured person. Luna struggled greatly but couldn't pry open Doug's mouth. Using magic would certainly work, but it would also injure Doug. Luna was now in a dilemma. Let me do it! Joanna took the vial from Luna and sat down next to Doug. Luna was curious, wondering what method Joanna had to make the unconscious Doug open his mouth. However, the next moment, Luna's eyes widened. Joanna tilted her head back and poured the liquid from the vial into her own mouth, then aimed it at Doug's mouth and fed it to him. To Luna's astonishment, the liquid slowly flowed from Joanna's mouth into Doug's oral cavity. Doug's throat moved, clearly indicating he swallowed the liquid, although it was mixed with Joanna's saliva. Hey! You? Luna's face flushed red, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. Joanna looked up, wiped her mouth, and said, It can't be helped, don't get the wrong idea. Luna looked at Doug's slightly open mouth, licked her lips, and wanted to kiss him like Joanna, but seeing Joanna's teasing look, she could only let out a soft hum and give up. After an unknown amount of time, Doug awoke groggily. His mind wasn't fully clear, but he first caught a whiff of a subtle scent mixed with blood and fragrance. Crimson moonlight shone through the broken clouds, casting dapple patterns on his eyelashes. He tried to move his fingers, immediately groaning from a tearing pain throughout his body. The deep, bone-revealing wounds, though bleeding had stopped, were clearly not yet healed. Just as he tried to sit up, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his chest. Something warm and soft was pressed tightly against his skin, rising and falling slightly with his breath. He instinctively reached out to push it away, but his palm sank into a smooth, silky touch, his fingertips even brushing against the edge of a full, rounded shape. What is this? Memories flooded back. The last image before he lost consciousness was the ferocious face of an extraterrestrial creature. At that time, He was prepared to fight to the death, but now, when Doug fully opened his eyes, the scene before him made his blood rush to his head. Moonlight, like a veil, enveloped two snow-white bodies intertwined on top of him. Luna's cheek was pressed against his chest, her long, black hair cascading down like a waterfall, her slender legs unconsciously wrapped around his right leg. Joanna, on the other hand, was lying face down on his left, her alluring curves pressing tightly against his arm, her red lips almost touching his. Even more deadly was the fact that they were all clearly naked, their delicate skin gleamed like pearls in the moonlight, and the unhealed wounds only added to their battle-worn allure. Doug's Adam's apple bobbed violently. His warrior instincts immediately alerted him to danger, not from an external enemy, but from the sudden surge of heat within him. He stiffly turned his head, only to catch a glimpse of Joanna's waist dimples peeking through her stray hairs, and Luna's eyelashes trembling with her breath. The girl's warm breath brushed against his neck, like a sweet form of torture. "Calm down, they're just treating me." Doug silently repeated the rule to himself, but his body reacted honestly. When Joanna unconsciously brushed against his abs in his sleep, he nearly bit his tongue. Reason and desire began a fierce battle. A soldier's discipline told him to rise immediately, but the slightest movement would aggravate his wounds and awaken them. Besides, Doug desperately found his gaze uncontrollably wandering, from the undried bloodstains on Luna's delicate collarbone to the alluring red mole on Joanna's back. The succubus's natural fragrance, mingled with the scent of herbs, filled his nostrils, making his clenched fists turn white. Luna suddenly let out a soft, kitten-like moan, her leg brushing against a sensitive spot on his body. Doug gasped, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Just as he was about to crumble, Joanna's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Their eyes met. Those violet eyes were initially confused, then slowly moved downwards, stopping at several suspicious scratches on his bulging chest muscles, then down to his taut abdominal muscles, and finally, "Looks like you're recovering well?" Joanna's voice was hoarse from just waking up, her fingertips suddenly tracing the scabbed wound on his waist. Doug's muscles instantly tensed like iron, but then he saw her red lips curl into a dangerous smile. "If little Luna knew you were this energetic, she might." "Joanna!" Luna's angry shout, startled awake, exploded in his ears. Doug closed his eyes in despair, hearing the rustling of fabric and the crackling of magic. When he opened his eyes again, two beauties, wrapped in thin robes, one with an icy expression and the other with a radiant smile, stood 3 steps away. Joanna's horns were relatively small, and even just now, she had covered them with a headscarf to prevent them from being exposed. Her wings on her back were also folded up and hidden in her clothes, so Doug did not notice anything amiss. Doug wasn't really in the mood to look at Joanna. Blushing, he quickly grabbed his clothes and haphazardly threw them on. "Hey, didn't I tell you this won't work?" Luna pouted. "I thought it might work though," Joanna teased, glancing at Doug's crotch. "I think it's actually quite useful." Doug quickly turned around, taking a few deep breaths. After carefully assessing his condition, he realized his injuries had indeed mostly healed. He asked curiously, "How did we escape? How long was I unconscious?" Luna said, "You were seriously injured and unconscious. We all thought we were doomed, but suddenly spatial turbulence appeared in the ruins, separating us from the extraterrestrial creatures. We took advantage of that and escaped." Joanna added, "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Luckily, you're strong enough, and your recovery pretty fast, no lasting effects." Doug looked at Luna gratefully. "Thank you, you saved me again." Luna smiled, "Aren't we a team? You risked your life to save me, so of course I can't abandon you." Doug clenched his fist, but those extraterrestrial creatures are really cunning, actually using ruins to create traps. "I wonder how many people have been tricked." Joanna shrugged. Fortunately, the ruins weren't very big to begin with, so they didn't attract any real powerhouses, just some small fry. Doug shook his head. "The strong all grow from the weak. Those who come here to train might become warriors on the battlefield in the future. Let's go back. I'm going to wipe them all out." With that, Doug wanted to return to the ruins. Luna quickly stepped forward and pulled him back. "Brother Doug, don't be impulsive. The spatial turbulence attacked that place. It might be completely destroyed. Let's not risk it." Actually, she just didn't want Doug to discover the corpses of the slain extraterrestrial creatures there. Doug thought about it and agreed, only able to snort, "That's for the best. If I encounter extraterrestrial creatures again, I won't hesitate." As the twin moons in the sky gradually dimmed and the sun rose, a new day began. The 3 packed their belongings and continued their journey. This time, their destination was a rather famous large ruin called the Demon Ruins. This ruin was quite difficult, and would attract even stronger adventurers. Doug already knew about this ruin before entering the Sea of Death, and had made it one of his targets for this training trip. Therefore, he already possessed a demon token. However, demon tokens are relatively precious, and he only had one. This meant he couldn't bring Luna and Joanna with him on this training trip. Luna and Joanna, however, had no objections. They hadn't originally planned to train in the ruins. Along the way, they overcame numerous obstacles, encountering all sorts of undead and extraterrestrial creatures. Facing these enemies, they cooperated closely, supporting each other, their teamwork gradually improving, filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere very harmonious. However, just when they thought everything would go smoothly, this day, the peace was suddenly shattered. Chapter 722. On this bright and sunny day, the group finally arrived at a relatively large supply point. Located near the demon ruins, this supply point had a richer variety of supplies than other places, and the quality was quite good. Many items had just been excavated from the demon ruins. Since their owners couldn't use them, they were being sold on the spot at inflated prices. Doug was fascinated by these novel items. He excitedly wandered around the various stalls, carefully examining each item, completely absorbed in his own world. However, he didn't realize that while he was focused on these items, Luna and Joanna had quietly left his side. In a dark, shadowy corner, Luna and Joanna stood side by side, both looking somewhat uneasy. Before them stood a hunched figure, who spoke in the demon language. His voice was shrill and unpleasant to hear. "You wasted far too much time. Her Majesty the Queen is growing impatient." A flicker of panic crossed Luna's eyes. "We're already working hard, we succeed soon." "Success?" The hunchback sneered. "I see you're quite content with your lot. Don't blame me for not warning you. The most important thing for a succubus is to control her inner desires, and not let herself be consumed. Furthermore, Her Majesty the Queen has issued her final order. You must bring the successor of Mount Thor over within 7 days. Otherwise, you know the consequences." 7 days? Joanna exclaimed. "That's too short. He's going to the demon ruins soon, and it usually takes about a month to emerge from there." The hunchback man ignored all that. "Then you have to figure it out yourselves. I'm merely relaying Her Majesty the Queen's orders. You need to understand, this mission is extremely important. It concerns whether Her Majesty can break through to the Unity Realm and become the true ruler here. If you mess this up..." Humph. Luna and Joanna both trembled, fear appearing on their faces. Having said all that needed to be said, the hunchback man didn't linger. "All right, you better take care of yourselves. I'd be waiting for you in the Astaroth lair." With that, the hunchback man vanished into the shadows. Luna's eyes filled with worry. "What should we do? We don't have much time left." Joanna's brows furrowed as well. "Do we really have to take him to see Mother? What else can we do?" Luna said helplessly. "You know Mother's temperament. She won't give up until she gets what she wants. If we don't do what she asks, she might do something terrible. After all, you can restrain her in the Sea of Death." Joanna nodded. "If Mother uses all her power, it will be a disaster." Luna's eyes suddenly flashed. "Then, what if we get him away from the Sea of Death?" "Let's forget it," Joanna said. "We're still a long way from the border. Even if we can escape within 7 days, what will happen to the two of us? There are powerful experts guarding the fortress, and there are also magic arrays for detection. If we pass through, we'd be discovered, and then we surely die." Luna sighed deeply. "Then what should we do? Do we really have to push him into the fire?" Joanna thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's another way." Luna quickly asked, "What way?" "What the Queen Mother wants is only the power of his inheritance. Once that power is extracted, we beg her to spare him. With us protecting him, even without his power, he won't die. What do you think?" Luna began to consider the feasibility of this plan. After all, the Queen only wanted the Thunder Mountain inheritance from Doug. If this power was extracted from Doug, he would be worthless, and whether he lived or died wouldn't matter. The Queen probably wouldn't care. But the problem was, if Luna and Joanna pleaded, would the Queen really agree? Although Luna and Joanna were both the Queen's children, the Queen had many more. In the entire lair, there were at least 1,000 people who could call the Queen Mother, but most were only of average strength. Only a dozen or so had truly reached the chaotic origin realm. Luna and Joanna's strength was only among the lower ranks of these dozen or so people, and they weren't the Queen's most favored children either. Luna said, if we asked our eldest brother to plead for them." "Are you crazy?" Joanna glared at her. "Don't you know what kind of temper our eldest brother has?" Luna sighed. "If even our eldest brother isn't willing to help, Do you think Mother will agree? Joanna also fell silent. She wasn't confident she could persuade the queen either. After a long pause, Luna suddenly said, if we could get that thing, could we persuade our eldest brother? Joanna paused slightly. You mean? The fruit of the corpse poison tree. My brother has wanted this for a long time. He negotiated with the corpse demon before, but the corpse demon's price was just too high. Luna said, the corpse demon's territory is nearby. If we go and steal it. Joanna frowned. You need to understand that corpse demon is also at the 9th level of the chaotic origin realm. Wouldn't we be courting death if we went there? Luna said, I already said we're stealing, not robbing. As long as we don't reveal our identities, who will know we're stealing? Joanna shook her head slightly. How easy is it to steal the fruit of the corpse poison tree under the guy's nose? One wrong move, and we're both done for. Luna waved her hand. Do we have any other options now? We only have 7 days left. Whether we succeed or not, we have to try. Let's give it a try. What if it works? Joanna stroked her chin. But what about Brother Doug if we both leave? Luna said, we can't both go, only one of us can go. Should we go or should we? Joanna thought for a moment and said, you should go. You're stronger than me at using the power of death, and you're good at disguise, making you the most suitable for this mission. Luna nodded, then narrowed her eyes slightly and said, well, while I'm gone, you better behave yourself and not try to run away. Joanna smiled charmingly. Don't worry, of course, if Brother Doug volunteers, I won't interfere. Humph. He won't. The two then agreed that Joanna would take Doug back to the lair, while Luna would immediately go to the corpse demon's territory to steal the fruit of the corpse poison tree. They would meet at the entrance of the lair. Doug bought a lightning crystal from a stall, and happily put it in his bag. But when he turned around, he didn't see Luna and Joanna. Just as he was about to look for them, a hand grabbed his arm. Brother Doug, what's wrong? Doug turned around and saw Joanna. He asked, huh? Where's Luna? Joanna said calmly, she had something to take care of, and told us to go ahead. Something? Doug was slightly taken aback. What could she possibly be doing in the sea of death? Perhaps she found a clue about her brother? Joanna pretended to think for a moment and said, oh, maybe. Maybe she's afraid of implicating you again, so she went to look for him herself? Doug immediately said anxiously, how can that be? Which way did she go? Joanna pointed in a direction and said, that way. She's been walking for over an hour. Without another word, Doug grabbed Joanna and was about to chase after them. Joanna quickly grabbed him, asking, hey, weren't you going to the demon ruins? What demon ruins? Doug said anxiously, what if Luna is in danger? I have to find her first. Joanna's eyes showed a hint of jealousy, but she still led the way, saying, this way. She wasn't taking Doug to find Luna, but rather heading towards the succubus's lair. Meanwhile, Luna had already arrived at the corpse demon's territory. Because a corpse demon settlement occupied this area, few people ventured here, except for those extremely confident in their abilities from the Divine Mountain training. Luna's disguise magic had significant limitations. Concealing her basic succubus characteristics was relatively easy, but completely transforming into a corpse demon was difficult. Therefore, Luna's plan was to disguise herself as a lost ordinary human, willingly walk into the corpse demon's lair, let her be captured by the corpse demon's minions, and then find an opportunity to escape while stealing the fruit of the corpse poison tree. The plan seemed simple, but it was actually extremely risky. If the corpse demons attacked her from the start, she would only be able to fight back, which would expose her true strength, and the infiltration plan would fail. Before she could even think things through, 3 sinister and terrifying corpse demon figures appeared before her. These corpse demons were long and thin, with twisted faces, and exuded a nauseating stench of decay. One of the corpse demons had particularly small eyes, which darted around constantly, revealing a cunning and greedy look. Its gaze was fixed on Luna, as if she were a delicious and tempting meal. Upon seeing this, Luna immediately feigned panic and turned to run. How could the 3 corpse demons easily let go of this prey that had come to them? They howled in unison and pounced like hungry tigers, quickly giving chase and surrounding Luna in the blink of an eye. Hee hee hee, let's see where you can run now. One of the corpse demons sneered, drooling. I haven't tasted fresh human flesh in ages. Another corpse demon, clearly unable to contain itself any longer, opened its blood-red maw, let out a low growl, and then lunged at Luna, seemingly wanting to swallow her whole. Luna was startled. If she were eaten before even reaching the corpse demon's lair, wouldn't that be a huge loss? So she quickly and subtly turned, dodging the attack, and said, hey, how can you do this? Look at my delicate skin. Don't you think about leaving some for your king? Upon hearing this, all 3 corpse demons were stunned. One of them nodded thoughtfully and said, what this human said makes a lot of sense. Maybe we should take them back to the king for judgment. The corpse demons weren't particularly intelligent, but they weren't so stupid as to not notice humans speaking their language. However, Luna had secretly used mental magic to influence their judgment, successfully deceiving these low-level corpse demons. Luna breathed a sigh of relief, obediently extending her hand, waiting to be subdued and taken away by the 3 corpse demons. But just then, a magical boom came from afar. Boom! A violent purple lightning bolt almost turned the sky purple, the powerful lightning even reaching this area, making Luna feel a slight tingling sensation on her skin. What's this? Not only Luna, but even the 3 corpse demons were stunned. What happened? One of the corpse demons exclaimed in horror. It's the king's aura. The king has made his move. Another corpse demon's face showed shock, his body trembling slightly. Luna narrowed her eyes slightly. Could something have happened in the corpse demon's territory? Could anyone in the Sea of Death dare to provoke that corpse demon? Soon, a fierce battle was approaching. A corpse demon was chasing 2 humans. This corpse demon was none other than the corpse demon King Mordrek, who was roaring furiously, "Bastards, stop right there. I tear you all to pieces." Tear you to pieces? The 2 humans in front didn't even turn their heads, occasionally throwing out a few spells to cause Mordrek some trouble, preventing him from catching up. There really are some reckless fools. Luna clicked her tongue inwardly. She didn't want to get involved, so she tried to hide to the side. However, the 2 humans seemed to have seen her too. One of the blonde women rushed forward, her wand flashing, and 3 bone spears pierced the air, instantly obliterating the heads of the 3 corpse demons. The 3 demons didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into a bloody dance. Quick! Come with me! Without further ado, the woman grabbed Luna's hand. Luna felt a powerful yet gentle force, and her body involuntarily moved with her. Luna was startled. This person's strength had reached the mid-stage of the chaotic origin realm, far beyond her capabilities. She deduced that the other woman had mistaken her for one of their own, thinking she was being attacked by corpse demons, and thus had rescued her. But this also disrupted Luna's plans. Helpless, Luna knew she couldn't resist now. She could only wait and see what happened. At this moment, the other woman surprisingly stopped, intending to fight the corpse King Mordrek alone. Luna turned to see what he was planning. But then she heard the woman say, "Don't worry about him, he'll be back." Back? With what? The opponent is the corpse king, a super strong expert at the 9th level of the chaotic origin realm. Luna wanted to say that, but she kept quiet. Anyway, she didn't know him, so why bother? Chapter 723. Gradually, Luna was led away from the corpse demon's territory and back to a desolate wilderness, where the 2 finally stopped. "Phew, are you alright?" The woman turned around and smiled. Luna shook her head. I'm fine. Your companion?" The woman waved her hand. "Don't worry, he'll catch up in a while. By the way, how did you end up there?" Luna's eyes darted around, and a lie slipped out. I got lost." The woman's eye twitched, but she didn't ask further. Luna asked curiously, "Why were you there? And why were you chased by that powerful corpse demon? What did you do to him?" The woman chuckled. "We originally came here for training. We heard there was a corpse demon's territory here with many good things, so we came to take a look. We didn't expect there to be such good things." As she spoke, she pulled a round, dark purple fruit from her bosom. The moment the fruit appeared, Luna's eyes widened, and she almost blurted out, "The fruit of the corpse poison tree?" The woman was taken aback. You recognize this thing?" Luna realized her mistake and said, "Oh, I heard about it at the supply point." The woman didn't suspect anything and laughed. "This thing is a top-grade poison. Even if we don't need it, we can still sell it for a lot of money." No wonder Mordrek was chasing these 2 like a madman. They had stolen the corpse poison tree fruit. Luna swallowed hard as she looked at the corpse poison tree fruit. She dared not snatch anything from this woman. She knew the woman's strength was unfathomable, at least at the 6th level of the chaotic origin realm, and with her current level, she was no match for her. Luna's eyes lit up. Now that the corpse poison fruit was no longer in Mordrek's hands, things seemed a bit easier. The 2 waited for a moment, and the man actually escaped from Mordrek and came to meet them. The moment the man approached, his gaze fell on Luna. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice low and wary. "Who is she?" The woman dusted off her cloak, her tone casual. "Rescued her halfway. She was being chased quite a bit by the corpse demon." She paused, then looked up at the man. How's it going on your end? Did you deal with that corpse demon? The man shook his head, his expression grave. Too strong, couldn't beat him, had to run away. Luna's heart skipped a beat, secretly clicking her tongue in amazement. She knew how terrifying the corpse King Mordrek was. Even her elder brother dared not provoke him. Yet this man spoke of couldn't beat him, with the casualness of discussing the weather. She couldn't help but steal glances at him. The man was tall and slender, a pale white bone sword hanging at his waist, its scabbard engraved with intricate runes, emanating a chilling aura. The man walked up to Luna, looking down at her with an unquestionable tone. It's too dangerous here. You better stay somewhere safe. Luna instinctively lowered her head, avoiding his sharp gaze, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She had to be careful. She couldn't reveal her identity. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head, offering a perfectly timed grateful smile. My name is Luna. Thank you for saving me. The woman laughed heartily, patting her shoulder. My name is Anna, and this is Lucius. Don't be so polite. She tilted her head, her tone concerned. Where are your companions? We take you there. Anna? Luna paused slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, as if she had heard it somewhere before. She tried to recall, but her memory was shrouded in a thin mist. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. A flicker of unease crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed it and shook her head nonchalantly. She responded casually. Then a brilliant idea struck her. I know someone who's buying up the fruit of the corpse poison tree at a high price. I can take you there. My companions are there too. Anna's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. Great. Let's go together. Luna secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile playing on her lips. She wasn't lying. The buyer she mentioned was her elder brother, a male succubus at the 9th level of the chaotic origin realm, while her companions were the thousands of succubi in that lair. Once these two humans got there, even if they were powerful, they wouldn't be a match for her brother, Logeros, and would inevitably be killed. Then the corpse poison tree fruit would be a piece of cake. Luna secretly rejoiced. She hadn't expected to come up with such a brilliant plan in such a short time. She was starting to admire herself. Then, Luna led the two towards the succubus's lair. They encountered no danger along the way. After all, Lucius was incredibly powerful, and neither undead nor extraterrestrial creatures could withstand a single blow from him. Anna hardly had to lift a finger. A few days later, Luna led the two to a spot 10 kilometers outside the succubus's lair, the place she and Joanna had agreed to meet. Luna stopped in front of a thicket of ghost vines. Anna stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? Luna didn't answer. After a moment, two figures emerged from the ghost vines, Joanna and Doug. The moment Doug saw Anna, his eyes lit up instantly, and he rushed forward like a child who had found a treasure. Anna! What brings you here? His voice was filled with undisguised joy. He even forgot to lower his voice, causing the surrounding ghost vines to sway. Anne's eyes also lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, Doug, I told you I was coming to the Sea of Death, but I never expected to run into you here. Joanna looked at Luna with a puzzled expression, and Luna was equally bewildered, not expecting the two to know each other. Doug quickly grabbed Luna, saying, You scared me to death. How could you run away like that? Don't you know how dangerous it is here? Luna felt a warmth in her heart, knowing Doug was concerned for her, and said, Yes, I encountered danger on the way, but thanks to Anna and the others, I was saved. Doug breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It's fortunate you met Anna. I told you before, in the Sky Library, without Anna's help, I wouldn't have been able to pass the trial so easily. Do you remember? Luna instantly remembered. She felt like she heard the name Anna somewhere before, and now she knew. It was Doug who had mentioned it before. Doug continued, You probably don't know how difficult the trials at the Sky Library were. I wasn't even confident I could complete them alone. If it weren't for Anna. Luna's nails dug silently into her palms, as she watched Doug gesticulate wildly, recounting his and Anna's story in the Sky Library. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the ghost vines onto Doug's excited face. Those stories she had never heard before felt like tiny silver needles, pricking her heart again and again. Finally, we reached the last step together, thanks to Anna. Doug was getting excited when Joanna's cold laugh interrupted him. What a touching reunion. Joanna toyed with a strand of hair, her purple eyes sweeping over Annie's entire body. So this is the library goddess you've been longing for? She deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, her eyes catching Luna's tense jawline. Library goddess? Annie raised an eyebrow, a playful smile playing on her lips. Doug, is that what you usually call me? Doug, completely oblivious to the awkward atmosphere, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Ah, no, it's Joanna, she." "Brother Doug?" Joanna suddenly took his arm, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. "I was just curious, after all, you never mentioned this. Sister Anna is so amazing." She deliberately emphasized the word sister, her purple eyes sweeping meaningfully over Annie. Luna pursed her lips, remaining silent, but her fingertips unconsciously crumpled the hem of Doug's shirt. "Anna is truly amazing." Doug's eyes lit up, completely oblivious to Joanna's implied meaning. "She's the youngest and most capable person I ever met." "Doug," Annie suddenly interrupted him, pointing behind him with a half-smile, "your girlfriends seem a bit unwell." Doug turned around and saw Luna's pale face, while Joanna, with a forced smile, had scratched a shallow mark on his arm with her fingernails. "What's wrong with you two? Is your wound hurting?" He frantically rummaged for his medicine bag, his clumsy movements causing Anna to sigh and rub her forehead. "We're fine." Luna forced a smile, then looked at Annie. "I just didn't expect Brother Doug and Sister Anna to be so close." Joanna's red lips almost touched Doug's earlobe. "So you like this type? You should have said so earlier." "Joanna." Doug finally realized something was wrong, his ears turning bright red as he pulled away from her. "Anna is someone I respect. Benefactor? Companion? Or perhaps—" Joanna's fingers quietly traced his chest. "A special existence from my midnight dreams?" Annie suddenly laughed, casually tossing her long hair behind her shoulder. "Doug." Annie raised her chin at Doug, her eyes full of mischief. "You picked up two incredible stray cats." Doug stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape, while Luna and Joanna's murderous aura almost materialized. The ghost vines writhed uneasily beneath their feet, as if sensing the silent war brewing beneath their feet. Suddenly, with a sharp hiss, a fierce sword light tore through the shadows. Born, without warning, attacked, his strike flashing like a silver moon, directly striking a shadowy spot on the ghost vine. Boom! A deep trench was cleaved in the ground, and from the dust, a slender figure suddenly emerged, slowly straightening up. Luna's eyes narrowed as she looked at Joanna. Joanna nodded slightly and whispered, "I already notified him. I didn't expect him to arrive so quickly." Luna swallowed hard and said, "He won't hurt Brother Doug, will he?" Joanna nodded. "Don't worry, I explained the situation to him. As long as we get the corpse poison tree fruit, he cooperate." At this moment, the figure emerged from the shadows. "Oh dear, how could you be so rough? Humans really have no sense of romance at all." Bourne frowned slightly, his eyes filled with wariness. "Who are you?" "I am Locaros." "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me, I make you remember me later." Locaros lightly stroked the horn that had been grazed by the sword's energy, his scarlet tongue licking his lips. He wore a semi-transparent black robe, the front open to reveal his pale chest, the gold chain at his waist jingling with his movements. Despite being a male succubus, his every gesture exuded a bewitching allure, like a venomous snake ready to coil around someone's neck at any moment. Bourne's face was cold, his soul-severing blade held horizontally in front of him. "Humph. A male succubus? How rare. If you don't want to die, go back to your lair." Logaros chuckled, his tail elegantly curling. "So fierce. No wonder they say humans are rude creatures." His gaze swept over Anna, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "This sister seems much more interesting than you." "Enough nonsense." Bourne's sword flashed with purple lightning. "If you want to fight, then fight. I'm not afraid of a sissy." Logaros's eye twitched. "You really are a fearless fellow." Crimson twin moons dyed the ghost vine bushes blood red, the twisted vines writhing like venomous snakes in the twilight. Logaros's eyes filled with killing intent, his fingertips flashing with an eerie purple light, and he suddenly thrust towards Bourne's throat. "Watch out." Annie's wand flashed, instantly conjuring an ice wall. Snap! The silver needle easily pierced the ice wall, its momentum undiminished as it struck Bourne. Bourne hastily parried with his sword, the needle tip striking the blade with a piercing, sharp sound. Bourne staggered back 3 steps, feeling a tremendous force of recoil in his right arm, which was holding the sword. Summoning Domain. Annie chanted rapidly, a dark aura enveloping Bourne's entire body. The summoning domain would greatly enhance Bourne's combat power, making it the best choice in this situation. The strengthened Bourne charged forward again, his soul-severing blade unleashing a flurry of blade shadows. Logaros, however, moved like a ghost through the flashing blades, leaping into the air with a flick of his bat wings. "Had enough fun?" He smirked, dozens of silver needles suddenly appearing between his fingers. The needles rained down, each one carrying a deadly poison. Bourne roared and swung his blade to parry, sparks flying as his blade clashed with the needles. But several still managed to break through his defenses, embedding themselves deeply in his shoulder. While his undead body was immune to the poison, the dark corrosive power attached to the needles noticeably slowed his movements. Annie gritted her teeth and unleashed the power of light. A golden shield barely blocked the remaining needles, and her new wand also demonstrated its power. An ordinary wand would likely have already succumbed to the strain. Lokeros landed lightly, his tail swaying happily. Such touching cooperation. He suddenly appeared behind Annie, his cool fingers stroking her neck. Unfortunately, still too weak. Born inwardly cursed, he hadn't realized Lokeros' true intentions in a moment of carelessness. Lokeros raised his right hand, 3 silver needles gleaming chillingly in the moonlight. Chapter 724. Just as Lokeros was about to make his move, a burst of fire erupted from Annie's body, instantly coalescing into a massive fire giant. The fire giant roared and slammed its fist towards Lokeros. Lokeros frowned slightly, even he recognized the power of the fire fist, and dared not confront it head-on. Born immediately stepped forward, blocking Annie's path. This isn't working, this guy is too strong. Annie's eyes also showed apprehension. If she hadn't had a flash of inspiration, and used the advanced magic to enhance Fire Spirit's wrath, she would likely have been seriously injured by Lokeros. We don't need to fight him here, let's find a chance to leave quickly. Born glanced at Doug beside him, who was currently on high alert, protecting Luna and Joanna behind him. What about him? Annie whispered, have you noticed anything? Born nodded slightly. Those 2 women are suspicious. I sensed a similar aura to Asmodeus from them. If I'm not mistaken, they should also be succubi, which means... Annie took a deep breath. This Logeros was summoned by them. At this moment, Logeros grew impatient. What are you 2 whispering about? Keeping someone waiting too long isn't good. His voice was gentle, but his actions were ruthless. With a flick of his right hand, 2 poison needles shot out, and at the same time, a pink smoke filled the air. Not good. Born frowned. This smoke must be this guy's domain. Annie decisively said, let's retreat. Now is not the time to fight them head-on. I don't think those 2 succubi have any ill intentions towards Doug. Doug won't be in immediate danger. Let's leave first, and come back to save Doug when we have a chance. Good. Born shouted, combining the power of his 3 heavenly souls into a single, powerful strike. The force of this strike was astonishing, even causing Logeros to show fear. Born seized the opportunity to approach Doug, saying, if we can't win, let's go. Doug tried to move, but a cold touch came from his neck, and something soft wrapped around his waist. Luna and Joanna had reverted to their succubus forms. Luna's fingertips pressed against Doug's neck, while Joanna's tail was wrapped around his waist. At this point, they no longer needed to conceal their identities, they had to keep Doug here. Just as I expected, Born hadn't intended to take Doug with him anyway. After all, Luna and Joanna had stayed close to Doug from the start of the battle, ready to attack at the slightest sign of trouble. You? Doug exclaimed in shock. He never imagined that the 2 women he had spent so much time with were actually succubi, and he had been completely unaware of this. He had even introduced them to Annie, leading to Annie's perilous situation. Born and Annie didn't linger any longer and fled into the distance. Doug watched their departing figures without a trace of resentment. He had only himself to blame. He had no one else to blame but himself. Big brother, don't let them get away. The corpse poison tree fruit is still on them. Luna cried out. However, Logeros calmly took out a round fruit from his robes and said, hee, it's all right. I already got the fruit. When? Luna was startled. Then she remembered that Logeros had almost seriously injured Annie earlier. It must have been at that moment that Logeros had taken the corpse poison tree fruit from Annie. Now that they had the corpse poison fruit and Doug had surrendered, everything had been accomplished, and Luna and Joanna's eyes shone with joy. Logeros urged, all right, don't waste any more time. Mother has waited long enough. Hurry back to report. Luna immediately asked, Big brother, what about what you promised us before? Logeros' lips slowly curled into a smile. Hee, don't worry, I will naturally do my best to fulfill my dear sister's request. Hearing Logeros' words, Luna and Joanna breathed a sigh of relief. Doug's eyes were filled with disappointment and self-reproach. Luna, Joanna, I never imagined you'd been lying to me all this time. Luna felt a pang of pain in her heart. Her eyes filled with apology as she said, I'm sorry, brother Doug. At first, I did have ulterior motives in approaching you, but later, being with you made me feel a warmth I never experienced before, a feeling of being protected. I truly love you, so please believe me, I won't hurt you. After Mother removes the power of inheritance from you, Let's live together, okay? From now on, I protect you." Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Doug's eyes. The power of inheritance? You don't even have that. Does everyone know? Joanna sighed. We also received the order from Mother, but we don't know the source of the information. Don't worry, as long as your elder brother pleads for you, you'll be fine. Doug chuckled self-deprecatingly. How laughable. As the inheritor of Mount Thor, I'm actually targeted because of the power of inheritance, and in the end, I lose everything because of that power. How ridiculous. Finally, urged by Logeros, the three escorted Doug into the succubus's lair. It was a dark cave, relatively clean overall, with some pink magic stones embedded in the stone walls, illuminating the scene inside. The lair was teeming with succubi, mostly female, naked and entwined in a scene of unparalleled eroticism. But Doug remained unmoved. In his view, this was the nature of succubi. Once they became infatuated with their beauty and allure, falling into the abyss of desire, there was no hope of redemption. The deeper they went, the more advanced the succubi became. Their gazes towards Doug were filled with intense lust and provocation. If Luna and Joanna hadn't been there, these succubi would likely have swarmed him and drained him dry. Finally, they reached the deepest part of the lair and met the queen. Astaroth. Doug's pupils contracted sharply. Was this creature, sitting on an obsidian throne, swinging her short legs, truly the legendary succubus queen? Astaroth tilted her head, looking at him. Two small horns peeked out from her fluffy, dark red curls, the ends of which were tied with delicate skull ribbons. Her rose-colored princess dress was adorned with lace, and her feet, clad in round-toed leather shoes, swayed gently to a silent rhythm. Luna and the other two immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Astaroth's gaze swept over Luna and the others, then fell upon Doug behind her. This handsome young man must be the successor of Mount Thor? She smiled, resting her chin on her hand, her dimples forming sweet swirls on her exquisitely beautiful face. The purple gemstone on her bow choker shimmered with her breath, making the faintly visible demon tattoo on her collarbone appear particularly eerie. When her glassy purple eyes blinked, the shadows cast by her eyelashes beneath her eyes transformed into tiny hearts. Most incongruous of all was the life-size skeleton doll she held in her arms, now grinning maliciously at Doug with its empty eye sockets. Luna nodded. Yes, that's Doug, the person you're looking for. Astaroth smiled slightly, jumped down from her throne, and slowly walked to Doug's side. Not bad at all. A handsome young man. Luna, Joanna, you done a great job. Now I can successfully break through to the Unity Realm. She looked at Logeros beside her and asked, Is the magic circle ready? Logeros nodded. It's been ready for a long time. Everything is ready, and we can begin at any time. Astaroth seemed very pleased. She looked up at Doug, who was much taller than her, and gave him a bright smile, licking her lips. What a handsome man. If I wasn't worried that you wouldn't be able to hold on, and would affect the extraction of the inheritance power, I would really like to taste you first. Pa! You filthy succubus. You disturbed the inheritance of Mount Thunder. You will surely suffer endless retribution from Mount Thunder, Doug said angrily. Astaroth shrugged. Ha ha, whatever. If Mount Thor really has the guts, let them come to the Sea of Death for revenge. I'm ready anytime. Of course, you won't live to see that day. I drain your life force while extracting the power of inheritance, making you my nourishment to help me break through my bottleneck. Luna and Joanna were startled and immediately looked at Logeros, frantically winking at him. However, Logeros seemed oblivious, unmoved by their cues. Big brother. Luna finally couldn't help but call out softly. Logeros glanced at her and asked with a faint smile, What is it? Luna whispered a reminder, What you promised us. Logeros raised an eyebrow. Oh! What did I promise you? Joanna felt a sense of foreboding. Didn't we agree that we help you get the corpse poison tree fruit, and you plead for us with Brother Doug? Logeros nodded. That's true. Hearing this, Luna and Joanna breathed a sigh of relief. However, Logeros immediately changed his tone. But you didn't give me the corpse poison tree fruit. I obtained it myself. What does it have to do with you? These words sent a chill down Luna and Joanna's spine. Brother, you can't do this. Logeros shrugged. What did I do? Am I wrong? I obtained the corpse poison tree fruit from that woman myself. So why should I help you? Luna and Joanna's eyes widened. This was all completely unexpected. Astaroth turned to look at them. What are you whispering about? Logeros smiled but remained silent, while Luna forced herself to speak. Your Majesty, I have a request. Astaroth raised an eyebrow. Oh! What is your request, my dear daughter? Tell me. Luna swallowed hard, ignoring Joanna's attempts to stop her, and said, I want to ask your majesty to spare Doug's life. Once the power of inheritance is stripped away, he will be of no use. I hope that he can be handed over to us for disposal. Astaroth was slightly taken aback. She tilted her head and looked at Luna for a moment, then her gaze drifted to Joanna and Logeros' faces. Seeing their different expressions, she instantly understood. So that's how it is. My dear daughter, you completed your mission exceptionally well. Logically, I should reward you. Luna's face lit up with joy. Could it be that her mother was going to agree? However, Astaroth paused, then continued, but you should know what the greatest taboo for a succubus is, right? Luna trembled instantly, her voice slightly hoarse as she said, no. I can't. Develop real feelings. That's right. Astaroth's eyes suddenly flashed with a burning red light. Then you also know what the consequences are for breaking the taboo, right? Luna immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, but I really like Brother Doug. He's a good person. Please don't kill him. Joanna's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Luna kneeling on the ground. She hadn't expected this girl to be so reckless. Astaroth sneered, good man? Good man my foot? Every man is a scoundrel. You just watch. With that, she turned to Doug, a flash of red light in her eyes. Doug stared into her deep, blood-red eyes, his entire being seemingly captivated. His eyes, too, turned blood-red, and he became abnormally aroused, his lust exploding. He broke free of his restraints, lunging at Astaroth and shoving her to the ground, frantically tearing at her clothes, his hands roughly kneading her soft flesh. Astaroth burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Look how happy he is. I told you, all men are the same, no man can resist my charm. Luna and Joanna, witnessing this, turned deathly pale, their faces contorted in pain. They knew Doug had been bewitched, but they dared not say anything. However, Astaroth's laughter abruptly ceased. A glint flashed in her eyes, and she vanished from her spot, reappearing 3 meters away. A deafening boom echoed from where she had just been. Doug slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a torrent of lightning that created a large crater. Logeros held 5 silver needles in his hand, ready to strike. Wait! Astaroth waved her hand to stop Logeros, then narrowed her eyes. This guy is quite interesting. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Doug's mouth, his eyes now clear. He sneered, your charm spells won't seduce me. Luna and Joanna were shocked. They hadn't expected Doug to bite his tongue to forcefully expel his desire in order to break Astaroth's charm magic. While this method worked, it severely damaged his mental strength. Doug swayed slightly but managed to stand up. Although the situation was quite unfavorable, his body was like a towering mountain, never bowing his head. Chapter 725. Luna covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She hadn't misjudged him. Doug wasn't the type to yield. Even faced with immense temptation, he could remain steadfast. But the next moment, Astaroth lightly extended a finger and touched the air. With a bang, an invisible force struck Doug's chest. Doug was sent flying, spitting out blood mid-air before crashing to the ground like a sandbag unconscious. Brother Doug. Luna and Joanna cried out in unison, their voices filled with anxiety and worry. Astaroth glanced at the two of them indifferently, then said, Logeros, take this guy to the magic circle and immediately activate it to begin stripping the inherited power from him. Logeros replied, okay, but should we? No need. Before Logelos could finish, Astaroth interrupted, to save his life, we need to slow down the stripping process, which will also require more resources. I don't have time for that. Right now, I just want to get the inherited power as quickly as possible. I don't care about anything else. Understood. Logelos nodded, hoisted the unconscious Doug onto his shoulder, and swayed away from everyone's sight. Luna and Joanna turned pale. They knew that their turn was next. Sure enough, Astaroth stretched, leisurely sat on the throne, and said seemingly casually, all right, Luna, Joanna, now let's talk about you two. You two have completed the task very well. What kind of reward do you want? Luna and Joanna both trembled and quickly shook their heads, saying, this is what we should do. We don't ask for any reward. Astaroth chuckled, hey really? Very well, in that case, let's talk about punishment. You two actually develop feelings for a human. Although this human is indeed quite capable, it's also a fact that you violated a taboo. Have you thought about how you intend to atone for your sins? Joanna gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, I know that whatever I do is futile. Please allow us to. We make up for our mistakes with good deeds. Haven't we had some friction with the Bone Dragon Obelisk recently? We're willing to be the vanguard and lead the attack on Obelisk's forces. Astaroth was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good. You want to deal with Obelisk? That's great, I agree. Go! Just the two of you, let's see what kind of trouble you can cause. Luna stared at Joanna in shock, not expecting Joanna to say such a thing. She was about to speak when Joanna grabbed her arm and led her straight out of the cave. Hey! Are you crazy? Leaving the cave and Astaroth, Luna abruptly shook off Joanna's hand. Are you just going to abandon Brother Doug like that? And what's the point of going to fight Obelisk? Are we just going to our deaths? Joanna pulled her aside and whispered, let me explain. I certainly won't abandon Brother Doug, after all he saved me, and I'm not a heartless person. But no matter what we say to Mother, she won't listen. Instead, she vent her anger on us. If that happens, we'd be in trouble ourselves. How can we possibly save Brother Doug? Luna, hearing this, agreed and gradually calmed down. So what do you want to do? Joanna said, as long as we're alive, we can always fight another day. If we're punished by Mother, how will we save Brother Doug? Besides, doesn't Brother Doug have two friends? Let's go ask them for help. Luna hesitated, but will they be willing to help us? After all, we're succubi, and the relationship between demons and humans is already bad, plus what happened before. Joanna sighed, there's no other way. Things have come to this. This is our only option. Even if they don't believe us, they shouldn't just stand by and watch. Let Brother Doug die. Luna nodded slightly. Yes, when I was in the corpse demons' territory, they came to rescue me because they saw me being attacked by the corpse demons. This shows they aren't bad people. But what about Obelisk? If we deceive Mother, the consequences will be dire. Joanna's eyes held a hint of determination. There's no other way. If Brother Doug is willing to take us away, we still have a chance to live. If he's not willing. At this point, both of them fell silent. The outcome was obvious. Death was the only option. The two then left the succubus's lair and headed towards the ghost vine bush where they had been before. However, just as Luna and Joanna had reached the halfway point, suddenly, a torrent of water, like a waterfall, cascaded down from the sky, crashing down on them without warning. This sudden turn of events left both of them stunned and completely unable to react. The water, like a powerful force, tightly enveloped them, forming a massive water prison. No matter how desperately Luna and Joanna struggled, they couldn't break free. Their bodies thrashed helplessly in the water, as if an invisible hand were gripping their throats. Just then, Annie and Born emerged from the nearby bushes. They stood there silently, coldly watching Luna and Joanna trapped in the water prison, their eyes revealing undisguised murderous intent. What to do? Kill them? Born asked expressionlessly, his soul-severing blade already in his hand. In the icy water prison, Luna's fingertips dug into her palms. She looked at her pale face reflected in Born's soul-severing blade, suddenly remembering Doug's clumsy way of grilling fish for her by the campfire. When oil splattered on his hands, he would just scratch the back of his head and grin foolishly. Water droplets rolled down her eyelashes, indistinguishable between the water from the prison and her tears. Joanna's tail drooped limply in the water. This succubus, always so composed, now harbored an unprecedented anguish in her purple eyes. She suddenly remembered the warmth of Doug's body as he carried her across the poisonous swamp when she feigned injury. Those calculated moments of tenderness had somehow become a genuine craving. I'm going to die. Luna, in her suffocating dizziness, vaguely saw a replay of images. Doug's back as he stood in front of them, his hand sharing the last piece of bread, the broken look in his eyes when he realized he'd been deceived. The most painful punishment wasn't her mother's thorns, nor her brother's silver needles, but finally understanding what love was, only to forever lose the right to speak it. Joanna suddenly began frantically ramming against the water prison. Not to survive, but to see that fool from Mount Thor one last time. She finally understood why her mother had said, love is the poison of a succubus. When this poison takes effect, even the soul mourns for the betrayer. However, just as the two were about to give up resistance and accept their fate, Annie spoke up, wait a minute, let's ask them what's going on in their succubus lair, why they're back so quickly. She then released the water prison, and the two fell to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. Whoosh! Luna had just raised her head when a cold blade was pressed against her throat. At the same time, Born's voice reached her ears, speak, where is Doug? How is he now? Luna immediately cried out, please, please save Brother Doug. He's been captured. Mother wants to use a magic circle to extract his inherited power. Annie raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Doug captured by you? Why are you begging us to save him now? Luna briefly recounted their original plan and what had happened in the cave. We were too naive. We thought we could get Brother Doug to plead for us and spare his life, but we ended up harming him. Annie winked at Bourne. Bourne sheathed his sword, but still said coldly, "You're incredibly foolish. However, if you still want to save Doug, you should have considered the consequences, shouldn't you?" Luna's expression darkened. "Yes, we're prepared to die. We'd do anything to save Brother Doug." And stroked her chin. "This isn't something we can just save so easily. According to you, the male succubus Logeros who fought us before was at the 9th level of the chaotic origin realm, while Queen Astaroth is even stronger, already having 1 foot in the harmonious origin realm. We can't handle them." Bourne suddenly asked, "You said you were going to deal with the Bone Dragon King Obelisk. What's his background?" Mentioning the Bone Dragon King, Joanna's eyes showed a hint of fear. "He comes from the Netherworld. He used to be Samuel's subordinate, and now he's also reached the peak of the chaotic origin realm. He's always causing us trouble. My mother has always wanted to get rid of him, but his strength is just too great. Even my mother. And then, there was nothing we could do about him." "Samuel?" Bourne's eyes lit up. He knew that back in the lower level undead zone, a portion of Samuel's clone still had some power with him. Perhaps it could come in handy here. So Bourne said, "Let's go find that obelisk." Luna was taken aback, immediately saying, "Don't go. That guy is incredibly ferocious, he never speaks politely to anyone, and he kills anything living he sees. We can't communicate with him at all." Bourne chuckled, "Don't worry, I have a plan. You lead the way." Seeing Bourne's insistence, Luna had no choice but to get up from the ground with Joanna and obediently lead the way. "How long will it take to get there?" Annie asked. Luna said, "About 2 days, but don't worry, there's enough time. Big Brother won't be able to activate the magic circle that quickly. Some resources need to be transported from other places, so Big Brother Doug won't be in danger for the time being." Bourne stroked his chin. 2 days? That's too long. He then looked at the wings behind the 2 succubi and asked, "Can you fly?" Luna shook her head. "These wings aren't very useful. They can only levitate briefly, not fly for long periods. Only super strong beings like Mother can fly that long." Annie thought for a moment and said, "How about we try this?" With that, she waved her hand, and a gentle breeze swept all 4 of them into the air. Luna was shocked, not expecting Annie to possess wind magic. Joanna reacted first, immediately spreading her wings, grabbing Bourne in midair, and flapping her wings. Supported by the wind, they actually remained steadily suspended in the air. "This method works," Joanna exclaimed in delight. Luna followed suit, flapping her wings and hugging Annie tightly. How long can your magic last?" Annie smiled slightly. Wind elemental magic was relatively easy for her to use, and with the help of the spirit division technique, this ordinary magic could last a long time, enough for them to find the Bone Dragon King. "Don't worry, just focus on your journey." Luna and Joanna exchanged a glance, then simultaneously flapped their wings, speeding away with a gust of blue wind. Sure enough, with Annie's blessing, their speed increased considerably. In just 1 day, they arrived at a valley. According to Luna, they had entered the Bone Dragon King's territory. "Stop," Bourne said, pointing to a mountain peak. The group landed on the mountaintop. Annie appeared calm, and showed no signs of fatigue from continuously casting magic. Since she wasn't the one driving, she had been casting magic and circulating the spirit division technique to replenish her energy along the way, so there hadn't been much depletion. "His cave is quite a distance from here. What are we doing stopping here?" Joanna asked, puzzled. Bourne chuckled. "If we really went to his cave to find him, wouldn't that put us all in danger? This terrain is open, and if things don't go well, we can escape. I think it's a suitable place." Joanna was still somewhat doubtful. "Then how are you going to get him to come here?" Bourne's lips curled slightly, and he slowly reached for his waist, grasping the hilt of the soul-severing blade. With the exertion of his arm, the soul-severing blade emitted a soft hum in its sheath, as if responding to its master's call. "That's simple," Bourne said softly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable confidence. Before he finished speaking, his eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing within them. Immediately afterward, Bourne unhesitatingly activated the 3 heavenly soul powers within his body. In an instant, a faint light emanated from his body, a light that burned fiercely like a raging flame. Purple lightning from the heavenly soul of judgment intertwined and crackled above Bourne's head. These bolts, like ferocious dragons, swirled and ripped through the air, creating a piercing whistling sound. Simultaneously, the previously calm ground beneath Bourne's feet trembled violently, as if the earth itself was trembling in terror. Then, a column of water from the heavenly soul of raging waves erupted from the earth, shooting into the sky like a roaring dragon. Around Born, the ground began to crack, massive fissures spreading like a spiderweb. As the fissures widened, rocks and soil tumbled down, creating a terrifying cataclysmic event. The simultaneous appearance of these three heavenly soul powers instantly changed the weather. The once clear sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with howling winds and thunderous lightning. The entire world trembled before this terrifying power, as if the end of the world had arrived. Chapter 726. Luna and Joanna stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, utterly incredulous. The spectacle was truly magnificent, the sheer scale of the attack overwhelming. Even the Bone Dragon King, if blind, would know someone was looking for trouble. Sure enough, with a roar, a colossal figure soared into the sky, hurtling towards the group. Which damn dares to cause trouble on my turf? The enormous voice boomed like a bell, making everyone's eardrums ache. Obelisk spotted Born and his group immediately upon emerging. After all, they had deliberately chosen a hilltop, making them very conspicuous. Obelisk was furious. He had roamed the Sea of Death for so many years, and no one had ever dared to provoke him like this. Without a word, he unleashed a breath attack. Annie was prepared, waving her wand to conjure a massive shield of light, blocking the attack. The entire Bone Mountain range trembled violently, as if a ferocious beast that had slumbered for millennia was awakening. Tens of thousands of bone fragments shattered from the mountain, forming a ghastly white rain in the air. Obelisk's massive body burst through the sea of bones, its jagged dragon wings, when fully unfurled, obscuring half the sky, each bone spike shimmering with a ghostly blue phosphorescence. A terrifying soul fire burned in its empty eye sockets. A mere glance from it caused Annie's shield of light to crack under its strain. Insects. The Bone Dragon King's roar unleashed a Category 12 hurricane, instantly spreading spiderweb-like cracks across Annie's shield. How dare you? At this critical moment, Born suddenly lunged forward shouting, "King of Bones, wait!" He raised his head and stared directly at this absolute powerhouse in the Sea of Death, his voice still clearly audible amidst the dragon's might. "We're not here to provoke you, but to seek cooperation. Haven't you always wanted to deal with the succubus Queen Astaroth?" Boom! Annie's shield of light shattered completely. Obelisk's tailbone hovered 3 inches above Born's head, with a whooshing sound, its putrid dragon breath burning his skin. "That dwarf who plays with dolls?" The Bone Dragon King's voice was filled with danger. Born wiped the foul-smelling dragon saliva from his face without changing expression. "Exactly." He stared directly at the Bone Dragon King's soul fire. "She's extracting the inherited power of the Thunder God Mountain's successor. If she succeeds, she can break through to the Unity Realm in one fell swoop, and then your situation will be dire." The soul fire in the Bone Dragon King's eyes suddenly surged, and it smashed a nearby rock pillar with a claw, the flying debris almost grazing Born's cheek. "Damn it!" Obelisk's spine creaked with a sickening grind. How did she find the successor? Born nimbly dodged a flying pebble, shrugging. "Never mind that. Just tell me if you're willing to cooperate with us. We're looking to deal with her anyway. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Cooperate?" Obelisk suddenly let out a chilling laugh. His spine split and reformed, twisting in the air into a bizarre rune. The Bone Dragon King opened its massive maw, spewing a cloud of eerie blue dragon breath that exploded at their feet, forcing them to retreat. "You bunch of trash, who can't even catch my sneeze?" Born's pupils contracted slightly. He keenly noticed ancient death runes appearing on each of the Bone Dragon King's bones, runes identical to those he had seen on Samuel years ago. A thought struck him, and he suddenly laughed. Could it be that the mighty King of Bones, he deliberately drew out, is content to be toyed with by a little girl forever? You must know, Astaroth is not a magnanimous person. Once she breaks through to the Unity Realm, she will absolutely not let you off. The air froze, and the soul fire in Obelisk's eyes flickered violently. "A provocation?" The Bone Dragon King's voice was deep, as if it came from the depths of hell. "Interesting. But what will you use to prove your worth?" He deliberately flicked his tail tip, aiming it at Born's head, and said, "My patience is limited." Born knew that words alone might not convince him, so he said, "I take 3 of your moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, I will voluntarily concede. Let's drop the matter of cooperation. If I win, you must cooperate with me to rescue the Inheritor and thwart Astaroth's plans. How about it?" Obelisk was taken aback, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, you ant. You dare challenge me? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Fine. I agree, but if you lose, All of you will become my slaves, serving me to the death. Born smiled slightly. Since you raised the stakes, I raise mine too. If you lose, you have to call me Big Brother from now on, and I make all the decisions. Obelisk hadn't expected the human before him to dare negotiate. His fighting spirit intensified, and he didn't care what Born said, readily agreeing. He couldn't wait to kill this arrogant human. The soul fire in Obelisk's eye sockets suddenly contracted, and his tailbone carved a deep trench in the ground. Insignificant human, prepare to receive my attack. Born held the soul-severing blade horizontally before him, the power of death surging wildly within him, ancient dark runes appearing on his exposed skin. Obelisk's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, a disdainful snort escaping his nostrils. In that instant, his thick tail lashed out with lightning speed, creating a sharp gust of wind as it struck Born. This attack, seemingly casual, actually contained a terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. With the swing of his tail, the surrounding air was compressed, producing a sharp, explosive sound, forming a white sonic boom cloud. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Born's eyes widened suddenly. Without hesitation, he activated the power of death within him. In an instant, countless skeletons coalesced around him, soaring into the air and converging before him at an astonishing speed. These skeletons spun rapidly in the air, colliding and merging, instantly solidifying into a massive bone shield. The bone shield was a grayish-white color, covered with ancient and mysterious runes, emanating a chilling aura of death. Bang! With a deafening crash, Obelisk's tail slammed into the bone shield like a hammer. The shield's surface instantly caved in, a deep crack appearing and rapidly spreading like a spiderweb. Born gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He concentrated all his death energy into the bone shield, desperately trying to withstand Obelisk's attack. A powerful shockwave swept outwards, like a raging torrent, shattering rocks within a 100-meter radius into dust that flew everywhere. Born's feet were deeply embedded in the ground, as if held down by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. Yet, despite this immense pressure, he did not retreat a single step. Finally, under Obelisk's relentless onslaught, the bone shield reached its limit. With a deafening roar, the bone shield shattered like a bomb, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. However, although the bone shield was broken, it had successfully withstood Obelisk's terrifying attack. Interesting. Obelisk retracted his tailbone, narrowing his eyes slightly, a strange glint in them. I didn't expect you to be a necromancer. It seems I have to show you my true abilities. He raised his head and let out a dragon's roar, the azure dragon crystal within his chest suddenly glowing. As his dragon head lowered, a deathly breath, over 10 meters in diameter, erupted forth. That wasn't ordinary flame, it was the breath of a ghostly dragon, imbued with the burning properties of a soul, turning even rocks to a ghastly white powder in its wake. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Born could only unleash 3 more heavenly souls, pouring them all into the soul-severing blade. The blade erupted with blinding tricolored light as he leaped into the air to meet the dragon's breath, the blade slicing through the heavens and earth in an arc of light. The instant the blade's light collided with the ghostly breath, the entire mountain of bones trembled. The dragon's breath was forcefully cleaved in two, roaring past Born's side and vaporizing the 2 hills behind him. But the residual impact still sent him flying. He tumbled several times in the air before staggering to the ground, his armor shattered, his arms cracked and bleeding from his fingertips. He caught it? Luna gripped Joanna's arm tightly, their fingertips drawing blood. They never expected that Born could withstand such a terrifying attack from Obelisk, albeit with some injury. This is unbelievable, Joanna exclaimed. Is he really only a mid-stage chaotic origin cultivator? Obelisk was equally shocked. In his view, defeating the human before him would be effortless, but after 2 moves, his opponent had only suffered minor injuries. It was an insult. His head slowly lowered, an ominous hum emanating from his chest. Human, you have successfully aroused my killing intent. The instant his words fell, it seemed the entire world trembled. A violent storm of death energy suddenly erupted in the previously peaceful world. This death energy, like a black torrent, surged from the cracks in the ground. Like black whirlwinds, it rapidly converged, forming a massive energy torrent. This torrent, like a wild horse unleashed, surged madly towards his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was submerged by this black torrent, as if he had merged with this death energy. As the death energy continued to pour in, the Bone Dragon King's size began to expand rapidly. His already enormous body, nourished by this energy, nearly doubled in size. Not only that, but strange, blood-red demonic runes began to appear on the surface of his originally pale skeleton. These runes seemed alive, moving across the surface of his bones, emanating a chilling aura. His once empty, lifeless eyes were now covered in a layer of blood red, revealing a bloodthirsty madness. Berserk? Born's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this magic. He had seen it many times before. It was Samuel's signature move. The situation was dire. Born was already at a disadvantage, and now Obelisk had used Berserk, significantly increasing his strength. How could he possibly fight back? Before Born could come up with a solution, Obelisk's right forepaw had already gathered a suffocating energy wave, a fatal blow that combined the laws of death with the dragon's innate flame. Human! Die! As Obelisk's giant claw swung down, the entire world trembled. Visible folds of space were compressed, and death energy and dragon fire intertwined to form a destructive vortex, sucking away all the air within 100 feet. Luna and Joanna's eardrums bled from the sudden change in air pressure, yet they remained fixed on the figure about to be swallowed up. Run! Annie reacted swiftly, grabbing the two and leaping hundreds of meters away to avoid being caught in the blast. The deafening roar of collapsing mountains shattered the clouds. Obelisk's dragon claws sank deep into the mountainside, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the entire Bone Mountain range from the point of impact. Countless rocks were reduced to dust in the shockwave, forming a grayish-white mushroom cloud that shot thousands of feet into the sky. Even from a distance, Annie and the others were thrown to the ground by the blast, watching helplessly as the mountain they had stood on crumbled and fell like a brittle biscuit. It's over. Joanna collapsed to the ground, oblivious to the pain. Her purple eyes reflected the massive crater, over 100 meters in diameter, where, apart from boiling lava and distorted space, there was no trace of life. Obelisk slowly raised his dragon claws, the dripping liquid from between them not blood, but molten rock vaporized by the intense heat. He squeezed his claws in confusion. He had clearly felt the blow land, but a sense of unease lingered. Nevertheless, a pleasurable hum emanated from his chest. This is the price for defying my majesty. His tailbone swept across the still-collapsed mountainside, unleashing a new torrent of debris. Luna's eyes were filled with despair and fear. No, this won't work. Let's go! By the time he reacts, we'd both be dead. However, Annie grabbed her arm, calmly saying, "What's the rush? He won't lose." Huh? Luna was taken aback. He's already been smashed to pieces, his body completely destroyed. Isn't that a loss? Annie said calmly, "Just watch closely." If he wasn't absolutely certain, he wouldn't have accepted this bet. Since he accepted, he's bound to win. Looking at Annie's resolute expression, Luna was stunned. She couldn't understand why Annie trusted Born so unconditionally. Even in this situation, that trust remained unwavering. Just as Luna was about to say something, a hearty voice echoed throughout the valley. 3 moves have passed, Obelisk. It's time to fulfill your promise. Chapter 727. Everyone was stunned, except for Annie, whose lips slowly curved into a smile, as if this was all within her expectations. The most shocked was Obelisk. He was certain his attack had hit, yet his opponent was undeniably standing before him. Yes, Born was still alive. However, his current appearance was astonishing. His clothes were torn to shreds, leaving only a tattered pair of trousers hanging precariously from his waist. His body was riddled with wounds, blood seeping from multiple cuts, staining the ground beneath him crimson. Even more horrifying, his left side was completely gone. The limb that should have been there was now as if it had been ripped apart by some immense force, leaving only a gruesome, gaping wound, a bloody mess of flesh and bone, a sight too painful to behold. Clearly, the Bone Dragon King's full-force attack had inflicted severe damage on him. But a smile still lingered on his face, like that of a victorious general returning home. After a brief moment of shock, Obelisk suddenly erupted in fury. "You despicable human, you shameless human, you cheated. I tear you to pieces." Born, however, remained unfazed, calmly replying, "How can using magical items be considered cheating? It's part of my strength." You lost. Does the mighty Bone Dragon King intend to cheat?" Obelisk's mind was reeling. He was momentarily at a loss. If he truly admitted defeat, he felt uneasy. If he didn't, it certainly didn't suit his status. Just as Obelisk hesitated, Born narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the opportune moment. He abruptly unleashed Samuel's power. Although this power was incomplete, and merely the power of a low-level avatar of Samuel, its aura was unmistakably genuine. Obelisk immediately sensed Samuel's presence, his eyes widening in shock, stammering, This? How is this possible? It's Samuel." Born laughed. "Samuel and I are old friends. He even entrusted me to bring him something to the netherworld." "Impossible." Obelisk said, but involuntarily took 2 steps back. How could Lord Samuel possibly be friends with a human? Bourne shrugged. What's impossible about it? His presence can't be faked, you can feel it too. If he didn't give it to me willingly, how do you think I obtained this power? Obelisk's heart was in turmoil, but the presence was undeniably Samuel's, every word he spoke striking him like a hammer blow. You're really Lord Samuel's friend? Absolutely. Seeing Bourne's unwavering conviction, Obelisk began to believe him somewhat. At this moment, Bourne also played his final move. How about this? You saw how your attack just now severely injured me. Although I didn't die, I certainly don't have much fighting power left. Considering our connection with Samuel, how about we call this a draw? Obelisk thought about it, and it was indeed a good solution, avoiding any awkwardness for him. So he nodded and said, okay, let's call it a draw. But, if it's a draw, what about the previous bet? Bourne laughed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially since we're already on the same side. Of course, we continue to cooperate. However, we won't take any of the spoils, you can have them all. We only want the inheritor of Mount Thunder, how about that? Obelisk pondered for a moment. To extract the inheritor's power, a special method was needed, along with a large amount of resources to build a magic array. He didn't have these things. The inheritor was indeed useless to him, and capturing him would be tantamount to openly declaring war on Mount Thunder, a consequence he couldn't afford. So he nodded and said, all right. It's your plan. What's your strategy? Bourne turned and waved. Annie immediately stepped forward and said, your injury. Bourne waved his hand. It's all right. Tell Lord Bone Dragon King about our plan. Annie nodded, took a deep breath, and said, Lord Bone Dragon King, what are your chances of defeating Astaroth with your strength? Obelisk exhaled a puff of hot air from his nostrils. Humph. Although I hate to admit it, that little dwarf is indeed powerful. We can fight to a draw for a short time, but in the long run, I won't be a match for him. Bourne nodded slightly. With your berserk magic, suppressing Astaroth shouldn't be a problem for a short time, but the problem is that berserk magic can't last too long. So once the berserk effect ends, you be at a disadvantage. Obelisk didn't speak, which was taken as tacit agreement. And he continued, that's talking about a head-on confrontation. If it's a sneak attack, how confident are you? Obelisk scratched his head. A sneak attack? Are you kidding me? Look at my body, I'm so big, where do you expect me to hide? In Obelisk's mind, a sneak attack was simply not an option. Bourne smiled slightly. Don't worry about that, we have plenty of ways. He pointed with his only arm at Luna and the other woman. See those 2 succubi? They're Astaroth's daughters. With them as cover, we can create an opportunity for your sneak attack. Obelisk's eyes were full of suspicion. That little dwarf has countless children. Even with these 2 succubi as cover, she won't let her guard down. Don't worry about that, Annie said. We already thought of everything. As long as you cooperate with us, we can definitely give Astaroth a devastating blow. Bourne added, don't miss this chance for revenge. Remember how Astaroth treated you before. Upon hearing this, Obelisk no longer hesitated. He was going to try anyway. Even if he failed, there would be no loss, and he could still annoy Astaroth. Why not? So he said, all right, I cooperate this time. For Lord Samuel's sake. Bourne smiled wryly. This Bone Dragon King was truly concerned with saving face, but at least he had convinced him, making things easier from here on out. In the succubus's lair, Logeros was busily preparing to activate the magic circle. Doug had been stripped naked and placed in the very center of the magic circle. Once everything was ready, the array could begin drawing the inherited power from him. Astaroth slowly approached, and Logelos immediately stepped forward to bow, Mother. Astaroth waved her hand. I just came to check on the progress. How's it going? Logelos replied, no problems. According to the schedule, the magic circle can be activated tomorrow. Congratulations in advance, Mother. From now on, another true king will be born in this sea of death. Astaroth's lips slowly curved into a smile. Good son, as long as I successfully break through, you will be the greatest contributor. You certainly receive your share of the rewards. Logelos immediately said happily, thank you, Mother. Astaroth tiptoed and patted Logelos' hair, then he slowly walked to Doug's side. This pretty boy is indeed handsome. No wonder my 2 daughters are so infatuated with him. They even dared to say those things to my face. Logeros chuckled. Luna and Joanna's training is still lacking, but once this guy is dead, their resolve should be even stronger. Astaroth chuckled, that's true, But in a while, those two girls will probably come back battered and bruised, barely alive. Logeros was unaware that Luna and Joanna had been sent to deal with Obelisk. Before he could even ask, a voice came from outside, reporting, "To your majesty, Luna. They're back." Astaroth was slightly taken aback, then frowned and said, "What? Can't you even give a proper order? And why are you stuttering?" The messenger was a male succubus, not very strong. Seeing Astaroth's anger, his voice trembled even more. No, it's just that they brought the Bone Dragon King." "What?" Astaroth was stunned. She looked at Logeros beside her. "What did he just say?" Logeros was equally shocked. He seemed to say that Luna and the others brought the Bone Dragon King Obelisk. Astaroth reached out and grabbed the succubus, who was giving the message, as if drawn by something, her neck being choked. Astaroth's eyes glowed slightly red. Clearly, she was angry. "Boy, I hate these kinds of silly jokes the most, don't you know that?" The succubus's eyes rolled back as she was choked, and she stammered, "Your queen. It's absolutely true." Astaroth frowned. An ordinary succubus wouldn't seek death, which meant he was telling the truth. She released her grip, and the succubus collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, her eyes filled with the terror of surviving a near-death experience. "Take me there." Astaroth's voice was icy, yet tinged with curiosity, wondering what Luna and Joanna were up to. The succubus, quick-witted and ignoring her dizziness, staggered to her feet and led the way. Upon reaching the entrance to the lair, a large number of succubi had already gathered, craning their necks, filled with both curiosity and fear, hesitant to take a step forward. Astaroth, even more puzzled, quickly passed through the narrow entrance passage and arrived outside the lair. What she saw there left her speechless with shock. When Astaroth's gaze fell unobstructed upon the cave entrance, an enormous skeletal dragon lay silently on the ground. Its massive body occupied a large area, its bones a pale white, as if devoid of life. Yet, in its empty eyes, the soulfire still flickered weakly, seemingly proving that it was not entirely dead. However, in stark contrast to the skeletal dragon were Luna and Joanna, perched atop its massive head. Like two valiant dragon-slaying warriors, they stood proudly atop the dragon's head, their figures radiant in the sunlight, like war goddesses descended from the heavens, receiving the admiring gazes of the crowd. "Mother!" Luna's call snapped Astaroth out of her shock. "We completed the task you assigned us." Looking at the skeletal dragon king before her, Astaroth swallowed hard. She had always wanted to suppress this damned dragon, but its strength was equal to hers, and it never yielded, causing her endless headaches. But now, it lay dying before her, and even her two weak daughters could climb onto its proud head without a care. How did you do that?" Astaroth asked. "It's simple," Luna said with a smile. "When we went to find Obelisk, he was already injured and at a crucial moment of recovery. The two of us went up together and disrupted his aura, causing his magic power to explode, resulting in his current state." Astaroth was full of questions. She didn't remember the Bone Dragon King having a recent battle with anyone. If it had, she should know. Seeing Astaroth's somewhat doubtful gaze, Joanna quickly said, "Mother, this is truly heaven-sent. The Bone Dragon King's soulfire power is extremely domineering. Combined with the power of inheritance, it will definitely help you achieve your breakthrough." At the mention of a breakthrough, a glint of fervor appeared in Astaroth's eyes. Joanna was right. If she could devour the Bone Dragon soulfire, coupled with the assistance of the power of inheritance, she could not only break through to the Unity Realm, but even advance further. "Ha ha ha!" Astaroth laughed loudly. "You did very well. Excellent. It truly surprised me. You are truly my best daughters." Luna and Joanna exchanged a glance, both breathing a sigh of relief. Deceiving this cunning succubus queen was no easy task. Only those like Luna and Joanna, who had always been by her side, could accurately discern her true desires. Astaroth spread her wings, shooting into the air with a whoosh, accompanied by a wave of heat. A pair of enormous fiery claws materialized in her hands, a maniacal grin spreading across her face. "Ha ha ha, Obelisk, I never thought you'd end up like this." "Ha ha ha." Obelisk weakly raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred and disdain. "You wretched dwarf, don't be so happy yet. Lord Samuel will avenge me." Chapter 728. Samuel? Astaroth laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, you don't naively think Samuel can avenge you, do you? He can't possibly get here through the spatial barrier. If he can come, then Lord Asmodeus can too." The Bone Dragon King roared in despair. "Roar! You filthy dwarf, even if I die, I won't die by your hand." With that, his aura surged, and the blue soul fire in his head emitted a terrifyingly large energy fluctuation. Astaroth was startled, not expecting the other party to be so decisive, actually intending to self-destruct on the spot. This was the entrance to the succubus's lair. If the Bone Dragon King self-destructed here, the explosive force would be enough to flatten the entire lair, and most of her offspring would also die. More importantly, there was a magic circle inside used to extract inherited power. Once destroyed, rebuilding it would require an unknown amount of resources and time. Astaroth didn't hesitate any longer, immediately swooping down, intending to interrupt the self-destruction and end his life. However, the instant she approached, she seemed to see a glint of cunning in Obelisk's eyes, and a chill ran through her as she sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. A strange power appeared like a ghost, directly affecting Astaroth's mind. Astaroth was completely unprepared. As a succubus, mental attacks were commonplace, and facing a bone dragon, she had never even considered being mentally attacked, so she was completely unprepared. But this oversight instantly put her at a disadvantage. This mental attack was incredibly bizarre and domineering. She had never seen anything like it before. It acted directly on her soul, causing it to feel pulled apart and instantly leaving her unable to control her body. However, fortunately, as a peak expert with 1 foot in the nascent soul realm, and also a succubus, her mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary experts. Therefore, when faced with this sudden attack, her soul instinctively activated its defense mechanism, preventing it from being directly pulled out of her body by the force. But the impact on her mind was real. Astaroth's eyes rolled back, and she crashed into the Bone Dragon King like a soulless puppet. The Bone Dragon King naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity pass. He roared, and the soul fire in his head suddenly surged, his aura reaching an astonishing level. Roar! 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 The dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. A powerful force spread throughout his body, and red light filled his previously empty eye sockets. His body grew even larger, becoming as large as a mountain. This was the effect of the berserk magic. Astaroth, prepare to die. Obelisk swung her forepaw fiercely, the black light on it almost solidifying, the very same devastating attack from before. Had it struck the unsuspecting Astaroth, even a powerful cultivator at the Unity Realm would have been severely injured, let alone now. However, Astaroth suddenly let out a piercing scream, her eyes regaining their clarity. Aya! With her consciousness returning, she urgently mobilized all her magical power, and scorching flame surged from all directions, enveloping her in a massive fireball. Obelisk, without the slightest hesitation, slammed his giant claw down on the fireball before it could even fully solidify. Then boom! The moment Obelisk's dragon claw collided with the fireball, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn open. A blinding white light erupted, illuminating the surrounding area as if it were daytime. The shockwave spread in a ring, sweeping across everything with destructive energy. The succubi who had been watching from the cave entrance had no time to react. The dozens of low-ranking succubi in the front row didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized in the violent energy storm, leaving not even a trace of ash. The slightly stronger succubi managed to erect their shields, but against this earth-shattering power, their thin defenses were as fragile as paper. No, impossible. One succubus stared wide-eyed as her arm shattered inch by inch in the shockwave. Her bat wings were the first to turn into a bloody mist, followed by her torso, and finally only half of her distorted face dissipated in the turbulent energy. Further away, the succubi suffered similarly severe damage. Wherever the shockwave passed, swarms of succubi fell like wheat being harvested. The stronger succubi survived, but each coughed up blood, their faces contorted. Their once proud, alluring eyes were now bloodshot, their delicate features torn to shreds by the energy storm. The shockwave continued to spread, completely altering the terrain within 100 miles. Towering ancient trees were uprooted and torn to shreds in midair. Hard rocks became as fragile as foam, turning to dust in the energy storm. A massive rift valley, spanning several miles, gaped menacingly in the ground, gushing magma from the earth. As the smoke and dust cleared, only a terrifying crater over a kilometer in diameter remained at the center of the battle. Boiling magma at the bottom emitted suffocating heat, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of sulfur and burning flesh. The succubi who had miraculously survived stared in stunned disbelief at the scene. Their lair had been almost completely destroyed in this attack. Obelisk. A furious and hysterical voice echoed from the crater. Astaroth, blood trickling from her lips, glared at the Bone Dragon King Obelisk above. The succubus queen was now a far cry from her previous composed and confident demeanor. Her magnificent dress was tattered, her face covered in blood, and the skull doll she had been clutching was decapitated. Her face was contorted with rage, and the short horns on her head were slowly growing larger and longer, making her appear exceptionally horrifying. You dare lie to me, Obelisk. Today I show you the consequences of offending me. She roared furiously, her voice shrill, as if capable of piercing eardrums. Obelisk flapped her massive bone wings, hovering in the air, a hint of regret in her eyes. I didn't expect even this wouldn't kill her. On the back of the Bone Dragon King, Born poked his head out, his expression grave. You better be careful, this guy possesses a celestial soul. Obelisk paused, then realized. No wonder she's always stronger than others of the same level. It turns out she has the blessing of a celestial soul. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Crimson Flame celestial soul, isn't it? Born nodded. Yes, that should be right. We need to change our previous agreement. I want this celestial soul. I can trade it for something else. Obelisk chuckled. It's too early to talk about that. Whether we can even take down this dwarf is another matter. Born said, all right, let's go rescue the inheritor now. You should be able to hold her off, right? Obelisk's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit as he replied, even at her peak, I'm not afraid, let alone now that she's injured. Go ahead without worry. Born nodded slightly, jumped off Obelisk, and found Annie, Luna, and Joanna, who were already hiding nearby. Annie had already found a spot where Robert had designed a temporary defensive magic circle. When the terrifying shockwave struck, she led Luna and Joanna inside, simultaneously activating a light shield that completely blocked the attack. Let's go! Luna, you lead the way, Born said. Luna nodded and immediately led the group towards the ruins of the lair. The succubus's lair was vast and protected by a defensive magic array. Only the half near the entrance was reduced to ruins, while the interior remained intact. Taking advantage of the chaos, they easily reached the interior. Luna, knowing the exact location of the magic array, quickly ventured deeper without hesitation. However, just as they were about to reach the magic array, a figure appeared before them. Luna's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. This was none other than Astaroth's eldest son, their elder brother, Logeros. Logeros spotted Luna immediately. What are you doing here? What's happening outside? Logeros hadn't left the magic array, and was unaware that Astaroth and Obelisk were already engaged in battle. Before Luna could speak, a dark shadow swept past her, charging towards Logeros. Logeros's heart skipped a beat, sensing the threat from ahead. He immediately swung his right hand, sending 4 silver needles flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the shadow was incredibly fast, leaving a long blue afterimage behind it, managing to dodge all the needles. Logeros frowned, his figure suddenly retreating rapidly. With a deafening boom, a long trench was cleaved where Logeros had stood. What was that? Logeros stared intently, seeing a strangely shaped humanoid creature wielding a long sword, its eyes coldly fixed on him. Although it had a humanoid form, something about it was completely off. Logeros was certain this thing wasn't human, nor was it any of the mission creatures he had ever encountered before. This was naturally Born's battle doll. Born had previously sent Robert to acquire high-grade chaotic element magic cores in the Netherworld, and thanks to Robert's exceptional alchemy skills, he had successfully obtained such a high-grade wind element chaotic element magic core from Lucifer, which was now proving useful. Don't stand there, attack together, Born shouted, charging forward first. He and the battle doll flanked Logeros, forming a pincer movement. Logeros, now seeing Born and Annie's faces clearly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Luna, Joanna, you two have some nerve, daring to collude with outsiders. Luna gritted her teeth and said, Big brother, you forced us into this. If you had agreed to spare brother Doug's life, things wouldn't have turned out this way. She and Joanna then activated their battle forms, preventing other succubi from arriving as reinforcements. Logeros's tall, slender figure appeared even more terrifying in the dim light. 3 gleaming silver needles were held between his delicate fingers, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You underestimated me. His voice was as smooth as silk. Did you really think you could defeat me with a mere foolish wooden puppet? Annie's wand tip emitted a blinding blue light, and the water element in the air rapidly condensed. Enough talk, take this. She shouted sharply, countless sharp ice shards shooting towards Logeros. At the same time, the battle puppet lunged from the side, wielding a sharp blade, slashing towards Logeros's neck with a whooshing sound. Logeros spoke with disdain, but he remained cautious of the battle puppet's attack. His movements were ghostly, the silver needles in his hand drawing eerie arcs in the air, each one precisely shattering a piece of ice. Too slow, he said mockingly, suddenly turning and thrusting 3 silver needles straight at the puppet's joints. The puppet's movements faltered momentarily, but quickly resumed. After all, it was just a puppet, and naturally possessed a degree of immunity to the poison needles. Born seized this opportunity, his soul-severing blade wreathed in black death energy, slashing towards Logueros' back. Logueros, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. With an elegant sidestep, the silver needles lightly touched the blade, redirecting the force towards Annie beside him. Annie hastily erected a water barrier, but was still thrown back several steps by the aftershock. "Watch out for his needles," she gasped. "They're poisoned." The battle reached a stalemate. Logueros' speed was astonishing. Every movement left after images, his silver needles, like the forked tongue of a venomous snake, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Although the 3 of them, born, coordinated perfectly, the difference in their cultivation levels kept them at a disadvantage. The combat puppet did indeed compensate for this gap. Each of its attacks forced Logueros to divert his attention. "Humph, this is simply a waste of time." Logueros suddenly stopped, his flippancy replaced by coldness. His bat wings fully unfurled, and dark purple energy began to gather around him. "It's time to end this." At this critical moment, a glint of light flashed in Born's eyes. He feigned a staggering retreat, while secretly gathering power in his soul-severing blade. When Logueros' attention was drawn to the puppet and Annie, he suddenly erupted, the blade simultaneously bursting with 3-colored light, the powers of judgment, raging tide, and earth-shattering, perfectly fused. This strike was not a mere blade of light, but a torrent of energy tearing through space. This attack could even withstand Obelisk's full-force strike, let alone Logueros'. Logueros' expression changed drastically. He hurriedly dodged, but it was too late to stop the attack from heading straight for the magic circle behind him. No! A deafening explosion shattered the meticulously arranged magic circle. Rune fragments scattered everywhere, and the energy core maintaining the array emitted a blinding light before going out completely. The ground shook violently, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse. When the smoke cleared, Logueros reappeared. His former elegance was gone, his luxurious clothes were tattered, and for the first time, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. "You will all die." His voice was no longer elegant, but hoarse like a demon crawling out of hell. Dozens of silver needles appeared in his hands, each wrapped with suffocating dark energy. Chapter 729. Logueros had gone completely mad. That magic circle was the result of decades of searching, using tens of thousands of succubi, gathering all the materials, and experimenting countless times. Now, it had been destroyed by a single strike from a human before him. This consequence was unbearable for him. If Astaroth found out. "Attack!" Born roared, unleashing his destruction domain and charging towards Logueros, with the soul-severing blade in hand. Logueros laughed in anger. He hadn't even made a move, and the other party had practically delivered himself to his doorstep. "Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me." Born's figure flashed like a ghost, the soul-severing blade drawing a chilling gray line through the air. A contemptuous smile curved Logueros' lips. With an elegant flick of his long fingers, 7 poisoned silver needles shot out in the shape of the Big Dipper. Clang! 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 Born's momentum didn't falter, his blade precisely deflected 3 silver needles, while simultaneously dodging 4 more. The block needles embedded themselves deeply in the ground, instantly corroding the vegetation within a 3-meter radius into black liquid. His charge left after images as he closed in on Logueros in the blink of an eye. Too naive. Logueros suddenly pulled a massive silver needle, as thick as an arm, from his sleeve, its tip gleaming with an eerie purple light. Clang! A deafening metallic clang rang out, and it had actually blocked the soul-severing blade slash. The succubus's red lips parted slightly. This level of attack. Crack! A crisp cracking sound interrupted his taunt. To Logueros' disbelief, spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the giant silver needle. A glint of joy flashed in Bond's eyes. His destructive domain had been triggered. How is this possible? Logueros retreated hastily, only to feel a chill run down his spine. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Annie hovering in midair, her hands holding a 2-meter-long, grotesque bone spike. The space around the spike distorted and rippled like turbulent lake water, a vortex of dark death energy forming a force field. After the battle, Annie's death combo was at its peak. The bone spike was now a direct threat to Logueros' life. "Go!" Annie uttered a low shout, and the bone spike shot forth, the temperature of the entire battlefield plummeting the moment it pierced the air. Logueros' pupils contracted sharply, and in his haste, dark purple magic formed 12 diamond-shaped shields in front of him. However, when the bone spike touched the first shield, the barrier, condensed by a super strong 9-tier chaotic origin expert, was pierced like paper. Thud! 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 11 crisp sounds rang out almost in unison. As the bone spur pierced the final barrier, Logeros finally showed a look of terror. He desperately dodged to the side, but the bone spur still grazed his left shoulder. The magic imbued with the rules of death erupted instantly, and his entire left arm was immediately covered in spiderweb-like black patterns. Ugh! Logeros let out a piercing howl. No blood flowed from the wound. Instead, a purplish-black mist continuously oozed out. He staggered back several steps, his handsome face contorted in pain, and for the first time, genuine fear appeared in his eyes. Annie frowned. Even this couldn't seriously injure him? Meanwhile, Luna had already rescued the unconscious Doug from the ruins of the magic circle. Seeing this, Born immediately said, "Don't linger, let's go." With that, the four of them rushed towards the exit. "Stop them!" Logeros immediately gave the order. The succubi that had been gathered at the exit suddenly launched an attack on the group. However, these succubi were rather weak. A few of the stronger ones had been injured by Obelisk's earlier attack, and could only unleash 2 or 3/10 of their strength, naturally unable to withstand Born and Annie's onslaught. Soon, the four broke through the encirclement and reached the outside. At this moment, Astaroth and Obelisk were still locked in fierce combat, with explosions echoing through the air, deafening and terrifying. The world seemed to be divided in two. One half was Astaroth surrounded by a sea of crimson flames, the distorted heat waves mixed with the succubus's characteristic mental screams. The other half was Obelisk's berserk, surging, pale white skeletal domain, each bone spike wreathed in a dark aura of death. Astaroth's petite figure flickered in and out of the sea of fire, her crimson heavenly soul transforming into 9 fire serpents that tore at the bone dragon's body. Each time a fire serpent struck, pink succubus runes would appear on Obelisk's bones, momentarily slowing his movements. But the bone dragon king unleashed a deafening roar, his berserk magic causing his size to swell once more. A single tail whip shattered 3 fire serpents, the aftershocks creating spiderweb-like cracks in the ground within a kilometer radius. A terrifying energy vacuum formed at the center of their battle. Astaroth's mental attacks caused the soul fire in Obelisk's eye sockets to flicker intermittently, but the bone dragon's pure, violent suppression forced the succubus queen to dodge frequently. The lace of her skirt was corroded by the aura of death, creating holes, while fine cracks spread across Obelisk's ribcage. After another earth-shattering collision, both were forced back. Astaroth wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, while Obelisk shook his charred tailbone. A stark dividing line formed in the center of the battlefield between the scorching lava and the stark white bone dust, a chasm that even 2 peak-level Chaos Realm experts could hardly cross. "Obelisk! Retreat!" Born shouted. Obelisk heard the voice, knowing that Born and the others had succeeded. Continuing to fight Astaroth was pointless, so he flapped his wings, creating a gust of wind that swept all 4 of them onto his back. With a long howl, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. "Humph! You stinking worm, next time I twist your head off." Astaroth waved her small, pink fist, speaking fiercely. At this moment, Logeros also rushed out of the lair. Seeing Born and the others fleeing, he immediately shouted, "Mother!" They destroyed the magic circle and kidnapped the inheritor. What? A flash of red light appeared in Astaroth's eyes, and the air in the entire succubus lair suddenly froze. Logeros swallowed hard. "Mother, I tried my best, they... Before Logeros could finish speaking, Astaroth's shrill scream pierced the sky. "Aya!" Her exquisitely beautiful face suddenly twisted, her dimples tore into hideous gashes, and her crystal-clear purple eyes shattered into 2 burning flames of blood. Her fluffy curly hair grew wildly as if alive, and the skull ribbons at the ends emitted a shrill scream, like a baby's cry. "Die!" She even tore off the bow around her neck and stuffed the entire jewel-encrusted necklace into her mouth, chewing it. The shattered gems tore at the corners of her lips, and crimson flames, mixed with the essence of her spirit, erupted from her 7 orifices. The space within a 10-mile radius began to collapse, and all light was drawn into the pitch-black fireball that had condensed on her chest, the final fire obtained by burning her soul. Obelisk turned around, about to taunt, "You little dwarf," but the rest of his sentence caught in his throat. He saw thousands of distorted succubus faces emerge from the fireball, each face repeating a horrifying expression. Without hesitation, the Bone Dragon King turned and fled, unleashing his magic to its limit, smashing through 3 layers of barriers as he charged outwards. "Die! Die, all of you!" Astaroth's legs snapped backwards with a crack, propelling her upwards in a biologically defying propulsion. She streaked across the sky, clutching the black fireball, leaving a trail of boiling crimson flames in her wake. Obelisk's tailbone had just passed through the last barrier, when it was seized by a volley of flames. Awooh! His bones, strong enough to withstand dragon breath, melted like candles in the black flames. Obelisk decisively severed half his tail, his remaining body enveloped in the dark power of death, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Come back! Coward! Bastard! Serpent! Astaroth tore at her hair, spitting out a mouthful of burning blood with each curse. Her princess dress had long since burned to ashes, revealing a body covered in demonic runes beneath. As her last shred of sanity burned away, she suddenly dropped to all fours, letting out a non-human howl at the slowly rising crimson twin moons. Obelisk, who had fled 100 miles away, could still hear this terrifying roar. He glanced down at his vanished tailbone, then touched his wings, which had been burned through 3 times, silently swallowing back the harsh words of "we fight another day." "That little dwarf is truly insane," Obelisk said, still somewhat shaken. "She's actually willing to burn her spiritual power. That's irreversible damage. Is she trying to take me down with her?" A hint of apprehension flickered in Born's eyes. He had never seen anyone so insane, but thankfully, they were hidden inside Obelisk's body and hadn't been affected by the terrifying flames. "How are you?" Everyone shook their heads. Annie looked at Doug, but for some reason, Doug is still unconscious. "I tried using healing spells, but it didn't work." Luna said, "He's probably been poisoned by Big Brother, but it's alright. Big Brother won't kill Doug to ensure the magic circle activates smoothly. He should wake up in a few days." "That's good." Annie breathed a sigh of relief. Born smiled and said, "I didn't expect this guy to be such a romantic, captivating 2 succubi at once. I really underestimated him." Luna and Joanna blushed. Annie turned and asked, "What are you going to do when Doug wakes up?" Luna's expression darkened. "Sigh, we know that with our status, we can't be with Brother Doug. There's no future for us. If we continue to stay by his side, it will only cause him trouble, so..." Born finished her sentence for her. "You want to leave without saying goodbye?" Joanna sighed. "That's the only way. Brother Doug is the inheritor of Mount Thunder, and will definitely return to Mount Thunder. As succubi, we are not allowed to go to Mount Thunder." Annie frowned slightly. "But if you continue to stay in the Sea of Death, Astaroth will definitely not let you go." Luna shook her head and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. However, the Sea of Death is so vast that even Mother cannot control it all. We still have some room to survive, but we may have to lay low for a while." Doug felt like a feather, drifting in the void for a very long time. All around him was boundless darkness. His consciousness was as if submerged in a viscous liquid, his thoughts rising and falling in fragments. "Wake up!" He desperately tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt like they were weighed down by a 1,000-pound boulder. The more he struggled, the deeper his consciousness sank, as if he were destined to be forever lost in this chaos. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck. The whole world shook, and a crack was torn open in the darkness. Doug jolted awake, finally breaking free of his restraints and opening his eyes. The blinding light made him instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes, only then realizing he was covered in sweat, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just experienced a long nightmare. Beside him lay Born, sprawled out. "Ouch! Old dragon, are you crazy?" Born rubbed his backside and yelled, "I was removing the remnants of the crimson flame heavenly soul from you. Why did you suddenly kick me?" Obelisk poked his massive head over, scratching his head. Sorry, I just accidentally stretched my leg." Born got up from the ground, patted his backside. "If it weren't for the raging wave heavenly soul within me, you would have suffered for several more months. You should learn to be grateful." Born turned around and suddenly saw Doug's open eyes. "Huh? You're awake?" Doug tried to sit up, but his whole body felt like it was being bitten by tens of thousands of ants. Every movement was painful. "Hey, don't move." Born stepped forward and pressed him down. "You've been poisoned. This toxin is very potent, but it's okay, you recover soon." "You are? Anna's companion?" Doug asked weakly. He had seen Born when they first met at the Sea of Death, but didn't know his true identity. Born nodded. "My name is Lucius. Don't worry, rest here. It's safe here." At that moment, Annie entered. "Doug, you're awake. How are you feeling?" Doug relaxed completely upon seeing Anna. I don't feel well." "What happened? Shouldn't I be in the succubus's lair? Did you save me?" Annie sat beside Doug and briefly recounted what had happened. Doug had been listening quietly, but suddenly his eyes widened, enveloped by a profound unease. His lips trembled, and he managed to utter a few words. Luna. Joanna. Where are they? Annie and Bourne exchanged glances, their eyes meeting, but both fell silent. They seemed to know something, but didn't know how to express it. Just then, as if propelled by a powerful force, Doug's body tumbled violently, tumbling off the hard stone bed. With a dull thud, he crashed heavily to the ground. However, Doug seemed completely oblivious to the pain. His hand stretched out desperately forward, as if trying to grasp something, and he kept muttering, Luna. Joanna. You. Don't go. Chapter 730. Hey, don't move. Bourne stepped forward and pulled him back. Who said they left? Huh? Doug was taken aback. They didn't leave? Bourne helped Doug sit back on the stone bed. Cough, of course they didn't leave. The outside is full of Astaroth's people. If they went out, they'd be discovered and dead. Doug rolled his eyes. Then why aren't you two saying anything? Soon, the voices outside attracted Doug's attention. Luna, you have to honor your bet. Today I bade Brother Doug, and you can only watch. Humph. You just got lucky. Next time I won't lose to you. Hee, you're just being stubborn. You're not as good as me anyway, and Brother Doug definitely likes me more. Bullshit, he clearly likes me more. Immediately, two figures appeared at the cave entrance, neither giving way to the other, like two bickering goats. However, when the two entered the cave and saw Doug sitting on the bed, their eyes widened simultaneously, and they rushed over with expressions of surprise and delight. Brother Doug. Doug looked at the two extremely alluring succubi, shook his head helplessly, feeling like he had 1,000 words to say, but no matter what, he couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Bourne grabbed Annie and said, Hey, haven't we still cleansed the old dragon of the crimson flame soul? Let's go, let's go. Annie immediately understood. Oh. Okay. Bourne and Annie pushed Obelisk's enormous head out of the cave, and then walked away, leaving Doug, Luna, and Joanna alone. Obelisk shook his head and said, That's interesting. If a succubus and a human get together, will the offspring be a succubus or a human? Bourne rolled his eyes at him. Your idea is quite unique. It's not like there's no precedent in this world. Demon bloodlines are always stronger, so the offspring will most likely be a succubus. Annie was speechless. You two, that's enough. Hurry up and remove the last bit of Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul power. Bourne nodded and immediately activated Raging Tide Heavenly Soul, a pale blue power wrapping around Obelisk's severed tail. Obelisk felt a cool sensation and snorted comfortably. Hey! Hold it in, don't kick me, Bourne warned. Obelisk scratched his head. I know, it was just an accident. Annie asked from the side, Obelisk, how long have you been in the Sea of Death? Obelisk thought for a moment and said, I don't quite remember, but it's been several hundred years. Before, I worked for Lord Samuel in the Netherworld. Later, because the spatial passage opened, I came here. Annie raised an eyebrow. Have you ever heard of a woman named Alice? Obelisk narrowed his eyes slightly. Alice? That name sounds familiar. Annie immediately became excited. You heard of her? Where is she? Obelisk pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh right, it seems there's a vanguard in Piccolo's territory named that. Pico? Annie was taken aback. Who is that? Obelisk said, an ugly monster from beyond the realm, but he's really strong. He occupies the boundary between the Sea of Death and the spatial turbulence, and there aren't many forces that can rival him. You're no match for him either? Obelisk chuckled. Don't even mention me, even Astaroth would avoid him. After all, that guy is a genuine Unity level expert. Unity level? Annie gasped. A Unity level expert really exists in the Sea of Death? Of course, Obelisk said. And not just one. Besides Piccolo, there are two others, but they don't show themselves often. Those two don't have much power under their command, so the only ones who can contend with Piccolo are the experts sent by Mount Kami. However, as long as Piccolo doesn't go too far, Mount Kami won't intervene. Annie asked curiously, you said Piccolo has a vanguard named Alice. How strong is she? Not bad, Obelisk said. SOSO, probably around the 9th level of chaotic origin. Annie raised an eyebrow. That strong? The Alice clone she found in the Celestial Library was only at the peak of supreme origin, but she didn't expect the clone in the Sea of Death to reach this level. Obelisk grinned. Heh, speaking of which, this girl is really something. In just 100 years, she went from a nobody at the Qi Yuan realm to the Luan Yuan realm, and she even got involved with Piccolo. Piccolo trusts her completely, which surprises everyone, since in the eyes of extraterrestrial beings, The creatures of our world are all enemies. How did she do that? Obelisk shrugged. Who knows? But there's a rumor that she was initially just Piccolo's prisoner, but one time Piccolo and the God Mountain. The allied forces clashed and were besieged in a desperate situation, their lives hanging by a thread. However, Alice, as a prisoner, surprisingly offered Bick a suggestion. Desperate, Bick tried it anyway, and to his astonishment, they successfully broke through the blockade of the sacred mountain, escaping back with his army. From then on, Alice became Bick's honored guest, and he tried his best to fulfill any request she made. Later, her cultivation level steadily increased, and her status within the Extraterrestrial Legion also rose, until now, she is one of Bick's most core members. Annie nodded slightly. In her memory, Alice did indeed possess some talent for command, so this made sense. So if we want to find her, is there any way? Obelisk turned his head and asked, what do you want with her? Annie gave a wry smile. She might be my sister. Obelisk paused, looking Annie up and down, then said, come to think of it, you do look somewhat alike. But you humans all look alike. If you want to find her, I can't help you. I dare not go to Bick's territory. I wouldn't be able to escape. Annie immediately said, we don't need you to come with us. Just tell us where we can find her. Obelisk narrowed his eyes slightly. You can go to the border. She's a vanguard, so she'd naturally be at the forefront of the extraterrestrial legions. Annie nodded slightly, having already decided on her next move. Soon, Born completely cleansed Obelisk of the remaining Crimson Flame soul power, and Doug, supported by Luna and Joanna, emerged from the cave. Anna, Doug called out weakly, and walked up to him. Have you discussed it? What's next? Doug sighed. Mount Thunder cannot accept demons. I can't take them to Mount Thunder, but I can't abandon them either. So my plan is to take them out of the Sea of Death, and give them a place to settle in the town at the foot of the mountain, so they won't have to worry about Astaroth's revenge. Born nodded slightly. That's one way, but you can't leave now. The outside is full of Astaroth's people. You easily be discovered if you go out. It's not too late to act after your injuries have healed. Doug nodded. Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you also, Dragon King Obelisk. Obelisk scoffed. Don't thank me. If it weren't for the bet, I would have slapped you to death. You're a successor of Mount Thunder. If we meet again, we'd probably be enemies. Doug smiled bitterly. He knew Obelisk was right. Mount Thunder and the undead were irreconcilable enemies. They could never be friends. Obelisk had already shown him great mercy. Several months passed. The number of succubi searching outside gradually decreased, and Doug's health had almost fully recovered. The group bid each other farewell, and Doug, along with Luna and Joanna, headed towards the Mount Thunder camp, preparing to leave the Sea of Death. Meanwhile, Born and Annie continued deeper into the Sea of Death, heading towards the borderlands to search for Alice's whereabouts. As for the Bone Dragon King, his tail, though severed, had only grown halfway back and needed time to recover. However, overall, he had still come out ahead, not only disrupting Astaroth's breakthrough plan, but also inflicting even more severe damage on Astaroth, which would take at least a year and a half to heal. After bidding farewell to everyone, Annie and Born embarked on a new journey, this time facing even greater dangers. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. We're just going to stroll in like this. We'd probably be discovered very quickly, won't we? Born said casually. Annie laughed. Isn't that great? It saves us the trouble of going looking for them. But we should still be careful. Those extraterrestrial creatures are indeed difficult to deal with. Born nodded, licking his lips, and said, if only we could kill Astaroth. She possesses the Crimson Flame Soul, which could further enhance our strength. Don't even think about it. Annie shook her head. Astaroth is severely injured right now, and definitely won't show herself easily. Even if we do encounter her, we're no match for her. Just that mutually assured destruction magic alone is beyond our capabilities. Born said with some lingering fear, you're right. It's best not to encounter her. After a while, Born whispered to Annie, did you feel it? Annie nodded. Yeah, we're being watched. Born chuckled. Guess who it is? An extraterrestrial creature or a succubus? Annie sniffed, her eyes widening as if she discovered a new continent. Oh my, do you even need to guess? She deliberately covered the lower half of her face with her hand, revealing only her crescent-shaped eyes. That stench. It could kill a hellhound from 2 miles away. Whoosh! A silver needle shot towards Annie's brow, but she paid it no mind. A flash of blue light appeared beneath her feet as she shifted several meters to the side. The needle grazed her hair and embedded itself in the trunk of a tree behind her. instantly turning the entire tree into a black, slimy substance. Oh my! Born leaped onto the rock, his tone mocking. Isn't this our handsome, dashing Lord Logeros? Logeros' bat wings unfurled, 3 silver needles sprouting from his fingertips, and he glared fiercely at Annie. Who are you calling slutty? Annie blinked her innocent big eyes, and turned to ask Born, did I say that? Yes, I did. Born counted on his fingers. You said stinky smell, and even smokes hellhounds to death. Ugh! He suddenly slammed his fist in his hand. That's so hurtful to his pride. But were you talking about him? Maybe he has a particularly clear self-image? Annie tilted her head, tapping her chin with her fingertip, like that mangy dog in East 2nd Alley of the Holy City, who always thinks he's the king of dogs. Logelos' silver needles clicked loudly as he gripped them, his delicate face now flushed redder than blood. You two are going too far. Oh! Born and Annie sniffed, drawing out their words in unison. The latter suddenly pulled out a small notebook. So being sassy after getting angry is even more exciting. Write it down, write it down. You too. Logelos was furious beyond measure. He had just raised his hand when Born suddenly pulled out a perfume bottle and sprayed some perfume. Fresh and odor-eliminating spray. New discounted item at the supply point. Born sprayed, bouncing around. Buy one get one free, want to get some for Astaroth too. I kill you all. Logeros' roar shook the leaves from the trees within 100 meters. His once flowing hair now stood on end like a hedgehog, his meticulously manicured nails had all grown 3 inches, and even his most cherished tone of voice had cracked into a hoarse, raspy voice. Annie and Born had already escaped dozens of meters away, but she didn't forget to turn back and deliver a finishing blow. See? The person who gets hit always reacts the most. Damn it! Stop right there! Logeros flapped his wings and soared into the air, chasing after the two. Ouch, Lord Logeros, are your silver needles expired? Why did they miss so badly? Born shouted back cheekily as he ran. Shut up. I'm going to grind you into a sieve. Logeros roared angrily, and the silver needle in his hand fired wildly. Unfortunately, either it was deflected by Anne's wind element magic, or it was dodged. It didn't hit the target at all, and all of them were nailed to innocent tree trunks, stones, and even the butts of passing monsters. Annie jumped into the air lightly, hooked her fingertips, and a whirlwind suddenly set off on the ground, picking up fallen leaves and covering Logeros' face. Oops, the wind is too strong, I can't hear what you are saying, she shouted with a smile. Logeros was so angry that he flapped his bat wings wildly, and his tail became hairy, but instead of getting closer, the distance became further and further away. He gritted his teeth and realized that not only could he not catch up, but he was about to lose him. Wait for me! He roared incompetently and furiously, while Bon and Annie had already disappeared, leaving only a string of unbeatable laughter echoing in the woods. Chapter 731. With their wind elemental magic, Annie and Born found it incredibly easy to shake off Logeros in the dense forest. The trees obscured Logeros' vision and hindered his pursuit. After all, turning in the air was far less agile than for Annie and Born. After shaking off Logeros, Annie gradually stopped and looked back. Phew, he's not chasing us anymore, is he? Born laughed. Even if he does, it's not a problem. Although we can't beat him, we can still annoy him. Annie covered her mouth and chuckled. Hee, he's probably furious by now. Born suddenly frowned. But why is he here? This place should be some distance from the succubus's lair, and in the opposite direction. As Astaroth's eldest son, shouldn't he be responsible for rebuilding the lair? Annie also noticed something amiss. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. We're already close to the territory of the extraterrestrial creatures. Logeros. Perhaps they don't know, but Bick wouldn't just sit idly by while succubi operate here. Born's expression turned serious. Then there's probably only one possibility. Annie had already gripped her wand. We've been tricked. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from behind them. Logeros looked at them smugly, followed by a squad of succubi. You guys are really clever, but you realized it too late. Born ignored Logeros, and instead turned to look in another direction. Dozens of extraterrestrial creatures slowly emerged from the forest, their eyes cold, as if they already considered Born and his companion theirs. Logelos, you don't know the nature of extraterrestrial beings, do you? Annie said coldly, cooperating with them. Be careful you don't end up being eaten alive. Logelos didn't care at all. Humph, I don't need you to remind me. My mother said that as long as revenge is possible, any price is acceptable. Born frowned. Sure enough, Astaroth has gone mad. You're all lunatics. Logelos mocked. How can you be more outrageous? Humans and undead cooperating to snatch people from succubus territory. There's probably never been anything so outrageous in the world. But don't worry, after you die, my mother will send that stinking worm down to join you. Taking advantage of the pause in conversation, Bourne secretly observed the succubi. There wasn't much to say about them. Apart from Lagalos being a 9th-tier chaotic origin cultivator, the other succubi's strength hadn't reached that level, so they were nothing to worry about. But the situation was different for the extraterrestrial beings. They had 2 level 6 chaotic origin experts, 4 level low chaotic origin experts, and over 10 level 1 supreme origin experts. Furthermore, to prevent Bourne and Annie from escaping, they had inscribed a strange magic circle nearby, trapping everyone, including themselves, inside. This was a dead end. It was a matter of life and death. Looks like we have no choice but to go all out. Bourne sighed. Annie took a deep breath, a flash of black light in her eyes, and unleashed her summoning domain. It's just a group fight, come on. With that, several magic circles appeared on the ground. Akeem, Poker, Burford, and Robert were summoned all at once. Robert was already at the level low chaotic origin, while Akeem and the others had reached the supreme origin realm, currently active in the high-level undead zone. Hey, finally some work to do. Poker rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with excitement. Since Annie arrived in the god realm, she hadn't summoned them anymore, as their strength had fallen behind hers. However, as Annie summoned undead, their increased strength had benefited them, making their cultivation less strenuous. Akeem silently pulled out a few bone spikes from his body and said to Bourne, I'm out of elemental bone spikes. Bourne was speechless for a moment. Now's not the time to replenish them. I get you some after this battle. Burford swallowed hard and moved closer to Annie. Annie, this enemy looks pretty strong. Annie shrugged, it's alright, most are at the chaotic origin realm, and there's even a high-level chaotic origin realm one. Burford shuddered, My current strength isn't enough to handle them. Bourne grabbed Burford by the collar. If you dare to run away, I kill you first. It's not like I'm sending you to deal with high-level chaos realm enemies. You can handle that little soldier, okay? Don't let them interfere with us. Burford nodded hurriedly. Oh, okay. No problem. Robert patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, with me here, you guys go all out. I have plenty of potions and magical items. Bourne's eyes lit up too. Robert had quite a few good things. Whether they could successfully escape this time depended on Robert. Annie suddenly summoned 4 undead, surprising Logeros and the extraterrestrial creature. You really are a necromancer. Logeros' eyes were icy. No wonder that stinking worm was willing to help you. But these few skeleton zombies alone can't save you. And sneered, is that so? Then let's try it. Logeros' tail rose high, its tip spewing forth thick purple smoke that spread across the ground like a living thing. The moment the poisonous field unfolded, the surrounding vegetation withered and rotted at a visible speed, even corroding the rock surfaces into honeycomb-like holes. Drink it. Robert tossed several vials of shimmering golden potions from his robes, one for each of Bourne and the others. Bourne caught one, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. A burning sensation immediately shot through his throat. The instant the potion entered his stomach, his muscles bulged violently, veins bulged like writhing dragons, and his bones crackled. An unprecedented power surged through his veins, as if to burst his body apart. Ha! Bourne exhaled a breath of hot white air, the runes on his soul-severing blade lighting up one by one, the blade trembling with an excited hum. Lagalos' pupils constricted sharply. He clearly sensed that Bourne's aura had surged to the 8th level of the chaotic elemental realm, and the tip of Annie's wand was also condensing a chilling elemental fluctuation. Interesting. Lagalos licked his lips, the silver needles at his fingertips gleaming eerily. But you think this will be enough? Before he could finish speaking, Bourne charged like a cannonball. The soul-severing blade traced a gray-white trajectory of death. Even before the blade arrived, the sharp blade energy had already plowed a deep trench in the ground. Lagalos hurriedly spun back, only to hear a deafening roar overhead. The fire giant summoned by Annie descended from the sky, its burning fist slamming into the top of his head. Boom! The poisonous mist barrier that Lagalos had hastily erected was shattered by the punch, and the scorching flame sent him flying. He tumbled several times in the air before regaining his footing, his magnificent robes burned through, revealing the fair skin beneath. What are you two standing there for? Logeros roared at the 2 mid-level chaotic origin extraterrestrial creatures. The 2 mantis-like monsters immediately pounced on Annie, their blade-like forelimbs slashing out dozens of vacuum blades, and gracefully leaped into the air, her wand flashing as she unleashed 7 explosive fireballs, detonating all the pursuing vacuum blades. Taking advantage of this opening, Logeros finally had a chance to catch his breath. He grinned sinisterly, raising his hands, and suddenly 20 purple glowing poison needles appeared between his fingers. Try this. The poison needles rained down on Born, each trailing a strange purple trajectory. Born parried the needles with his soul-severing blade, simultaneously appearing before Logeros and slashing horizontally. Logeros retreated hastily, simultaneously firing another silver needle at Born's eyes. With a tactical lean back, Born hooked his feet around Logelos's arm, simultaneously slashing his soul-severing blade towards Logelos's lower body. Logelos, caught off guard by his opponent's skillful combat techniques, could only spread his wings and soar into the air. Born pressed his advantage, pushing off the ground with both feet, his long blade aimed directly at Logelos's throat. Logelos sneered, "Don't be so arrogant." His magical power erupted, transforming into countless poisonous needles of death energy, shooting downwards at Born. The attack's range was too wide, Born had no way to dodge, and could only wield his soul-severing blade like a curtain of light. A series of crisp clangs rang out as most of the poisonous needles were deflected, but two still grazed his arm and thigh. The cut skin instantly turned purplish black, the toxin spreading like a living organism along the veins. Ha ha ha! Logeros laughed maniacally, "My poison can even affect dragons." His laughter abruptly stopped. Born, without changing expression, swung his blade, slicing away the poisoned flesh. Blood splattered, but Born didn't even flinch, instead revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Go on, I'm listening." Logeros's expression froze. He had never seen such a ruthless and decisive opponent. This man was even more insane than extraterrestrial creatures. In that moment of stunned silence, Born charged again. The runes on the soul-severing blade lit up, 3 streams of heavenly soul power converging at the blade, transforming into a gray-white slash that tore through space. Logeros hastily spread his bat wings, trying to take flight to dodge, but Annie had somehow already circled behind him, a purple lightning bolt shooting from the tip of her wand, tightly binding his ankle. "Get down!" Annie yanked him sharply. The instant Logelos lost his balance, Born's blade was already upon him. In that life-or-death moment, Logelos's horn suddenly erupted with a blinding purple light, and a tornado of poisonous needles burst forth from his center. Thousands of poisonous needles formed a death storm, shattering Born's strike. Annie's chains of light were also corroded and broken. She hastily retreated, thankfully avoiding being struck by the poisonous needles. When the dust settled, Logelos's appearance had drastically changed. His skin had turned completely purplish black, veins bulged on his forehead, and the bat wings on his back were covered with a metallic sheen. "To push me to this point." His voice became hoarse and low. "You can die with pride." Born coldly replied, "Whether you die or I die is still uncertain. Take a good look around." Reminded by Born, Logelos finally realized what was happening. He looked around and saw that the succubi he had brought were completely routed, utterly defeated by Akeem and Pak. The extraterrestrial creatures were faring slightly better. Robert and Burford were barely managing to hold their own. At this rate, they were doomed, unless... Logelos steeled his resolve, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning blood red. Born's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, this madman is trying to emulate Astaroth. And also sensed the danger and immediately shouted, "Interrupt him." She simultaneously commanded the fire giants to attack. "Awoo!" Logelos roared, extending his right hand. A 2-meter-long, jet-black poison needle appeared in the air, surrounded by rings of purple smoke, looking utterly eerie. Logelos grasped the needle and plunged it fiercely into the fire giant. The fire giant's fist came crashing down, hissing as it struck the needle. The raging flames, as if encountering their nemesis, quickly retreated and vanished. "What?" Annie exclaimed in shock, immediately severing her connection with the fire giant. Without Annie's magical support, the fire giant vanished without a trace with a bang. "What happened?" Born asked, frowning. Annie swallowed hard, still shaken. His poison can attack the soul directly through mental power. Born's heart skipped a beat. Succubi were already adept at mental attacks, but now, Logelos's mental attack, fueled by burning his own soul, was even more domineering and impossible to defend against. Born gritted his teeth and released the moving castle. The massive castle's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. "Annie, take everyone else back to the netherworld." Annie understood Born's meaning. Before Robert and the others could react, a flash of black light, and they vanished without a trace. Born and Annie immediately hid inside the moving castle. "This kind of magic that forcibly enhances strength must have drawbacks," Born said. "As long as we hide here and buy enough time, his magic will disappear." Then he will suffer a backlash from the depths of his soul, and he collapse on his own without us even lifting a finger. Annie asked worriedly, but can the moving castle withstand his attack? Bourne nodded slightly. It should be fine. The moving castle's defense increases with my strength. Although I haven't tried it before, it should be able to withstand an attack from a 9th-tier chaotic yuan cultivator. Logeros examined the moving castle for a moment, then sneered. You think this tortoiseshell can protect you? How laughable. He flapped his wings and charged towards the moving castle, directly piercing its protective shield with his needle. With a clang, the needle was blocked by the barrier, failing to penetrate even an inch. Logeros realized something was wrong. Chapter 732. Come out! The moving castle, as expected of a treasure left behind by the soul-severing blade, remained sturdy despite Logeros' frenzied attacks for over 10 minutes. Aside from some minor cracks, it was otherwise intact. Even Logeros' prized poison had no effect on the moving castle. Bourne and Annie, however, were in no hurry. Inside the moving castle, they circulated the soul-splitting and merging technique, continuously repairing the protective shield, achieving a delicate balance between repair and destruction. Damn it! Logeros unleashed a series of attacks, poison needles raining down on the moving castle, creating deafening roars, but still failing to break through the defenses. At this point, he was completely exhausted. If he continued to burn his spiritual energy as a price, his strength would irreversibly regress, and he would never have another chance to break through. To minimize the damage, Logeros had no choice but to dispel the spell and return to his original state. However, upon recovery, the side effects of his injuries and the burning of his spiritual energy manifested simultaneously. He swayed and nearly fell to the ground. He barely managed to steady himself, glaring fiercely at the moving castle, gritting his teeth and saying, You just wait, you two shameless humans. I will grind you to dust. Bourne and Annie waited for a while, and finding that there seemed to be no movement outside, they peeked out. Huh? They're gone, Annie exclaimed in surprise. Bourne touched the thick walls of the moving castle. Not bad. It really held up. Ahem. Sanction coughed lightly twice. Shouldn't I be rewarded? I was almost suffocating inside the soul-severing blade. Let me out for some fresh air for a while. Bourne chuckled. No problem, but what about your protective shield? Sanction casually replied, It's not the first time my shield has been like this. It's alright, it'll heal in a while. The main thing is to replenish resources. Bourne said, Don't worry about that. I can't let you suffer. I need your help to save my life in the future. At this moment, Annie suddenly said, Perhaps we can have Sanction attract the succubus's attention, making our actions easier. Bourne's eyes lit up. Yes. That's a good idea. Sanction also nonchalantly replied, No problem, I got it covered. This wasn't just boasting. With the speed and defense of a mobile castle, it was basically immune to any attack below the peak of the chaotic Yuan realm. Even if it encountered Astaroth, it could escape if it couldn't defeat her. So Sanction headed off alone in the opposite direction. His size didn't need to make a fuss, it attracted a lot of attention on its own. Annie and Bourne continued their journey towards the territory of the extraterrestrial creatures. Before long, they encountered an extraterrestrial creature. Coincidentally, this creature was one of the 6th-tier chaotic origin realm experts who had previously surrounded them, except this time he was only accompanied by 2 or 3 low-tier supreme origin realm extraterrestrial creatures. Unsurprisingly, with Annie and Bourne's combined efforts, the entire team was wiped out, and the 6th-tier chaotic origin realm extraterrestrial creature was captured alive. Damn humans, shameless humans, release me. The extraterrestrial creature roared furiously. Bang! Bourne kicked it directly in the stomach, and its mantis-like body instantly bent into a shrimp-like shape. You better be honest. I have some questions for you. If you answer truthfully, I might consider sparing your life. The extraterrestrial creature immediately fell silent. What do you want to ask? If it's some secret, I won't tell you. Bourne chuckled. Don't worry, it's nothing secret. I just want to see your Vanguard captain, Alice. Alice? The extraterrestrial creature's expression changed instantly, and it immediately shook its head. No. You won't see her? Bourne frowned. Why? Is she so shameful? Of course not. The extraterrestrial creature explained. She's currently at headquarters. The governor has received authorization to transform Captain Alice into one of our kind. What? Annie exclaimed in shock. You mean? Alice is going to become a monster. What monster? What monster? The extraterrestrial creature roared. You're the monsters. Our bodies are perfectly suited for combat, and we're destined to rule the entire universe. Conquering you is only a matter of time. Bourne frowned. Stop with the nonsense. How are we supposed to see Alice? The extraterrestrial creature shook its head. Don't even think about it. This is the crucial moment of the ritual. If we interrupt it, the governor will be furious. Besides, if you two humans even step into headquarters, you'll be attacked by the mob. Forget about seeing Captain Alice. Annie anxiously grabbed Bourne's arm. No, we have to save her. We can't let her turn into a monster. Bourne nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, we definitely have to go. No matter what Alice becomes, we have to rescue her. Ha ha ha. The extraterrestrial creature suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Stop daydreaming. Captain Alice volunteered, no one forced her. Besides, you guys have no chance of getting into headquarters. Bourne's eyes turned cold, and he swiftly beheaded the noisy creature. After all, this extraterrestrial creature was no longer of any use. Killing it was no big deal. However, upon seeing the corpse, Bourne's eyes lit up. Hey, could my possession technique possibly work on this guy? And he also had a thought. If you could impersonate an extraterrestrial creature, wouldn't you be able to freely enter and leave their headquarters? Bourne stroked his chin. But we almost forgot to ask him what his name was. After being soundly beaten by two humans last time, Gollum left his companions with the remaining soldiers while he went back to fetch reinforcements. He brought hundreds of men this time, determined to make sure those two humans never returned. Hurry up! Gollum shouted, don't let those two humans escape, or we all be in trouble. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, Hey! Captain, look! Gollum was startled and looked in the direction the soldier was pointing. Huh? Gollum, what are you doing here? Where are your men? A mantis-like extraterrestrial creature looked at the group blankly, and after a long while asked, Were you calling me? Gollum kicked him. Have you lost your mind? I went back and called a company. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on those two humans? Where are they? The mantis finally reacted. Oh, you mean humans. They don't seem to be here. Gollum was speechless. Did you eat something disgusting? You're not quite right in the head. The mantis scratched its head. No, I just haven't adjusted yet. No, I'm just too tired. My head's a little dizzy, by the way. What did you call me just now? Gollum was completely exasperated. Grunda, letting you stay was the biggest mistake I ever made. Now you better catch up with us, and go find those two humans, otherwise we won't be able to explain ourselves back home. Grunda, is that my name? The mantis muttered to itself. Gollum ignored it, and prepared to lead the group into the forest ahead. Hey! Wait! Suddenly, Grunda called out to him. What is it now? Gollum said impatiently. Galuda pointed ahead and said, I'm not going with you. I need to go back to headquarters. Back to headquarters? Galuma was taken aback. What are you going back to headquarters for? Our mission isn't finished yet. Galuda's eyes darted around as he said, I have something important to report back to. I was ambushed, and all my men were killed. I suspect it was the people from Mount Kami. The governor needs to know about this. Galuma frowned. If the people from Mount Kami had come here, it was indeed a big deal, far more important than those two despicable humans. In that case, the rest of you continue searching the forest for those two humans. Call for backup immediately if you find any clues. Galuda, I'm going back with you. Explain everything to me later. Then, Gollum and Gruda set off together towards headquarters. On the way, Gollum continued to inquire about the invasion of Mount Riden. Grunda thought for a moment and said, There were 4 or 5 people. Mages of all elements, and one who wielded a gun, probably from Mount Riden. He was quite handsome, but a bit clumsy. Gollum nodded slightly. Then, he should indeed be from Mount Riden. Astaroth mentioned before that she captured a successor of Mount Riden. Gruda suddenly asked, by the way, is the governor at headquarters now? Glum replied, of course he is. Didn't you know that? Grunda scratched his head. Oh, isn't he helping Alice complete the ritual? I was afraid he'd be busy and wouldn't have time for us. Gollum paused, then smiled. The ritual hasn't officially started yet, Captain Alice. We're still in the preliminary preparations. There's no need for the governor to intervene now. Oh, I see. Gruda nodded. Then can we go see how the ritual preparations are going? Gruda kicked him again. Are you crazy? Aren't we supposed to be going back to report on the invasion of Mount Kami? What business is it of yours with the ritual? Gruda rubbed his butt and said, I'm just curious. A ritual that can turn humans into domains. Cough, cough. What exactly is it like? Gruda was silent for a moment and said, now that you mention it, I'm a little curious too. This ritual is only known to the higher-ups. I never seen it before. Gruda chuckled. Then let's go take a look together, it won't hurt. Gollum hesitated for a moment before saying, well, that's possible, but we need to complete the mission first. Then we see if the governor issues any new tasks. As they talked, they quickly arrived near the headquarters. This was a chaotic land, near the edge of this world. The surrounding space was extremely unstable, with small spatial rifts frequently appearing. Aside from extraterrestrial beings, no other creatures dared to venture here. Before their eyes came a gigantic black disk floating in the void, like the maw of an abyss devouring light. This was the headquarters of the Extraterrestrial Legion. The headquarters resembled an inverted black mountain, over tens of miles in diameter, its surface covered with honeycomb-like holes, each hole harboring ferocious extraterrestrial creatures. Thick black mist constantly seeped from its edges, intertwining with the surrounding broken spatial rifts to form a constantly writhing chaotic barrier. Occasionally, tiny spatial rifts would flash, like sharp blades slicing through, only to vanish in an instant. Any creature that strayed into this place would be silently torn to shreds by these rifts. The headquarters surface wasn't static, rather, it undulated slowly, like a living thing. Countless dark purple veins spread across it, pulsating like blood vessels, each contraction releasing a suffocating sense of oppression. The air was thick with the pungent stench of decay and sulfur, as if even breathing would be corroded by this aura. The headquarters entrance was a pale blue light curtain suspended in midair, seemingly gentle, but actually concealing deadly intent. Fine runes flowed across the curtain's surface. Any creature that approached would be scanned. Extraterrestrial beings were silently allowed to pass, while outsiders would trigger the curtain's strangulation mechanism, instantly being broken down into pure energy and absorbed by the headquarters. Gollum calmly passed through the light barrier and entered the headquarters. However, just as he was about to continue, he noticed that Gruda wasn't following. Gruda, what are you doing? Gollum asked, turning around. Grunda stood before the light barrier, hesitated slightly, then closed his eyes and walked over. The blue light barrier swept over his entire body, and he entered smoothly. It seems this light barrier still has a flaw, he muttered to himself. Grunt didn't hear what he said, but simply waved his hand. Stop muttering, hurry up, don't waste time. Grunda nodded, looking up. The scene inside the headquarters was even more terrifying. Towering black spires stood like a forest of sharp teeth, with huge, eerie green crystals floating atop them, constantly radiating distorted energy in all directions. The ground wasn't solid, but composed of a semi-solidified black fluid that rippled when stepped on. Extraterrestrial creatures roamed the area, their forms varied, some resembling multi-legged centipedes, others formless shadows, but all exuding a cold, bloodthirsty aura. At the center of headquarters, a spiraling tower pierced the sky, its summit adorned with a pulsating black heart, the command core of the Extraterrestrial Legion, the central hub of the entire Chaos Nest. Gulp swallowed hard. He had already sensed a strange and powerful force. Without a doubt, it belonged to the extraterrestrial governor, Bick. Annie, this mission is over. I need to request leave. Chapter 733. That's right, this squad leader of the Extraterrestrial Legion named Guluda was the one whose body Bourne had possessed. Annie transmitted her voice through her soul. Okay, after we rescue Alice, I go on vacation with you. Bourne gave a bitter smile. He had no chance to rest. As an undead, he could only keep charging forward, never having a chance to stop and rest. He was just joking earlier. Gulu and his companion ascended the black tower, reaching the top. Governor, we return to report an important matter. Gulu respectfully addressed the figure ahead. Ahead was a huge cocoon-like object, entirely black, with faint purple patterns flickering on its rough surface. Oh! What is it? A deep voice came from within the cocoon. This must be the extraterrestrial governor, Bick. Gulu then recounted his encounter with Bourne and his companion, the battle, and all the nonsense Bourne had told him afterward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bourne carefully observed his surroundings. The tower's top was shrouded in an eerie purple mist, the ground paved with dark crystals that oozed a viscous black liquid when stepped on. The runes on the surface of the central cocoon pulsed, each flash causing the tower's walls to contract and expand, as if breathing. Beneath the cocoon lay countless twisted pipes, writhing like blood vessels, sometimes bulging, sometimes shrinking, emitting a viscous sound of flowing liquid, occasionally interspersed with muffled roars, as if supplying some kind of living sustenance. Deep within the mist, several desiccated corpses, pierced by the pipes, were vaguely visible, hanging in midair like broken dolls, swaying gently with the tower's rhythmic movements. There's such a situation? Piccolo, after listening to Gollum's report, said in a deep voice, the people from Mount Kami dare to come here? Could it be that a new situation has arisen on the other side of the battlefield? Gollum, you guys continue to investigate, and it would be best if you could bring one back alive. Gollum hesitated for a moment, but they are very strong. Right now, we can only find them. It's difficult to capture them. Piccolo pondered. Then let's wait until Alice completes her transformation before dealing with them. Let them be arrogant for a while. Of course, we can't let them get close to headquarters. The battle over there is very intense right now. We already sent out many people, and the force is here. The quantity is insufficient. We mustn't let them find out. Gollum asked worriedly, what about Astaroth? Humph. Piccolo snorted lightly, that kind of guy is nothing to worry about. He claims to be cooperating with me, but isn't it just for revenge? It's laughable that a powerhouse with one foot in the Unity realm has been played like this. When the time is right, I will make my move and make sure she disappears from this world forever. Gollum immediately flattered, Governor, you are mighty. Pico said calmly, enough talk. If there's nothing else, hurry up and go. Don't let those guys get away. Yes. Gollum bowed and immediately headed outside. Leaving the top floor of the giant tower, Gollum said expectantly, hee, when the governor kills Astaroth, I wonder if we can get a share of the spoils. After a long while, no one responded. He turned around and found himself alone. Gollum? Where did that guy go? Gollum scratched his head, recalling that he hadn't seen Gollum since leaving the top floor of the governor's building. Oh well, what could possibly happen in headquarters? I go check the forest first, just to avoid the governor's wrath. With that, Gollum left the giant tower. As for Born, he had secretly used invisibility to hide inside the giant tower. Now, all he needed to do was find Alice's location. He revealed himself and randomly asked a guard, where is Captain Alice? The guard was taken aback. Huh? Born impatiently asked, I asked you where Captain Alice is? The guard realized and said, oh, isn't she at the bottom of the tower? She's preparing for a ceremony. No one is allowed to go looking for her. Born waved his hand and said, all right, I understand. And left. The guard was still a bit confused, unsure what was wrong with his squad leader. However, Gulu was, after all, a mid-level chaotic origin expert, and still held some sway in headquarters. Born stood in the shadows at the base of the tower, looking at the entrance ahead. Going through there would lead to the basement beneath the giant tower, though 2 guards were stationed there. Born had gone to great lengths to perfectly disguise himself, trying to learn the language of the extraterrestrial beings, but he wasn't fluent yet. Therefore, he had rarely spoken while following Gulu, fearing he might be discovered. But now it was his time to shine. Born took a deep breath, strode out, and swaggered towards the entrance at the base of the tower. 2 guards were idly playing a game of dominoes, a game involving some kind of extraterrestrial creature. Hearing footsteps, the one-eyed guard on the left looked up and immediately straightened his back. Lord Gulu. You must have come to the wrong place. The ceremony is down there, and according to the governor's orders, entry is forbidden. Born, mimicking Gulu's manner, waved his hand impatiently. Enough nonsense, open the door. I need to go down and check on Alice's ceremony preparations. The lizard-faced guard on the right looked troubled. But, sir, according to the rules. Rules? Born suddenly raised his voice, perfectly mimicking Gulu's characteristic nasal tone when angry. I am the rule. Or, he narrowed his eyes, deliberately drawing out his words. You want to taste the corrosive pool? The 2 guards visibly flinched. The one-eyed guard swallowed hard. No. I wouldn't dare. But the governor specifically instructed me to. Born suddenly leaned closer, almost touching the guard's face. Listen, you fool. The governor just received intelligence that someone might be tampering with the ceremony. He lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. That's why he sent me personally to investigate. Understand? The lizard-faced guard's pupils visibly contracted. A mole? Smart. Born patted the guard's shoulder. So can we open the door now? Or should I personally explain to the governor why 2 lowly guards delayed the military intelligence? The 2 guards exchanged a glance. The one-eyed guard finally pulled out his key. Of course. No need, please come in, sir. Born swaggered past them, not forgetting to turn back and glare at them. Remember, today's events must be kept secret. If even a single word is leaked, affecting the governor's plans, neither of you will have a good day. Yes. The 2 guards answered in unison. Phew. Born let out a long breath. He hadn't expected these 2 lowly guards to be so troublesome. If his disguise hadn't been so effective, he probably wouldn't have been able to sneak in. The corridor leading to the basement was long, and Bourne felt like he was walking downhill endlessly. After what seemed like an eternity, Bourne finally saw a glimmer of light, and then a massive altar appeared before him. Bourne paused slightly. This altar. Before he could examine it further, a figure caught his eye, prompting him to blurt out, "Alice." The woman in the center of the altar, fiddling with a magic stone, raised her head slightly, looking in Bourne's direction, her brows furrowing slightly. "Gulida? Who let you in?" Bourne dashed to the altar, standing before Alice. "What Gulida?" "I'm Bourne, here to save you." "Bourne?" Alice's frown deepened. She felt she heard the name somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. Bourne, realizing he only met Alice a handful of times, figured she wouldn't recognize him, so he explained, "I am Annie's summoned spirit. Entrusted by Annie, I come here to rescue you." "Annie?" The name instantly transported Alice back over 100 years. She remembered having a half-sister in the prime material plane, and now she couldn't believe Annie had also come to the divine plane, even venturing into the perilous interior of the extraterrestrial legions to rescue her. But then, Alice shook her head. "Impossible, Annie. She must hate me. Why would she save me?" Bourne shook his head. "You're overthinking it. You're Annie's only family in the god realm now. Whatever grudges you had before, those are things from your childhood. To her, you're her sister family." Family? Alice was somewhat dazed. She hadn't heard that term in a long time. However, she was still somewhat doubtful. "What proof do you have? How can I believe you?" Bourne immediately released another clone of Alice from the soul-severing blade. "Come on. Let you tell yourself." This clone was brought from the Celestial Library. She knew everything. The moment the two clones met, it seemed to trigger some kind of rule. An invisible force instantly acted upon them. Whoosh! 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 The energy of the two clones rapidly merged, quickly becoming one. "Ah!" The merged Alice clutched her head and collapsed to the ground, a flood of memories rushing into her mind. At the same time, her body was also under immense strain, a necessary process for clone fusion. After a long while, Alice gradually recovered. She also gained access to all the memories of her two clones, realizing that Annie had indeed come to the god plane and had been searching for her. "Annie, she really came?" Alice murmured, feeling as if it were all a dream. Bourne asked, "By the way, how did you end up with the Extraterrestrial Legion? And even became a core member? That's impressive." Alice gave a bitter smile. "It was all out of necessity. Years ago, I accidentally arrived in the god plane through spatial turbulence. I was unfamiliar with everything here. After some time, I wandered to Qinglan City, where I met a merchant caravan who said they could take me somewhere and maybe help me find my way home. However, that merchant was a complete fraud. He took me to the Sea of Death and sold me to a mercenary group. The mercenary group planned to use me as bait to lure undead creatures, making it easier to hunt them. To survive, I had to find a way to escape, but my strength was far too weak. Compared to them, I was like an ant, utterly devoid of any human rights. But during one operation, I found an opportunity. The mercenary group was attacked by a powerful horde of corpse demons nearby. Taking advantage of the chaos, I ran without regard for direction, just running as fast as I could. I don't know how long I ran, but I was completely exhausted and collapsed in a forest. When I woke up, I was stripped naked and bound hand and foot to a thick stone pillar. All around me were strangely shaped humanoid creatures. Later I learned they were extraterrestrial beings. They communicated in a language I couldn't understand at all, but I could see a hint of disdain and disgust in their eyes. Later, an extraterrestrial being with tentacles on his face came. He carefully examined my body and actually communicated with me in human language. He told me that my body was incomplete and my soul was fragmented, asking me what had happened. I told him I didn't know either. I was like this when I came out of the spatial turbulence. He seemed very interested and promised not to kill me, wanting to keep me for experiments, saying I was a very good test subject. I was terrified at the time. What if I were used as a test subject? And my ultimate fate was still death. So, during my imprisonment, I diligently learned the language of the extraterrestrial beings, trying my best to communicate with them. When they discovered I could speak their language, they were all very surprised, and their gazes towards me changed, especially the guards. They weren't as harsh on me anymore, and my days became slightly easier. Soon, I learned that the tentacle-like man was named Bick, and he was the governor here. However, he seemed to be facing some troubles recently. The 5 great divine mountains of the divine plane had joined forces to drive his army into a series of defeats, and he had already lost large swathes of territory in the Sea of Death. In order to gain his trust, I proactively requested a meeting with him and offered my tactical suggestions. He was initially skeptical, but after a brief trial, he was overjoyed. Following my advice, he successfully overcame the difficulties and established his headquarters in this area of the Sea of Death, truly putting down roots. Afterwards, to thank me, he allowed me freedom of movement, but not to leave headquarters. Later, I provided him with several more ideas and much assistance, which finally made him completely lower his guard. He then provided me with many cultivation materials and gave me several command positions within the Legion. That's how, step by step, I reached my current position. Chapter 734. Upon hearing Alice's account, Bourne was utterly shocked. He could imagine the despair Alice must have felt. In that near-certain death situation, she hadn't given up her will to live, finding an almost impossible path to survival and miraculously surviving. However, Bourne still had questions. What's this ritual all about? I heard Bick wants to turn you into an extraterrestrial being too. Alice nodded. Yes, it's a way for me to further demonstrate my loyalty. Although I'm nominally the captain of the Vanguard, I'm still considered an outsider here. Bick won't fully trust me, but I can't escape his control. Therefore, I only have one choice, to truly become one of them, and they happen to have this ritual that can make me the same race as them. Bourne looked at the massive altar beneath his feet. The flickering runes on it felt strangely familiar. Did Bick also get this altar? Alice replied, that's right. This ritual requires a lot of resources, and Bick has to personally apply to the Supreme Leader. Without the Supreme Leader's approval, no one can start the ritual, and this altar is essential for starting it. Bourne frowned, silently calling out to Blade Maniac in his mind, Teacher, you're looking at the altar, aren't you? Blade Maniac quickly responded, no need to think about it. This altar is from the same source as the altar in the Land of Fallen Gods. Both are the work of extraterrestrial beings. Even I haven't fully understood the altar's operating mechanism, but that doesn't prevent us from using it. Bourne nodded. Well, in that case, could I shrink this altar and take it with me, just like I did with the altar in the Land of Fallen Gods? Dao Quang thought for a moment and said, you can try. Bourne took a deep breath and said to Alice, next, I'm going to take you away from here. Are you ready? Alice smiled bitterly, I'm afraid that won't work. I have a restriction placed on me by Piccolo. If I escape beyond a certain range, the restriction will be triggered, causing me to explode and die. Bourne frowned. Is there a way to remove this restriction? Yes. Alice said, after 100 years of exploration, I finally know how to remove this restriction. Bourne's face lit up with joy, and he immediately asked, what is it? As long as I become an extraterrestrial being, the restriction will automatically release it. Bourne was speechless. Your method is practically useless. If you turned into an extraterrestrial being, would I need to go through all this trouble to save you? Alice shrugged. There's no other way. Piccolo's strength is simply too great, almost no one can break the restrictions he's placed on. Bourne immediately had a flash of inspiration. Hey, is it possible to get Piccolo to remove it for you personally? He has no reason to do that, Alice said. He knows the effect of this restriction himself. Since turning into an extraterrestrial being will automatically remove the restriction, why bother? Bourne stroked his chin. Then find a reason for him to remove the restriction for you ahead of time. It's a bit risky, but worth a try. Alice had a bad feeling. What are you planning to do? A sly smile crept across Bourne's lips. He suddenly extended his right hand, his palm landing firmly on the altar. The instant his hand touched the altar, an overwhelming, suffocating power of death erupted from his body like a raging torrent, continuously flowing into the altar. As this power of death poured in, the altar seemed to activate, suddenly emitting a jet-black light. This light was exceptionally dazzling, seemingly dyeing the entire basement black. At the same time, the entire basement began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself was shaking from this power. Seeing this, Alice's face turned deathly pale. She cried out in terror, What are you doing? Bick will find you. Her voice was filled with fear and worry. However, Bourne ignored Alice's warning. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and then he roared, Rise! With his roar, the entire altar seemed to be lifted by an invisible force. With a deafening roar, the altar detached from the ground and floated straight into the air. Not only that, the altar began to spin rapidly at an astonishing speed, creating a powerful gust of wind that made it almost impossible to stand. The two guards at the entrance were the first to notice the anomaly. They immediately opened the gate and rushed in, only to be stunned by what they saw. Captain Alice, what's going on? One guard exclaimed in disbelief. Alice didn't answer his question, because she couldn't answer it at all. who knew what was happening. However, Bourne suddenly shouted, "Quickly inform the governor. There's something wrong with the altar. It seems to be conflicting with the restrictions within Captain Alice's body. If it's not dealt with soon, the altar might explode." "What?" The two guards were shocked and scrambled out of the room. Alice asked with a strange expression, This will work?" Bourne shrugged. "Who cares? We find out by trying." Alice's eyes held a hint of curiosity. "How do you control this altar? Even Bick doesn't know the exact method." Bourne explained with a smile, "Back in the prime material plane, there's a place in the southern part of the Norma Empire called the Land of Fallen Gods. We obtained a very similar altar there. I thought the two should operate on the same mechanism, so I tried it, and it actually worked. However, instead of Bick, they were met by other high-ranking members of the extraterrestrial legions, about a dozen or so powerful individuals at the high level of the chaotic origin realm, who stared in horror at the spinning altar. What on earth is going on?" A creature from another realm with enormous compound eyes shouted. "Isn't the ritual still in the preparation stage? Why is this happening?" Another creature with a sausage face said, "This still needs the governor's intervention. We don't know how to stop the altar." The creature with compound eyes said helplessly, "But the governor is currently attempting a breakthrough, and it's not easy to interrupt him." The sausage-faced creature said, "Those methods won't work. If the altar really explodes, the entire headquarters will be reduced to ashes. I believe the governor knows which is more important." The compound-eyed creature scoffed, "Since you put it that way, then you can go and call the governor." The sausage-faced man's expression changed. "What do you mean? Is this just my problem? Wouldn't it be better if we all went together? A bunch of useless trash." Suddenly, a booming voice rang out behind them. Everyone trembled, turned around, and bowed their heads. "Governor!" A tall, humanoid creature strode slowly and heavily into the room. His ears were unusually long, almost drooping to his shoulders, as if to better hear the surrounding sounds. However, in stark contrast to these long ears, his body was completely hairless, his skin a chilling grayish white. When his gaze swept over everyone present, it was like two cold, sharp blades, sending shivers down their spines. Those he looked at tensed, silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to even breathe. This man was none other than Bick, the governor of the extraterrestrial legion. Finally, Bick's gaze fell upon the rotating altar. Alice and Bourne were still on the altar, surrounded by rings of black light. The power of death? Bick frowned slightly. Shouldn't Alice be a wind elemental mage? Why is there the power of death on her? And why is that Guludo on the altar too? Can someone tell me what's going on? The sausage-faced man boldly stepped forward and said, according to the guards, it seems that the restrictions within Alice's body clashed with the power of the altar, causing this situation. A restriction? Piccolo narrowed his eyes. You mean the restriction I placed on Alice? Sausage Face hesitated. I guess so. Piccolo pursed his lips. I never seen anything like this before. Shouldn't an altar be indiscriminate, absorbing all energy? How could a mere restriction conflict with its power? Sausage Face said, that's not necessarily true. After all, this altar is incredibly mysterious. Apart from the Supreme Leader, no one can truly control it. Piccolo took a deep breath. There were originally two altars. With the altars, our army was invincible, conquering countless worlds. But in one battle, one of the altars was taken away by a space-time turbulence and left behind in this world. That's why the Supreme Leader insisted on conquering this world, to reunite the two altars and restore the altar. The power of the altar is immense. Therefore, the altar must not be lost. Do you have any ideas? Sausage Face thought for a moment and said, since the altar's current state is due to a conflict with the restrictive power on Alice, why not lift the restriction? That way, the altar can return to normal. Before Piccolo could speak, the compound-eyed creature objected, No. Alice isn't one of our kind. She can't be trusted until the ritual is complete. What if we lift her restriction, and she turns against us? Even if she doesn't attack us, what if she escapes? She currently possesses most of our Legion's secrets. This world is consistently at a disadvantage in our battles, because they don't understand us. If Alice escapes, it will be a disaster for us. Can you bear the consequences if the Supreme Leader blames us? Sausage Face glared at him. Do you think I don't know that? Do I need you to remind me? But look, the ceremony is almost ready, and the entire ceremony venue is at the very bottom of the Ares Tower headquarters, guarded by layers of soldiers, with powerful experts like us from the chaotic origin realm stationed there. How much trouble can a human girl, who rose to power through resources, and has only cultivated for 100 years cause? You're just exaggerating. On the contrary, if the restrictions aren't lifted, causing the altar to explode and both the headquarters and the altar to be damaged, can you bear the responsibility? The compound eye creature also got angry, and was about to retort when Piccolo interrupted him. All right. I understand what you two mean. The two glared at each other, and remained silent. Piccolo stroked his chin. Judging by the time, it's almost time for the ritual to begin. Besides, Alice has been devoted to us for so many years, and has never betrayed us. I'm reassured about that. Here's what I do. I lift the seal on her first and see if that stabilizes the altar. Seeing that Piccolo had made up his mind, the others had no further objections, and made way for him to reach the rotating altar. Alice, Piccolo shouted, now I'm going to lift the seal on you. Open your mind and don't resist. Alice was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Born's plan to succeed. All right, Governor, I understand. Piccolo leaped up like lightning, instantly soaring into the air. His body moved with ghostly agility, his hands performing a magnificent dance, constantly waving and forming complex and mysterious hand gestures. As Piccolo moved, a stream of dark purple energy flowed from his fingertips, seemingly alive, rapidly weaving and coiling in his hands until it transformed into countless tiny rune chains. These rune chains shimmered faintly, shooting towards Alice at astonishing speed, like shooting stars in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, these rune chains formed a giant net, tightly binding Alice. Alice's body was firmly bound by the rune chains, unable to move an inch. However, Piccolo did not stop. He let out a low growl, and thrust his hands forward as if to tear through the void. The instant Piccolo extended his palms, the restrictive runes deep within Alice's soul seemed to sense a powerful force, and began to tremble violently. These restrictive runes, which had previously been like an indestructible spiderweb, firmly trapping Alice's soul, rapidly curled up, like a spiderweb scorched by fire under the impact of Piccolo's power. Release? Piccolo roared, his eyes wide, his power suddenly increasing. With a crisp crack, the once indestructible restrictive runes snapped. Alice felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if a 1,000-pound burden had suddenly vanished. At the same time, Born, who had been channeling magic into the altar, noticed this change and immediately stopped. Without the support of magic, the light on the altar gradually dimmed, eventually settling back to the ground, restoring calm. See? I told you lifting the restriction would work. See? The sausage-faced man said smugly. The compound-eye creature was unconvinced. TCH, don't be so smug. Now that Alice is free from the restrictions, let's see how you restrain her. The sausage-faced man said nonchalantly, this is our headquarters. She can't escape. Don't worry about that. Chapter 735. Piccolo slowly walked up to the altar, carefully examining Alice. Where's Gruta? Huh? Alice was startled, turning her head to look before saying, no, why is Gruta here? Piccolo frowned. I clearly saw Gruta standing with you just now, and everyone else saw him too. The sausage-faced creature, who had rushed over, nodded. Yes, we all saw Gruta, absolutely. Alice shrugged. I don't know, I didn't see Gruta. I was the only one on the altar the whole time. That's strange. The compound-eye creature said. Was that just a phantom? Because the altar was spinning very fast, and the surrounding energy fluctuations were extremely chaotic. Although everyone could see the general appearance of the person inside, it was still somewhat blurry overall. Vic frowned. This wasn't unheard of, so he hadn't paid much attention. He turned to Alice and asked, what exactly happened? Why was the altar triggered? Alice, as the one preparing the ritual, could easily fabricate a lie. She casually offered an explanation. The magic power in the Philosopher's Stone had leaked, unintentionally triggering the incantation on the altar, causing this situation. The sausage-faced man said, Governor, this is actually a good thing. It would be a real disaster if this happened during the actual ritual. Vic was somewhat skeptical. Something felt off. Alice bowed her head and said, I'm very sorry, Governor. My mistake interrupted your training. Piccolo waved his hand. It's all right. I'm stuck at the second level of the Harmony Realm anyway, unable to find the feeling for a breakthrough, and I won't be able to break through anytime soon. It doesn't matter whether you interrupt me or not. All right, everyone disperse. Alice, you continue preparing the ritual. I need to ask the High Priest about the precautions for this altar, just in case anything else goes wrong. The crisis was finally averted, and the tense atmosphere in the basement dissipated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and left the dark place, leaving only Alice behind. Before leaving the basement, Piccolo deliberately walked to Sausage Face's side and lowered his voice to say to him, from now on, you will be in charge of guarding the ritual. If any abnormal situation occurs again, you must handle it properly, and never let things get out of control, understand? Sausage Face was taken aback at first, then straightened his back and replied solemnly yes. He knew very well the true meaning of Piccolo's words. In reality, Piccolo had him keep a close watch on Alice to prevent her from doing anything unsupervised. Sausage Face didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly found a suitable position on the first floor of the tower. This position was very close to the basement entrance, so he could immediately detect any movement. Not only that, he also specifically instructed the guards around him to keep a close eye on the situation in the basement. Just when Sausage Face thought everything was ready, a bread-faced soldier rushed over in a panic. Sausage Face immediately recognized the guy as one of his subordinates and asked, "What happened?" The bread-faced soldier quickly replied, "Captain, something's wrong. A large group of undead has appeared on the east side and is attacking us." Undead? Sausage Face's eyes widened. He was originally in charge of headquarters defense, but because there hadn't been any fighting recently, he was relatively free, which was probably why Piccolo had put him here to watch over Alice. However, he hadn't even settled in for long before trouble struck. Why are the undead suddenly attacking us? Besides, what undead army in the Sea of Death could possibly stand against us head-on? Sausage Face was full of questions. What's their background? How strong are they? The bread-faced soldier replied, "The vanguard has already engaged them. They have several formidable characters. There's a zombie who throws all sorts of bottles and jars. Those things either explode, release poison gas, or provide group buffs or restrictions. They're very troublesome. There's also a skeleton that looks like a hedgehog. Its bone spikes have powerful elemental damage, and not just one type. There's also a gigantic troll skeleton. They're practically invulnerable to blades and spears, with astonishing defense and incredible destructive power. Most importantly, they have a gigantic castle monster with 8 legs that runs like the wind. We can't stop them at all." Sausage Face's expression darkened. He didn't recall the Sea of Death having such a force. Humph. What a bunch of reckless fools, already eyeing our legion. He glanced towards the basement entrance and muttered, "Lord Piccolo just left. Alice shouldn't cause any trouble, right?" Breadface said urgently, "Captain, if you don't act soon, our eastern defense line might be breached, and then Lord Piccolo." Sausage Face's heart tightened. He was in charge of defense. If the line of defenses collapsed and the undead army breached headquarters, he would be held absolutely responsible. Rather than staying here, he should rush to the front lines. Without further hesitation, he told the guards in the basement, "You two keep a close watch. Report to me immediately if anything happens." The 2 guards quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then, Sausage Face followed Bread Face away. After Sausage Face left, one guard suddenly asked, "Hey, have you seen Lord Gulu?" The other guard was taken aback. "Gula? I don't think I saw him. He should have been inside, right? Didn't he come out? Is there something he hasn't finished?" Suddenly, a voice appeared behind them. You're right." The 2 guards were startled, then quickly turned around. But a flash of cold light, and before they could even scream, their heads were severed. Bourne turned back and said, "All done. Let's hurry up and get out of here before the guy Bick finds out." Alice peeked out and, seeing that the 2 guards had been killed and there was no one else around, breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the basement. "But if I just walk out like this, people will definitely suspect me," Alice said worriedly. "It's all right," Bourne smiled. "Just come in here." With that, he told Alice to relax and then put her into his soul-severing blade. Having done all this, his eyes darted around, and he fiddled with things in the 4 corners of the first floor for a while. Then he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Governor Bick, I give you another big gift later." With that, he vanished from the tower in a flash. Meanwhile, Piccolo returned to the top of the tower, his brow furrowed, increasingly uneasy. He had been governor for some time now, and had never heard of his restrictive power conflicting with the altar's power. If this were true, why hadn't the high priest warned him from the start? He walked to the giant cocoon, placing a hand on it. The immense power seemed to connect the cocoon to the void, and a colossal image appeared before him. "High priest," Piccolo said respectfully. The colossal image was a large-headed humanoid creature, cloaked in black, its face obscured. It gave a soft hum and then asked, "What brings you here?" Piccolo immediately voiced his doubts. "I want to know, can the power of the restrictive affect the altar ritual?" The high priest was clearly taken aback. "Restrictive power? You mean the restrictive you placed?" Piccolo nodded. "Yes, I placed a restrictive on Alice, but it seems to be affecting the altar." What a joke. Before Piccolo could finish, The high priest coldly snorted. With your meager strength, you think you can influence the altar? That's laughable. The altar's power is inexhaustible. Even I can't change its rules, let alone you. Where did you hear this rumor? Piccolo swallowed hard. Then why is the altar releasing so much death energy, and why is it hovering in the air, constantly rotating? The high priest narrowed his eyes slightly. Death energy? Rotation? Could it be? Someone is controlling the altar. Piccolo was immediately shocked. Who could control the altar? The high priest waved his hand. It's not difficult, but it takes time to get used to. Only those who frequently use the altar can master the method, and such people are few and far between. Piccolo swallowed hard. If we're talking about frequent altar users, besides the high priest, wouldn't it be the supreme leader? Seemingly sensing Piccolo's guess, the high priest shook his head. It can't be the supreme leader. He's not that bored, and he's not even with you. How could he control the altar? Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, if it's not the supreme leader, then who could it be? A chilling glint flashed in the high priest's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be the holder of the other altar. Piccolo's heart skipped a beat. You mean that lost altar? The high priest nodded. That's right. There was originally a pair of altars, but one was lost tens of thousands of years ago. It's in your world, so this seems like a godsend. If you can find that altar, the achievement will be greater than conquering the entire Sea of Death. Piccolo trembled with excitement. Wasn't this just a gift of victory? It was obvious the other party wasn't very strong, otherwise they wouldn't have used this method. Oh no! Piccolo's eyes widened suddenly, and he immediately said, High Priest, I have to go now. It's urgent. Very, very urgent. I'm sorry. Before the High Priest could respond, Piccolo severed the connection, and the High Priest's phantom vanished. Piccolo then rushed out, sprinting towards the basement. This scene astonished the surrounding guards. They didn't know what had happened to make the usually composed governor so flustered. In the blink of an eye, Piccolo arrived at the basement door. Sausage Face was gone, only two headless corpses remained at the entrance. Piccolo's face was icy. Without hesitation, he entered the basement. Unsurprisingly, the basement was empty. Not only was Alice gone, but the altar was also nowhere to be found. Damn it! Piccolo felt not only anger, but also deep fear. If he had lost the altar, the Supreme Leader would never let him off. He immediately rushed out of the basement, searching everywhere for Sausage Face. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw Sausage Face smugly entering, shouting, "TCH, I thought he was some tough guy. He's utterly useless, easily defeated by me." Breadface beside him flattered, "Yes, Captain, you're so awesome. They started retreating the moment you arrived, all thanks to your domineering aura." The two had just entered the tower when they saw Piccolo's grim face. Sausage Face panicked and hurriedly stepped forward. "Governor, you're here?" Piccolo gritted his teeth and asked, "Where have you been?" Sausage Face swallowed hard. "An undead army is advancing from the east side. Attack! I went to organize a counterattack. I already repelled them." Piccolo's eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on this place?" Sausage Face trembled, turning his head with difficulty towards the basement entrance. When he saw the two headless corpses on the ground, his heart sank. I. Enough!" Piccolo roared. "I don't want to hear your explanations. This is serious. If we don't handle it properly, we're all finished. Now, gather everyone together immediately and conduct a full search. We absolutely cannot let Alice escape with the altar." Sausage Face was struck dumb, completely speechless. Seeing this, Piccolo kicked him away, yelling, "Get there now." Sausage Face finally reacted, scrambling to his feet and running outside, shouting, "Assemble! Emergency assembly!" However, Piccolo's kick seemed to have used a sliver of magic. This magical fluctuation triggered the power left behind by Born, causing 4 flashes of red light and a deafening roar. The first floor of the giant tower exploded violently, the immense force destroying everything around it. Fortunately, Piccolo reacted quickly, erecting a protective shield in time, preventing the entire tower from collapsing. "Aya!" Piccolo roared madly, "Damn bastard! How dare you trick me, you bastard!" Soon, all the high-ranking officers of the entire legion were gathered. Piccolo didn't waste any words, dividing everyone into 18 teams and sending them out in full force to conduct a thorough search of the Sea of Death, determined to bring Alice back. Piccolo himself also left headquarters, leaving the entire legion headquarters empty. Chapter 736. In a secluded corner of the extraterrestrial legion's headquarters, where no one paid him any attention, Born slowly revealed himself. In reality, he hadn't left at all, because he knew that even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't outrun the extraterrestrial creatures in this sea of death. Therefore, he chose the most dangerous, but now seemingly the most suitable route. Hee, go after them, you little trash. Bourne chuckled wickedly, simultaneously transmitting his thoughts to Annie. I rescued Alice, but Bick has led all the extraterrestrial creatures in a full-scale attack. Be careful, it's best to seek refuge at Mount Light. Annie replied, yes, I'm already at the fortress of Mount Light, but how are you going to get out? Bourne chuckled, I just walk out, of course. These monsters have already left headquarters. Getting out is a piece of cake for me. Don't worry about me. Just wait for me at the fortress. Annie then said, or should I have Sanction come to meet you? After all, the extraterrestrial creatures already know about the moving castle. They swarm it when they see it. Bourne nodded slightly. That's one way. You lure them to the fortress of Mount Light, and I go out from the defenses of Mount Thunder. Okay. Bourne tiptoed out of his hiding place, and made his way to the entrance of headquarters, encountering no extraterrestrial creatures along the way. It seemed Bick was truly furious this time. After quickly determining the direction, Bourne set off. He was very fast. With wind elemental magic and lightning power, he moved like lightning, and soon rushed out of the outer forest and arrived in a desert. According to Bourne's calculations, he should reach Obelisk's hideout in 3 days. He wondered how the old dragon was doing. Just then, Bourne suddenly felt a chill creep up his back like a ghost. Bourne's nerves tensed instantly, his body jerking violently as if electrocuted. Fortunately, Bourne's reaction speed was astonishing. His body twisted abruptly like a pretzel, changing his direction of travel in a way completely contrary to human physiology. The instant he completed this movement, a gleaming silver needle shot towards him like lightning, grazing his side with a sharp whoosh. This silver needle was as fast as lightning and incredibly powerful, piercing through the hem of Bourne's clothing before embedding itself deeply into the sand with a soft thud, leaving only a small puncture mark. Bourne frowned, a hint of surprise on his face. So persistent? Bourne slowly stopped, turning around to stare intently behind him. Not far away on the sand, a male succubus with an extremely gloomy expression was glaring at him, his eyes burning with rage. Damn it, we meet again! Logeros gritted his teeth, his voice filled with resentment and murderous intent. Bourne frowned, confused. He was clearly in Gruelda's form, so why could the other recognize him and attack without hesitation? Surprised? Logeros said coldly. Even though you changed your appearance, the mark I left on you when we fought, I recognize you even if you were ashes. Bourne suddenly remembered he had indeed been poisoned by Logeros' needle, but he hadn't cared at the time, since his body was essentially dead. Now that the other party had recognized him, there was no need to hide anymore. Bourne's lips curled slightly. Oh, who do we have here? It's the handsome Logeros. I wonder if your injuries from burning your spiritual power are any better. This was obviously a pointless question. In such a short time, it was impossible to recover. However, Logeros wasn't angry. Instead, he chuckled sinisterly. Hee, sharp-tongued human, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. We've been waiting for you here for quite some time. As he spoke, he slowly took a few steps back, making way for the people behind him. However, the moment Bourne saw the person, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his whole body trembling slightly. He exclaimed, Astaroth? Indeed, this person was the succubus Queen Astaroth, though she was clearly still recovering from serious injuries. Even so, killing Bourne would be effortless for her. What? Surprised to see me? Astaroth's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Human, I don't know who you are, but you ruined my plans and left me like this. You must take responsibility. Bourne swallowed hard. I can't take responsibility. This was all Obelisk's idea. Go find him. What's the use of coming to me? Doug isn't with me. Astaroth's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I know that the Inheritor has left the Sea of Death, with my 2 little bitches. I don't expect to catch the Inheritor again, but I must take revenge, and... She paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. The things on you are also very attractive to me. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Knowing full well what he possessed, he feigned ignorance, asking, What could a nobody like me possibly have that you covet? Astaroth, seeing his feigned ignorance, sneered, Don't think I don't know. Although you didn't demonstrate it in front of me, that power was unmistakable. It was the Heavenly Soul. You possess the power of the Heavenly Soul, don't you? Bourne's eyelids twitched. Sure enough, she already knew. Although he had tried his best to conceal it, he couldn't escape her eyes. Bourne took a deep breath and said, Since you already know, I won't hide it. I do possess the heavenly soul, but you should also know that one person cannot contain multiple heavenly souls simultaneously. Even if you took it, what use would it be? Astaroth's lips curled into a smile. I can't use it, but my son can. Saying this, she patted Logeros beside her. Logeros laughed. Once I possess the heavenly soul, I quickly break through to the harmony realm. Then, my mother and I will absolutely dominate the sea of death. There will be no place for you humans then. Born shrugged. So there's no point in talking? Astaroth countered. What do you think? Born sighed, looking extremely troubled. Alas, I originally wanted to get along well with you, but you're always plotting against me. Since that's the case. Born paused slightly, releasing the power of retribution within him, his body enveloped in crackling lightning. Astaroth and Logeros, seeing this, both activated their magic, preparing for battle at any moment. However, the next moment, Born said, since that's the case, then I won't keep you company any longer. Farewell. He then turned and ran. Bang! A thunderous explosion rang out, as the lightning generated by the heavenly soul of punishment sent Born flying like a cannonball into the distance. Astaroth and Logeros were stunned. Who was this guy? They thought they were about to fight, but he escaped. Chase him! Astaroth roared, his body erupting in flames, as he pursued Born, with Logeros immediately giving chase. Born didn't dare look back. He knew from the sound that two figures were rapidly approaching. Born shouted, Don't chase me. I won't give in. But he was met with a massive fireball and poisoned silver needles. Born frantically dodged these two lunatics. Born was fast, but Astaroth was no slower, relentlessly pursuing him and unleashing a barrage of attacking magic, leaving Born struggling to keep up. Just as Born was running frantically, a withered humanoid creature suddenly appeared in front of him, its claws reaching for Born's head. Holy crap! What is that? Born exclaimed in surprise, rolling away from the claws. When he looked closer, his heart sank to the bottom. Moldrek? It was none other than Moldrek, the leader of the corpse demons whom Born and Annie had robbed earlier. The corpse poison fruit they had obtained earlier was from him. Damn human! Moldrek's voice was as harsh as shards of glass. I kill you. At this moment, Astaroth and Logeros caught up. Logeros, panting, laughed. Human, you can't escape now, can you? I used the corpse poison fruit as a bargaining chip to get Moldrek involved. This time, I show you the power of our demon race. Born was speechless for a moment. The corpse poison fruit had originally been stolen from Moldrek, then taken by Logeros, and now it was back in Moldrek's hands. However, a thought flashed through his mind, and he said, Moldrek, your corpse poison fruit was originally stolen on Logeros' orders, so you can't blame me. Blame the succubus. Moldrek froze, stiffly turning his head to look at Logeros. Logeros was instantly enraged. You're talking nonsense. I, Logeros, would never let a human do my bidding. Moldrek, don't believe his lies. Before Moldrek could think, Born continued, I'm not making this up. Think about it, weren't there any succubi around? Moldrek, being a ghoul, was extremely sensitive to smells, so after Born and the others escaped, he did indeed smell a succubus's aura. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now, thinking back, it was indeed strange. Logeros, what exactly happened? Logeros roared, Are you out of your mind? How can you believe a human? Moldrek said in a deep voice, I don't trust humans, I trust my own nose more. Logeros was about to retort when Astaroth beside him grabbed him, and said coldly to Moldrek, I sent you here to help, and I already returned the fruit of the corpse poison tree to you. If you continue to cause trouble, I kill you right now. Faced with Astaroth's threat, Moldrek remained silent for a long time, then snorted coldly, Humph. We talk about our business after we dealt with this human. Logelos breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy had kept pressing on, it would have been a real problem. Born surveyed the situation. He was surrounded by 3 people, with no way to escape. It seemed he had no choice but to fight. However, with his current strength, fighting against a peak stage chaotic yuan cultivator, and 2 9th level chaotic yuan cultivators was simply a pipe dream. Master, what do we do? Your disciple is probably doomed today. Helpless, Born could only turn to Dao Quang for help. Dao Quang sighed, You brat, can't you give me a break? My soul power takes a long time to recover every time it's used. Born pleaded pitifully, There's nothing I can do about it. Besides, if my strength increases, won't you recover faster? Maybe I can even reshape your body. Dao Quang scoffed, Reshaping my body? You're far from that level. But this time, I can help you deal with that succubus, but you need to find a way to quickly merge with her heavenly soul, Otherwise, I won't have the strength to continue helping you. Born was immediately overjoyed. He knew that if Dao Quang went all out, none of the three would be a match, but correspondingly, Dao Quang himself would suffer great damage, hindering his recovery. So dealing with just Astaroth was enough. At this moment, Logeros couldn't wait any longer. He directly took out 3 poison needles and shot them towards Born. Born spun around to dodge, simultaneously drawing his soul-severing blade and slashing at Mordrek. Mordrek didn't expect Born to target him first, but he was not afraid at all. He let out a sharp cry and his claws, carrying the inky power of death, collided with the soul-severing blade. With a clang, power erupted instantly, the powerful impact sending Born flying. Mordrek roared excitedly, "Human! Now you know how powerful I am." Ha ha! However, Born tumbled several times in the air, unharmed, and instead flew towards Astaroth. Born took a deep breath, instantly channeling the power of his 3 heavenly souls, unleashing a devastating attack. Sensing the terrifying power emanating from Born, Astaroth sneered, also unleashing her crimson flame heavenly soul power. "Little human, I see you truly don't know your place. Prepare to die." "Kill!" Born roared, gripping the soul-severing blade tightly with both hands, pouring all 3 heavenly souls into it, the blade emitting a dazzling light, and slashing down from above. This earth-shattering strike was almost the entirety of Born's power. With a deafening roar, the 2 forces collided violently. Unsurprisingly, Born was once again sent flying, but the destructive domain was also triggered. Astaroth couldn't completely block the attack. The slash came crashing down, severing a lock of her hair. Bang! Born crashed to the ground, his left arm completely incinerated by the crimson flame heavenly soul. Ha ha ha! Logeros laughed. "You dare challenge the Queen Mother? You really want to die sooner." However, Born smiled faintly. "Heh heh, is that so?" Chapter 737. Soon, Logeros' expression changed, for he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Suddenly, a pale blue light flashed before Astaroth, and a faint, humanoid phantom slowly emerged. This phantom appeared ethereal, yet it exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. The phantom slowly extended a slender finger, like a ghost, silently pressing it towards Astaroth's forehead. Surprisingly, Astaroth seemed completely unaware of this bizarre scene. She remained frozen in place, like a statue. Just as the phantom's finger was about to touch Astaroth's forehead, time seemed to freeze. The next moment, Astaroth's eyes widened violently, her eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. An expression of extreme terror appeared on her face. Her once beautiful features were now twisted and grotesque. Her mouth gaped open, almost to her ears, revealing a row of sharp teeth that gleamed with a chilling light in the crimson moonlight. Then, Astaroth let out a deafening scream, a roar like that of a demon that pierced the silent night. At the same time, red cracks began to appear all over her body, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb, becoming more numerous and denser, until they completely enveloped her in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Logeros was utterly terrified, completely bewildered, but he could sense that Astaroth's condition was dire. The terrifying energy was about to burst forth from her body. As expected, with a deafening roar, Astaroth's body exploded, scattering into countless fragments. A torrent of scorching flames erupted, burning fiercely as if to devour the entire world. The flames were incredibly hot. Everything in their path was reduced to ashes. Even the air itself seemed to ignite. From within this terrifying flame, a colossal figure gradually emerged. It was a monster composed entirely of fire, tens of meters tall, its body ablaze with raging flames, like a demon from hell. Every movement it made caused violent fluctuations in the surrounding air, the heat emanating from it making it almost impossible to approach. This was the true form of the Crimson Flame Soul, a being possessing world-destroying power. Roar! 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 The Crimson Flame Soul roared excitedly. It had been trapped inside Astaroth's body for far too long, and finally, it could regain its freedom. Mother! Logeros let out a piercing wail, never expecting that someone as powerful as Astaroth would perish in such a way. Born, quick as a flash, rushed forward and grabbed 2 divine sparks and a magic core. One was Astaroth's own, and the other was something she kept on her person for future breakthroughs. Immediately, Born activated the soul fusion technique, and a powerful suction force acted directly on the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul immediately felt the power emanating from Born. It struggled fiercely, having finally gained its freedom. It couldn't afford to be trapped again. But the soul fusion technique was incredibly powerful, specifically designed for fusing heavenly souls. The Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul couldn't resist the suction force, and soon more than half of its massive body had been sucked in. Roar! The crimson flame heavenly soul roared in fury, swinging its massive fist directly at Born. However, Born neither dodged nor evaded, unleashing the heavenly souls of judgment, raging waves, and earth-shattering, which overwhelmingly suppressed the crimson flame, rendering it immobile and forcing it to passively be absorbed and merged by Born. Watching this astonishing scene unfold, Logeros and Mordrek were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Born to do such a thing, mainly because in their understanding, no one's body could simultaneously contain more than 2 heavenly souls. This was tantamount to suicide. But Born displayed not just 1 heavenly soul, but 3, completely shattering their understanding. Stop! Stop him! Logeros was the first to react, immediately shouting. Mordrek roared, charging towards Born on all fours. By this time, Born had already fused halfway, and couldn't afford to be interrupted. Gritting his teeth, he released the battle puppet, pressing the magic core he just obtained from Astaroth into it. Boom! 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 The battle puppet erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations, then punched Mordrek, forcing him back. What? Mordrek exclaimed in shock, sensing Astaroth's aura emanating from the puppet. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Born frantically activated the Spirit Division technique, frantically fusing with the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul. Although the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul resisted fiercely, it was suppressed by the 3 Heavenly Souls, and the domineering power of the Soul Fusion technique, rendering its resistance futile. You cover me! Logeros shouted, then charged towards Born. Mordrek nodded, immediately stalling the battle dull. Although they couldn't win, they could buy time. Logelos conjured an enormous silver needle, and stabbed it fiercely at Born's head. However, Born neither dodged nor evaded, the needle piercing his skull. Logelos was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Fool! You dare to be arrogant in front of me? Die! With that, he channeled his magic power, pouring it into the silver needle, which blew Born's head apart. Logelos looked at the carnage on the ground, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. However, when he turned around, he found Mordrek still fighting the puppet. He frowned. Huh? The master is dead? How can this puppet still move? A bad feeling immediately filled him. He turned to look at the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul, only to see it still roaring furiously, its body constantly being dissolved, and finally, completely absorbed by Born. What? Logeros was shocked. He had clearly just shot Born's head off, so why was Born standing unharmed in front of him? When he looked at the ground, only a pile of broken puppets remained, the previous flesh and blood had long since disappeared. You dare to play me? Logeros was filled with shock and rage. He charged at Born again, purple mist surging around him, and the silver needles in his hand gleaming coldly. Die! Logeros roared, plunging the silver needles forward with all his might. This time, Born finally moved. He slowly raised his finger, and a wall of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Poof! The silver needle pierced through the wall of fire instantly, continuing its thrust towards Born. Born frowned. Looks like I still need more practice. He then channeled his magic power, swinging his soul-severing blade to parry. With a clang, the silver needle was successfully blocked. At this moment, Logeros' expression changed drastically. He clearly sensed a difference in Born this time. You broke through? Born smiled slightly. Heh, your senses are quite sharp. I'm now at the 9th level of chaotic origin. We can finally have a fair fight. Although the process of fusing with the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul had been somewhat bumpy, he had at least fused more than half of it. The rest was forcibly suppressed in Born's mind. He would finish it off in a quiet place after dealing with the current situation. Even so, the power of the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul helped Born successfully break through, directly reaching the 9th level of chaotic origin. This level of strength would practically allow him to roam freely in the Sea of Death. Damn it! Logeros gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe that someone who had just broken through, and even broken through 3 levels in succession, could compare to him, a veteran powerhouse. He would take advantage of Born's unstable state and defeat him in one fell swoop. Logeros' silver needle sliced through the air, emitting a venomous hiss. His movements were like a ghost, his fingertips flicking, sending dozens of poisoned silver needles raining down on Born, each aimed at a vital point. Die! His face was ferocious, his bat wings whipping up a bloody wind, the silver needles weaving a web of death in the air. However, Born merely raised his eyes slightly, the soul-severing blade swirling lightly in his palm, the gray-white blade light rippling outwards. Clang! 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 Silver needles were deflected and set flying, sparks flying. His steps were steady as a mountain, each dodge perfectly timed, as if he had anticipated all of Lagoloz's attacks. "Is that all you got?" Born sneered, his blade suddenly flashing with a ghostly light. Each swing of the soul-severing blade carried devastating force. Wherever the blade passed, the ground cracked and the air trembled. Lagoloz's silver needles were severed one after another. Even more terrifying, Born's destructive domain silently took effect. When the blade and needles collided for the 7th time, the huge silver needle in Lagoloz's hand shattered with a crack. "What?" His pupils constricted, and he hurriedly retreated, but Born's blade was like a persistent, unyielding wound. The soul-severing blade swept across, forcing Lagoloz to roll in a sorry state, his magnificent robes torn to shreds by the blade's energy. "Do you think you can escape?" Born whispered, stomping his foot sharply. The ground rumbled, and a stone wall rose from the earth, blocking Lagoloz's retreat. Lagoloz turned in panic, only to find the blade already at his chest. Thud! The soul-severing blade pierced his heart, and the purple patterns of the punishing soul instantly spread across Lagoloz's entire body. He looked down in disbelief, watching his body crack like porcelain. "No, it can't." Before he could finish speaking, his body shattered into dust. Thus, 2 of the most powerful members of the succubus clan of the Sea of Death perished. "Ha, this power is truly exhilarating." Born took a deep breath, feeling his entire body brimming with power. He turned to look at Mordrek, who was still entangled with the battle puppet. Mordrek was actually stronger, as Lagoloz was already injured and couldn't unleash his full power. By this time, Mordrek was gradually able to hold his own against the battle puppet. After all, the battle puppet only possessed Astaroth's magic power, lacking the power of the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul. Comparatively, it was merely an ordinary peak-level chaotic origin expert. "It's time to end the battle." Born directly joined the fight, wielding the soul-severing blade. Seeing Born charge towards him, Mordrek was terrified. He had also witnessed the killing of Logeros. It was too shocking. The succubus family, which had previously dominated him, had completely collapsed, and he didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Mordrek forced the battle puppet back with a claw strike, then fled into the distance without looking back. "Humph! Can you escape?" Born sneered, his feet flashing with azure light as he chased after Mordrek. A short while later, Mordrek felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he couldn't escape and had no choice but to turn back and fight head-on. A putrid mist billowed from the gaps in his shattered armor, his eerie green eyes fixed on Born, a beast-like growl emanating from his throat. "Since that's how it is, then let's die together." He suddenly tore open the rotting flesh of his chest, revealing his beating black heart, his last source of magical power. In an instant, the entire battlefield began to tremble violently. Countless pale, skeletal hands burst from the earth, the putrid aura coalescing into a tangible wave that swept towards Born. Mordrek's body swelled, his giant claws growing 3 feet long, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen. His speed and power suddenly increased to a terrifying level, each claw strike accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through space. Born's eyes narrowed, the soul-severing blade held horizontally before his chest. Clang! The first claw struck the blade, forcing Born back 3 steps, his hand numbing. Mordrek gave him no chance to breathe. The second and third claws followed in quick succession, the attack like a storm. Born dodged, his blade flashing like lightning, tracing gray-white paths through the corpse energy, but he was clearly at a disadvantage. "Ha ha! Is that all you got? Die!" Mordrek laughed maniacally, the continuous attacks giving him a sliver of confidence. He swept a claw across Born's side, spraying blood. Born grunted, but remained calm. He parried while observing Mordrek's movements. "That's about enough," Born silently thought. Just as Mordrek lunged again, Born suddenly retreated 10 feet, the soul-severing blade plunging into the ground. 10,000 miles of frozen land. Crack! A bone-chilling cold erupted from Born, instantly freezing the ground into a thick layer of ice. Frost rapidly spread up Mordrek's legs, covering his lower body in the blink of an eye. The corpse demon's movements abruptly halted. He struggled frantically, the ice shattering and quickly freezing again. "It's not over yet." A cold glint flashed in Born's eyes, destruction domain. "Unleash." The next moment, Born's figure vanished. Mordrek felt an unprecedented tearing sensation from the depths of his soul. His eyes widened as he saw Born appear before him, the tip of the soul-severing blade only an inch from his brow. Purple lightning crackled around the blade. Soul stealing. Mordrek tried to resist, but found himself unable to move. He felt his consciousness being forcibly ripped from his body, the scene before him distorting and shattering. In his final moments, he only saw a sharp, piercing flash of light slice across his neck. Thump! The corpse demon's head rolled to the ground, the green light in its eyes gradually fading. The headless body swayed, then crashed heavily onto the ice, the black blood freezing before it could even flow. Chapter 738. After consecutively killing 2 top experts, Bourne's face showed no joy whatsoever. Instead, his brows were tightly furrowed, as if shrouded in heavy worry. Now, Bourne clearly sensed that Dao Quang in his mind had fallen into a deep sleep again. This meant that Dao Quang had used a large amount of soul power to kill Astaroth in one fell swoop, and this power consumption was obviously enormous for Dao Quang. It seemed unlikely that Dao Quang would recover in the short term. "Alas, teacher, I'm so sorry. I keep troubling you like this," Bourne murmured to himself, his voice filled with self-reproach and guilt. To him, Dao Quang was not only a powerful mentor, but also a friend and teacher. And now, Dao Quang had fallen into a deep sleep because of him, which made Bourne feel extremely uneasy. However, Bourne didn't dwell too much on his self-blame. He knew that the most important thing now was to find a way to help Dao Quang rebuild his physical body as soon as possible. Only in this way could Dao Quang truly recover. Bourne took a deep breath, steadied himself, and began cleaning up the battlefield. He carefully collected all the valuables from the corpses of Logeros and Mordrek into his soul-severing blade. These items might come in handy later. Having finished, Bourne quickly assessed his surroundings, and then sped towards the defenses of Mount Thunder without hesitation. As planned, Annie, leading the sanction, created some disturbances near the defenses of Mount Light, successfully drawing the fierce attacks of the extraterrestrial creatures. At the same time, Mount Light noticed the unusual movements of the extraterrestrial creatures, and quickly dispatched a large number of experts to suppress them, and a fierce battle immediately ensued. The chaotic battle successfully concealed Bourne's movements. He encountered almost no significant obstacles along the way, only some easily defeated minions. Bourne effortlessly dispatched them one by one, his movements swift and silent, as if he were merely a passing ghost. However, on this day, Bourne's good fortune seemed to run out. Just as he continued his stealthy advance, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. "Gollum? Where have you been all these days? I've been looking for you for ages." Gollum stormed up to Bourne, pointing his finger at him without any politeness, spitting like a fountain. Caught off guard by this sudden accusation, Bourne was somewhat taken aback. He quickly wiped his face and said, "Wait a minute, what are you doing here? Didn't the governor and the others go to the defenses of Mount Light? Didn't you go with them?" Gollum complained, "It's all your fault. You suddenly disappeared, leaving me to complete this mission by myself." "Mission? What mission?" Bourne asked curiously. Gollum's eyes darted around, and seeing no one was around, he whispered, "Hee, the governor figured the enemy was causing trouble at Mount Light, trying to lure Alice away from the other side. So he had to set up an ambush here. I'm in charge of a sentry battalion now, and I just happened to see you coming." Bourne narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh? How many men did the governor deploy here?" Gollum chuckled and held up 10 fingers. 100,000. "We make sure the traitor never comes back." Bourne gasped. It had been a close call. If he had rashly rushed over with Alice, they might have been discovered, leaving them with nowhere to run. What if Alice handed the altar over to someone else and let them take it out?" Grum said, "That's easy. The person is rushing towards the Thunder God Mountain defenses without hesitation. They're definitely up to something. Just capture them. There aren't any other powerful figures nearby. Someone in such a hurry to leave must be a thief." Bourne nodded slightly. The enemy wouldn't need to know who the thief was. Catching anyone was the safest bet. After all, there wasn't much human activity in the Sea of Death. Also, Grum suddenly added, "The governor also taught us a method to detect the altar's power fluctuations. We sense it as soon as that person appears nearby." Bourne's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't good news. Even though he was disguised as Grum, the altar's aura couldn't be concealed. "Let's go! Now that you're back, you should do your part. Don't always slack off. If we can't find the altar, we're all doomed," Gollum said, pulling Bourne back. Bourne was helpless. He couldn't fight now. After all, the enemy had 100,000 men guarding the front. Even though he had broken through, he didn't dare to fight 100,000 men alone. Besides, the enemy definitely had experts. To deal with Alice, a powerful 9th-level chaotic origin cultivator, the generals they sent were at least 9th-level chaotic origin cultivators. Deep in the valley, Bourne met the generals leading the group. It turned out to be Sausage Face and Compound Eyes. Both of them were at the 9th level of chaotic origin, and their strength had always been above Alice's, so sending them was perfect. Gurgle? You're finally back, Sausage Face said with a disgruntled expression. Where have you been having fun? Bourne scratched his head. Never mind that. Do we have any leads now? The compound-eyed creature snorted. What leads? We've been staking out this place for 3 days. We caught a few humans, but none of them were useful. We killed them all. Bourne swallowed hard. These extraterrestrial creatures were indeed ruthless. We're not far from the Thunder God Mountain's defenses. They won't find us, will they? Sausage Face shook his head. Definitely not. Everyone's attention is focused on the Light God Mountain. The people from Thunder God Mountain don't dare come out. Besides, the terrain here is well hidden. As long as we don't make any big moves, we won't be discovered. The compound-eyed creature said impatiently, You come back and start asking all sorts of questions. Are you the leader or am I? Get back to work. We just caught a bunch of humans. Come along and check them. Without giving Bourne a chance to object, it led him aside. There were about a dozen humans here, all wounded, seemingly captured after a battle. Some were dressed as mercenaries, others in the attire of the sacred mountain. The compound-eyed creature glanced at the sausage-faced man and said, Let's use our magic together, and see if we can detect the altar's aura. The sausage-faced man nodded, and immediately began circulating his power. Their powers intertwined, forming a suspended sphere that looked like a water ball. The compound-eyed creature gave a signal, and Gollum said, Force everyone's aura out. With that, he walked behind a human and struck him on the back, forcibly expelling a surge of power from his body. So that's how it is. Bourne silently observed, understanding their method. Hey Gollum, what are you waiting for? Gollum shouted, Come help us. The other extraterrestrial creatures had already begun their attacks. Bourne, helpless, could only randomly choose a human, but still hesitated to act. He knew that if he forced the human's magic out of them, he would expose his own presence, and the altar would definitely be detected. Soon, all the humans had finished their searches, and found no trace of the altar. Only Bourne remained motionless. Hey, Gollum, hurry up and act. Don't waste time. Sausage Face urged, maintaining this technique consumes a lot of magic. Seeing that he couldn't delay any longer, Bourne pressed his palm against the human's back. With a soft poof, the magic within the person's body was forcibly forced out. Instantly, complex patterns appeared on the water sphere, and a faint purple light flashed, making one's soul tremble. Sausage Face's eyes widened instantly. Huh? Found it? Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a quick discovery. Sausage Face and the compound-eyed creature immediately ended their spell, rushed forward, grabbed the man by the neck, and roared, Tell me, where did you hide the altar? The man was equally bewildered. What altar? I don't know. Stop playing dumb. Sausage Face wasn't about to let such a good opportunity for merit slip by. He kicked the man in the stomach. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his spirits noticeably weakened. Speak now, or I kill you right now. Faced with the threat, the man was on the verge of tears. He was just an ordinary mercenary, and had no idea what an altar was. After more than 2 hours of torture, the man finally couldn't bear it any longer and committed suicide. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Sausage Face and the others fell silent. After a while, Gollum said, Could it be that he really didn't know about altars, and the method was wrong? Impossible. The compound-eyed creature said decisively, This method was taught to us by the governor. There can't be any mistake. Sausage Face's face was gloomy. But this guy definitely doesn't have an altar on him, and he doesn't seem very strong. Alice wouldn't have asked someone like this to help her transport an altar, would she? That's very strange. The compound-eyed creature frowned. If he doesn't have it, then where did the aura of the altar come from? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze almost simultaneously turned to Bourne. Bourne immediately feigned innocence. Hey, you guys don't suspect me, do you? I'm one of us. Sausage Face narrowed his eyes. Then tell me, what have you been doing all this time? I had other missions, of course. Sausage Face slowly approached. I'm your superior. How come I don't know you have any other missions? Bourne was speechless. He had no idea that Gullido was Sausage Face's subordinate, and these words were just something he made up on the spot. Oh, don't worry about the details. Since you're my superior, you naturally know I would never betray you. Sausage Face scrutinized Bourne for a while, then said, In that case, release your magic yourself? If you pass the test, then you're fine. It's over. Bourne inwardly cried out in alarm, but he still managed a forced smile. Boss, I always been diligent and conscientious. Your suspicion of me is truly disheartening. The sausage-faced man's murderous intent instantly surfaced. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to test me or not? Seeing that there was no way to delay any longer, Bourne could only nod. Alright then, I have to prove my innocence. The sausage-faced man and the compound-eyed creature immediately cast their spells again, conjuring the eerie water sphere. Hurry up and start. Bourne swallowed hard, but still didn't move. Grum urged, Grumpy, don't hesitate. Quickly release your magic to prove your innocence. Bourne sighed. It seemed he couldn't fool them after all. He channeled his magic, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. The soul-severing blade was drawn in a flash, and a powerful scathing attack, imbued with the power of the heavenly soul of retribution, shot towards the sausage-faced man and the compound-eyed creature. The two were immediately terrified. They were casting a spell, and were momentarily at a loss. The water sphere suddenly blazed with purple light, its runes clearly visible, accompanied by a series of ancient, mournful sounds that sent shivers down their spines. It's the altar. Sausage Face exclaimed in horror, his suspicions proving correct. The altar was indeed on Guluda's body. Bang! The water sphere shattered abruptly, the spell abruptly interrupted. Sausage Face and the compound-eyed creature could only frantically circulate their power to block, but their defenses were forcibly shattered by Bourne's destructive domain, as fragile as paper. Splat! Aya! One of Sausage Face's arms was severed, and one of the compound-eyed creature's eyes was cut in half. Both 9th-tier Chaotic Origin Realm experts were instantly injured. Grab him! He's a traitor! Sausage Face roared, and the surrounding extraterrestrial creatures finally reacted, surrounding Bourne. Bourne sneered, what a pity, I didn't kill you. But you won't be so lucky next time. Seeing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Bourne, Sausage Face, and the compound-eyed creature shuddered. They realized that their opponent wasn't Guluda at all. Guluda didn't possess such power, nor such intense death energy. This was the power of this world. However, just as Sausage Face and the compound-eyed creature were bracing themselves for an attack, Bourne slipped away, slicing down a nearby extraterrestrial creature with a single strike and fleeing towards Mount Thunder. Bye-bye, I'm not wasting my time with you. Bourne laughed, instantly reaching 100 meters away. Damn it! Sausage Face shouted through gritted teeth, stop him. You must stop him. Don't let him get away. However, with Bond's strength, who could stop him? All the extraterrestrial creatures that stood in his way were cut down by him. The key point is that some extraterrestrial creatures did not even realize that this guy who looked exactly like Guluda was the enemy, so they were killed by Bond without even knowing it. Chapter 739. However, just as Bourne was about to rush out, a powerful force suddenly stopped him. Huh? Who's there? Bourne was also taken aback, not expecting there to be a powerful expert here. Boy! A cold voice appeared ahead. Did you think I would let you leave so easily? Bourne looked closely and immediately gasped, Bick? What are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than the governor of the Extraterrestrial Legion, a powerful expert at the Harmony Realm. He sneered, I never thought there would be someone in this world who could impersonate one of my men, causing trouble right under my nose, and I didn't even notice. Bourne chuckled, how about it? Want to become my disciple? I teach you. Ah! Piccolo snorted. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Where is Alice? Where is the altar? If I'm not mistaken, the other altar is with you too. Bourne sighed helplessly. The pursuers behind him had closed in, blocking his path from both sides. Just to catch me, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? The sausage-faced man, with a severed arm, and the compound-eyed creature, with a blind eye arrived, equally surprised to see Piccolo there. It seemed they didn't know of Piccolo's arrival. However, since that was the case, they both wanted to show off in front of Piccolo. If they could capture Bourne, it would definitely be a great achievement. More importantly, the sausage-faced man and the compound-eyed creature also wanted revenge. Now, injured like this, they would be unable to recover in a short time. Since arriving at the Sea of Death, they had never suffered such a crushing defeat. Without a word, the two launched an attack on Bourne. The soul-severing blade traced a gray-white path through the air. Bourne sidestepped the sausage-faced man's green-glowing steel fork, his blade slashing towards the man's neck. The sausage-faced man's remaining right arm jerked up, the fork handle barely blocking the attack, but the punitive force coiled around the blade still sent him staggering backward, his fat face jiggling. You brat! The sausage-faced man suddenly opened his mouth wide, spewing out a cloud of dark green poisonous mist. Bourne was prepared. With a wave of his left hand, 3 stone pillars rose from the ground with a roar, the poisonous mist sizzling and corroding against the stone walls. Just then, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. Bourne ducked and rolled, The compound-eyed creature's scythe grazed his scalp, the purple light flashing on its blade foreshadowing a deadly mental shock. He swung his blade back at the compound-eyed creature's abdomen, but the creature's 6 arthropods nimbly leaped back to evade. Suddenly, Bourne changed tactics, his soul-severing blade erupting with blinding golden light as a crescent-shaped slash swept out. The sausage-faced man hastily parried with his fork, but the shockwave still knocked him to the ground, a charred gash appearing on his large belly. The compound-eyed creature's compound eyes flickered rapidly, releasing mental waves in an attempt to disrupt the attack, but Bourne anticipated this, sidestepping behind a stone pillar. The battle became a stalemate. Bourne constantly weaved between the stone pillars, each appearance unleashing a sharp blade. The sausage-faced man's poisonous mist gradually enveloped half the battlefield, while the compound-eyed creature used the mist as cover to constantly change positions. Suddenly, the sausage-faced man feigned a fall. Bourne was about to pursue when poisonous gas erupted from the ground beneath his feet. He leaped backward, only to find his escape route blocked by the poisonous mist. At the same time, a chilling laugh came from behind him. The creature had somehow circled behind him, its remaining compound eye glowing with an eerie purple light. Mental blast. Bourne felt a sudden darkness engulf him, countless sharp screams exploding in his mind. His movements instantly froze. The sausage-faced man grinned maliciously, raising his steel fork, while the compound-eyed creature's scythe was also raised high. Death was imminent. However, the next moment, Bourne revealed a strange smile. Playing mental attacks, huh? Interesting. Boom. The compound-eyed creature, which had just approached, suddenly felt a powerful and eerie force surge into its mind, violently grabbing its soul. It was utterly powerless to resist this force. Its soul was almost ripped from its body. Clang. The next moment, the sausage-faced man narrowly blocked Bourne's soul-severing blade aimed at the compound-eyed creature's neck. TCH. How annoying. Bourne sneered, kicking the sausage-faced man in the stomach, then using the recoil to somersault and create distance between them. Ah! The sausage-faced man tumbled headfirst, crashing heavily to the ground along with the compound-eyed creature behind him. The compound-eyed creature snapped back to reality, its eyes filled with fear and lingering shock. What happened? You almost died, Sausage-Face said, rubbing its stomach. If I hadn't saved you, your head would have been chopped off. The compound-eyed creature swallowed hard, its back soaked with cold sweat, feeling as if it had just escaped death. You two pieces of trash. Piccolo walked over, his face grim. Both of you couldn't beat one, what use are you? Sausage-Face immediately said with a bitter expression, Governor, he's just too strong. I don't need excuses. Piccolo said coldly. Get out of my way. He kicked the two men aside, then looked coldly at Bourne. Kid, you got some skills. If you're willing to join us, I might spare your life, but that's only because you become one of my kind. Bourne was speechless. He had only temporarily become an extraterrestrial being through possession, not truly an extraterrestrial being. Essentially, he was still an undead. Therefore, he didn't believe the other's lies at all. Bick, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop with the nonsense. I also want to see just how strong a Unity Realm expert really is. Bourne's soul-severing blade suddenly erupted with blinding purple lightning, its power of punishment sweeping out like a raging torrent. Wherever the blade passed, it plowed a scorched furrow into the ground. Kill! He roared, the blade aimed straight for Bick's throat. However, Bick's bulky body moved with incredible agility, slightly shifting to the side, the movement so precise that the blade just grazed his neck. Even more terrifying, before Bourne could even see his movement, a long, black blade was already pressed against his abdomen. Too slow, Bick's voice was like a viper's hiss. Ground shatter. In the nick of time, Bourne forcefully twisted his body, slamming his left hand into the ground. A thick stone pillar suddenly rose up, barely blocking the thrust of the long blade. But before he could even catch his breath, Bick flicked his wrist, and strange, blood-red patterns appeared on the long blade. Bang! The stone pillar shattered like tofu, the blade's momentum not diminishing but increasing, transforming into a blood-red arc of light that swept across. This seemingly simple strike sent chills down Bourne's spine. Even before the blade reached him, a sharp pain shot through his vital points. 3 souls united. Bourne's eyes were bloodshot, and the power of his 3 heavenly souls surged wildly within him. All the runes on the soul-severing blade lit up, the 3-colored energy intertwining into a vortex. He met the blade's light with all his might, and the moment the two forces collided, space itself warped. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the air, and Bourne was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a rock wall 100 meters away. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and his right arm, holding the blade, twisted unnaturally. As the dust settled, Bick had only taken a half step back. His long sword was undamaged. "Is that all you got?" Bick leisurely stroked the blade, a mocking glint in his compound eyes. "The next strike will take your life." His tone was as calm as stating a predetermined fact. However, the next moment, his eyes widened as he saw his opponent, dragging his mangled and twisted body, using the momentum of the impact to charge directly towards the Thunder God Mountain defense line. "Humph. Trying to escape? No way." Piccolo sneered and gave chase. Born swooped down, simultaneously releasing his battle puppet, and stuffing the magic core he'd taken from Logeros into it. The puppet immediately unleashed a powerful aura, sweeping away all the enemies in front of Born. Born seized the opportunity to flee, his feet flashing with azure light as he used wind magic to maximize his speed, leaving only after images. Pico pursued relentlessly, covering 1,000 miles in a single step. Even with Born's incredible speed, he kept pace and steadily closed the distance. "Damn brat, once I catch you, I grind you to dust." Piccolo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He increased his speed again, intercepting Born before he could escape the valley. Born barely paused, immediately commanding the battle puppet to attack Piccolo. Pico scoffed, "A broken puppet thinks it can stop me?" He swung his long sword with a devastating slash, shattering the puppet's defenses. The blade flashed, its momentum undiminished, and with a whoosh, it shattered the puppet's core. The battle puppet swayed, and without its support, it collapsed to the ground as if its strings had been cut. Pico looked up and saw Born had escaped again, instantly enraged. How can that damn guy run so fast? He conjured a jet-black spear in one hand, then hurled it with tremendous force. The spear whooshed through space, instantly appearing behind Born. With a thud, the spear pierced Born's shoulder blade, sending him flying and crashing into the stone wall in front of him. "Humph." Piccolo sneered. "Let's see how you run now." He quickly caught up, reaching Born from behind, and calmly pulled the spear from Born's body. Born deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "Kid, those who mess with me never have a good ending. You may be strong, but you mess with the wrong person." Piccolo kicked Born away. Born crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Suddenly, Piccolo frowned, sensing something was wrong. He stepped forward and was immediately shocked. How could this be? Born's face gradually changed, eventually transforming into a puppet. "Damn it!" Piccolo roared, smashing the puppet to pieces with a single blow. "That damn bastard, where did he go? Damn it!" However, just as he was raging, Sausage Face caught up, shouting, "Governor! Over there!" Piccolo turned to look at Sausage Face. Sausage Face said anxiously, "I left a mark on him during the battle. The mark shows he ran towards the Wind God Mountain defense line." Piccolo raised an eyebrow, giving Sausage Face an approving look. "Well done. I reward you handsomely once I get that bastard." With that, he flashed off towards the Wind God Mountain defense line. Sausage Face's face lit up with joy. Luckily, he had been careful. The mark was invisible and colorless, and wouldn't cause any harm, but it could mark a location, which was enough. At this moment, Born was running frantically, secretly relieved that he had the Battle Doll and Stand Doll, combined with his invisibility technique, which allowed him to shake off that old fox Piccolo. Otherwise, with his strength, he certainly wouldn't have been a match. Born had now discarded Golem's body and reverted to Lucius's body, so returning to the world guarded by Mount Kagami wouldn't be a problem. However, just as he saw the Mount Kagami defense line, a deafening roar came from behind him. "You brat, I won't let you escape." Piccolo's distinctive voice sent chills down his spine, even from 1,000 miles away. "Damn it!" Born exclaimed in surprise. "How did that old catch up? Did he discover me from the beginning?" But then he thought again, that didn't make sense. If he had discovered me from the beginning, he wouldn't have taken so long to catch up. His Stand Doll must have been destroyed, and he must have tracked him down through other means. They're relentlessly persistent. Born gritted his teeth and sped up again. Faster, faster, faster. Finally, Born reached the city wall. Once inside the fortress, no matter how strong Bick was, he wouldn't dare charge in alone. "Hey, open the gate and let me in. The extraterrestrial creatures are attacking," Born shouted at the fortress. However, there was no response from inside the fortress for a long time. Born said anxiously, "The intruder is the governor of the Extraterrestrial Legion, a Hyuan-level expert. If you don't open the gate, I'm going to die out there. Are you going to just leave me to die?" However, Before Born could get a response, Bick had already caught up. Ha ha! Kid, prepare to die. Bick laughed wildly, his long sword carrying earth-shattering power, as he slashed fiercely at Born's head. Damn it! Born was terrified. He knew there was no way he could withstand this attack. Was his only option to return to the netherworld? But once back there, Alice within the soul-severing blade didn't belong there, and would likely be expelled, which would be disastrous. Just at this critical moment, a sudden gust of wind, as powerful as a mountain, slammed into Piccolo's blade. Pico's expression hardened, and he was propelled 100 meters away by the force. An ugly monster from beyond the realm dares to run wild on my Wind God Mountain's territory. A cold voice appeared behind Born. A handsome man in a blue robe slowly approached, his face stern, his eyes filled with absolute arrogance and fierce fighting spirit. Let Zephyros see just how much the governor of the extraterrestrial legion really weighs. Chapter 740. Zephyros? Born was startled. He never expected that Zephyros would be the one to save him, especially since Zephyros shouldn't recognize him. Moreover, Zephyros should only be at the mid-stage of the chaotic origin realm. How could he possibly withstand an attack from Piccolo, a powerful cultivator at the harmonious origin realm? But Piccolo was now blinded by rage. He knew that the altar was on Born. Alice was definitely hidden somewhere by Born, and more importantly, the Supreme Leader's other altar was very likely also on Born. This was a matter of utmost importance. If he could take down Born, he would become famous overnight, defeat all his rivals in the entire extraterrestrial empire, and become an even more powerful being. Therefore, he had to gamble everything. Those who stand in my way shall die, Piccolo roared. His bulky body unleashed a terrifying speed completely disproportionate to his size. His long sword, imbued with a strange, dark purple energy, cleaved down with the force of splitting mountains and shattering rocks. Zephyrus's long hair flew wildly in the wind, his longsword trembling slightly, as its tip precisely struck the weakest point of the blade. Clang! A clear metallic clang rang out. The seemingly effortless parry caused Piccolo's powerful slash to deflect strangely by 3 inches, slamming heavily at Zephyrus's feet, and creating a 5-meter diameter crater in the ground. Scum of Mount Kazakami! Piccolo roared, spinning and slashing horizontally. Space distorted where his blade passed, and the blade's energy carved furrows dozens of meters long in the ground. Zephyrus lightly touched the ground with his toes, his body rising like a willow catkin in the wind. The blade's energy grazed his fluttering clothes, severing 3 ancient trees behind him at the roots. Pico locked onto the figure in the air, suddenly spitting out a viscous black liquid. The liquid transformed into countless sharp spikes in midair, sealing off all angles of evasion. Zephyrus frowned slightly, his long sword drawing a cyan arc in front of him. Wind barrier. The swirling airflow deflected all the black spikes, but a few drops of corrosive liquid still splashed onto his sleeve, instantly burning several charred holes. Just dodging? Piccolo grinned as he charged forward, his long sword suddenly splitting into 3 afterimages, each aimed at his throat, heart, and abdomen, possessing the power of a physical attack. Zephyrus's expression finally changed. He swung his long sword rapidly, ancient wind god runes appearing on the blade. 9 sword energies erupted in a fan shape, colliding with the blade's shadows with a deafening explosion. Before the shockwave dissipated, Piccolo had already broken through the dust, completely abandoning defense, his longsword dancing into a dark purple light curtain. Zephyrus was forced to retreat continuously, blade against blade sparks flying, each parry leaving his hands numb. By the 10th collision, his boot heel was already touching the edge of the cliff. It's time to end this, Zephyrus suddenly murmured. His azure pupils glowed with a blue light, and the air around him began to swirl wildly. He raised his longsword high above his head, and wind elements from within 100 miles instantly converged, the runes on the blade shining like the rising sun. Sky-splitting slash. With a roar from Zephyrus, the longsword flashed out, a massive blue slash carrying unparalleled power hurtling towards Piccolo. Pico's eyes narrowed sharply. The blue slash, seemingly slow, was actually faster than the eye could perceive. Where it passed, the air was vacuumed, the ground vegetation was pulverized, and even space itself rippled with distorted, water-like patterns. Well done! Piccolo's voice boomed through the valley like thunder, his laughter revealing a madness and excitement. He gripped the massive longsword tightly with both hands, raising it high above his head, as if to cleave the entire world in two. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Piccolo became even more excited. His bloated body began to tremble violently, his fat muscles seemingly leaping with joy. With a roar, purple blood mist spewed from every crevice of his body, rapidly gathering on his long sword, causing the previously dull dark patterns on it to suddenly light up, radiating a dazzling light. In an instant, the longsword seemed to be given life, transforming into a massive energy blade 30 meters long, slashing fiercely at the incoming azure slash with unparalleled power. Just as the two forces were about to collide, time seemed to freeze. The entire world became eerily quiet, with only the two enormous slashes facing each other in the air, emanating chilling energy fluctuations. However, this tranquility did not last long. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar resounded, like the Big Bang, blinding white light instantly engulfing everything, endless light and energy raging in the confined space. With a burst of white light, a powerful shockwave spread outwards in a spherical shape. Wherever the shockwave passed, rocks were easily ripped up, as if they were nothing more than a pile of light feathers. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the rocks were swept up by the shockwave, forming a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled slightly, the once flat ground had transformed into a gigantic hemispherical crater with a diameter of 50 meters. The rocks at the bottom of the crater exhibited a glassy luster, as if they had been melted by high temperatures and then rapidly cooled. At this moment, Zephyrus's white robe was tattered, but his offensive did not cease. Taking advantage of Piccolo's exhaustion of old strength and the inability to generate new power, he moved like a ghost to his opponent's side. His longsword transformed into countless blue light spots, each strike precisely targeting joints, eyes, and gaps in flesh, vulnerable points. Piccolo hastily parried, the longsword clashing against the blade with a torrential, crisp sound, dark purple blood seeping from the newly opened wounds. You think that's enough? Piccolo suddenly blocked a sword strike with his left hand, letting the blade pierce his palm. His right hand, wielding a long sword, slashed horizontally at the waist in a suicidal move. Zephyros frowned, forced to abandon his sword and leap backward, but Piccolo's blade still grazed his side, spraying blood. The two faced each other, panting, 10 meters apart. Piccolo had lost an eye, and Zephyros's left arm hung limply at his sides. Wind elements and strange energies clashed and intertwined at the bottom of the pit, emitting a grating hissing sound. "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" Piccolo asked in a deep voice. In his memory, the powerful figure from Mount Kazakami stationed here wasn't this person. Zephyros said coldly, "Remember this, my name is Zephyros. From today onwards, I am the highest commander here. You extraterrestrial beings will not be allowed to cross our lines." Zephyros. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the other man. After a long while, he nodded slightly. "Good, very good. I didn't expect Mount Fengshan to have someone like you. I remember you. But today I will definitely take down that kid, or you can expect my army to raze you to the ground." Zephyros, however, was not afraid at all. "Do you think I'm afraid of your threats?" Pico said, "I'm not joking. Our empire is actually at war in several worlds simultaneously. This is not our main battlefield, which is why you've been able to roam freely until now. But what this kid possesses is extraordinary. Once I report this to the higher-ups, the Supreme Leader will definitely send a large army. At that time, all of you, including this world, will be destroyed. Have you thought about the consequences?" Zephyrus frowned and looked at Born. Born immediately shook his head, saying, "Don't believe him. If the extraterrestrial legions were really as powerful as he claims, they wouldn't have needed to fight the god plane for tens of thousands of years." Zephyrus, hearing this, thought there was some truth to it. "Bick, don't threaten me. I won't hand him over to you. If you're really capable, then send your so-called Supreme Leader over here. I want to see just how powerful your so-called empire really is." Bick glared fiercely at Born, gritting his teeth. "Kid, you're in big trouble. The whole world will pay the price for your decision." Born made a face at him. "Paw, ugly freak, go back and cry." Bick was furious, but there was nothing he could do about Born. As long as Zephyrus was there, he definitely wouldn't be able to capture Born. In fact, he might even get himself killed. But he couldn't swallow his anger. If he could capture Born alone, it would be a great achievement, but now a great achievement had turned into a great mistake, and he would definitely be punished when he returned. Left with no other choice, Piccolo turned and left. After Piccolo left, both Born and Zephyrus breathed a sigh of relief. Born bowed deeply to Zephyrus, saying, "Lord Zephyrus, thank you for saving me." Zephyrus smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's what I should do. As for you, you got guts, daring to provoke that guy. By the way, what exactly did you take from him that made him go berserk like that?" Born's eyes darted around. Naturally, he couldn't reveal the altar's contents, so he said, "I secretly sneaked into their headquarters and discovered they were conducting some kind of evil ritual, so I took the core material for their ritual. However, I already absorbed it, and I can't get it out. Zephyros had no doubts and praised Bourne even more. Hey, you're really something. The garrison here has been fighting the extraterrestrial legions for thousands of years, and they've never been able to get into their headquarters. You just walked in so easily. Bourne scratched his head and said, hee hee, lucky. Then Zephyros said with some worry, Bick just said he would report this to their supreme leader. If the extraterrestrial army really attacks, then the problem is quite serious. Bourne said, don't worry about him at all. He's probably just exaggerating. If it were really something important, why would they put it here? Besides, we're not made of clay. If their army really comes, the bigwigs on Mount Shin will definitely not sit idly by. They give them a good beating, and make them never dare to cause trouble again. Zephyros laughed. You're right. I didn't expect you to be so insightful. What's your name? Oh, my name is Lucius. Bourne gave a false name. Immediately, the two left their original location and returned to the defensive line of Mount Wind God. Bourne contacted Annie via soul communication, urging her to come and join him. A week later, Annie arrived at the Mount Wind God defensive line with a moving castle, meeting Bourne and Zephyrus. Zephyrus was also very surprised. Anna? So you're here too. Lord Zephyrus, how have you been? Annie greeted with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. You pulled ahead of me again. Zephyrus smiled. It's all thanks to you. Back then, you led the Cabal to explore the star ruins, bringing back many resources, including some very important ancient documents. The higher-ups valued them highly, and I was given the opportunity for promotion because of them. Using those resources and the rewards from above, I successfully broke through to the Unity Realm. To train me, the higher-ups transferred me to the Battle Sanctuary, my first task being to take over the position of the previous commander and serve in the Sea of Death. I've been in this position for half a year now. Annie sighed. I can't believe so much time has passed since we last parted. How is everyone? Zephyrus nodded. They're all doing well, and they all came here with me. It's just that I can't help them advance any further. They're all stuck at the Supreme Origin Realm, unable to break through. Annie sighed again. There's nothing we can do about it. Everyone has their own destiny. By the way, Zephyrus asked, what realm are you in now? Annie gently extended a finger, a circle of wind elemental magic slowly swirling around its tip. Zephyros sensed it briefly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. 8th level of chaotic origin. That's fast. But you? Annie made a shushing gesture. I still prefer freedom, and don't want to be bound. I don't care about the recognition from the Divine Mountain, and besides, I don't think it's a good thing. Perhaps there are many people like me, with great potential, but because they can't get the recognition from the Divine Mountain, they can't break through in their realm. Doesn't that limit the overall strength of our world? Zephyros looked around nervously, then said, It's better not to say that. If someone hears us, it'd be terrible. Annie laughed. I'm only talking to you. Zephyros smiled wryly. There are quite a few people who think like you, but the Divine Mountain. It's a last resort, because only in this way can Mount Shin ensure that all the top forces are in their own hands, preventing an uncontrollable chaotic situation. We are currently fighting not only extraterrestrial beings, but also the realm of the dead. Both forces are extremely powerful, and we must go all out and unite as one. If our divine plane is unstable internally, how can we defend against external enemies? Annie nodded slightly. But we cannot ignore these problems. The current stalemate in our battle with the extraterrestrial legions is perhaps largely due to this. We cannot unleash the full potential of the divine plane, or rather, this world. Many powerful forces remain untapped. Once this power is fully unleashed, it will be invincible. Chapter 741. Zephyros paused slightly, then waved his hand. Ahem, why am I telling you all this? It's too early for us to discuss these things with our current strength. These are matters for the big shots of the Divine Mountain to consider. By the way, you came to the Sea of Death to find that. Alice. Annie said, my sister, of course, I already found her. Zephyros narrowed his eyes. Alice. I heard there's a human named Alice in the extraterrestrial legion of the Sea of Death. Could it be? Yes. Annie answered readily. Since it wasn't difficult to investigate, that's an avatar of my sister. I already sent her to a safe place, and now I'm going to find her last avatar. Zephyros pondered for a moment and said, now that I advanced to a mid-level divine servant, I have some power. If you're not in a hurry, I can have my subordinates help you search for any other powerful beings in the divine plane named Alice from the last 100 years. Annie's expression brightened. If Zephyros was willing to help, that would be wonderful. However, Zephyrus changed the subject. But you must also tell me honestly, are you from the prime material plane or not? Annie sighed. seemingly knowing Zephyrus already had the answer, but wanted confirmation from Annie. Yes, I'm from the prime material plane. Not only me, but my sister Alice is too. Zephyrus nodded slightly. Alright, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In the following days, Annie and Bourne focused on their cultivation, awaiting news from Zephyrus. Both successfully broke through, reaching the peak of the chaotic origin realm, just one step away from the harmonious origin realm. But a true breakthrough is not something that can be achieved in a day or two. Now that Bourne possesses 3 divine sparks, he meets the requirements for advancement. However, if he were to advance rashly now, his unstable realm would likely lead to failure. He must find a way to stabilize his strength, or continue using the soul division and fusion technique to solidify it. Soon, Zephyrus arrived with news. Anna, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Annie replied with a strange expression, Let's hear the good news first. Zephyrus immediately said, The good news is that, after my men's investigation, we have indeed found clues about Alice. Annie's face lit up, but she immediately asked, And the bad news? Zephyrus sighed, The bad news is that she is very likely in the Void Realm. Annie was taken aback. What kind of place is that? Zephyrus explained, The Void Realm is a very complex and peculiar place in the divine plane. The energy there is chaotic, and it is rumored to be remnants from when the Creator God created the world. This place has always been guarded by the powerful figures of the Divine Mountain, who forbid any unauthorized personnel from entering. However, according to records, Alice suddenly appeared in the Void Realm 100 years ago, and her strength has been increasing at an extraordinary rate, possibly reaching the advanced stage of the Harmony Realm by now. This situation has attracted the attention of the Divine Mountain's higher-ups, who have dispatched high-ranking divine servants to the Void Realm to capture her. Moreover, the Divine Mountain even suspects. Annie felt a sense of foreboding. Suspects what? Zephyrus swallowed hard. She may possess the fundamental secrets of this world's power. What is that? Zephyrus sighed. Let me put it this way, the secret she possesses is enough to change the world. Even the Supreme God would be driven mad by this power. What? Annie exclaimed in shock. This meant that Alice's existence might very well provoke the Supreme God's intervention. And that was the Supreme God, one of the world's top powerhouses. With Annie's current level, the Supreme God could crush her with a single finger. But you don't need to worry yet, Zephyrus added. The Supreme God hasn't made a move yet, and the space within the Void Domain is chaotic, making it difficult to find Alice. Of course, the 5 great divine mountains have already dispatched powerful figures to search the Void Domain. It's said that a Unity-level expert has fallen on the Mountain of Light, but this hasn't been confirmed by the Mountain of Light. This news weighed heavily on Annie's mind. She hadn't expected Alice's last avatar to be in such a complicated situation. Then is there any way for us to enter the Void Domain? Zephyrus frowned. I'm afraid I don't have the authority to do that, unless you can find someone with greater authority. Annie's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately thought of someone. If it's the inheritor of a sacred mountain, they should have the authority to let us in, right? Inheritor? Zephyrus was slightly surprised. That's possible, but the identities of the inheritors of the various sacred mountains are kept secret. Even I don't know? Annie breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Zephyrus, you really helped me a lot this time. I don't know how to thank you enough. Zephyrus immediately waved his hand and said, No need to thank me. If you hadn't shared the treasures from the Star Ruins with me before, I wouldn't have been able to advance to a mid-level divine servant in such a short time. Besides, I didn't really help much, I just provided some information. Annie shook her head. This information is very important to me. Are you going to the Void Realm? Annie nodded. Yes, I must find Alice. It's a promise I made to my family. I'm leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. After a brief chat, Annie and Bourne set off, traveling directly through the teleportation array of the Sea of Death to Thunder City, the closest city to Thunder God Mountain. This colossal steel behemoth, standing on the thunderstorm plain, had every brick embedded with lightning-attracting crystals. For millennia, countless lightning bolts had struck the 100-meter-high magnetic storm spire, the perpetually burning lightning core at its summit converting the raging currents into energy flowing beneath the blue-patterned steel paving stones of the streets. The lighting lanterns hanging from the shops crackled in the rain, and a rusty mechanical puppet at the tavern entrance was striking its head with an electrified wrench. The most striking feature was the central square, where 12 lightning rods surrounded a constantly flowing liquid lightning fountain. Local drunks loved to toss coins in, watching them vaporize instantly into blue-purple fireworks in the plasma. During thunder season, the entire city was enveloped in a pulsating electric grid, like a thunder toy in the hands of the gods. Is this Thunder City? Annie looked at the scene before her, feeling incredibly amazed. What would it be like to live in such a city? The power of retribution within Bourne was also stirring. After all, both were essentially lightning, and there was some attraction between the two forces. Just as the two were observing their surroundings, a hand patted Bourne's shoulder. Hey, Lucius. Bourne was slightly startled, turning around to see a thin man with a small braid, wearing a pale yellow shirt, looking like a merchant. Before Bourne could answer, the man exclaimed in surprise, "It really is you. We all thought you were dead." Bourne scratched his head. I. The man grabbed Bourne and whispered, "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me." Without another word, he dragged Bourne into a nearby alley. Bourne looked at Annie for help, but Annie shrugged, as if she hadn't seen him, and continued wandering around. Bourne had no choice but to let the man lead him to a secluded dark place. "Lucius, you didn't come back after your mission last time. We all thought you were dead. We never expected you to be alive," the man said excitedly. Bourne scratched his head. I'm lucky." The man patted Bourne on the shoulder and said, "It's all right. It's okay if the mission failed. As long as you're alive, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. By the way, who is your mission target? Do you need our help?" Bourne was taken aback. Mission target? Wasn't that Annie? It seems that within the Shadow Pavilion, only the Executor knows the specifics of these missions. "It's all right, I can handle it. Besides, so much time has passed, it's hard to say if the mission is still available." The man nodded slightly. "That's true. Hey, I recently took on a mission. Are you interested in participating? The reward is quite substantial." Bourne naturally wasn't interested. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I have other things to do." But before Bourne could finish speaking, the other party interrupted. "Don't be so quick to refuse. This mission was issued by a divine servant from Wind God Mountain." Upon hearing the mention of Mount Wind God, Bourne immediately thought of Zephyros. Of course, Zephyros wouldn't hire the Shadow Pavilion to assassinate someone. "What's the content?" "I can't tell you," the other party said. "Unless you agree to complete the mission with me." Bourne thought for a moment. Anyway, the matter of Mount Wind God had nothing to do with him. It was better to avoid trouble. Besides, they came here on important business and didn't want to waste time on this. So he said, "Forget it, I'm not interested." Seeing Bourne about to leave, the man became a little anxious. "Hey, wait! This is a great opportunity. As long as the mission is completed, they will give us 3 relic tokens." "Relic tokens?" Bourne immediately became interested. "What relic?" The man chuckled. "The Gale relics. Rumor has it that a celestial spirit resides there, undefeated for millennia, and that countless treasures lie within. If only." Before the man could finish, Bourne grabbed his hand, tears welling in his eyes, and said, "Good brother, leave this mission to me." The man was somewhat bewildered by Bourne's complete change in attitude, but since Bourne had agreed, he was overjoyed. "Haha, that's wonderful. With your help, the chances of success are much higher. Don't worry, after the mission, we enter the ruins together, and we can sell the remaining token at the auction house for a hefty profit." Bourne ignored all that and asked directly, "Can you tell me the details of the mission now?" The man chuckled and handed over a scroll. Bourne took the scroll, gently opened it, and saw something written in a special coded language, which he couldn't understand at all. "What does this say?" Bourne asked. The man paused slightly, then frowned. "Hey, you can't even read a mission manual?" Bourne scratched his head. I haven't looked at one in years, I don't quite remember." A hint of suspicion crossed the man's eyes, but he still said, "The target is a divine servant of the Light God Mountain. He's coming to the Thunder God Mountain to discuss cooperation. We need to kill him when he arrives and frame the Thunder God Mountain for it." Bourne narrowed his eyes. "What's their purpose in doing this? Can't you see it?" The man chuckled. "The Wind God Mountain has always been at odds with the Thunder God Mountain, and the most powerful Light God Mountain suddenly wants to ally with the Thunder God Mountain. This is definitely not good news for the Wind God Mountain, so they want to sabotage it." Bourne was speechless. With these 5 great mountains fighting amongst themselves like this, how can they fight against the extraterrestrial creatures? The man waved his hand, saying, "That's not something we should worry about. Besides, the extraterrestrial creatures have been attacking for nearly 10,000 years, and they haven't gained anything. Don't worry about that. Let's focus on how to complete the mission." Bourne asked, "Who did the Mountain of Light send this time?" The man said, "It's a guy named Leo. He seems to have only become a divine servant in the last 100 years. He's very strong, probably at the mid-stage of the chaotic origin realm, but the two of us dealing with him shouldn't be a problem. Leo? Bourne stroked his chin. Why does that name sound so familiar? The man patted him, saying, don't overthink it. There are tons of people with that name. You've probably seen someone with the same name before. Come on, that guy should be here soon, we need to get ready. Bourne was full of questions, and could only be pulled along by the man. Hey Annie, are you really not going to leave me? Bourne shouted through soul communication. Annie laughed and replied, isn't this great? The presence of Shadow Pavilion assassins here is never a good thing. If we can help Thunder God Mountain avoid a disaster, we might even gain entry into the Void Domain more easily. Bourne was speechless. Well, it seems this guy's assassination plan is destined to fail. Annie continued, but don't worry, I'll be right behind you. If anything happens, I help too. Bourne shrugged. What could happen? This guy's strength is only at the mid-stage of the chaotic origin realm. I can handle him alone. It's just that assassination target. I'm quite curious. Annie narrowed her eyes slightly. Assassination target? That envoy from Light God Mountain named Leo? It shouldn't be that person, right? Chapter 742. Bourne was led by the man to a path leading to Mount Thunder, a route flanked by steep cliffs and dense forests, perfect for an ambush. The people of Mount Thunder probably hadn't expected anyone to cause trouble at its foot. The man pointed to the rocks ahead and said, I give you a signal. You come out first, lure away his men, and then I strike and kill him in one fell swoop. That way, we have succeeded. Bourne looked at him skeptically. You said it yourself. The opponent's strength is around the mid-stage of the chaotic Yuan realm. Can you kill him alone in a short time? The man chuckled. What a joke. Of course, I can't do it alone, but I have a genuine divine artifact. With that, the man produced a longbow, its surface blood red, adorned with two dazzling gems that shone with a captivating light. This? Bourne was slightly taken aback. It seemed the man had come prepared. The man immediately said, all right, hurry up and hide. Don't let anyone see you. Whether I succeed or not depends on you. Bourne nodded and immediately hid behind a rock, while the man found a high spot with a clear view of the road. The two hid quietly, waiting without a word. Time passed, seemingly endlessly. After about half a day, Bourne began to grow impatient. He frequently looked up, peering ahead. However, there was still only silence ahead, not a sound. Bourne's anxiety grew. That old isn't playing me, is he? Just as Bourne was losing patience, a group of people suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Each of them wore golden robes, carried exquisite scepters, and walked with a steady, powerful gait, exuding an aura of authority. They're here. Bourne's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately recognized them as the people of Mount Light. As they drew closer, Bourne finally saw their faces clearly. There were 5 of them, with the elderly man in the middle possessing thinning hair and an imposing presence. Even just walking down the street, he radiated the pressure and aura of a superior. Bourne's eyes narrowed slightly. Holy crap, it really is him. At the same time, Annie's voice entered Bourne's mind. It's Pope Leo V. Bourne nodded. Yes, I didn't expect to see him here. What should we do? Should we save him? Back in the prime material plane, Annie and Mount Light had a strained relationship. Leo had repeatedly ordered Annie's capture, and Alice's ordeal was largely Leo's doing. Years ago, in his quest to find a breakthrough, Leo used Alice and others as test subjects, throwing them into a spatial passage leading to a magical realm. Due to the passage's collapse, Alice was caught in a spatial turbulence, her body split into 3 and falling into the divine plane. Annie remained silent for a long time before finally saying, let's save them. So much time has passed since then, besides, we can't let him ruin our plans. At that moment, Bourne also received a signal from the gaunt man. He took a deep breath, activated his power of retribution, and suddenly leaped out from behind the rock, unleashing a deadly attack on Leo. Holy crap! The gaunt man exclaimed in surprise. How does this kid know lightning magic? Is he trying to steal the credit? However, he quickly relaxed, because the divine servant beside Leo immediately intervened, blocking Bourne's attack. Seeing his attack miss, Bourne immediately darted into the nearby woods. Don't run! With a furious shout, a divine servant shot towards Bourne like an arrow. At the same time, the other divine servants quickly dispersed, forming an encirclement. They vigilantly watched their surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing further attacks. This, however, exposed Leo. Seeing this, the gaunt man was overjoyed. He immediately seized this golden opportunity, drawing his bow without hesitation. The red arrow in his hand, infused with magic, instantly emitted a dazzling red light. Powerful magic surged into it, causing the arrowhead to accumulate power to its peak. The arrow emanated a terrifying power, like a volcanic eruption, scorching and violent, sending chills down one's spine. The surrounding space rippled from the impact of this force, as if being torn apart. Now! Die! The gaunt man's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he instantly released the bowstring. The arrow, carrying immense tearing force, shot towards Leo. Not good. A divine servant noticed the anomaly, but by the time he saw the arrow, it was too late. Leo frowned deeply. The situation was clear. He was the target. He immediately deployed a light barrier. However, the arrow's penetrating power was simply too strong, shattering the light barrier instantly. Leo's eyes narrowed, clearly stunned by the arrow's power. Just at that critical moment, a lightsaber descended from the sky, slicing the arrow in two with a resounding boom. What? The gaunt man exclaimed in surprise, his gaze immediately turning to the distance. He instantly saw a woman holding a magic wand, staring at him from hundreds of meters away. Not good. The gaunt man felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense the woman's immense power, something he couldn't confront head-on. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, disappearing from sight in a few leaps. Leo, regaining his senses, stared in the direction the gaunt man had fled and sneered, "Humph." He ran fast. He then turned back and gave a slight bow towards the woman. "Thank you for saving me, sir." The woman quickly appeared before Leo, smiling slightly. "Your Holiness, it's been a long time." Leo was slightly taken aback, looking up. When he saw the woman's face, he was completely stunned. You are? Annie interrupted him. "My name is Anna now." Leo composed himself, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "You came here specifically to find me?" Annie shrugged. "Of course not, I'm not that bored. I just happened to be passing by." "But you're still as hated as before." Leo's expression turned somewhat dejected. "I didn't expect you to have reached the divine plane, and your strength has reached such a level, even able to wield the power of light. It seems the Holy See no longer exists, has it?" In his view, with Annie's power, she certainly wouldn't let the papacy go. The entire prime material plane would probably have been conquered by the Norma Empire by now. Annie shook her head. "I'm not a person who likes war. Your papacy wasn't destroyed. When I left, Helen became the new pope. I believe that under her leadership, the papacy will definitely develop better than when you were in power, and be able to help more people." Leo was slightly taken aback, then gave a wry smile. "That's really your style. In any case, thank you for letting Divine Beast Mountain go." Annie said, "I just didn't want the continent to continue to be plunged into endless war. By the way, do you know who wants to kill you?" Leo frowned slightly. "I don't know why anyone would want to kill me. My mission this time was just to discuss some cooperation matters with the people from Thunder God Mountain, and they were using lightning magic. Could it be someone from Thunder God Mountain?" "Of course not." Annie chuckled. "You couldn't even spot such an obvious frame-up?" Leo shook his head. "Of course I know, but I really can't figure out who it is, or what their purpose is." Annie shrugged. "If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. I'm going to Thunder God Mountain anyway. Let's go together." Leo asked doubtfully, "You're going to Thunder God Mountain too? By the way, which mountain are you on now?" Annie smiled slightly. "What do you think?" Leo shook his head. "You're like a giant furnace inside. You have all sorts of magic, who knows?" Annie didn't answer directly, but asked, "Are you planning to go straight to the main peak?" A servant behind Leo said, "Yes, we arranged to meet their high-ranking servant, Lord Clayton." Annie nodded slightly and whispered, "Well, that's good." Meanwhile, the gaunt man ran frantically, not daring to look back. The mysterious woman's oppressive aura was simply too strong. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally stopped, seeing no one was chasing him. Huff, huff, huff. That was close. I didn't expect those guys from Mount Light to have help. Yeah. Luckily you ran fast, or it would have been terrible. Cough, who says otherwise? The man suddenly realized what was happening, turned around, and saw Bourne looking at him with a smile. Seeing that it was Bourne, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's you. You're pretty fast too. They didn't chase you? Bourne shrugged. How could they possibly catch me? Not bad. It's been so long, your strength has improved a lot. The man praised. It's a pity this mission failed, otherwise we might have received extra rewards from the organization. Bourne said, Forget about extra rewards, tell me, who issued this mission? The man was slightly taken aback. The source of missions is kept secret. Even if you're here to help me complete the mission, I can't just tell you. That's the rule, you understand. Bourne gave a strange smile. Ah? Is that so? I didn't know. The man sensed unease. It's the organization's rule. How could you not know? Bourne slowly approached. What if I absolutely must know? The man panicked. Lucius, don't do anything rash. Internal strife isn't allowed in the organization, and besides, we always had a pretty good relationship. Before he could finish, a pale white bone knife was pressed against his throat. Bourne coldly said, I don't care about that. You either tell me who issued the mission, or you're dead. The man immediately shouted, Lucius, you're openly breaking the rules. If the organization finds out. Even if they find out. Fear. Bourne sneered. Don't give me any more nonsense. I count to 3. If you don't tell me, I can find the answer myself, but your life will be in danger. The man tried to persuade him, Lucius, don't do anything foolish. We can talk this over. However, Bourne ignored him. 1. The other party has a powerful background. What good will it do you if you know? 2. It's better for you to know than not to know. This involves a struggle between 2 great sacred mountains. Getting involved won't do you any good. 3. As soon as Bourne finished speaking, his magic surged forth. Stop! 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 The man cried out in alarm, I talk. I talk, okay? Bourne smiled slightly. All right, then speak. The man swallowed hard. He could sense the murderous intent in Bourne's eyes just now. If he didn't speak, who knew what the other man might do? This mission was issued by Kimmer, a mid-level divine servant of Wind God Mountain. Kimmer? Bourne frowned slightly. Could a mere divine servant make such a decision? Does he have some powerful backing? The man shook his head, saying, I wouldn't know for sure, but I suspect it was the Wind God behind him who orchestrated it. Rumor has it that one of the 3 Wind Gods desperately wants to suppress Thunder Mountain, and certainly doesn't want Thunder Mountain and Light Mountain to get too close. Kimmer might be doing this to curry favor with that Wind God and gain a chance for advancement. Bourne narrowed his eyes slightly. This Kimmer is truly ruthless. Bourne remembered that Annie's initial crisis in Starfall City largely stemmed from this Kimmer. Moreover, Kimmer was Zephyrus's mortal enemy. Zephyrus had always been suppressed by Kimmer. However, Zephyrus had now moved to the Battle Sanctuary, but he didn't know which sanctuary Kimmer was currently in. Seeing Bourne remain silent, the man asked in a low voice, I said everything I needed to say, shouldn't you let me go now? Bourne chuckled, no way, I still have a lot to ask you. Huh? The man was taken aback. What else? Tell me the secret code for the Shadow Pavilion mission. What? The man's suspicion deepened. You're not Lucius? Bourne's lips slowly curled into a smile. When did I say I was? Didn't you start talking non-stop from the moment you came in? Damn it! The man roared. You bastard, you dared to lie to me, damn it! Bourne kicked the man in the stomach. Stop talking nonsense. Besides the code, I need to know everything about the Shadow Pavilion. If you miss a single word, I make sure you never speak again. Chapter 743. An hour later, Bourne knocked the man unconscious and threw him into a small grove of trees. He didn't care whether the man lived or died. The man could only pray that no magical beast would pass by before he woke up. After Bourne's devilish interrogation, the man spilled almost everything he knew. However, this time Bourne kept his word and didn't kill him outright. Annie, how's the situation on your end? Bourne asked through soul communication. Annie quickly replied, we reached the main peak and are conducting an inspection. Hurry up and come over. I already notified Gu. He come to pick us up. Bourne nodded. Okay, wait for me a moment. I'd be there soon. With that, Bourne unleashed his magic to its fullest extent, transforming into a streak of light and speeding towards the main peak of Thunder God Mountain. Soon, Bourne arrived at the entrance to the main peak of Thunder God Mountain. Annie was still waiting there, but Leo and the others had already entered the main peak. Bourne spotted Doug immediately and greeted him with a smile. Doug, long time no see. Doug smiled slightly, but there was a hint of weariness in his smile. Lucius, you're here too. Bourne patted Doug on the shoulder and said, you must be quite worried lately about the Luna sisters, right? Doug gave a wry smile. Sigh, according to the rules of the sacred mountain, they are not allowed to set foot on it. Moreover, the chief god found out about my affair in the Sea of Death and imposed a 10-year ban on me. We won't be able to see each other during this time. 10 years, that's not a very long time, Bourne said, stroking his chin. For them, whose strength had reached the chaotic origin realm, 10 years was indeed just a blink of an eye. Doug sighed, the time isn't particularly long, but I'm worried about Luna and the others. After all, they're demons, and they might run into trouble in the nearby towns. So, I found some people to keep an eye on them, and make sure they're not in danger. Annie nodded. That's true. Thunder God Mountain has always been quite hostile towards demons, and its territories are no exception. Other sacred mountains are much better in comparison. Doug said, exactly. Not only that, but some gods are even of demonic origin and still oppose demons. They probably know about Thunder God Mountain and Light God Mountain by now. Then, led by Doug, they successfully passed through the checkpoint and entered the main peak of Thunder God Mountain, continuing their ascent. Annie had already explained her purpose to Doug. According to Doug, this matter wasn't particularly big, but it wasn't small either. The Void Realm was currently firmly controlled by the 5 divine mountains, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Although Doug had the authority to decide whether Annie and her group could enter, he still needed to consult the Supreme God. When they arrived at the Supreme God's temple, they happened to encounter Leo and his group, who, led by the high-ranking divine servant Clayton, were also there to pay their respects to the Supreme God. What a coincidence, we meet again. Annie waved with a smile. Leo forced a smile. Young friend Annie, you are indeed very capable. Those who can come to the Supreme God's temple are no ordinary people. Annie said, you're not bad either. You only been at the Mountain of Light for a few years, yet you've been entrusted with an important mission, being sent to the Mountain of Thunder. This shows that the Goddess of Light values you highly. Leo waved his hand. The goddess only showed me some consideration because of my past contributions to spreading the teachings. Otherwise, at my age, I probably have been swept into the dustbin of history long ago. Annie laughed. After breaking through the chaotic era, age doesn't matter anymore. Everyone's lifespan is endless. Some have even lived for over 10,000 years, and in the end, they all amounted to nothing. It's mainly because you have great potential, and were valued by the goddess. Hey, have you guys finished chatting? Clayton suddenly said from the side, you can chat slowly after you met the Supreme God. With that, he waved his hand, and the magnificent palace doors in front of them slowly opened. These doors were carved from a single piece of lightning-struck purple jade, with fine electric currents flowing across their surface. As everyone stepped into the palace, they looked at the scene within the Supreme God's temple. The space of the hall was as vast as the starry sky, and the lightning stones paving the floor shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Every step stirred up tiny arcs of electricity that danced at their feet. A dome hung high, inlaid with countless lightning gems. Crimson, indigo, and gilded lightning flowed among the gems, like a thunderstorm brewing in the clouds. A pale purple glow drifted in the air, the highly concentrated power of lightning. Each breath brought a subtle, tingling sensation. A deep rumble of thunder echoed throughout the hall, both awe-inspiring and a divine pronouncement. At the center of the hall stood a massive throne. Its material was unknown, but liquid lightning flowed across its surface like veins, indicating it was no ordinary object. Seated upon it was a man nearly 3 meters tall, his bronze skin revealing faint blue-purple lightning patterns. His thick beard was as distinct as steel needles, each hair tipped with a tiny spark. His purple robes weren't made of cloth, but woven from compressed lightning to its extreme, crackling and popping as they moved even without wind. The 2-meter-long lightning spear twirled between his fingers, its tip leaving lingering trails of lightning in the air. His eyes had no pupils, only 2 constantly collapsing and exploding vortexes of lightning. When his gaze swept across, the gems on the temple's dome flickered, as if the entire temple pulsed with his breath. Even when he merely leaned lazily against his throne, the air within a 3-jong radius around him distorted due to the high-voltage electric field, causing the long hair of nearby attendants and priests to stand on end. This is the Thunder God? This was the first time Born had come so close to a super-powerful being called a god. Such a level of power was already among the world's elite. Everyone bowed to Thor, and Clayton introduced Leo and his group, saying, My lord, these are envoys from Mount Light. After discussions, Mount Light has agreed to help us, and we will further strengthen our cooperation. Thor's pupil-less eyes shifted slightly, seemingly looking at Leo and the others, before he nodded and said, how is Soraka? Leo respectfully replied, the goddess has been very well, and even specifically sent me to pay her a visit. I haven't seen her in a long time either. I wonder if her strength has improved over the years, Thor said. But since we are now cooperating openly, Clayton will handle the coordination with you on the following matters, especially regarding the exploration of some large ruins. I hope to achieve more results. Leo bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Thor. With our combined strength, we will surely grow stronger. Then, Thor's gaze fell on Doug. Doug, what brings you here this time? If it's about leaving the mountain, then don't mention it. Doug's lips twitched. Lord God, I don't want to leave the mountain. I encountered danger in the sea of death before, and 2 people rescued me. I mentioned it to you before. They came specifically to obtain the qualification to enter the Void Realm. I thought this matter still requires your approval, so I brought them here to see you. You're welcome. Thor raised an eyebrow slightly. Little girl, your strength must have just recently broken through, right? To actually rescue Doug from that little succubus is both brave and resourceful. Not bad at all. Annie bowed and said, Lord Thor, Doug and I are good friends. We previously ventured into the Celestial Library together. I rescued him simply out of friendship. Doug added, just now, when Anna and the others were going up the mountain, they encountered the messengers of Mount Light being ambushed, and it was Anna who saved them. Thor paused slightly, looking at Leo and the others. Leo nodded. That's right. We were attacked by 2 people. One used lightning magic to lure away the people around me, while the other sniped at me from a distance with a divine bow. Fortunately, Anna came to my rescue, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thor frowned slightly. He understood what Leo meant. The envoy of Mount Light was attacked by a lightning expert at Mount Thor. This made it impossible not to think about Mount Thor itself. If something really happened to Leo, not only would cooperation be impossible, but the relationship between the 2 sides might also become tense. Clayton, Thor's voice carried a hint of coldness, you're in charge of investigating this matter. Give me an answer within 10 days. Clayton, sweating profusely, replied, yes, sir. Doug quickly pressed his advantage, my lord. What do you think of the Void Realm? Thor nodded slightly. Well, while the Void Realm isn't open to just anyone, my friend Anna has repeatedly helped me escape danger at Mount Thor. This favor must be repaid, but... Thor's gaze suddenly sharpened. Who is this person beside you? Annie paused, glancing at Born beside her. He's my friend, Lucius. He also traveled with me on the Sea of Death. Doug added, yes, Lucius was a great help. It was he who held off most of the succubus's attacks, giving me a chance to escape. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. Lucius? As an undead, your disguise skills are indeed remarkable. What? Everyone present was shocked, including Born and Annie. Since reaching the pinnacle of his necromancy spell, Born's casting speed had increased, and his aura had become even more concealed. With the aid of the soul separation and merging technique, as long as he didn't actively release his death power, no one could possibly know he was an undead. However, Thor directly exposed his secret, which astonished him. How is this possible? Doug explained in astonishment. Lucius has never used necromancy before, and he uses wind and lightning power in battle. How could he be an undead? Thor's tone was icy. Don't you trust my judgment? Doug trembled and immediately said, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just... All right. Born pulled Doug back, stopping him from continuing. Now that the other party had discovered his true identity, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Lord Thor, you have good eyesight. However, from beginning to end, I have never harbored any ill will towards Mount Thor, nor have I done anything to harm anyone in the divine plane. Furthermore, I saved Doug. As the chief god, you cannot repay kindness with enmity, can you? Thor, upon hearing this also. Doug was taken aback, not expecting Born to admit it so readily, even silencing him. What a sharp-tongued undead. Who is your lord? Born shrugged. My legion is in the swamp of Sloth, but I have no connection with Belphegor. If I had to say, I do have some dealings with Asmodeus and Samel. Doug was also stunned, never imagining that Lucius, who had traveled with him for so long and even saved his life, was an undead. Clayton had already quietly activated his magic, ready to subdue Born at any moment. Leo was the most composed. He knew Annie was actually a necromancer, and the presence of an undead by her side wasn't surprising. However, he hadn't expected Annie to be so bold, bringing an undead directly to the main temple, and specifically, the main temple of Mount Thor. Thor chuckled. Asmodeus, Samel, interesting. With your strength, you can just spout nonsense like you have connections with them? Born shrugged. Don't believe me? Clayton immediately asked, Lord God, should we capture him? Thor waved his hand. With me here, do you think he escaped? Born smiled wryly. If Thor personally intervened, let alone escape, he'd probably be struck by lightning and reduced to charred remains the moment he moved. Thor then asked, little undead, what is your purpose in coming to my Thunder God Mountain? Born frankly replied, nothing special, just want to enter the Void Realm. Thor frowned slightly. Does your undead lord also covet that thing? What? Born was now somewhat bewildered, unsure what Thor meant. You don't know? Thor, seeing the genuine expression on Born's face, said, "The Void Realm absolutely forbids the undead from entering, and your disguise as a human to enter Thunder God Mountain is a grave disrespect, punishable." Born's heart trembled. Facing a true god, he had absolutely no confidence. However, Thor suddenly changed his tone. "But I can still give you a chance." "Huh?" Born, who had been secretly circulating his magic, suddenly froze, looking at Thor with a puzzled expression. Thor pointed at Clayton. "Clayton is a 7th level Harmony Realm cultivator. If you can withstand 3 of his attacks, I let you go." Born's expression immediately changed. Wasn't this courting death? Born had only recently broken through to the peak of Chaotic Realm, thanks to the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul. His realm wasn't stable yet. How could he possibly defeat Clayton, who had been a Harmony Realm expert for thousands of years? "Lord Thor, isn't this a bit unfair?" Annie stepped forward and said, "Lord Clayton's strength is more than 1 major realm higher. Even experts of the same level would find it difficult to escape unscathed from him, let alone Lucius." Chapter 744. A strange glint flashed in Thor's eyes. Then he looked at Clayton and asked, "What do you think?" Clayton hadn't had any particular thoughts, but Annie's earlier words had subtly praised him, which pleased him. So he said, "That does seem a bit like bullying the weak. I suggest sending a mid-level divine servant instead." Thor waved his hand, saying, "Too much trouble. How about this, young friend Annie? Since you want to protect this little undead, you can also help him withstand Clayton's attack. What do you say?" Annie fell silent, secretly. Through the soul communication, someone asked, "Brother Born, are you confident?" Born smiled wryly, "I can't be unsure. Thor has already conceded. If I disagree, I'd be in danger." Annie could only nod. "All right, Lord Thor. Since you said so, we have no reason to refuse. Then, please, Lord Clayton, enlighten us." Everyone immediately spread out, leaving only Clayton, Born, and Annie in the center of the hall. Thor waved his hand, and a protective shield enveloped the 3, preventing the attack shockwaves from affecting others or damaging the temple structure. Clayton was equally unceremonious. As a high-level expert of the Harmony Realm, he considered Annie and Born as ants. He could easily defeat them. Therefore, he didn't take the bet seriously, thinking it was just Thor playing around. As for the undead, he certainly wouldn't let it go. Clayton sized up Born and said, "Undead, your disguise is indeed impressive. Even I couldn't find any flaws. So what exactly is your true form? A golden skeleton? A bloodthirsty zombie? Or something else?" At this point, Born no longer concealed anything. He directly unleashed the power of death to its fullest extent, dense black energy enveloping his entire body, and behind him appeared the phantom of his true form, an ordinary, unremarkable skeleton soldier. Clayton paused slightly. A skeleton soldier? Although somewhat puzzled, the phantom was clearly a manifestation of the opponent's own power. It couldn't be fake. A skeleton soldier cultivating to the chaotic origin realm is truly astonishing. But your path has come to an end. Born took a deep breath. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. Clayton's lips curled slightly. He didn't take Born seriously at all. You're quite confident. Are you ready? Born turned to look at Annie, who nodded slightly. Her wand instantly flashed with dark light, and a summoning domain unfolded. Under Annie's summoning domain, Born's combat power would be greatly enhanced. At the same time, Annie also cast a light spell, enveloping Born in a layer of sturdy light armor, the strongest defensive magic she could currently cast. Thor, seated on his throne, frowned slightly and murmured, Necromancy and light magic combined? How did she do that? Meanwhile, on the other side, Born reached for a vial of potion and, in front of everyone present, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Hey, this won't do. Clayton's eyes widened, and he shouted, Isn't this blatant cheating? Faced with Clayton's questioning, Born remained remarkably calm. He explained unhurriedly, This potion was concocted by ourselves. It's part of our strength. How can you call it cheating? Lord Thor, don't you agree? Hearing Born's words, Thor smiled slightly, his voice steady. Clayton, there's no need to be so concerned. Since they have something they can use it. Seeing Thor's stance, Clayton, though still somewhat dissatisfied, didn't dare argue further and remained silent. In fact, this potion was concocted by Robert, specifically to enhance defensive capabilities. After Born drank the potion, a faint golden light suddenly emanated from his body, as if he were enveloped in a golden shield. At the same time, the defensive power of his light armor was instantly boosted to its maximum. Cheating won't work. Clayton sneered, his fingertips crackling with terrifying arcs of electricity. Take this. With a deafening roar, Clayton casually waved his hand, and a massive lightning whip tore through the space in front of him, striking directly at Bourne. Thor chuckled. This kid Clayton underestimates his opponent a bit. Leo and the others were standing not far from Thor. Leo, hearing this, said, Lord Clayton probably didn't want to go all out right away, making it seem like he was bullying the weak. Anyway, he has 3 moves. The first one is just a test. Thor simply smiled and didn't answer. Clayton's attack was indeed just a casual strike, but it was still incredibly powerful. The lightning whip was originally a low-level spell, but in Clayton's hands, its power surpassed that of a typical mid-level spell. Clearly, his mastery of this spell had reached a high level. Bourne didn't dare to be careless. He stretched out his left hand, conjuring a massive bone shield. The shield was extremely thick, densely covered with various intricate runes. This was the product of Bourne's fusion of low-level spell-enhanced bone shield and bone-strengthening techniques. It greatly increased defensive power, but the casting process was relatively complex, requiring a considerable amount of preparation time. He had been preparing since earlier, and now was the perfect opportunity to unleash it. As the lightning whip struck the bone shield, the lightning and the black power of death collided violently. With a loud bang, the runes on the bone shield flashed briefly before vanishing, and the shield cracked and shattered. The next second, the entire bone shield shattered, completely unable to withstand the lightning whip's attack. Bourne seemed to have anticipated this. The soul-severing blade appeared in his hand, and his destruction domain instantly expanded. He held the blade with both hands, aiming a powerful horizontal slash at the incoming lightning whip. Boom! This collision of power was even more terrifying. Although the lightning whip had initially lost some energy to the bone shield, the energy it contained was still considerable. Bourne had tried a clever trick, using the destruction domain's effect, combined with the soul-severing blade's indestructibility, to force a shattering effect and destroy the lightning whip before him. However, his luck was bad, or rather, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, causing his destruction domain to fail. Bang! Bourne was sent flying by the immense force, his luminous armor shattering instantly, turning into starlight that dissipated into the air. He slammed into a pillar of the hall, then slid down, kneeling on one knee. He used his soul-severing blade to brace himself, preventing himself from falling. First move. He spat out through gritted teeth. Clayton raised an eyebrow. Oh! Not bad. Although the lightning whip strike was just a casual blow, he was, after all, a high-level Harmony Realm expert. The difference in their cultivation levels was a whole major realm. Even using only half his power was something no one at the peak of the chaotic realm could withstand. Thor nodded slightly. Not bad. His ability to withstand it was expected, but to emerge unscathed was unexpected. Doug breathed a sigh of relief, while also feeling a pang of worry for Bourne. Leo frowned. This undead has considerable potential. Although he had the potion and Anna's magic, it only slightly increased his strength. It's far from enough to contend with a high-level Hiyuan expert. He only managed to withstand that attack largely due to his own strength. Thor nodded. Yes, if only Mount Thor had such a promising young man. He then glanced at Doug. Doug, if it were you, could you withstand that attack? Doug quickly shook his head. I'm only at the low-level chaotic Yuan stage. How could I possibly withstand it? Even if I reached the peak of chaotic Yuan, I'm afraid I still couldn't. At this moment, Clayton was preparing for his second attack. That was just a test. Now he had a rough idea of Bourne's strength, and he planned to defeat Bourne directly to end the duel. Brother Bourne, are you alright? Annie asked worriedly. I'm fine. Bourne composed himself, then continued, the hardest part is yet to come. Annie nodded, and with another flash of her wand, she redonned the armor of light upon Bourne. Leo's eyes flashed. Intermediate-level defensive light magic, cast twice in a short time. His control over this magic surpasses most people. Thor nodded. This Anna is also a rare talent. It would be wonderful if she could join my Thunder Mountain. Leo laughed. I never seen her cast lightning magic. Would Thunder Mountain recruit someone without lightning power? Thor sighed. That would be a real pity. At this moment, Clayton was ready. His eyes flashed with purple lightning, and his magical power erupted. 1,000 lightning seals. He thrust his hands upwards, and a huge magic circle appeared in the sky. Countless lightning seals flew out from it, shooting towards Bourne. Each lightning seal contained incredibly violent lightning power. Thor nodded in satisfaction. Finally, you used your true power. I'd like to see what other tricks this little undead has up its sleeve. Leo shook his head. An attack of this magnitude is enough to destroy the world. If it weren't for your protective shield, Lord Thor, I'd probably have to flee immediately. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bourne, eager to see how he would respond. However, to everyone's surprise, before Born could move, Annie acted first. Centered on her, the surrounding elements visibly separated, forming a massive elemental vortex that continuously channeled magic into Annie's body. Annie's eyes snapped open, a glint of light flashing within them. Her wand shone with a dazzling light. Come on! Try out my latest research. Thunderfire Beast, charge. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! Instantly, massive flames, several meters high, erupted from the entire hall. Even more astonishingly, streaks of purple lightning flashed within them, their power terrifying. Then, a monster with a human head and a tiger's body emerged from within. Its entire body was composed of purple lightning, yet its surface was covered in flames. Its head was clearly that of a fire giant. This was a fusion spell that Annie had developed herself after receiving inspiration from Dao Kuang. It was a product of fusing the low-level magic Thunderfire Beast with the high-level magic enhanced Fire Spirit's Wrath. The moment Thor saw the bizarre magic, his pupil-less eyes trembled violently, his face filled with horror. This is fusion magic? How could this be? Leo and the others were equally astonished. Magic that could move even Thor was no ordinary thing. The Thunderfire Beast roared and charged towards the overwhelming Thunder Seals. Wherever it went, flames and lightning roared, detonating countless Thunder Seals in midair. What? Clayton was also stunned. He never expected his opponent to have such a move. Based on his deduction, while the Thunderfire Beast was powerful, it was far from being able to withstand the Thunder Seals. Its ease in dealing with the seals was entirely due to the energy it released during its movement, which actively intercepted the flying Thunder Seals, thus detonating them. However, Clayton wasn't particularly worried. He was confident that his 1,000 radiant Thunder Seals were enough to break through the Thunderfire Beast's blockade. Sure enough, before long, lightning seals began to strike the Thunderfire Beast. Boom! The deafening explosions, accompanied by the Thunderfire Beast's roars, echoed through the empty temple. Leo gave a wry smile. I really don't know how many elemental magics this Anna knows. It seems like there's no one she can't do. Does such a person really exist in this world? A serious look appeared in Thor's eyes. There really is, but that was 10,000 years ago. Bang! Finally, the Thunderfire Beast couldn't withstand the relentless attack of the lightning seals and exploded with a roar, turning into a shower of flying fire. The lightning seals seemed endless, continuing to shoot towards Born. Humph! Let's see what you can do now. Clayton sneered, already foreseeing his victory. However, Born stood motionless, seemingly waiting quietly for the lightning seals to arrive. Finally, countless lightning seals rained down on Born like a storm, creating a deafening roar. Seeing this, Clayton shook his head. Giving up already? How boring. However, Thor frowned. Given this little undead's personality, he shouldn't just sit and wait to die. What is he doing? A moment later, all the lightning bolts had been fired, and the booming sound stopped. The spot where Born had stood was shrouded in smoke, obscuring the view. But Thor seemed to see through everything. A slow, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Heh, interesting. Clayton was puzzled. He didn't think the opponent could survive such an attack. Chapter 745. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone was astonished to find that Born was still alive. However, his condition was dire. His armor of light had shattered and vanished, and his body was covered in wounds of all sizes, especially his abdomen, which had been pierced through, leaving a gaping hole that allowed a clear view from front to back. Yet, even in this state, he did not fall. On the ground, fragments of the broken puppet lay silently, clearly having absorbed the majority of the lightning strikes. Clayton was instantly enraged. This is cheating. He actually used a puppet as a decoy to shield himself from the attack. How can he do this? Born coughed up blood. Cough cough. Lord Thor already said that as long as it's an item I can produce, it's not against the rules. Are you going to question Lord Thor? Clayton was speechless, looking to Thor for help. Thor waved his hand, indicating to continue. Clayton gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hostility as he glared at Born. This damned undead had made him lose face in front of Thor. The next blow would surely obliterate him. Brother Born, how are you? Annie asked, her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Born's wounded body. Born waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. These injuries only affected this body, not my true self. My substitute puppet absorbed most of the damage, and I secretly used the altar to block the remaining energy. Annie asked worriedly, but now Clayton is enraged. He definitely uses full power, perhaps even divine magic. How will you deal with that? Born sighed, There's no other way but to reveal my trump card. At that moment, Clayton leaped into the air, his arms outstretched, frantically gathering the surrounding lightning power, which gradually condensed into a materialized lightning spear. Runes flowed across the spear, radiating a terrifying aura. To completely defeat Bourne, Clayton was truly enraged this time, using all his magic power. Even a powerhouse of the same level would have to be extremely vigilant against this attack, and no one present believed Bourne could withstand it. Annie gritted her teeth, squeezing out the last bit of light power to once again don the light armor on Bourne. But this time, the armor was clearly insufficient, its defensive capabilities greatly diminished. Thor shook his head. He's indeed a very talented little undead. What a pity he's an undead, alas. Doug pleaded, my lord god, perhaps we should spare his life? He hasn't done anything wrong. Thor's tone was resolute. Rules that have already been set shouldn't be changed arbitrarily. Besides, he is, after all, an undead. He hasn't done anything detrimental to the divine plane now, but that doesn't mean he won't in the future. Doug was helpless. He knew that with his current status, he couldn't change Thor's mind. Everything depended on Bourne himself. At this moment, Clayton's lightning spear had reached its peak, the extremely compressed lightning power almost tearing space apart. Such powerful might would make anyone think twice. Correspondingly, this time Annie made the first move. This time, Annie didn't use any elemental power. She gently closed her eyes, and her body began to emit a faint golden light. This golden light was completely different from the power of light. It was weak but not insignificant. Thor was also surprised. This little girl has quite a few secrets. She even possesses the power of stars. The power of stars? Everyone was astonished. This power only exists in the Starfall ruins, and those who can truly unleash it and cast spells are extremely rare, and those who can are all top-tier powerhouses in the divine plane. Soon, a spear began to materialize before Annie, its surface shimmering with starlight. It was star magic. The Starlight Spear. After so much training, Annie had finally mastered the Starlight Spear to a terrifying level, far surpassing the realm of advanced magic. What surprised everyone even more was that Annie's actions didn't stop there. Her wand danced rapidly, almost creating afterimages. Fire, gale, ice spike, lightning lock. Has she gone mad? Leo exclaimed in shock. Not only Leo, but everyone else was utterly astonished. They had never seen anyone wield magic like this before. It was simply monstrous. So many basic spells stacked together, while not reaching the level of the fused magic they had just witnessed, still greatly enhanced the Starshine Spear's penetrating power and lethality. Thor frowned, muttering, she used the domain power of necromancy from the very beginning. This power should be her original power, I'm not mistaken about that. However, since then, none of her spells have utilized the power of death. As a necromancer, only using magic of other elements doesn't make sense at all. Leo was slightly taken aback. He understood. Annie was indeed a necromancer. Thor's prediction was absolutely correct, and Annie could definitely wield very powerful necromancy. She just hadn't shown it yet. Hearing Thor's words, Leo also realized, his gaze towards Annie becoming even more curious. Even at this point, why was Annie still holding back? Why wasn't she using necromancy? Swoosh! A whooshing sound rang out as Clayton's lightning spear, carrying endless, violent lightning, shot towards Bourne with lightning speed. At the same time, Annie's Starshine Spear also shot out rapidly, colliding head-on with the lightning spear. Clang! An extremely piercing sound rang out as the two highly penetrating spells collided, unleashing an unparalleled sonic boom. Dark spatial rifts appeared where the spear and spear tips touched, demonstrating that the immense penetrating power of the two spells had torn space itself apart. Crack! 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 Annie's Starshine Spear was the first to give way. Although the Starshine Spear was powerful enough to handle even opponents of higher levels, her opponent was Clayton, a high-level cultivator at the fusion realm. The intensity of their magic was simply not on the same level. Bang! Under the violent onslaught of the lightning spear, the Starshine Spear finally shattered, turning into specks of starlight. Alas! The gap in cultivation level is insurmountable, Leo sighed, shaking his head. Doug couldn't bear to watch either. The power of the Thunder Spear was simply too immense. Even if Bourne unleashed magic of equal power to the Starshine Spear, he couldn't possibly block the Thunder Spear's attack, let alone any other magic. But then a cry of surprise rang out, look! What's that? Everyone looked ahead and saw Annie's long hair moving without wind, her eyes filled with an eerie black aura, and the power of death emanating from her body almost bursting forth. Thor was utterly horrified by this sight, the deathly body. She's actually the deathly body. How is this possible? Doug was completely dumbfounded. Thor's outburst. What exactly was this deathly body? Leo, however, was well aware that the holy body only existed in the prime material plane. It didn't exist in the divine plane, and therefore only a few high-ranking individuals knew about it. Annie instantly conjured a bone spear over 2 meters long, carrying a dense aura of death, and shot it towards the thunder spear. The power of this attack was in no way weaker than the starlight spear. Clang! Another extremely piercing sonic boom rang out, and a powerful shockwave erupted after the two forces collided. Doug looked surprised. If I'm not mistaken, this should just be a common, basic-level bone spear, right? Why is it so powerful? However, no one could answer his question. Only Thor noticed something amiss. This must be the effect of some kind of enhancement spell. It's unimaginable. If this enhancement were applied to advanced magic, or even divine magic, everyone present was shocked. If a basic spell could be enhanced to this extent, what would divine magic be like? Even Annie herself probably didn't know the answer. As a necromancer, she only knew 2 advanced spells, 1 light and 1 fire. If you added the 1,000-mile icebound spell, that would be 1 more water spell, nothing more. And after all this time, she hadn't been able to obtain a high-level necromancy scroll through any means. She could only say she was unlucky. Bang! 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 However, the bone spear was, after all, just a basic spell. Even with the forcibly enhanced attack power, it couldn't withstand the strength of the lightning spear. It shattered after only a few seconds, but it still significantly reduced the lightning spear's power. Brother Born, this is all I can do. The rest is up to you, Annie said weakly. The continuous high-intensity casting of difficult spells had pushed her magical and mental energy to their limits. Born nodded slightly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Deep within Born's pupils, 4 colors of light suddenly blazed forth like exploding stars. The punishment heavenly soul, the raging wave heavenly soul, the earth-shattering heavenly soul, and the newly integrated crimson flame heavenly soul, all boiled over at this moment. His veins bulged, and ancient heavenly soul patterns appeared on his skin, as if countless streams of burning magma were surging beneath. For souls united? The soul-severing blade emitted a deafening roar, and all the runes on its blade ignited simultaneously. The grayish-white blade transformed into a rainbow of 4 colors, tearing black cracks through space like fragile silk wherever it passed. The lightning stone floor of the temple shattered inch by inch, the fragments vaporizing into crystalline dust before even hitting the ground. Clayton's lightning spear was already upon him, but Born's blade struck first, its 4-colored energy forming a spiraling storm of destruction at the tip, colliding with the spear with a deafening roar. Boom! At the moment of impact, time seemed to freeze. A blinding white light erupted from the point of impact, followed by a deafening explosion capable of shattering everything. The barrier erected by the thunder god trembled violently, countless spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the transparent surface. The space at the center of the explosion completely collapsed, forming a black hole 10 meters in diameter, frantically devouring everything around it. Born's feet were embedded deep in the ground, his armor of light shattered, his already severely injured body even more mangled. But he didn't retreat a single step. Instead, the 4-colored light on his blade intensified, actually cleaving the lightning spear in 2. The severed spear transformed into billions of out-of-control lightning bolts, ricocheting wildly within the barrier, knocking down gems from the temple's dome. As the dust settled, Clayton stared in disbelief at Born, who still stood firm before him. This was his full-force attack. Even a typical nascent soul cultivator wouldn't have been able to withstand it, yet his opponent was merely a peak chaotic origin cultivator. Born's soul-severing blade remained raised high, its tip pointing at Clayton. 4-colored energy swirled along its blade, like a defiant battle flag. Is that enough? Born wiped the blood from his lips, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Clayton didn't know how to respond. He turned to Thor. This was no longer a decision he could make. On one hand, the opponent's potential was terrifying. Releasing him would inevitably lead to endless trouble. On the other hand, Thor had made a promise. If Clayton could withstand 3 moves, he would be released. Breaking that promise would be a severe blow to the reputation of Thor Mountain. Thor remained silent for a moment before speaking. Little undead, you won. I can let you go as agreed, without any other conditions. Doug's face lit up with joy. He had genuinely worried that Thor would renege on his promise. However, Thor suddenly changed the subject. But can you tell me, what is your relationship with Callan? Callan? Born was taken aback. This was the second time he had heard this name. The first time was at the Celestial Library, where the librarian seemed to have asked the same question. To be honest, I don't know who this Callan you speak of is. Thor frowned, but he didn't seem to be feigning it in Born's expression. No relationship? Or is it just a coincidence? Born didn't give Thor much time to think. Lord Thor, may I go now? Thor nodded slightly. Yes, you can go. With that, Thor dispelled the barrier, and at the same time, he gave Clayton a wink. Clayton immediately understood. Thor had said he could let him go, but as long as he left Mount Thor, their subsequent actions wouldn't be considered a breach of the agreement. He immediately cast a spell, which streaked across the sky and disappeared from the main temple. Born witnessed all of this, a cold smile playing on his lips. He bowed slightly to Thor. In that case, Lord Thor, until we meet again. With that, Born dispelled the possession spell. Under the influence of the laws, his original body was repelled by the divine plane and instantly returned to the netherworld. Without the support of magic, Lucius's body disintegrated, turning into a pile of sand. Thor was slightly taken aback. He actually summoned the dead. They had initially assumed that Born had secretly arrived in the divine plane through some spatial passage. Clayton was also stunned. In that case, his previous arrangements were completely meaningless. Chapter 746. Several years later, Born returned to the netherworld. As a layperson in the Legion, his long absences were no longer surprising, especially considering the undead's seemingly limitless lifespan and lack of awareness of time. However, Born felt something was amiss upon his return. Wasn't this core area of the Legion far too quiet? He stepped out of his tent, only to find the camp deserted, as if he had returned to the state of affairs when he was the ghost captain. Huh? Where did all these guys go? Did they just scatter because I wasn't here? Just as Born was wondering, a passing skeleton soldier saw him. Captain Born. Born turned around and saw that the man was just an ordinary skeleton soldier. These undead were everywhere, just like himself, so he didn't remember who the man was. Are you from my company? The skeleton soldier nodded. Yes, I'm under Captain Dakala. Born immediately asked, where did everyone else go? Why is the camp so empty? The skeleton soldier quickly replied, oh, I heard a big shot came, and the commander summoned everyone. Born frowned. Everyone? What big shot would require everyone to be mobilized? The skeleton soldier shook his head. I don't know either. I was ordered to stay here and guard the camp. I don't know anything else. Born didn't ask any more questions. He figured he'd just go check Aiden's tent. Soon, Born arrived at Aiden's tent, which was surrounded by layers of people, including Dakala and others. Hey, you fatso. What happened here? Dakala, seeing Born, acted as if he'd seen a savior, immediately saying, Big brother, you're finally back. Something terrible has happened. You better get to the tent right away. Born squinted. Don't panic. Tell me who's here. Dakala swallowed hard and whispered, the master of the Sloth Swamp. What? Born's heart skipped a beat. You mean Belphegor? Dakala nodded. That's right. After the conflict with the Purple Flame Mummy, our legion was targeted. You even killed the Chaos Realm expert they sent. Later, they found out you killed the Chaos Realm expert and seized the divine power to help the captain and Captain Jimmy break through, so they came to question us. Born stroked his chin. So fast? In this dog-eat-dog world of the dead, those guys were outmatched. How can they blame me? However, Born didn't dwell on it, and went straight into Aiden's tent. The atmosphere inside the tent was already extremely tense, and when Born entered, everyone's eyes turned to him. Born? You're back? Aiden's face lit up with surprise, as if everything would be resolved as long as Born was there. Born nodded to him, then looked at a tall, imposing Minotaur. This Minotaur had a face full of scars, and was extremely burly. He was clearly not a kind person. This must be Lord Belphegor, right? Jimmy quickly stepped forward and tugged at him. Hey, wait a minute. However, Born ignored Jimmy's obstruction. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Born, the company commander of the Slime Legion. The killing of your Chaotic Yuan experts was all done by me alone. It had nothing to do with the commander or anyone else. If you want revenge, just come to me. The Minotaur slowly rose to his feet. His massive size meant that even standing there, his enormous horns reached the top of the tent. Born clenched his fist slightly, his eyes fixed fearlessly on his opponent, eager to gauge his attitude. The Minotaur said in a muffled voice, I am Oaks. You mistaken me for someone else, little skeleton. Huh? Born was startled, looking blankly at Jimmy. Jimmy rubbed his forehead. You're something else. I kept you waiting. Born scratched his head awkwardly. I sorry. He then glanced at the others. Besides the Minotaur, there was a bear man and a donkey man. Born asked them, which one of you is Belphegor? Neither of them answered him, only staring at him coldly. Just as Born was so embarrassed he felt like he was digging his toes out of his seat, a voice came from beneath his feet. I am Belphegor, but could you please get off me first? Huh? Born jumped back in surprise. A semi-transparent, round thing bounced on the ground, with a clear footprint above it. Born's eyes widened in disbelief. A slime? Belphegor asked somewhat displeasedly. What? You have a problem with that? Born quickly waved his hands. No, I just didn't expect the infamous sloth Lord Belphegor to be a slime. Belphegor snorted. I also didn't expect that the one who killed my chaotic undead minions was just a skeleton. Born's eye twitched. This undead world is a dog-eat-dog world. They can't blame me for being less skilled, can they? Belphegor gave a playful smile. Oh, so you think I'm here to interrogate you? Born was taken aback, turning to Aiden and the others. Huh? Isn't that right? Aiden shook his head with a wry smile. Brother Born, you're mistaken. The Lord has other business to discuss, and it's good news. Good news? Born was puzzled. What exactly is going on? Let me explain. The Minotaur muttered. The Slime Legion is only a medium-sized legion in the area, and its strength isn't great, he said angrily. But you displayed absolute power. The Lord has come specifically to incorporate the Slime Legion into his army. Born's eyes lit up. He understood the benefits of being incorporated into the Lord's army very well. He could see it from Robert. Robert had always been a core member of the pinnacle of arrogance, thus receiving the best resources. This was why Robert had been able to keep up with Born and Annie's cultivation progress, and now he had reached the mid-stage of the chaotic Yuan realm. If the Slime Legion was successfully incorporated into the Lord's army, at least the Commander Aiden and the First Company Commander Jimmy would receive a large supply of high-quality resources, further enhancing their strength. As for the others, the benefits would be even greater. Born turned to Belfinger. Lord, why are you doing this? Belfinger shook his head. Don't be so quick to thank me. Once you join the Lord's army, you all be completely under my command, including you, Brother Born. Born swallowed hard. Can I withdraw? Belfinger shrugged. Oh, the negotiations failed. Let's go! Hey! Wait! Born immediately called out to him. I wasn't joking. Belfinger turned around and said, I'm not joking with you. Our netherworld is preparing for a full-scale counterattack against the Divine Plane. If you don't join the Lord's Legion, you'll be among the first to be sent to the battlefield. What awaits you is the fully fledged defense of the Divine Mountain Army. You better think carefully. Born scratched his head. But why do you insist on me joining? My existence is dispensable. Belfinger walked up to him and said, Don't think I don't know. You got connections with Asmodeus and Samuel, haven't you? Born's lips twitched. Don't put it so harshly. What do you mean by connections? It's just some deals. Yes. Belfinger said, Since it's a transaction, what difference does it make who I make it with? I also want to make a transaction with you. Born asked, What do you want to trade? A glint of light flashed in Belfinger's eyes. We, the Seven Lords, have been trapped in the chaotic realm for a long time because of the suppression of the Divine Plane. As long as we break through the Divine Plane, all these shackles will disappear, and we, the undead, can usher in a golden age. Asmodeus told me that you possess infinite possibilities, while Samuel speculated that you and Callahan have some kind of connection. Callahan again? Born's heart skipped a beat. Who exactly is this person? Belfinger frowned. You don't know? Born shook his head. I really don't know. But this is the third time it's been mentioned. Who exactly is he? Belfinger scrutinized Born, then smiled slightly. Since you don't know, then forget it. Born immediately protested. Hey! How can you forget it? Belfinger waved his hand. None of that matters. Let me tell you about the current situation in the netherworld. He then, without waiting for Born's response, dismissed everyone else, leaving only Born and himself. The netherworld was originally an independent entity from the prime material plane. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was unprecedentedly prosperous and powerful, possessing 10 death gods and 28 undead lords, with countless undead lords. However, before the War of the Gods, those scoundrels from the prime material plane coveted the netherworld's resources and feared its power. Taking advantage of that opportunity, they united and launched a great war against the netherworld. That battle was extremely fierce, directly splitting the netherworld in two, one half becoming a low-level undead region, and the other a high-level undead region. This prevented many potential undead from advancing to higher realms. At the same time, all 10 death gods perished in the battle, leaving only one death god still alive. However, In order to make the netherworld stronger again, he completely disintegrated his own power, transforming it into the power within the netherworld. These death temples provided a path for all the undead to cultivate and advance. From then on, there were no more death gods in the netherworld. Born was shocked. So the netherworld no longer has any god-level powerhouses. Those death temples were formed by the last death god using his own power. Belphegor nodded. Not only that, the original 28 netherworld lords suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 3. These 3 are currently in seclusion, and their strength has only recovered to about 80%. They dare not use their magic power casually. As for the lords, there are only 7 of us left. After so many years of cultivation, we 7 are also stuck at the peak of the chaotic origin realm, unable to advance any further. In order to break through, we have all established subordinate legions under the jurisdiction of clones in the lower-level netherworld areas to collect power from different sources in order to break through, but with little success. Born frowned and asked, "So how exactly can you achieve a breakthrough?" Belfinger's finger traced a ghastly green path in the air, and the gray mist of the netherworld surged with his movement, forming a blurry war scene. Those self-proclaimed righteous guys in the god plane did indeed consider completely destroying this place after wiping out the netherworld's powerful figures. He chuckled sinisterly, his voice like the scraping of a rusty blade. But they soon discovered that the netherworld and the prime material plane had already formed a delicate balance, like the 2 ends of a scale. Born stared at the scene emerging from the gray mist. Countless divine servants were building golden ceiling towers on the ruins of the netherworld, but the scene quickly shifted to a chaotic battle erupting within the god plane itself. He saw powerful figures dressed in different divine mountain robes fighting in the clouds. One blurry figure particularly striking. That person single-handedly shattered the combined attack of several divine servants. That man. Belfinger's voice suddenly turned grave. He destroyed a third of the forces of Mount Thor in just 3 days. The War of the Gods lasted a full 100 years, and the 3 divine mountains of the prime material plane nearly collapsed because of it. The scene in the gray mist shifted again, showing the panicked retreat of the powerful beings of the divine plane. Born's soul-severing blade trembled slightly, as if sensing something. He pressed, "So what does all this have to do with me?" Belfinger suddenly moved closer to Born, ghostly flames flickering in his transparent eye sockets. "You think the peak of chaotic origin is the end?" His withered claws pointed to the gray sky of the netherworld. "The shackles here not only imprison us, but also everyone who reaches your level." A ghostly flame streaked across, illuminating his ferocious smile. "Do you know why no one has broken through to the harmonious origin realm for 10,000 years? Because the key to a higher realm is hidden in the core seal of the netherworld." Born's pupils contracted sharply. The 4 celestial souls within his body suddenly began to stir uncontrollably, especially the newly fused crimson flame celestial soul, which burned with a stinging pain in his meridians. Belfinger watched his reaction with satisfaction. "You felt it, didn't you? This is the resonance of the shackles of your realm. Without breaking the seal of the netherworld, you forever remain a pseudo-merging realm cultivator." The wails of undead creatures echoed from afar, and the phantom of a tall building in the divine plane gradually emerged from the gray mist. Belfinger's voice slowly calmed. "Time is running out, boy. Whether you remain trapped in this cage forever, or join forces to tear open the throats of those hypocrites, the choice is yours." "So where is that seal?" "The Celestial Library." Chapter 747. "What?" Born exclaimed in surprise. "The Celestial Library? But I've been to the Celestial Library before, and I didn't see the so-called seal of the netherworld." Belfinger was also taken aback. "You been to the Celestial Library?" "Yes, just a few years ago." Belfinger grabbed Born's shoulder. "My God. That was a golden opportunity, and you didn't seize it." Born slapped away his sticky hand. "You didn't tell me back then." Belfinger was filled with regret. "Sigh, if only we had found you sooner. It's all Asmodeus and Samuel's fault. If they had told us earlier, we wouldn't have had to wait until now." Born was speechless. "Don't worry, there should be another chance next time." "But where exactly is the seal in the Celestial Library?" Belfinger said with a deep gaze. "On the top floor of the Celestial Library, the seal is formed by the fountain of creation as its core." Born understood. No wonder he didn't see the so-called seal last time. It was on the top floor. Suddenly, a sly glint appeared in Born's eyes as he asked, "Since we're at the same level now, does that mean I can become a lord too?" Belfinger paused, then smiled wryly. "Theoretically, yes, but you need your own men and territory. You can't steal mine." Born shrugged. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in being a lord. It's too much trouble. But I want to know just how strong you really are." Belfinger smiled slightly. "Want to try?" Born rubbed his hands together eagerly. Let's go to the hunting grounds. This place isn't suitable. Belfinger was speechless for a moment, then said, all right. The two then left the tent one after the other, heading straight for the hunting grounds several miles away. The hunting grounds were vast. Even if they went all out, it wouldn't affect the Slime Legion. Are you ready? Born gripped the soul-severing blade tightly, the blade faintly glowing with the purple power of the heavenly soul of retribution, his gaze fixed on the writhing, semi-transparent slime ahead. Belfinger grinned, revealing a sinister smile. That's what I should be asking you. Before the words were even finished, Born shot out like an arrow, his soul-severing blade drawing a sharp purple light in the air, slashing straight at Belfinger like lightning. This strike contained boundless power, and because the heavenly soul of retribution had a natural advantage against undead creatures, if this strike landed, it would be enough to instantly annihilate an ordinary undead. However, facing Born's ferocious attack, Belfinger showed no fear. Instead of dodging, he puffed out his cheeks and spat out several dark green water spheres. These spheres flew rapidly through the air like cannonballs, heading straight for Born's soul-severing blade. Seeing this, Born swiftly spun his blade, instantly shattering the water spheres with overwhelming force. However, the very next second after he shattered them, several loud bangs rang out, and the water spheres exploded instantly, releasing a dense green poisonous mist that spread like a raging torrent. Where the poisonous mist passed, a hissing, corrosive sound filled the air, as if even the air itself was being eroded by the poison. Even the swampy mud beneath Born's feet emitted billowing white smoke under the corrosive mist, as if it were being boiled. Not good. Upon seeing this, Born's expression changed drastically. He immediately activated the raging wave heavenly soul within his body, and a violent torrent of water surged forth around him. This torrent, like a tsunami, swept towards the poisonous fog with overwhelming force, completely dispersing the pervasive mist. Seeing this, Belfinger laughed heartily. Interesting. Let's try again. As soon as he finished speaking, his body seemed to be suddenly stretched open by a powerful force, beginning to expand at an astonishing speed. His body, originally only 1 meter in diameter, rapidly expanded to tens of meters in the blink of an eye, like an inflating balloon. This enormous, semi-transparent body resembled a mountain, blotting out the sky and leaving everyone speechless. Its shadow, like a thick, dark cloud, enveloped everything below. Before this behemoth, Born appeared so small, like an insignificant ant. Facing the colossal Belfinger, Born showed no sign of backing down. A cold smile played on his lips as he swung his soul-severing blade. A layer of grayish-white energy swirled around the blade, the power of a destructive domain. If this strike could trigger a force-shattering effect, even the strongest defense would be utterly unable to withstand it. However, the instant the blade struck Belfinger, Born's pupils constricted sharply. He discovered that his strike was like hitting a wad of cotton, encountering absolutely no resistance. The immense power it contained was instantly neutralized. Huh? How could this be? Born was shocked. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Belfinger, radiating a faint, eerie light, grinned smugly and said, "My magic can weaken any impact. Your brute force is useless against me." Before he finished speaking, Belfinger suddenly thrust his stomach forward with a muffled thud. Boom! An indescribable force erupted like a volcano. Born felt as if he had been struck head-on by a ferocious beast, his entire body flying backward like a cannonball. His body traced a long arc through the air before crashing heavily into the depths of the swamp. Instantly, mud splattered everywhere, the splashing water even blocking out the sunlight, forming a massive mud curtain. Cough, cough, cough. Born scrambled out of the mud in a disheveled state. Belfinger returned to his original appearance and asked with a smile, "How was it? Want to continue?" Born quickly waved his hand. No, almost there. He had already sensed from the previous battle that without using the Four Souls fusion technique, he was definitely no match for Belfinger. Belfinger laughed. "Aren't you curious why there's such a big difference in strength between us, both at the peak of the chaotic origin realm?" Born wiped the mud from his face. "Why?" "Because you and I are still a little lacking," Belfinger said with a smile. "Give me the chance, and I can directly become a harmonious origin realm expert, perhaps even breaking through to the high-level harmonious origin realm in a short time. But you're different. Even if you were given the chance, you might not be able to break through. You still need some accumulation. That's the difference between us." Born nodded slightly. This was true. Belphegor had been a lord for tens of thousands of years, and in that time, he had honed his magic to an unimaginable level. Born, however, was different. Most of his magic was still at the proficiency and mastery stage, so its power was naturally not as great as Belphegor's. "All right." Belphegor patted his shoulder and said, "You have many opportunities ahead of you, no need to rush. It's time to take you to meet my old comrades." Huh? Born was completely confused, not knowing what Belphegor wanted to do. However, Belphegor didn't explain further, simply pulling Born away from the hunting grounds, mounting a giant swamp frog, and galloping away. Aiden stood there, still somewhat dazed. He looked at Oaks beside him and asked, "Lord Oaks, about our joining the Lord's Legion." Oaks scratched his backside. It should be settled, right?" "Should." Aiden's eye twitched, unsure what to say. On the way, Born inquired about other things from Belfinger, mainly the secrets of the Netherworld and matters concerning magic. Belfinger told Born almost everything he knew, but when Born asked about Callan, Belfinger remained silent, saying that Born would know when the time was right. Knowing further questioning was pointless, Born skipped that topic and continued asking about other things. From Belfinger, he learned that the resurrection spell was actually a secondary spell, known in ancient times as the Gift of Death, which all 10 Grim Reapers could cast. After all the Grim Reapers perished, this magic was lost, and Born is the only person in tens of thousands of years to have learned it again. Regarding advanced necromancy, some of it was preserved in the Celestial Library, numbering only about a dozen volumes, while most disappeared with the last Grim Reaper. No one knows their whereabouts, a loss to the Netherworld. "So, a necromancer can never learn advanced magic in their lifetime?" Born asked. "That's basically the case, unless you're incredibly lucky and manage to obtain it from the Celestial Library or some ruins," Belfinger sighed. "However, the probability is extremely low. I ordered people to explore many ruins, but nothing has been found." Born nodded slightly. "That is indeed a loss. In this way, no matter how hard the undead try, they can't shake the position of Mount Olympus." Belfinger said, "The only advanced magic remaining in the Netherworld are those possessed by our 7 lords, such as my weakness, Asmodeus's charm, and Samuel's berserk." "Wait. So berserk is a high-level spell?" Born suddenly realized. No wonder it's so powerful. "But shouldn't charm be the succubus's innate spell?" Belfinger shook his head. "This charm is different from the charm of ordinary succubi. I don't know if you ever felt it, but this charm goes directly into the soul. It will arouse desires deep within you that go beyond mere lust." Born recalled that when he first met Asmodeus, his soul was indeed invaded by some strange power, but because his soul-stealing ability was precisely what countered this power, he wasn't controlled. As they chatted, the two arrived at their destination, a massive castle built atop a swamp, looking utterly eerie. Belfinger didn't linger, leading Born directly to the castle's top floor. There, in a large circular conference room, were 10 chairs, and at the center of the round table sat a jet-black crystal, emanating a dense aura of death. Just then, the crimson moonlight of the twin crimson moons streamed through the dome above, illuminating the crystal, which immediately emitted an eerie glow. "Hey, looks like the timing's perfect." Belfinger chuckled, sitting down in a chair and channeling magic into the crystal. The crystal shone brightly, suddenly shooting out 6 beams of light that struck different chairs. The light gradually converged, transforming into the shapes of undead. "Huh? Asmodeus? Samuel?" Born immediately recognized the familiar faces. He didn't recognize anyone else besides these two. Asmodeus was somewhat surprised, but quickly chuckled. "Oh, it's my little friend Born. It's been a long time." Samuel, however, said sullenly, "Boy, do you remember our promise? When are you going to return my power to me?" Born scratched his head. "I just haven't had the chance yet. Next time, I definitely give it to you next time we meet." "Is this the Born you were talking about?" At this moment, an elf dressed in black robes spoke up. He was extremely handsome, his gender indistinguishable, and behind him were a pair of jet-black wings. Even just the magical light and shadow cast by magic gave one a suffocating feeling. Belfinger nodded. "That's right. It took me a lot of effort to find him." A zombie who looked like an ordinary human said, "Then can we begin our plan?" Another tall, thin, black-clad figure, like a ghost, said, "Is this skeleton soldier trustworthy? Are you sure he's related to Callan? Even if he is he willing to work for the revival of the underworld?" Samuel said, "I'm very sure. He has 3 heavenly souls, and they're perfectly integrated. There's only one possibility for this." Asmodeus added, "Furthermore, he knows a strange mental magic, and the aura of this magic is very similar to that person's." Belfinger continued, "I already told him about the underworld. If the seal could be broken, he would also benefit, and he agreed to do so." "Leviathan, don't worry too much," the Blackwing Elf said. "Besides, even if we fail, the loss won't be yours. It will be the entire undead realms." A gigantic insect opened its massive maw, revealing tens of thousands of teeth. But the biggest loser will be me, and I can't afford that loss. Samuel said, Balzeb, we already agreed that as long as you hand over the devouring soul, we compensate you. Balzeb replied, forcibly separating the soul will cause me immense damage. If you take advantage of my weakness. Anyone who dares to touch you is an enemy of Lucifer. The Blackwing Elf's voice was icy, as if it could pierce through to the heart. Chapter 748. Asmodeus also said, we understand the significance of the celestial soul to you, so we provided a lot of resources in return. With these resources, you can recover within a few years. Moreover, the celestial soul separation technique left behind by Kallang can greatly reduce the damage to you. Relatively speaking, you actually gain something. The celestial soul won't have much effect on you. You're talking nonsense. Balzeb scoffed. No one has ever tried that celestial soul separation technique before. Who knows if it will work? Besides, I already possess devouring magic. Without the blessing of devouring the celestial soul, the power of my magic will be greatly reduced. Belfinger advised, this is all something we discussed beforehand. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, the netherworld will be sealed forever, and neither of us will be able to break through our cultivation levels. But if our plan succeeds, your cultivation level will also break through, and you might even become the Grim Reaper in the future. At the mention of the Grim Reaper, Balzeb fell silent. That was the goal all the undead dreamed of. After a long pause, Lucifer said, all right, to show our sincerity, the rest of us will transport the resources to you first. Afterwards, you must come to the Peak of Pride to undergo the Heavenly Soul Separation Technique. Listening to the discussion, Bourne was completely bewildered. Are you guys going to go this far? Belfinger said, don't think we're giving you the Heavenly Soul for free. You also have to sign a contract with all of us. This is also a kind of transaction. Of course, besides devouring the Heavenly Soul, we also help you obtain another Heavenly Soul, but this one requires us all to retrieve it together. Bourne asked, since you all know there's another Heavenly Soul, why don't you go get it yourselves? Everyone's expression changed. Lucifer said, if it were that easy, we would have taken it long ago. It's the one among the 10 Heavenly Souls, said to be immortal and indestructible. No one has ever truly conquered it, so only you can go, using your technique. Bourne was taken aback. You really do know about the soul separation and fusion technique? What's the origin of this technique? Lucifer didn't answer his question but said, you set off in 3 days. Samuel, Belfinger, you two will go with him to help him complete the fusion. The rest of you stay behind to help me extract the devouring Heavenly Soul. Any other questions? Everyone shook their heads, but Bourne asked again, hey, aren't 2 Heavenly Souls a bit too many? Snap. The crystal in the center of the table instantly extinguished, and all the images disappeared. I haven't finished yet. Belfinger said with a strange look, come on. 2 celestial souls aren't enough? You want to fly to the heavens? Bourne scratched his head, I was just asking. All right. Belfinger said, let's prepare properly. You don't seem to be in good shape. Once you adjusted, we head to the Ruins of Eternity. Ruins of Eternity? Bourne's eyes flickered slightly. The celestial soul you're talking about isn't the eternal celestial soul, is it? Belfinger said seriously, exactly. Bourne felt a wave of dizziness. According to the information he had gathered, while the eternal celestial soul wasn't the strongest, it was definitely the most troublesome. Can you guys be a little more reliable? You don't know what the eternal celestial soul's abilities are, do you? Going there like this is just suicide. Belfinger said, you have the soul-splitting and soul-merging technique. What are you afraid of? As long as we suppress his power, refining him with that technique will be a piece of cake. Bourne was still somewhat uneasy. According to his understanding, the power of the unending Heavenly Soul was inexhaustible and immortal. Could the 3 of them really suppress it? 3 more days passed, and Bourne's condition had almost fully recovered. Samuel also arrived at the Swamp of Sloth as agreed. Little fatty, I haven't been here since we started the war. Samuel descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of the castle. Belfinger laughed, I haven't been out for a stroll in a long time either. A truce is good? Seeing Samuel's true form up close this time, Bourne felt an unparalleled, overwhelming pressure. Compared to him, Obelisk was simply a small worm. Hey, little skeleton. Samuel looked at Bourne. Did you bring my power? Bourne chuckled, holding out a ball of pale black energy. Of course. Samuel's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly, ha ha ha, good. Looks like you're a man of your word. He then opened his mouth and inhaled the energy, his expression becoming incredibly absorbed. Belfinger smacked his lips. TSK, let's hurry up and get going. If we delay, that fallen angel will start gossiping again. Samuel glared. If he wants to talk, let him do it himself. Belfinger leaped up and plopped on Samuel's back. Enough talk. He still needs to preside over the magic circle for the heavenly soul separation. Let's finish the mission quickly. Samuel snorted, flapped his wings, tossed Bon onto his back, and then soared into the sky, flying away into the distance. Grayish-green miasma churned across the swamp like living things. Decaying logs splintered in the mud, their branches twisted into grotesque claw shapes. Phosphorescent blue lights floated on the surface, sometimes coalescing into ghostly faces, sometimes scattering like fireflies. From the depths of the swamp came a sticky, writhing sound, the sound of a giant undead crocodile patrolling beneath the mud. When its back emerged from the water, several undigested carcasses could be seen pierced by its stark white bone spikes. The ruins of the unending age are here. Samuel flapped his wings and landed at the entrance of the ruins. The entrance to the ruins resembled a gigantic, black maw, its edges covered with calcified bones. As Bon and the others approached, they discovered that the seemingly ordinary puddles were actually bottomless, with occasional bubbling surfaces revealing half-melted human faces. The most eerie thing was the silence of the swamp, broken only by the faint sound of fingernails scraping against bone, as if the entire swamp were the stomach of some colossal creature, slowly digesting the stray intruders. We're going in this way. Bourne hesitated, looking at the black hole before him. Belfinger smiled and produced 3 relic tokens. Don't worry, it's much cleaner inside. Let's go! With a flash of light, the aura at the entrance seemed to open automatically, and the 3 successfully passed through the entrance and entered the ruins. Bourne's vision went black, and he felt a strange sense of falling. He quickly used his magic to steady himself. Soon, his feet seemed to touch a layer of soft earth, and light gradually returned to his vision. We're here? Bourne looked around. He found himself standing on a wide, open mudflat, before a vast, flowing river, its waters rushing relentlessly, a magnificent sight. This felt like another world. The mudflat beneath his feet was soft and damp, each step leaving a deep footprint, which was then slowly filled in by the seeping, murky water. Cracked clods of mud were scattered across the mudflat, and occasionally a few small, bony fish would dart through the cracks, disappearing into the mud below. The great river surged forward, its turbid waters carrying withered branches and silt, gleaming a dark, rusty red in the dim light. Along the riverbank, several clumps of blood-red reeds swayed in the wind, their plumes covered in mud, looking heavy and withered. The damp air was filled with the fishy smell of mud, mixed with the bitter scent of aquatic plants. Just as Bourne was surveying his surroundings, a hand suddenly reached out from beneath the mudflat and grabbed his ankle. Huh? Bourne was startled. His soul-severing blade instantly appeared in his hand, and with a swift stroke, he severed the hand. Awooh! A piercing howl rang out, and a gigantic zombie crawled out of the mudflat, lunging at Bourne. However, before Bourne could react, a dragon's breath slammed down, smashing the zombie to pieces with a deafening boom. Little skeleton, be careful. We're already in the ruins, Samuel said, shaking his massive head. Belfinger shouted from afar, our first step is to successfully cross this mudflat. There are countless zombies beneath it, of varying strength. Even the slightest movement will trigger the conditions and release them. Bourne was speechless. So we can't move? How are we supposed to get across this mudflat if we don't move? Belfinger said, of course we have to move, but not on the ground. He pointed to Samuel. Samuel flapped its wings and took flight again, hoisting Bourne and Belfinger onto its back. There won't be any problems in the air. Sure enough, while they were flying, no zombies appeared on the ground, avoiding a lot of trouble. Belfinger said, although we're not afraid of those zombies, there are still some very troublesome things ahead. We must conserve our strength. When they flew across the mudflat and reached the riverbank, Samuel began to slowly descend. Huh? Why are we landing? Can't we just fly across? Bourne asked. Samuel explained, that's a no-fly zone. If we fly over it, we crash into the water, where there are incredibly powerful undead monsters. They have home field advantage, and pose a significant threat to us. Bourne understood, if even Samuel considered them a threat, they were definitely not ordinary monsters. The moment they landed, several more zombies appeared on the ground, but fortunately, they weren't strong and were instantly killed by Samuel. Bourne asked, so how do we get across? Belfinger chuckled, that's up to me. With that, he went to the riverbank, a transparent tube extending from his round body, which he dipped directly into the water. Bourne watched curiously, wondering what Belfinger was planning. However, Belfinger's body suddenly grew larger, from 1 meter to 10 meters, then 20 meters, 30 meters, until it reached nearly 100 meters before stopping. Hiccup. Belfinger let out a burp. Bourne looked at Belfinger, who resembled a giant water balloon, and asked, "You're not trying to turn into a bridge, are you?" Belfinger chuckled. "Heh, you guessed it." With that, his round body began to transform, gradually becoming a long, thin shape, shooting straight into the sky. Once he was completely rectangular, he simply poured himself onto the river. Duong. The transparent bridge was complete. Bourne's mouth dropped open. "This is way too outrageous." Samuel said, "Otherwise, why do you think Lucifer would send the two of us to explore the ruins with you?" Bourne's lips twitched. This really was putting everyone to good use. Without hesitation, the two stepped onto the bridge Belfinger had become. Bourne felt something soft beneath his feet, like jelly. "There shouldn't be any danger, right?" Bourne asked worriedly. Samuel, unfazed, strode forward. "Don't worry. Don't let its frail appearance fool you. It can easily carry both of us." Bourne thought it made sense. After all, Belfinger was a lord of the undead. Surely he wouldn't be so weak. Soon, the two reached the middle of the river. The surging waves roared deafeningly, and water even splashed onto Bourne's face. Bourne looked down and, through the water, could vaguely see some huge dark shadows moving, emanating a powerful sense of oppression. "Be careful," Samuel suddenly warned. "We might encounter that guy later." "That thing?" Bourne was taken aback. Samuel explained, "That's a zombie eel, incredibly powerful. It leaps out of the water to attack." Bourne swallowed hard, and the two quickened their pace. However, what was bound to happen eventually did. Just as they were running, a huge splash erupted from the river. A zombie eel, easily 10 meters long, burst forth, its rotting body covered in bluish-gray scales, its gills teeming with parasites. It opened its blood-red maw, its gleaming white fangs snapping at Samuel's head. "Get out of my way!" Samuel roared, his body instantly expanding, the berserk magic doubling his size. He swung his massive hand, unleashing a torrent of violent magic, and slammed it down. Boom! The zombie eel simultaneously spewed out a high-pressure wave of magic, but Samuel still managed to slap it back into the water, its enormous body crashing back down and creating a wave over 10 meters high. However, the monster was not deterred. Instead, its ferocity was aroused. Its murky fish eyes locked onto Bourne, and with a twist in the water, it surged out of the surface again. Samuel immediately stepped in front of Bourne, his claws striking out like scythes, forcing the zombie eel back. Seeing no opportunity, the zombie eel cunningly changed its target, its thick tail lashing out at the transparent bridge that Belfinger had transformed into. "Damn it!" Belfinger's voice came from within the bridge, filled with suppressed pain. He was currently in a stretched state, unable to muster any strength to counterattack, and could only barely activate a weakened spell. A layer of dim light enveloped the bridge, and the zombie eel's tail, striking it, seemed to sink into mud, slowing its movements slightly. "Get out of here!" Belfinger growled through gritted teeth. "I can't hold out much longer." Chapter 749. Bourne and Samuel exchanged a glance, and rushed towards the opposite bank without hesitation. The bridge beneath their feet trembled violently from the impacts of the zombie eels, and Belfinger's muffled groans echoed continuously. The river water churned, the zombie eels' roars were close at hand, and the oppressive feeling of death was ever present. Just when they were only 3 meters from the shore, a cry of pain came from Belfinger behind them. The weakening spell had failed. The zombie eel's sharp teeth had torn off a large chunk of the bridge, and translucent slime spurted out. "Ha!" Samuel grabbed Bourne's shoulder, and the two leaped into the air, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground on the opposite bank. Behind them, the zombie eels let out resentful hiss, but unable to leave the water, they could only frantically pound the surface of the river. Belfinger quickly shrank back to his original form, a gruesome wound now appearing on his body. He glared fiercely at the zombie eels in the river, cursing, "That damn stinking fish. I'd do it sooner or later." Bourne frowned slightly. "You're injured, so what's next?" "It's all right." Belfinger waved his hand, then bounced around a couple of times, and his wound had already healed. "We slimes are best at healing, of course, only healing ourselves," Samuel said. "Don't overexert yourself. This injury will still affect your strength. Hurry up and heal, there's another big battle ahead." Belfinger nodded. "Understood." Having successfully crossed the river, the three continued onward. Bourne couldn't help but ask, "What's next?" Belfinger said, "To find the unending heavenly soul, we need to find a key. This key was devoured by a spirit of death. We can only obtain the key by defeating this spirit of death." Bourne frowned slightly. The spirit of death? There's a spirit of death here too? Belfinger chuckled. Wherever there's the power of death, there's a spirit of death. In the netherworld, these things are plentiful. There's nothing surprising about them. Bourne said, It's not that I find it surprising, but the spirit of death is formed from the laws of death, and the power of the unending heavenly soul further enhances it. It's unimaginable how terrifying it has become over tens of thousands of years. Samuel nodded. You're right. That guy is indeed very terrifying. If it weren't for this mission, I would never have come to provoke him. Are we confident we can defeat him? Bourne asked. Belfinger hopped around, saying, No problem. Although the guy has absorbed tens of thousands of years of death power, precisely because his spirit is too pure, it's like the saying goes, too much of a good thing. He needs the power of the unending heavenly soul to maintain his mobility. If we can sever the connection between him and the unending heavenly soul, we can greatly weaken his power. Bourne frowned and asked, How exactly do we do that? Belfinger said, It's actually very simple. The unending heavenly soul infuses the entire ruins with a continuous flow of power through the seal, and the spirit of death is located where the unending heavenly soul's power is strongest. We lure him out and simultaneously use magic to seal the surrounding space, preventing the unending heavenly soul from continuing to support him. Samuel added, Belfinger is very good at sealing. Leave this to him. The two of us will go all out and seize the key. Soon, they arrived at a stone-paved path with many enormous statues, humans, demons, magical beasts, and even creatures Bourne had never seen before. These creatures were lifelike, but clearly carved from some kind of rock. Belfinger was about to step forward when Samuel stopped him. Don't fight. Let me handle this. You can serve your strength. Belfinger nodded slightly, letting Samuel go first. Bourne knew danger was imminent, but since Samuel was confident he could handle it, he didn't say anything and walked behind Samuel with Belfinger. The stone path hummed deeply the moment they stepped onto it. The enormous statues that had stood silently suddenly glowed with crimson light in their eyes, as if some ancient seal had been triggered. The nearest demon warrior statue moved first, raising its battle axe high and bringing it down on Samuel without warning. Get lost. Samuel roared, a burst of scorching dragon breath erupting from deep within his throat. Crimson flames instantly engulfed the statue, the rock shattered under the intense heat, and the battle axe was reduced to fragments before it even hit the ground. However, this was only the beginning. As the first statue shattered, all the statues along the stone path seemed to awaken completely. Human knights raised their long swords, demonic claws tore through the air, and even several alien creatures unlike anything Bourne had ever seen before appeared, their shells as smooth as obsidian, yet their joints incredibly flexible, instantly surrounding them from all directions. Samuel initially managed to cope easily, his dragon tail sweeping away the charging statues, his dragon claws crushing approaching enemies into dust. But soon, he too began to struggle. The statue's power was gradually increasing. The initial ones were only at the early stage of chaotic origin, but as they progressed, their attacks became increasingly fierce, even beginning to unleash powerful magic. One demonic statue wielding twin blades suddenly accelerated, its blades flashing like lightning, leaving a deep wound on Samuel's dragon claw. Damn it! Samuel growled, a hint of seriousness flashing in his dragon eyes. While his dragon breath was still terrifying, it was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with these powerful statues. Finally, when a six-winged angel statue swung its light blade, unleashing a sword aura powerful enough to tear through space, Samuel knew he could no longer hold back. Berserk! His body suddenly swelled, his bones becoming even larger, dark red blood mist seeping from the gaps in his dragon bones. His already enormous size exploded again, his wings almost obscuring half the stone path when spread. In his berserk state, Samuel's strength surged, and with a single claw strike, he slammed the angel statue into the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Go! Samuel growled, gesturing for Bourne and Belfinger to hide beneath him as they advanced. Bourne gripped his soul-severing blade tightly, warily scanning his surroundings, while Belfinger transformed into a pool of flowing, translucent gelatinous substance, rapidly crawling along the ground. Under Samuel's cover, they moved slowly and cautiously towards the end of the stone path. However, the statue's attack did not stop. Instead, it became even more frenzied. Bang! 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 A series of heavy blows suddenly came from the side. Caught off guard, Samuel was blasted backward by a tremendous force, his dragon claws carving deep furrows in the ground. He roared angrily, looking up to see a dragon statue staring coldly at him. The dragon statue was entirely black, its scales carved with lifelike detail, each gleaming with a metallic sheen. It was even larger than the berserk Samel, its eyes flashing with a palpable killing intent. Most terrifyingly, it was surrounded by a strange energy fluctuation, seemingly capable of suppressing the power of dragons. It's finally here. Samel's dragon pupils narrowed slightly, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The dragon statue gave him no time to think, suddenly opening its massive maw and unleashing a torrent of black breath. Samel hastily raised his dragon wings to defend himself, but the breath carried a corrosive power, instantly burning through his defenses. Roar! Samel roared in pain, the bones on his dragon wings shattering. Born's heart sank at the sight. He gripped the soul-severing blade tightly, for streams of heavenly soul power surging wildly within his body. Belfinger also reformed into a sphere, strange runes appearing on its translucent surface. Don't attack. Samel roared, leave this guy to me, you guys get over there. Born and Belfinger exchanged a glance, then could only obey Samel's advice, immediately sprinting forward. Why is he so determined to fight this dragon statue to the death? Born asked as he ran. Belfinger sighed, alas, you may not know, but that dragon statue is actually the ancestor of the dragon race. Dragons are extremely protective of their bloodline. Having their ancestor placed here, to guard a celestial ruin is bound to drive Samel mad. At this moment, Samel's dragon eyes blazed with dark golden flames, his berserk body trembling slightly, radiating terrifying power. A mere stone statue, darting to imitate my dragon ancestor? He roared, lunging at the dragon statue. The two colossal beasts collided with a deafening roar, the shockwave pulverizing more than 10 smaller statues around them. Dragon claws tore against rocky claws, creating blinding sparks. Samel deliberately used his shoulder armor to take a bite from the statue, then seized the opportunity to lash its knee with his dragon tail. Crack! The rock cracked, but the dragon statue gripped Samel's throat, slamming him into the ground. The stone pavement shattered, creating a spiderweb-like pattern 30 meters in diameter. Samel used the momentum to flip backward, his dragon wings slicing across the statue's abdomen like blades, sending a shower of rubble flying. An hour of fierce fighting left the battlefield riddled with craters. Samel's left wing was broken, and black mist billowed from its berserk state under the intense heat. 3 of the statue's 6 dorsal spikes were broken, and its right forelimb twisted unnaturally. As the dragon statue spewed corrosive black flames again, Samel suddenly stood upright, its forepaws gripping the statue's jaws with a powerful pull. Sizzle! The rocky mouth was torn in two, black flames exploding within its own skull. Die! Samel seized the opportunity to lunge forward, its dragon claws plunging into the statue's chest, crushing the pulsating crimson core within. The instant the statue froze, his barbed dragon tongue coiled around its head, and the force of his jaws snapping shut shattered the hard rock like glass. Amidst the flying stone dust, Samel spat out the fragments, stepping over the headless statue's remains and unleashing a deafening dragon roar. His broken wings still hung halfway down his back, but every bone fragment stood proudly upright, a dragon's most brutal declaration of victory against an impostor. Born swallowed hard. Samel's all-out fighting power was enough to completely overwhelm an average nascent soul cultivator. Even Clayton, whom they had encountered before, would have to be cautious. The terror of the undead lords was evident. Normal cultivation levels could no longer measure their strength. Hey Samel, had you had your fun? Come over here, Belfinger urged. Samel glanced at the rock statues chasing after him, snapping out of his euphoria. He immediately flapped his wings and dashed off the stone path. The moment Samel left the path, the statues seemed to have lost their target. Like zombies, they slowly returned to their positions, the red light in their eyes fading. Even more miraculously, the pebbles and sand on the ground began to flow, gradually returning to their original state. Even the dragon statue did so. See? I told you it was useless, Belfinger said. This magic circle is activated by the power of the unending heavenly soul. As soon as we leave, the entire magic circle will return to its original state. No matter how many times you defeat the dragon beast, you can't completely kill it unless our plan succeeds, and young friend Born refines the unending heavenly soul. Samel snorted. Humph, it doesn't matter. Even if it resurrects many times, I can still defeat it. It's just an impostor. Born, however, was very curious, the unending heavenly soul. His power is restoration, so how could he appear in the netherworld, a place filled with the power of death? Logically speaking, he should be more suited to Mount Light, shouldn't he? Belphegor laughed. That just shows how superficial you are. Belphegor's body suddenly stretched into a thin rod, with 2 comical large eyes emerging from the tip. TSK, people always see life and death as opposing forces. He swung like a pendulum. What is death? It's nothing more than the process of material transformation. Rotting corpses give birth to new buds, and extinguished stars turn into stardust. Bourne seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. Samuel flicked his dragon tail and interjected, "That bastard's right. My dragon breath can both destroy and refine. It all depends on how you use it. Here's the key." Belfinger snapped back into a spherical shape and bounced onto a piece of wreckage. The unending heavenly soul has been here for tens of thousands of years, constantly fighting against the power of death and constantly being reborn, like tempering iron. It's no longer just ordinary healing power. He suddenly split off 3 small hands and gestured. It's the power of nirvana, capable of reversing the boundary between life and death. Bourne suddenly understood. He recalled the mysterious life force in the land of fallen gods, capable of bringing the dead back to life, yet inextricably linked to death. This power helped Fallen Village rise from a remote village to a wealthy and powerful one, and later, it was this same power that led to Fallen Village's eternal destruction. Is this the connection between life and death? Bourne murmured. Samuel patted Bourne on the shoulder. Don't think too much about it. You're not at that level yet. The key is how to deal with that death spirit later. Bourne looked at Samuel and asked, "You're injured like this, can you still fight?" Belfinger replied, "I have to. This ruin is inherently unstable. The longer we stay here, the less time we have. If the undying heavenly soul realizes what's happening and throws us out, that would be terrible. Who knows when we find him again?" "He can run?" Bourne asked in surprise. "Of course." Belfinger said matter-of-factly, "He can not only run, but he can also take the ruin with him. It's just that he's been in a slumber for thousands of years, which is why I was able to find him." Chapter 750. Bourne thought about it and agreed. The heavenly souls they had encountered before all possessed self-awareness, but apart from the punishing heavenly soul, the others were originally suppressed or fused, their self-awareness in a state of chaos. After being fused with by Bourne, their consciousness dissipated. The unending heavenly soul, however, had always been in a free state. Tens of thousands of years were enough for it to develop a strong self-awareness, so it was normal for it to want to escape when faced with danger. However, Samuel said, "I don't think that guy will run away. Over the years, it's not like no one has tried to cause him trouble. I remember Lucifer had tried to take him down before, but ultimately failed. With his strength, he probably doesn't take us seriously." Belfinger laughed. "That's true, but he probably didn't expect us to bring a nemesis with us." The 3 hurried along, and soon arrived at a chaotic clearing. This clearing was exceptionally vast. As far as the eye could see, it was empty, seemingly without end. However, it was precisely this seemingly peaceful scene that stirred a strong unease within Bourne. He stared wide-eyed, looking around for clues, but saw nothing but the chaotic void. However, his keen senses told him that the power of death here was unusually dense, far exceeding his imagination. The death here had solidified into a tangible form. Looking down at his feet, he saw that what should have been hard ground was now strangely soft, formed from the solidified power of death. He gasped. This situation was truly bizarre. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, as if its flow had ceased. The phosphorescent flames that had been drifting in the void froze in midair. Bourne's breath hitched. The runes on the soul-severing blade lit up uncontrollably, as if warning of the imminent awakening of some terrifying being. "It's here!" Samuel growled, his body tensing, the thorns on his back slightly erect. Belfinger's expression was also grave. His translucent body contracted slightly, defensive runes appearing on its surface. The deathly power ahead suddenly surged, the pitch-black mist churning and condensing like a living thing, emitting a chilling, sticky sound. The mist compressed and deformed, finally transforming into a colossal shadow 30 meters tall. The true form of the spirit of death had finally appeared. It possessed a pair of curved, gigantic horns, its surface covered with spiraling dark patterns, as if entwined with countless souls. The bone wings that unfurled from its back were not physical entities, but rather composed of pure deathly power, their edges constantly crumbling and reforming, like flickering black flames. Most terrifying were its 6 sharp claws, each gleaming with a cold, metallic gleam. A mere swipe sent a ripping sound through the air. The spirit of death's head resembled a giant wolf, but was far more ferocious. 3 scarlet eyes were arranged in a triangle, without pupils, only endless bloodlust and madness. Its mouth stretched to its ears, a mouthful of jagged fangs dripping with a corrosive black slime. As it looked down at the 3, a deep, rumbling sound emanated from its throat, not a sound, but a death sentence directly affecting the soul. "Humble ants." The spirit of death spoke, its voice like the wailing of 1,000 ghosts, daring to trespass into the realm of the unending. As it spoke, The surrounding ground rapidly decayed and rotted, vegetation withered and turned to ash, and even the air became heavy and suffocating. Bourne felt his soul fire flicker slightly, and tiny black lines appeared on the surface of his bones, signs of the erosion by the power of death. Samuel roared, unleashing his dragon might, temporarily dispelling the oppressive feeling. Be careful. This guy has awakened his own consciousness. Belfinger had already cast defensive magic. This guy is stronger than when we last met. The spirit of death slowly raised a giant claw, a jet-black energy ball condensing at its fingertip. Within the ball, countless distorted human faces could be vaguely seen wailing. It grinned, revealing a chilling smile, become eternal nourishment. The space itself trembled slightly. The spirit of death's 6 claws simultaneously pierced the ground, instantly causing the death power on the ground to boil. Its bony wings fully unfurled, each bone spike tip condensing into jet-black death crystals. Samuel immediately sensed the danger. His dragon tail slammed heavily against the ground, using the recoil to propel him into the air. Just as he left the ground, dozens of sharp black crystals suddenly shot out from where he had stood. Had he been even half a second slower, his belly would have been pierced through. Roar! Samuel roared to the sky, immediately activating his berserk magic. His aura surged dramatically, like a war god descending upon the world. He spun rapidly in the air, the runes on his skeletal dragon wings lighting up one by one. Thousands of bone spikes detached from his wing membranes, forming destructive vortexes in the gale. When the bone spikes struck the spirit of death, they erupted with blinding white light. Enhanced by the berserk magic, each bone spike unleashed extraordinary power. However, the spirit of death merely raised its forelimbs to block. The bone spike struck its carapace with a crisp, rain-like sound, leaving only white marks and achieving nothing. Its middle eye suddenly turned, locking onto Samuel in midair, a ferocious grin spreading across its face. 3 beams of black light shot from the tip of the spirit of death's horn. Samuel dodged sharply. The first beam grazed its wing, the corrosive energy immediately causing smoke to rise from its wing membrane. The second beam was shattered by its tail. But the third beam struck Samuel's chest. A hit would surely injure him, severely hindering the rest of the battle. At this moment, Belfinger, who had remained motionless, suddenly sprang into action. He leaped high, his semi-transparent body shifting at will, transforming into a massive shield, blocking Samuel's path. The black light struck Belfinger squarely, but only hissed. It did not penetrate. The black light had already penetrated deep into Belfinger's body, but it couldn't break through his defenses. Belfinger straightened his chest. It was unclear where he straightened it, but he deflected the black light back. Then, he changed shape again, expanding into a net-like structure, precisely wrapping around the death spirit's forelimb that had just launched its attack. The red light of the weakening magic flowed along the viscous body, instantly slowing the death spirit's movements. Samuel seized the opportunity and swooped down, his dragon claws wreathed in grayish-white magic, aiming straight for the death spirit's throat. The death spirit's bound forelimb suddenly twisted and deformed, transforming into sharp bone blades that spun and cut. However, Belfinger's weakening magic greatly reduced the death spirit's attack's power, rendering it almost ineffective. Left with no other choice, the spirit of death pressed its hands down, simultaneously crossing its wings forward to block Samuel's fatal blow at the last second. The shockwave from the collision of the two immense forces blasted away all the death energy within a 100-meter radius, revealing the stark white bone bed beneath. Samuel's dragon eyes narrowed sharply. He realized his attack hadn't caused any real damage. Watch out! Belfinger shouted from behind the spirit of death's wings. However, his warning came too late. Before Samuel could even react, sharp claws suddenly extended from behind the black wings, striking straight at Samuel's chest with lightning speed. This spirit of death possessed as many as 6 arms, but Belfinger had only controlled 2 previously. The remaining 4 arms were still free to move. The spirit of death's 3 eyes narrowed simultaneously, and with a sudden burst of strength, it gripped Samuel's sternum tightly. Then, he violently hurled himself upwards with immense force, like a tidal wave. Samuel couldn't withstand it, and his massive body was thrown to the ground. The spirit of death gave Samuel no chance to breathe. His attacks rained down like a storm, leaving Samuel no room to retaliate. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Samuel was forced to switch to a defensive stance, desperately resisting the spirit of death's relentless assault. Bang! 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 With each muffled thud, fragments of bone flew everywhere, a horrifying scene. Huge energy waves rippled outwards from the point of explosion, carving deep furrows into the ground wherever they passed, as if the earth itself trembled before this power. Amidst this terrifying energy surge, The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed, the sound of Samuel's bones yielding under the relentless onslaught of the death spirit. Faced with such immense force, Belfinger felt a pang of helplessness. He had no choice but to release the death spirit's grip on its hands to prevent further injury to Samuel. With the restraints gone, Belfinger flashed back to Samuel, shielding him from the death spirit's subsequent attacks with his own body. The weakening spell truly lived up to its divine power. The death spirit's attacks were utterly futile against Belfinger. His supple body easily withstood the onslaught, buying Samuel precious breathing time. Samuel seized the opportunity, flipping himself into the air and instantly creating distance between himself and the death spirit. Simultaneously, his massive tail lashed out like lightning, striking the death spirit with unparalleled force. This attack was incredibly powerful, imbued with Samuel's rage. Even the spirit of death was forced back several meters before barely regaining its footing, instantly widening the distance between them once more. Roar! Samuel's roar shook the heavens and earth. He was completely enraged. Not good. Belphegor sensed the change in Samuel's emotions. The berserk magic not only enhanced his combat power, but also put him in a state of heightened agitation. It seemed that Samuel was now only focused on the battle, completely forgetting his plan. Before Belphegor could stop him, Samuel had already completely abandoned defense and charged towards the spirit of death once more. The death spirit's claws tore through the air, carrying a surge of dark death energy as it hurtled towards the creature. Samuel showed no fear in his dragon eyes, neither dodging nor evading, allowing the sharp claws to pierce the periosteum of his left wing with a soft thud. Corrupting energy immediately spread along the wound, and the dragon wing decayed and crumbled visibly. In that split second, Samuel's barbed tongue shot out like lightning, its pale, slimy tongue tightly coiling around the death spirit's neck. The barb sank deep into its black carapace, and dark purple energy spurted from the wound. Got you. A blinding white light flashed from Samuel's fangs, the bones in his throat bulged violently, and molten lava-like light seeped from the gaps between the bones. The death spirit's three eyes widened simultaneously, struggling frantically to break free, but the barbs on the dragon tongue tightened their grip. Boom! A beam of blazing white light erupted from Samuel's throat. The dragon's breath, exploding at point-blank range, transformed a 10-meter radius into a white-hot inferno. The shockwave vaporized the surrounding bone layer, revealing the cracked rock beneath. The terrifying heat even distorted space itself, and the aftershocks melted several distant stone statues into crimson magma. But before Samuel could even rejoice, he felt a ripping sensation on his left wing. The death spirit's claws had ripped his left wing off. The death spirit's almost completely melted head was regenerating at a visible speed. It slowly withdrew its claws, unleashing a large ball of phosphorescent black flame. Samuel staggered backward, his skeletal body beginning to crumble. A brief silence fell over the battlefield. This attack also brought Samuel to his senses. Standing before him was no ordinary death spirit, but a super death spirit powered by the inexhaustible heavenly soul. Idiot, we can't kill him here, Belfinger shouted. Keep to the plan. Samuel realized his mistake, quickly dispelling the berserk spell, returning to his original size, and his aura plummeted. Without hesitation, he sprinted back towards the original stone path, not forgetting to take Born and Belfinger with him. However, the spirit of death wouldn't let them escape so easily. With a roar, his half-healed face became incredibly ferocious and terrifying. His enormous black wings blotted out the sky, and with a gentle flap, he soared into the air, giving chase after Samuel. But Samuel's left wing had been torn off, he couldn't fly at all, his speed was significantly reduced, and he was soon overtaken. Damn it! Belfinger cursed. It's all your fault, you brainless fool, insisting on fighting him head-on. Now look what happened, we can't escape. Samuel knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything, just kept running. At the critical moment, Born cast a wind elemental spell to increase Samuel's speed, but it could only buy him a brief respite. Being caught was inevitable. This won't do. Belfinger frowned. We'd be caught before we even reach our destination. We need to think of another way. Born's mind raced, and he suddenly said, perhaps I have an idea.